during every exam season and holiday break. A bright and cheerful atmosphere combined with a familiarity that students had likely heard a few times. It was a perfect opening song. A small water bottle and even a light stick. Did you bring them all, ready to have the perfect time? We had even changed some of the lyrics to fit the festival. The words weren't perfectly clear in the live setting, but if you emphasize unique words, they tend to stick in your ear. Every time we hit a key point, we could see the audience reacting, waving their light sticks and glow sticks. Thanks to the repetitive melody, many people were singing along to the chorus by the time the final verse ended. And those light sticks were truly dazzling. Overwhelmingly so. Next, we sang New World, the song I had covered with Barry on IDC. This time, it was with all of Spark. Although I was the only one who had covered the song, all the members had monitored the performance during IDC, so it didn't take long to prepare. Besides, it was a great song for the audience to sing along to. Such was the power of a popular, well-known song. Just like on IDC, we kept the original feel but used our larger numbers to add richer harmonies. There wasn't any choreography, so we focused on engaging the audience and giving lots of fan service. Let me jump into a heart-pounding New World. After warming up the crowd with these two songs, this is our first time at a university festival, and the energy is incredible. Is this what all university festivals are like? Or are you KAIST students just really responsive? I saw people waving glow sticks from the back earlier. Everyone is really vibing with us. The atmosphere on site was slowly turning in our favor. The once indifferent crowd was starting to pay attention. I continued the banter while the members drank some water. The character here is named Nopjagi, right? The one with the big round eyes. The moment I saw it, I thought it looked exactly like our vocalist friend. Juwoo, come over here. I called Park Juwoo to the center of the stage and held the plushie he was holding next to his face. The round eyes and oddly deep pupils drew a wave of laughter. Lee Chong-hyun, who saw the situation on the monitor, burst into a fit of laughter. It was then that a powerful voice came from near the front. Octopus Hyung, are you talking to me? The student who had been waving at me nodded his head vigorously. I had forgotten. Just as much as, with List, which contained the vacation wishes of adults, and New World, a piece of childhood memory, Kim Iwol's fortune-telling octopus was also famous among 20-somethings who used short-form content. Please tell us how the Hanwha Eagles will do this year. Laughter exploded from all sides. Having this kind of back and forth was a million times better than having no communication with the audience at all, but I'm not supposed to carelessly leak secrets from the heavens. So I'll keep it brief. Truth be told, I didn't know much about the KBO League. All I knew were bits of gossip passed down like folklore, so I spoke very carefully. I wished them the best of luck. Agonized screams poured out from those who understood the implication of my words. Oh, heavens, if you are watching, please bring a wind of change to the Hanwha Eagles this year. Keep the talk as short as possible to avoid any lulls. Do as many performances as we can. To stick to this rule, Spark sang their hearts out. After performing Mission and another cover song back-to-back, I could see the sky turning a reddish hue. Bathing in the setting sun, the members danced their bones out and grabbed for their water bottles the moment the song ended. Park Juwoo drank like a dried pollock desperate for moisture. I gestured for the exhausted-looking Jong Song-bin to drink first, and while I was about to talk to the audience in the meantime, Lee Chong-hyun adjusted his microphone. Right, he asked for some time to talk. He'd assured me it wasn't a declaration that he was going to try and get into KAIST, so I'd said okay. But I was curious about what on earth he wanted to say that he specifically requested time for it. And Lee Chong-hyun did not betray my expectations. He brought up a topic I could never have imagined. My older brother also attends KAIST, so I really wanted to come here at least once. Hyung, are you watching? Maybe you're studying right now. The news that a celebrity's sibling attended the school drew a great deal of attention. The hands of people tapping on their phones or pressing shutter buttons moved faster. I was always wondering when I'd get to visit the school my brother goes to, and now I'm finally here. My brother is a shy person, so I doubt he's told anyone he has an idol for a younger brother. Still, please take good care of my brother, who's probably bustling around here somewhere. And please give Spark lots of love, too. Lee Chong-hyun bowed deeply. He spent the rest of the event smiling from ear to ear, enjoying every moment until the final performance. With our performance of Flowering Against the Setting Sun as our finale, Spark's time was over. The real festival was about to begin after dark, so we wrapped up right on schedule. I came down to the tent and approached Lee Chonghyun, who was putting away his microphone. "What got into you, talking about your brother?" Lee Chonghyun chuckled, maybe because my deeply lowered voice sounded awkward. "Why? Can't a little brother talk about his big brother sometimes?" I said nothing. The only reason I hadn't tried to separate Chonghyun from his father was because he was still under legal guardianship. Once he became an adult, whether he chose to fight and live independently or to reconcile and rebuild a peaceful relationship, I planned to support whatever decision he made. But was there really a need to try to get along with his brother? From what I'd heard, it seemed the younger brother had been quite insolent himself. Seeing my expression, Lee Chonghyun sidled up to me and said, "I didn't do that to get closer to my brother." "What?" "I was getting my revenge. To make him uncomfortable." Lee Chonghyun moved away from me. Then he grinned. "My brother hates noisy things. But unfortunately, he's handsome. He has the kind of looks that can't help but stand out. Not as much as me, though." "Well, I'd expect so if he's your brother. You have no idea how much my family made me walk on eggshells when I was at home. So this time, I decided to make my brother walk on eggshells. Not that it'll come close to what I went through." He said it nonchalantly. "Once the rumor starts spreading that my brother goes here, there's no way he'll stay unnoticed. It'll drive him crazy." Lee Chonghyun laughed as if he found it amusing, but he didn't look relieved. "Where did you learn to do something like that?" "Where else?" "I learned it from you, Hyung. You're saying I taught you this kind of terrifying, underhanded scheme?" I was flabbergasted and felt wronged. I had never done anything that scary. Meeting my gaze that demanded an explanation, Lee Chonghyun crossed his arms and said in a small voice, "I'm talking about Songbin Hyung's cover of First Step from Genre Switch. Do you know that among our peers, there are more kids who think Songbin Hyung is the original singer now?" It felt so satisfying. Only then did I understand the meaning behind his sudden action. Lee Chonghyun wanted to give it back, too. The miserable treatment he had received, in the way that would make the other person most uncomfortable. "But you and Songbin are different." "How come?" Lee Chonghyun retorted. "Songbin felt better after doing that, but you don't." "No, I feel better too. It's the first time I've gotten my brother back, so it feels good." "Really?" Lee Chonghyun flinched at my question. Of course, it would weigh on his mind. It seemed that for Lee Chonghyun, the feelings of resentment and affection for his family coexisted. Even if he tried to force himself to ignore those contradictory emotions, it would only be painful if he didn't realize his true feelings. Don't try to sort everything out so quickly. You'll only end up hurting yourself. Lee Chonghyun clammed up. At that moment, Manager Dayan pushed aside the tent flap, came in, and said, "Chonghyun, there's someone here saying he's your brother. Is your brother's name by any chance Lee Suhoon?" "Lee." Chonghyun raised his head. Through the opening in the tent, the perfectly creased cuff of a man's trousers was visible. 316, Chapter 316, University Festival, 3. The lecture hall after the exam period was a little more boisterous than usual. It was not the kind of atmosphere Lee Suhoon enjoyed. "Is the festival lineup for real? Who's coming?" "Some boy idol group." "Sounds super boring. I'm not gonna go." "The one who sang Turn Around is coming too." "Hey, you should have led with that." The topic of conversation was all about the festival. Festivals were the kind of thing you did once in freshman year and got over with. In truth, Lee Suhoon had no interest in the festival, even in his first year. "An idol group is coming? Who?" A few classmates sitting in the front seats turned and asked the group of boys. A classmate who was searching for the festival lineup mentioned a name he'd heard many times before. "Spark." "Huh? No way, that's actually great." The female students seemed quite pleased by the visit from his younger brother's group, who weren't even that famous. Lee Suhoon silently continued reading the lecture materials he had downloaded in advance. During the break, the students had much to say about the stage lineup, where all the money went, whether to skip their own school's festival and go to Chengdu universities instead. All sorts of things were said. "Spark, was it? Why? Does that name sound so familiar?" One of the students who had been skeptical about Spark's appearance asked. Another student answered. "They were in the news last year, as the power abuse group." "Why? For abusing their manager?" "No, their company's PD abused them." Lee Suhoon's hand, which had been taking notes on his tablet, stopped. "Ah, that group was Spark. Unconsciously, Lee Soo-hoon put down his stylus. His attention was already directed to the people behind him. The group where the PD hit a member on the head with a sledgehammer. What? His classmates' gazes turned to Lee Soo-hoon, who had swiveled around to look at them. Lee Soo-hoon, you're interested in idols too? Don't lump Soo-hoon in with you guys. Our Soo-hoon only knows how to study. Lee Soo-hoon struggled to pull the conversation back before it strayed. That story about Spark and the power abuse, can I find it just by searching online? In his entire life, Lee Soo-hoon never had a reason to look up entertainment industry power abuse scandals. His classmates knew this about him well. Since he was a freshman, he had consistently shown no interest in anything other than studying. Probably, there were a ton of articles about it. The moment his classmate finished speaking, the professor opened the lecture hall door and walked in. Lee Soo-hoon put his phone away and sat up straight, facing forward. A few minutes later, for the first time ever, Lee Soo-hoon tore his eyes away from the blackboard during a lecture and fiddled with his phone. His concentration had completely scattered, making it impossible to listen. Fortunately, the member who had been abused by the PD was not his younger brother. However, this fact did not bring him complete relief. He must have thought they'd make him quit being an idol if he told them at home. An unsafe work environment was a clear enough reason to break a contract. Lee Soo-hoon knew Lee Chong-hyun was aware of this. Why on earth did he have to be an idol, even while receiving this kind of treatment? If he had just sat still and studied, he could have chosen from any of the universities that wanted him. Failing that, if he had just gone from the arts middle school to an arts high school, he could have followed the elite track and played the piano he loved so much. Searching for Spark on MeTube, Lee Soo-hoon found a familiar thumbnail. It looked similar to the stage performance video that had made his father raise his voice in a great rage on the evening Lee Chong-hyun had come home. Much greater than a regular at the 2x12xx Music Grand Festival, Spark comment compilation. Piercing through the pink and purple lights, 6 young men emerged, dressed in attire Lee Soo-hoon had never seen while walking the streets. For someone like him, who always wore a collared shirt underneath even a sweatshirt, it was a culture shock. Much greater than 134. This part explains the song title in the most intuitive way. Along with a screenshot of the comment, his brother's face filled the screen. For a long moment, Lee Soo-hoon had to ponder the connection to understand why that comment was attached to Lee Chong-hyun's face. It was only after reading the other comments below the video that he realized it was a compliment about Lee Chong-hyun's visuals. Much greater than my love is as raw as ever. This part really brings out Lee Chong-hyun's signature crisp delivery, so I keep coming back for it. Much greater than the way his gaze follows the camera until it pulls away. A total genius idol. There are a lot of compliments. Lee Soo-hoon didn't know that such videos were made to compile only positive comments. Even if he had known, Lee Soo-hoon still would have been surprised, because he had never once imagined that Lee Chong-hyun would be praised as an idol. As he was watching the strangely captivating video for the 3rd time, his roommate came in. Seeing the rarely seen sight of a slouched Lee Soo-hoon, his roommate approached him. "What's with the idol video?" "Just because." Lee Soo-hoon took off his headphones. Watching Lee Soo-hoon turn off the screen, his roommate said, "You have weird taste, Lee Soo-hoon. That's some random stuff to watch." Lee Soo-hoon blinked. The roommate nonchalantly took off his jacket and organized his things. "It's just an idol video." "You liked idols?" "Not really. At our age, you should graduate from that stuff. We're not kids anymore." Before Lee Chong-hyun had stormed out of the house, his mother had said the same thing. How long did he plan on doing something only little kids did? And to that, Lee Chong-hyun, "I don't want to live like that," was what he had said. But, Chong-hyun, the people praising you are just figures on a screen with no real substance. On the other hand, the criticism will fly directly to you and hit its mark. Just like now. No matter how many good comments you get or how high your votes go, can those invisible things truly protect you from things like power abuse or assault? At the very least, if your value rose, if you gained an honor that no one could refute, then people wouldn't dare treat you so carelessly. And yet, you still want to take such a difficult path? What on earth is the sense of achievement you can get from that? For a long time, Lee Soo-hoon stared down at his dark phone in silence. Reflected on the black screen were his own 2 eyes, devoid of any warmth. After something like that happened, weren't you scared? In truth, this was what Lee Soo-hoon wanted to ask. To the younger brother whose phone number he didn't even have. On the day of the festival, Lee Soo-hoon impulsively bought some clothes at a nearby department store. It was because he remembered his younger brother, who had been kicked out with nothing but a single pouch. On the day Lee Chong-hyun had confronted his parents, Lee Soo-hoon had packed some clothes from his room to give him. But by then, Lee Chong-hyun was already gone. The process of buying clothes was quite difficult for Lee Soo-hoon. He's taller than me with broader shoulders, but his frame is a bit thinner. Lee Soo-hoon found it difficult to use such abstract expressions. He had no answer to the question of what style his brother preferred. So, he searched for Lee Chong-hyun on his phone, showed the screen to the clerk, and said that he looked similar to this person, asking them to pick out a style that would suit him. The clerk gave him a strange look, but still chose the clothes with care. As he was leaving with a large shopping bag in each hand, Lee Soo-hoon noticed passers-by, carrying bread bags of the same design. After struggling with his phone in front of the department store for a bit, he found out that a branch of a famous bakery was nearby. For the first time in his life, Lee Soo-hoon went to a so-called hot spot. He then bought the bread he had heard of the most, the ones people were putting on their trays, and the one pictured on a poster, and left. He wondered if he'd even be able to give him these. After all, he doubted they would let a regular student into an area where a celebrity was. Even more so if Lee Chong-hyun didn't want to see him. Suddenly, his actions felt futile. Then, Lee Soo-hoon's gaze fell on the heavy shopping bags. We won first place on a music show. We even won a rookie award. You always liked awards, didn't you? Are you ashamed of this kind of award? Lee Soo-hoon hailed a taxi. He told the driver the name of the university and leaned back against the seat. The taxi sped toward the campus. He made it to the preparation area behind the bustling stage. There, he asked a staff member if he could see a representative from Spark. When he said he was family, a person who was the manager came out. Since Lee Soo-hoon didn't have a single photo with his brother, the only thing he could show for proof was his ID. The manager said he would check for a moment and went inside the tent. A few minutes later, Lee Chong-hyun, his hair damp as if from sweat, appeared. Let's talk in the car. With those words, Lee Chong-hyun led the way. Lee Soo-hoon silently followed him. A new person, who must have been another manager, opened the car door and then stepped aside, leaving just Lee Soo-hoon and Lee Chong-hyun alone inside the mid-sized car. It was Lee Chong-hyun who broke the silence. Are you angry that I mentioned you? Mention me. At Lee Soo-hoon's question, Lee Chong-hyun's expression hardened. Right. Of course you wouldn't have seen our performance. I got ahead of myself. Lee Chong-hyun scoffed sarcastically. Looking down at the floor of the car, Lee Soo-hoon said, I didn't avoid it on purpose. I know. You just have no interest in the first place. Every single one of Lee Chong-hyun's words was sharp. It was exactly the way their family spoke. But Lee Chong-hyun himself had rarely spoken this way. A bitter taste filled Lee Soo-hoon's mouth. Just tell me why you're here. The other members are tired. We have to go soon. Lee Chong-hyun pointed to the car right next to them. Lee Soo-hoon's eyes met with the other members, who were visible through a slightly open window. Lee Chong-hyun had his back to them, seemingly unaware of what was happening behind him. As the window rolled back up, a particularly sharp-featured, pale-skinned handsome man caught Lee Soo-hoon's eye. Unlike the others, who had peeked before quickly ducking out of sight, he continued to watch the brothers' car with a calm gaze. Lee Soo-hoon sighed. Then, he held out the shopping bags he had brought to Lee Chong-hyun. Take them. What are they? Lee Chong-hyun asked without taking the bags. It was a sign of his wariness. They're clothes. I missed the performance because I was buying them. Why would you buy me clothes? Because you were kicked out without a single change of clothes. He didn't bother saying the words out loud, since Lee Chong-hyun had always been excellent at reading between the lines. As expected, Lee Chong-hyun quickly understood the meaning behind the clothes. However, it only made him more defensive. Why are you suddenly doing something so out of character? It's not like you want to start getting along now, is it? What Lee Chong-hyun said wasn't wrong, not then and not now. Lee Soo-hoon quietly stared at his brother's face, at the gaze full of nothing but hostility, and at his own indifferent eyes reflected in them. Their gazes failed to meet, merely reflecting each other. 317. Chapter 317. University Festival 4. I heard about the PD's power abuse. Lee Soo-hoon broke the silence. Lee Chong-hyun's eyebrows twitched. So? Are you going to tattle to mom and dad like Lee Kang-myung did? All while pretending to care by giving me a few clothes. Lee Chong-hyun shot back. But you're a little too late. That guy is scheduled to go to jail soon. So you can't use it's dangerous as an excuse. He'll be isolated from society, so it's fine. Lee Soo-hoon couldn't say a word. Lee Chong-hyun didn't continue either. Instead, after looking at his silent brother, he reached for the car door handle as if to leave. I was worried. A single phrase from Lee Soo-hoon made Lee Chong-hyun's hand freeze midair just as he was about to grip the handle. They said there was an accident. You weren't the one injured, but it must have been hard for you too. So, since when were you the kind of person who worries about things like that? From when? Did I look comfortable to you when I was at home? His pent-up feelings came pouring out. I'm so sick of it. I hate Dad for meeting my fellow member behind my back. And I hate you for suddenly playing the part of the concerned older brother. Just ignore me like you always do. You told me to leave. So I left. So why are you chasing me down now to say something? Am I that much of a thorn in your side? I came because I feel sorry about that. At Lee Soo-hoon's words, Lee Chong-hyun's expression twisted. It was a look of utter confusion. I realized you must have thought you couldn't even tell your family about such a big incident. That our entire family had lost your trust so completely that you believed we wouldn't even ask if you're okay. If you know that, then just act like you always have. I don't expect anything from our family anymore. Lee Chong-hyun's words pierced Lee Soo-hoon like daggers. It wasn't that Lee Soo-hoon expected anything from his family either. But there was a vast difference in the weight of resentment between someone who was simply indifferent and someone who, after a long period of waiting, had become sorrowfully resigned to expecting nothing. You don't have to expect anything. But let me worry. Why? So you can find an excuse to nag me relentlessly about my safety again? Until I lose my mind. At the very least, I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Lee Soo-hoon was being sincere. He had never thought of their family as particularly close, but he believed they weren't the kind to actively wish for one of their own to fail. That naive thought struck a nerve in Lee Chong-hyun. If you were so worried about my safety, then why didn't you even come out to look for me when I left home? I did go out, but you were gone, so, right? So you just went back inside, didn't you? Lee Chong-hyun said with a cynical sneer. When I was running around in the mountains, my member Hyung packed a bag and chased after me just to catch me. He said he ran all the way up the mountain trail. Do you think he had some grand reason back then? The memory of that day was still vivid for Lee Chong-hyun. The day Kim Yiwol, whom he had barely known, had chased after him with an unreadable expression. He chased after me, asking what would happen if I got hurt. What would he do if I ran around recklessly in the mountains without any safety gear? The sorrow that had been piled up, layer by layer, finally burst because of a small memory like this. What's the point of having a family if they're worse than my members? You're all just waiting for me to fail, aren't you? So that I'll give everything up and just do what you say. I know the situation perfectly well. So why should I have to accept these empty words of concern? If I grew up without love, am I supposed to be happy just to receive a tiny bit of attention? I don't need your attention or your concern, so don't give it to me like it's charity. Lee Chong-hyun seethed, struggling to catch his breath. Looking at his younger brother glaring at him with a flushed face, Lee Soo-hoon lowered his gaze. You're right. Lee Soo-hoon acknowledged Chong-hyun's words. For Lee Soo-hoon, who had never said anything incorrect in his life, this statement was the same as admitting he had been wrong all along. What's with him? Lee Chong-hyun thought. He had never seen this side of Lee Soo-hoon before in his life. The fact threw him into confusion. Our family was cruel to you. I can't wrap it up and call it love, but no one actually wishes for you to fail. Lee Soo-hoon said it calmly. This young really believes that. As soon as that thought occurred to him, Lee Chong-hyun crumbled. Do you really think that? Of course. Lee Soo-hoon raised his head. Before him, his younger brother was crying. Hyung, you really don't know anything. What do you mean? Did you know that Lee Kangmyeon calls me a pathetic piece of sh*t? He didn't know, but he couldn't say it. Lee Chong-hyun looked too heartbroken. Did you know he calls me a beggar? Says I must enjoy being insulted online all the time. You call that concern? The brothers' relationship wasn't smooth. Lee Soo-hoon had thought of it as merely distant, but Lee Chong-hyun's resentment ran deep, especially toward his younger brother. He says he won't live without a plan like me. He curses and mocks me every time he sees my face. He says I acted all high and mighty, trying this and that after getting all the praise I could, only to end up as an idol. That's why he sent Dad the performance video to show him what a fool I was making of myself. Are those the words of someone who's worried about me? Do you really think that? Lee Soo-hoon was at a loss for words. He could only watch silently as a sorrow of unfathomable depth overflowed. You think I actually like you, or Lee Kang-myung? I can't stand the sight of both of you either. Lee Chong-hyun shouted. Tears dripped from the tip of his chin. But even then, I never called you a tin-headed idiot, or call Lee Kang-myung an ill-mannered, rude little brat. Because that's not what siblings are supposed to say to each other. So I never said it. But why? Lee Chong-hyun buried his face in his hands and cried. Lee Soo-hoon hesitated, wondering if he even had the right to comfort his brother. But he couldn't just watch him cry. Lee Soo-hoon carefully placed a hand on Chong-hyun's shoulder. Thinking it couldn't be helped even if he was pushed away, he slowly stroked his shoulder in a patting motion. Lee Chong-hyun, who had poured out all the anger he had suppressed, as if he were a different person, and yet, because he was kind-hearted by nature, wanted to be comforted, and was so emotionally exhausted that he needed someone to soothe him, he quietly accepted Lee Soo-hoon's comforting touch. He was just as Lee Soo-hoon had known him. The soft-hearted younger brother he had worried might have been taken advantage of. If you're really sorry, then go scold Lee Kang-myung, Lee Chong-hyun said without lifting his head. Tell him to apologize for the awful things he said to me. Okay, I'll talk to him. Only after hearing Lee Soo-hoon's answer did Lee Chong-hyun burst into loud sobs. He clutched the handkerchief Lee Soo-hoon had given him and wept his heart out. After the wave of tears passed, an awkward silence remained. Fiddling with the handkerchief, Lee Chong-hyun looked at the floor and asked, Hyung, do you like what you're studying now? I've never really thought about whether I like it or not. In the past, Lee Chong-hyun had always found this side of his brother difficult to deal with, because he could never tell what he was thinking. But today was a little different. What about the university? This was your first choice, wasn't it? I don't know. His brother looked rather pitiful. I never considered anywhere else in the first place, so I can't really say. I didn't have any other options besides here. Why didn't you have other options? With your grades. Father's old professor teaches here. It was the first time he was hearing this. The tears he thought might have been left over dried up instantly. You didn't know? Isn't it weirder to know something like that? I guess so. Anyway, Father wanted me to learn under the same professor. Lee Soo-hoon's major was also chemistry. With an expression that was hard to describe, Lee Chong-hyun asked, You decided to follow the exact same career path as Dad? Even joining the same professor's lab? It's not so much that I decided, but more that it's just turning out that way. Why? Father always regretted not becoming a professor. Dad's dream was to be a professor? Yeah. Then why did he suddenly switch to being a teacher? Don't you need a separate license for that? He said he gave up his studies and came back to Korea when he decided to marry Mother. To become a professor in Korea, you have to start as a part-time lecturer, and Mother was often away on business trips and seminars. She couldn't be home much, so Father decided to take care of us. That's probably why he went back to graduate school for education. I'm not curious about Mom and Dad's love story. Even though he said it defiantly, he couldn't completely let Soon's words go in one ear and out the other. He remembered coming home after a few tutoring sessions to a dinner prepared by either the housekeeper or his dad. He also remembered his dad, who came home late, turning off his bedroom light instead of his mom, who often came home in the dead of night. But you're doing what Dad tells you to do just because of that. It's not like there's anything I desperately want to do. Whatever I picked, it probably wouldn't have made much difference. Lee Soo-hoon remained expressionless. Once, that expression had been what made him so difficult to approach. When did they stop talking to each other? They didn't find it hard to talk to each other when they were very young. Looking at the quiet Lee Chong-hyun, Lee Soo-hoon said, That's why I couldn't understand it when you said you were going to be an idol. Father didn't decide your university for you, and he even let you play the piano instead of just studying, so I wondered why you had so many things you wanted to do. I thought, aren't you already living your life doing everything you want to? Now, understanding Lee Soo-hoon's perspective, he felt sorry for him. In Lee Soo-hoon's eyes, Lee Chong-hyun must have truly been a free spirit. But just because I think this way, that doesn't mean you have to as well. Lee Soo-hoon muttered the fact he had belatedly realized as if talking to himself. To Lee Chong-hyun, those words only sounded sad. My thoughts haven't changed. I don't think I have an obligation to fulfill Dad's dream just because he gave up on it. Gratitude and obedience are two different things. Right? Are you okay, Hyung? Lee Chonghyun asked. Lee Soo-hoon looked at him. Are you happy living like this? It was a heartfelt concern. Probably the same kind of concern Lee Soo-hoon had felt when he came carrying that shopping bag to find his brother. Yeah. Lee Soo-hoon gave a faint smile. It's not hard. You don't have to worry. Lee Chong-hyun stared intently at his brother, who bore a striking resemblance to their father. A person who liked to sit quietly and study, was blunt, only said what he wanted to say, and had a one-dimensional way of thinking. And a person whose smile, which he didn't show often, was quite nice. Lee Chong-hyun let out a dry chuckle. Then, he took the shopping bags his brother had been clutching into his own hands. 318. Chapter 318, Honest Review. As soon as Lee Chong-hyun and Lee Soo-hoon got out of the car, the members burst out of the opposite vehicle. Leading the charge was, of course, Kim Yiwol. Seeing the reddish tint around Lee Chong-hyun's eyes, Kim Yiwol grabbed Lee Chong-hyun's cheeks and asked, "Did you cry?" Then, he shot a fierce glare at Lee Soo-hoon. Lee Chong-hyun joked that he was going to suffer some gold loss at this rate, which only made Kim Yiwol glare harder. After an awkward exchange of farewell, Lee Soo-hoon left. At his words that he had to hurry back to study, Lee Chong-hyun urged him. On his way, in the car back to Seoul, Lee Chong-hyun peered into the shopping bags and grumbled for a long time. None of the bread Ju Woo-hyung's sister recommended is here. He totally just copied what other people were grabbing. How does he even know my size to just send me clothes without a receipt? I can't even exchange them. Seriously, what kind of high school student gets gifted such stuffy dress shoes? And yet, Lee Chong-hyun carefully put all the items back into the bag. It felt as if a very old grudge was finally being resolved. Even if Lee Soo-hoon forgot to call out Lee Kangmyong's speech habit, Lee Chong-hyun decided he would no longer resent his older brother. Much greater than 2x05xx Keist fancam pic #spark #Iwol #Jiho Songbin #Jwithred continues #Chonghyun #KeonJnim. This photo is legendary too. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. By any chance, do you have any plans for a photo exhibition? Much greater than in-person review of Spark, proof included. This is a review from someone who was in about the third row. I went to a friend's school festival and had to be there before sunset to save a seat. First off, this was my first time seeing Spark. I don't know who's who. I just pulled up their profile on the green search bar to write this review. The most amazing was Jiho, the tallest one, right? LOL. When he came out, I couldn't see anyone else. He dances so King well. And Chonghyun is unbelievably handsome. Why isn't he famous yet? He has a face that's destined for fame. Has word just not gotten out to the non-fans yet? Their banter in the middle was good too. It seemed they prepared a lot, and they were good at hosting. I think they sang 6 songs. I haven't been to many university festivals, and I barely watched the performances, so I didn't know, but 6 songs is super generous, right? The singers who came on after them all did 2 or 3 songs and filled the rest of the time with talk, so I was like, oh, so Spark sang a lot of songs. But the kids are really handsome. They're also super tall, so my neck hurt a bit from looking up, but maybe it's because it was my first time seeing idols this close. They're on another level. They can sing well too. I don't know anything about Spark, but they sang New World, so I sang along to that at least. It felt like a real festival, which was nice. Just one bad review. There was barely anything to eat. I wish they had more food trucks. Lee Chong-hyun has already conquered the male idol scene with his face-o for real. I guess it would have been weirder if he was still unknown. I'm so jealous at Spark's first university festival, really. They were so good they've done some regional events. But yeah, it's their first university festival. The only bad review isn't even about Spark. Much greater than the idol whose brother is a Keist student, Zip Spark's Chonghyun went to the festival and asked everyone to take good care of his brother. He's a gifted student himself and had prepared for it. Looks like his family is a family of elites. Lee Chong-hyun got second place on that quiz show. A kid who was prepping for a gifted high school got 2 in D place. It couldn't be helped. His opponent was an S University regular admission fighter. It's tough to become an idol these days. The family feud is what's tough. The 2 of them were on the same team. Much greater than isn't this basically the summary of Spark at Keist today? Nopjagi. Oh, Magic Conk Iwol. Will the Hanwha Eagles be able to win? Iwol Conk, no. Please, judging by comments like this, Spark's getting popular even among non-fans. That's because Yiwol basically owns short-form platforms now. The man who put down roots everywhere before he was even chosen by the algorithm. I couldn't laugh at the last comment, because seeing myself everywhere was truly a terrible thing. The office worker algorithm showed Do Young-won. The satisfying call-out compilation showed Kim Yiwol yelling at the worry-sharing session. The heavy drinkers compilation showed a certain rookie idol, Mr. Kim, with a straw in a soju bottle. It had gotten to the point where no matter what the algorithm threw at me, Kim Yiwol was bound to pop up. My face was so well known, I wouldn't need to organize a warehouse. Wanting to escape this stifling reality, I turned off my phone. In the living room, even though it was getting late, Park Ju-woo and Kang Ki-yeon were sitting upright on the floor watching a famous interview program. I was just going to get a glass of water and head in, but the interviewee's face on the screen looked familiar. Mr. Gu Jahan was on TV. Why are you guys watching this? We were just flipping through channels to see if there was anything fun on, and he came on. Kang Ki-yeon answered. So you're watching this because you find it fun? He's starting a new project. Park Ju-woo added. Mr. Gu Jahan had been mulling over a script late last year, so it seemed he was starting his promotional tour. You've been playing leading roles, but I hear you've taken on a supporting role for the first time in a while. Yes, I'm approaching it with the mindset of learning from scratch all over again. His posture was still arrogant, but his words were polite. I found an empty spot on the end of the sofa and sat down. He went on about acting philosophy and self-improvement. Still, he seemed to have moved past his narcissism. If you're going to watch something useful, like a health tips show or, most of all, I owe a lot to Mr. Yiwol. I was looking for the remote when I heard my name from the speakers. I chose to believe I was hearing things. Mr. Yiwol, you mean the actor who played Do Young-won in My Office? Right. That's right. Have you seen it by any chance? I haven't seen the whole drama, but I've seen the clips, and he was hilarious. It was a unique role. We laughed a lot on set as well. But it wasn't my imagination. My hearing was fine, and my face and name were plastered across the screen in huge letters. Songbin Hyung is being mentioned on TV. Really? Hearing the extra special news, Jong Songbin came out of his room, abandoning his homework. You guys are idols. Why are you so amazed to see me on TV? It's not even me, just a mention of me. Mr. Yiwol gave me a lot of advice in choosing this project as well. It seems you two discuss projects a lot. I'm the one who frequently asks for advice. He's probably annoyed with me for contacting him so much. Gu Jahan said, playing it up. This dirty, cheap showman. How dare you deceive the public in front of a camera? Hyung, were you that close with Gu Jahan's Sunbeam? He even sent you a birthday present, Hyung. But I didn't know you were close enough for him to say that. See, someone's already fallen for it. The righteous Mr. Kim Yiwol will not forgive you. Even if a question like, are you close with Gu Jahan's Sunbeam, pops up in the comment section, I'm going to pretend I don't see it. Not that I haven't already been doing that. Does Mr. Yiwol have a good eye for projects? He has great insight and a broad perspective. Sometimes I wonder if I'm not talking to someone my own age. How many years apart are you and Mr. Yiwol? More than 10 years. Wouldn't you normally be the one in the position to give advice in a situation like this? I realize that's not always the case. Since then, I haven't hesitated to listen to advice. That must have brought some changes to your world of acting, Mr. Gouda. I'm not so sure about that yet. But the CEO of my agency seems to like it. The people on screen laughed warmly. I was the only one sitting there like a robot, as if all my laughter had been stolen away. Don't mention me unless you're promoting Spark. If you keep this up, I'll look up the price of that code and pay you back in gift certificates. As if my pent-up frustration had reached him, Mr. Gu Jahan dutifully mentioned Spark as well. That friend is also in charge of producing for his team. When I listen to Mr. Yiwol, I think to myself, the team this friend is in charge of will do well too. Is that so? Because he's capable. More than anything, he doesn't make choices that fail. I think Mr. Yiwol's greatest strength is his ability to make the best choice in any given moment. That's high praise. Mr. Yiwol would be happy if he were watching. He's probably not watching, don't you think? He's a friend who lives his days as if they were 48 hours long. It would be a relief if he's not organizing some kind of meeting. Documents again. The trio sitting on the floor nodded. I asked him to promote Spark, and all he did was spout useless nonsense. I'd better hurry up and make a comeback just to shut that guy up. If he was going to spout nonsense, I might as well tell him to use that energy to promote Spark's comeback. There were phrases like, when it comes to summer, it's, or the symbol of winter. It was a strategy aimed at creating a sort of imprinting effect by consistently releasing music in a specific season. For summer and winter, which had strong seasonal identities, the competition to earn these titles became all the more fierce. On the other hand, spring was advantageous for singers who released love songs or ballads. The fresh atmosphere that spring brought and the pink seasonal vibe of the cherry blossoms left a unique impression that couldn't be found in other seasons. So, Spark decided to rob the empty house. In May, a month when everyone was busy performing at events but not making comebacks. In fact, making a comeback during this season was a strategy we'd planned since last year. The season transitioning from spring to summer, where the last spring breeze and the strengthening sunlight coexisted. A time when people, who had been looking at flowers, started making their way to the water. Wasn't it just perfect for creating refreshing visuals? The visual beauty of With List was breathtaking, too. A glamorous month with many holidays, full of memories of happy times spent with family and festivals everywhere. Spark planned to monopolize this May. Wow, Jiho Hyung really looks like a character straight out of an apocalypse game. The concept wasn't exactly peaceful, though. Choi Jiho took off his gas mask. We all huddled together in front of the monitor, checking out the shoot that looked like a video game wallpaper. You could almost feel the dusty air through the screen. Please wait, sparklers. A May that's anything but green is coming. 319, Chapter 319, First Batter, 1. Releasing our first double title track was a continuous series of new challenges. There was twice as much to prepare and 3 times the work to do. It was a painful time for everyone. But, as they say, after hardship comes joy. Spark's comeback was now proceeding exactly as planned. Thanks to our manager sharing the schedule, the group chat was also buzzing nonstop. Thank goodness. We poured a lot of money into this round. At least it wouldn't end in a loss. Though, a lot was just relative to what we had spent in the past. I nearly overloaded myself trying to memorize 2 choreographies in such a short time, but I made it through. Our 2 dance coaches took turns keeping a close eye on me. Truly, a teacher's grace was as vast as the sky. I almost bought them carnations on Teacher's Day, but I restrained myself. The highlight medley is out, and they said the teaser is coming out tonight. It felt like I'd completely bid farewell to crammed comebacks. This was the environment I'd wanted. After all, for work to be done right, you need a plan, capital, manpower, and time. As I was looking over the schedule with satisfaction, Park Ju-woo, sprawled out in a corner of the practice room, caught my eye. Perhaps because we had him training so intensely for the athlete concept, Park Ju-woo was recently experiencing the strange phenomenon of his stamina decreasing even as he gained muscle. Hyung. Yeah, what's up? I don't think I can make it to the finals. Park Ju-woo was spouting nonsense. I gently encouraged him. You can do it, Ju-woo. Really? Of course. We don't have many members, you know. If you're not there, we lose by default. That would be bad. Admirably. Park Ju-woo wiped his sweat and stood up bravely. I'm so proud of him, so proud. By that logic, aren't we already disqualified? Baseball has 9 players. Just as I was in the middle of encouraging Park Ju-woo, Kong Keon rained on my parade. I'll bat twice. No, we can just tell Choi Jiho to bat 3 times. You think it's all about batting? Who's going to handle defense? Even Choi Jiho chimed in, starting to argue about practicality. These unromantic S-types, honestly. Starting today, I'm officially an MBTI believer. Baek Haewon had been unable to sit still since 5 o'clock. The teaser wasn't out until 6, but her heart had been pounding since the moment she woke up that morning. Much greater than been waiting for 6 o'clock for 180 million years now. Time is just crawling. Even after posting on SNS and replaying the highlight medley on a loop for an hour, she couldn't calm her trembling heart. And understandably so. For a refreshing idol group, a sports concept is a total cheat code. The highlight medley image even had stitching shaped like a baseball seam. And it even had dirt smudges in the corner. Please let there be slim fit or skinny pants, long socks, spandex uniforms. Baek Haewon spent the remaining time deep in prayer. As if in answer, A notification came from the Spark channel. Much greater than Spark P on a high note. OHN, official teaser. The teaser's main focus was Kang Keon. The sight of his face, dappled with the shadow of leaves as he glanced slightly upward, was striking. Even better, for a teaser, it was a full 50 seconds long. It was a generous runtime. Here we go, youth sports drama. With a thrilled heart, Beck Haywin clicked the thumbnail. The murmuring of a crowd and the sound of a large drum blended into the background audio. Kang Keon, walking down a tunnel inside the stadium, hesitated at the light pouring from the exit. The camera zoomed in on his back. 5 hands patted his back as they brushed past him. Is Keon the main? It was not like there was a designated main member for every album, but there were always members who got a particularly high level of focus. This time, it seemed to be Kang Keon. The moment Kang Keon stepped onto the sun-drenched field, the screen switched to a shot of the vast baseball field's grass and a group dance scene with the members in various baseball uniforms. The long socks Beck Haywin had been praying for were wrapped tightly around their calves. Kang Keon and Jong Songbin, standing at the center of the formation, smiled refreshingly as they performed a motion of adjusting their helmets. The sound of an aluminum bat hitting a ball rang out in Beck Haywin's head. Clang, clang. Kang Keon, who told you to roll up your t-shirt sleeves like that? Who told you to expose your shoulders and bare skin under the natural light? And Songbin, you're the older one. You should be keeping your dancing in check. But who told you to wear wristbands? Don't you know that if the wristbands on each wrist are different colors, the fangirls will find a way to assign meaning to it? Before she could even get a good look at the other members, the background changed again. This time, it was a locker room. Choi Ji-ho, sitting on a chair, took off his catcher's mitt and then, with his eyes closed, shook his head from side to side. Unlike the other members, the letter C was written on the chest of his uniform. The moment her eyes met Choi Ji-ho's, Beck Haywin unconsciously held her breath. In unmanned rest area, he had looked like a wild caveman. But it seemed the dignity of a royalty never went away. The screen changed from the group dance back to the baseball field. In what felt like a 3-second clip, Beck Haywin did not miss Kim Iwol's skin, which glowed even brighter under the natural light, Park Jua's brilliant dark gray eyes, and Lee Chong-hyun's seemingly longer legs. Kang Keon grabbed a rosin bag, dusting his hands with the powder. Facing the blowing wind, Kang Keon blew on the rosin on his hands. And Beck Haywin slammed her hand on the desk. If idols are going to start playing baseball, they should at least show us until the bottom of the ninth. Beck Haywin was indignant at UA's lack of business ethics. At the same time, she was absolutely ecstatic, which was to say, she loved the teaser. Whether or not a group was well known could often be seen from the number of comeback articles written about them. Unlike in the old days, when we had to write our own press releases, even just dropping a teaser this time brought out articles that reporters wrote on their own. Spark, the symbol of freshness, returns. To already be called the symbol of freshness felt a little excessive. And we hadn't even gone that far away. Even during the words I want to say era, we were pretty fresh, weren't we? Was the problem really turning Choi Ji-ho into a chain ghost? We gave him a good role this time, so it should be fine, right? While Jong Songbin checked my smartwatch records, I kept racking my brain. Just because there was more workload to do didn't mean I could forget the important things. I had to keep reminding myself. The current KPI was to successfully hold a concert, and as the system said, I could face difficulties if I didn't prioritize my main job. I can't let my guard down. I slowly composed my breathing. Jong Songbin, who had been monitoring my heart rate, gave me the okay sign. All right, let's practice again. At my words, the guys who had been resting gathered one by one. As I had ordered, the difficulty of the choreography was significantly higher. I never thought Spark's performances were easy before, but the amount of physical exertion this time far surpassed anything we'd done. Thanks to that, everyone's jawlines were getting sharper by the day, despite increasing their food intake. It was pitiful for even me to watch, especially Lee Chong-hyun. I didn't know what kind of resolve he'd made, but he had repeatedly torn apart, reassembled, flipped, and ground the song until the very last minute, leaving his soul completely threshed. His ability to memorize choreography in that state was simply amazing. Are you okay? It was so bad that even Choi Ji-ho was asking after his well-being. Lee Chonghyun smiled with a face that was gaunt but, at the same time, showed a mature charm beyond his years. Dear Sparklers, I think I finally understand what tragic beauty means. Once we wrap up this promotion successfully, how about we suggest a group vacation to the company? He loved group activities, so I casually threw it out there, and Lee Chonghyun took the bait immediately. A vacation? All of us together. We can go separately too. It's not mandatory. The most important thing is to rest when you can. No. I like group vacations. What about you guys? Kang Keon. At the mention of playing, Lee Chonghyun revived like the bean I had last watered. Let's go play in the water. Isn't it still the off-season around the time our promotions end? Oh my god, I'm so excited already. Jang Songbin barely managed to calm the bouncing Lee Chonghyun down. It seemed I'd have to submit a corporate card request form during the last week of promotions. The music video for On a High Note opens with Kang Keon transferring to a new school. Kang Keon struggled to adapt to the new environment and remained an outsider. On his lonely walk home, Choi Ji-ho stopped him by tugging on the strap of his bag from behind, and Park Ju-woo, with an arm casually draped over Choi Ji-ho's shoulder, watched Kang Keon with interest. In time with the beat, Kang Keon's voice flowed out. Challenges are scary. Kang Keon, in his summer uniform, stepped onto the mound and threw a pitch. The camera captured Jang Songbin standing with his arms crossed, Lee Chonghyun squatting next to him with his chin resting on a bat, and Kim Yiwol lying on the bench, watching Keon with just a slight turn of his head. Maybe because it's the first time. I keep hesitating. The fresh atmosphere and bright visuals complemented the overall high-pitched melody well. But the reason I can't stop is because this moment is so enjoyable. The clean voice of Kim Yiwol and the untainted voice of Jang Songbin filled the song in turn. The members' choreography, dressed in matching white uniforms, was cheerful and energetic. Despite the perfect precision in their steps as they bobbed their heads to the changing notes, there was a sense of ease. In the brightly color-corrected screen, Lee Chonghyun's light pink hair came alive vividly. The baseball cleats, hitting the beat with knife-like precision, stood out sharply against the green grass. Beginnings are difficult. Kang Keon slowly melted into the group. He impressed the strict vice-captain Jang Songbin by bringing him water, and he dragged the unmotivated Kim Yiwol back to practice. Like running on an unknown road, Choi Ji-ho took in every one of Kang Keon's small actions. In sync with the scene, Choi Ji-ho's part came on. Next, Kim Yiwol and Park Ju-woo sang their short lines in turn. But the reason I keep climbing endlessly is because this memory is so precious. As the team practiced through dust and dirt, the tournament bracket on the wall advanced upward, showing Spark reaching the finals. Because it makes my heart pound. With Park Ju-woo and Kim Yiwol's joint part as the background music, Choi Ji-ho, who had been contemplating in the locker room, took off his catcher's mitt as if having made a firm decision. Immediately after, the back of Kang Keon from the very beginning of the teaser appeared. His teammates patting his back in encouragement as they passed by, Kang Keon's feet stepping onto the field empowered by their support, and the hot, blazing sun were shown in rapid succession. As if doused in carbonated water, Lee Chonghyun's refreshing voice poured over the drums that were finally chopping the beat. Run, until I soar, until my ragged breath reaches my chin, until my whole body floats up. Paper confetti, announcing the opening ceremony, scattered from the sky. One-shots of the members who had successfully made it to the finals flashed by in turn. The fast tempo and rhythmic accompaniment, reminiscent of a cheering anthem, gave the feeling of watching a grand match. Under the blue sky and the floating clouds, shout loudly, while Jang Songbin and Park Ju-woo smoothly exchanged lyrics, heading toward the song's climax. Kang Keon stepped onto the most prominent spot on the field, the mound. Behind him, the members could be seen holding their defensive positions. Catching a ball that flew from straight ahead, Kang Keon's eyes shone. Choi Ji-ho put on his mitt and sat down. Having finished his preparations by fiddling with the rosin bag, Kang Keon gripped the ball. Dust kicked up from under his feet. Play ball. Taking his stance, Kang Keon threw the ball quickly. His beaming smile filled the screen, and then the scene changed to a part of the scoreboard, which showed they hadn't allowed 0 runs throughout the entire game. A whistle, as crisp as if it had been recorded for the track from the start, rang out in time with the chorus. The joyful expressions of the members were captured in slow motion. The dust that had covered the field floor was once again covered by confetti, rosin powder, and the members rushing toward Kang Keon. As the video neared its end, Kang Keon, sitting on his bed in a dark room, sent a message. Me, Hyung, why did you choose me as the starting pitcher? The song's instrumental played softly in the background. Captain, because you're good at baseball. Kang Keon's eyes couldn't leave the screen. As the camera pulled back, his packed bag for the expedition, an old uniform hanging on the wall, and old posters on the wall came into view one by one. Finally, when the camera had pulled back completely, all that remained on the screen was the darkened room where the objects were hard to identify in detail, and a single, small, bright light. And, with the final text signaling the conclusion, the music video finally came to an end. 320. Chapter 320, First Batter, 2. Much greater than you heinous bastards. Giving Captain Choi Ji-ho a sports concept? The eldest Choi Ji-ho? I can't stand for this. I'm going to sue. When I saw that he was the only one with a C on his uniform, I thought, could he be the captain? Described the heart of a sparkler when they realized it was true. 113 points. Ji-ho has always been the senior, though. You know how Yiwol is the heavenly eldest Hyung? It's a similar feeling. I don't get it, but I get it, and that's why it's funny. This newbie who became a fan after unmanned rest area is flustered. Choi Ji-ho, so this is who you are? Much greater than I did pray for Rose Quartz Chonghyun after we got Serenity Chonghyun last time, but I never thought he would actually arrive. I'm sorry for being a greedy otaku, but it's seriously so King cool. Chonghyun, you're the best. In the teaser, Burgundy Ji-ho was the most shocking, but after watching the MV, I can't forget Spring Cherry Blossom Chonghyun. Why go to a cherry blossom festival when you can just watch Lee Chonghyun in the OHN MV? Much greater than Song Bin, congrats on escaping the leader role. Even though you're the vice captain, this is how you distance yourself from power, one step at a time. I'm cheering for your retirement, but you can't retire from being an idol, got it? Isn't it funny how the kids all got roles that are weirdly opposite to their own personalities this time? I could handle sociable Juwoo and rebel Chonghyun, but lazy grasshopper Yiwol made me lose it. Never seen Yiwol lie around this much in an MV before. Much greater than am I the only one who can't get over the fit of these pants right now? Photo 1.png, Photo 2.png, Photo 3.png, Photo 4.png, Photo 5.png, Photo 6.png. Let's look at them together. Guess whose legs they are? Winner gets a free chance to stand Spark. Why are all these legs 8 feet long? Baseball is a beautiful sport after all. Why is the prize a chance to become a fan? I get it though. If I saw those legs, I'd become a fan too. So did the op become a fan? I've been a fan since debut. Sorry, didn't realize you were that loyal. What is this conversation? I'm being serious. Who's number 3? That's not an idol, that's an athlete. That's Ji-ho, the team's center. He's a fitness fanatic and does the Stairmaster for an hour, happy face, and he can lift a log by himself. Why suddenly mentioning a log? Everyone's thighs are few. I have a lot to say, but I'm holding back because I feel like I'll get banned if I say it. This is a real emergency. Who is number 4? That's Keon, the team's Magne. How can the Magne have that kind of power? Much greater than Spark's new song seems easy to listen to. It's not super easy listening, but it feels like the kind of song that will pop into your head often. For me, if I had to say, I'm slightly against this one. It feels too similar to their existing songs. To a sports fan, songs with this vibe are rare and good. There aren't many songs that give off this summer plus youth plus uplifting feeling. To the commenter above, listen to all of Spark's first and second album title tracks and B-sides. There's probably a lot you'd like. New posts poured in every time I refreshed the page. I read through the posts with a sense of pride. That's petty. Monitoring all by yourself. Our Chonghyun, are you confident your mentality won't break if you see hate comments? Can't you stop looking at those things too, Hyung? I'm kidding. We don't have many hate comments. After Kang Keon's hate comment file deletion incident and the counseling session, I had created my own set of guidelines. Things like not entering communities with an excessively high ratio of critical posts, and ignoring posts written by accounts whose sole purpose was continuous slander. Perhaps because of that, The number of aggressive posts that hit me in the gut had significantly decreased. After 7 years of taking in all the negativity at once, I decided not to add any more to the pile. Keon, people are saying we picked the right main character for our MV. I relayed the review results to the one who was forbidden from monitoring, but was simultaneously more curious about the reactions than anyone else. Much greater than I think Spark cast the center for their new MV really well. He's a perfect fit for the concept. Keon's face is so intriguing. He looks sharp as a knife, but there's a boy inside. Seeing him as center so often really shows how good of a dancer he is. Much greater than at Crow who cries whenever Keon looks perfect. Call, Kaya ah. This is amazing. They've been doing this every 5 minutes. At this point, wouldn't their account get suspended because people think they've been hacked? LOL. Much greater than Keon, whose ability to pull off concepts is insane for this title track. From the uniform to the summer school uniform to the tank top, there's nothing that doesn't suit him. It's certain that his personal color is Summer Boy. Our kid's personal color is Summer. Sparklers getting thrown off over the weirdest things. Kong Keon cleared his throat and turned his head away. He must be shy about compliments. A few speculative posts were added to the mix. Much greater than I just realized that OHN could also mean own a home now. Is it too much of a stretch to think this home is home plate? Our opponent is Kim Yiwol. You never know what kind of foreshadowing he might have sprinkled where, but I think that might be right. We usually call home base just home, right? Much greater than you know, there's a phrase end on a high note. The way the OHN MV finishes with end. Maybe the title tracks are connected to each other. Much greater than end could be a story about after their high school baseball days are over. If none of them are playing baseball anymore, I'll cry. I won't accept any ending other than all 6 of them making the national team. I'll stage a protest in front of UA. Thanks to this, it was fun to imagine how the atmosphere would change when the next teaser was released. Though, that was only possible if the next result turned out well. The earliest schedule is the radio show, and starting next week, there are music shows, fan signs, a fill-in for the worry-sharing session. And what else was there? The closer the promotion period got, the more packed my calendar became. The variety shows we were scheduled to appear on had also been more or less outlined. But with everything from fill-in gigs to additional casting offers, it was like going through the ordeal of forcing more books onto an already full bookshelf. Normally, projects ended once they were announced. But in the world of idols, the project began with the announcement. It had been over a year since our debut, but I still couldn't quite get used to it. In this state, will I be able to handle all the issues that will arise in the future? Now that I had learned that trying to solve everything in the world by myself was just a form of stubbornness, wasn't it time to ask others for help? That was what I thought. The most trustworthy person in Spark was Jong Songbin. As I had originally planned, I considered recruiting Songbin in preparation for Choi Jiho's injury. But, members, before we start practice again, I have one announcement to share. Watching Songbin gather the members as soon as the break was about to end, I cleanly gave up on that idea. I couldn't add another burden to a kid who was already so busy. Manager Chan Young was busy, and Ms. Jukyung was even busier. If Manager Dan wasn't in his adjustment period, I would have tried cautiously asking him. No matter how much I thought about it, there was no suitable person. If only Assistant Manager Huang or Manager Song were here at a time like this. No, if Manager Song came, we'd turn into a co-ed group. In any case, there was no time to dwell on adjusting. Seeing how busy I got even after regressing, maybe I was just born with the fate of having to work a lot. I wrote, "Find a solution" in my journal planner and got up from my seat. It was no exaggeration to say that an idol's rise and fall depended on their concept. At least, that was what One Chai thought. How many groups had ruined their careers with ridiculous concepts? Long ago, the group One Chai had liked had also brought an absurd celebrity concept that made her lose all affection for them. At least until now, Spark hadn't had such issues. Spark had a knack for picking only what suited them and making it their own. They had given some variations in between, like with Mission or Winter Night, but the framework was similar, because they shared the keyword of youth. Perhaps that was why, in the case of their new song, On a High Note, the song was good as always, but the music video concept is a bit of a letdown. For One Chai, a seasoned veteran in the stagnant idol scene, it was a bit disappointing. Sure, her boys' sports concept was special, but this market had already seen countless sports circulate, including basketball, soccer, and American football. Hadn't Spark themselves even performed a volleyball concept on IDC? Moreover, theories were already circulating among fans that the other title track, End, would be connected to the previously released song. This made it highly likely that End would also be a youth sports story. It would have been nice if they'd added more variation, like they did with the agent concept for Mission. Perhaps because her expectations were high, a sense of disappointment followed. With those faces, those physiques, and that talent, wasn't it a waste to only do youth concepts? She knew that high school didn't last forever, and once you moved into an adult image, it was hard to circle back. Still, the one who loves more is always the one who loses. In her life as a fan, Chahi tried not to forget that fact. There were already too many fans who'd gotten hurt for being the only ones truly sincere. She had used her precious vacation days to go all the way to the Taejun event, so she had done her part. I will like them only as much as I can, and I won't expect anything more from idols than their main job. From the moment she decided to become a Spark fan, Chahi had stuck to this principle, separate from the matter of beating up the agency when they did something stupid. So, she could turn a blind eye to a bit of concept overlap. If it came to that, someone at UA, sadly, most likely Kim Yiwol, would see the post complaining about it getting stale and come up with a fix anyway. Inwardly, she thought, well, do I have to watch the teaser right when it comes out? But it wasn't like she had anything better to do. Her life was all about work and fangirling. Was that okay? After a moment's thought, Chahi concluded that it was all meaningless and opened the teaser that had just been uploaded. A sound like a sandstorm, something you'd hear in a movie set in the desert, came from her phone. The screen became hazy with sand, as if she had just returned from an outing on a day with severe yellow dust. Soon after, the figure of a person, making their way through a massive sandstorm, came into view. 321. Chapter 321, Second Batter. A man in a helmet that looked like it belonged on a spacesuit stopped between collapsed buildings and a brown-hued street. He then opened a tattered bag and took out a paper that had been folded many times. As he unfolded the ragged paper, the words National Expressway Map could be seen in the corner. The man's hand, wearing a thick glove, wiped the glass of his helmet, revealing Choi Ji-ho's eyes. A low-toned voice settled on the floor like old dust. The sun is setting. Choi Ji-ho glanced back and forth between the paper and a sign in front of him. Behind the half-bent sign, nothing was visible. Just as he was looking around with an annoyed expression, an orange light turned on in a device attached to his hip. Choi Ji-ho turned around to see a sandstorm rolling in from the distance. The wind whipped at the hem of his clothes. It was like a scene from a movie. Wherever I go, all that remains are empty cities, eternal silence, and traces of people. Kong Keon's voice, adding to the parched feeling, blended with the scene. A hand reached out from the smoke and grabbed the elbow of Choi Ji-ho, who was hastily clutching the map. All that was visible was a motorcycle glove. Without knowing who was leading him, Choi Ji-ho relied on the silhouette and the strong grip to plunge into the smoke with them. If only for a day, I could be swept up in a crowd and blend in. After a solo shot of Choi Ji-ho perched in a narrow space filled with junk, the screen returned to the smoke, showing Choi Ji-ho arriving in an underground bunker as a massive steel door closed behind him. Kong Keon, who had taken off his gas mask, removed his gloves and brushed his hair with his bare hands. Then, using an air compressor near the entrance, he meticulously blew the dust off his and Choi Ji-ho's bodies. The narrow space grew wider the further they went inside. Finally, when they opened an inner door, a small, rectangular hideout was revealed. The gazes of Park Ju-woo, in a tattered long-sleeved shirt, who was organizing food supplies, and Jong Song-bin, in worn-out overalls, who was checking materials, turned toward the unfamiliar outsider. Lee Chong-hyun, who had just woken up from under a pile of cloth, and Kim Yiwol, who was reading a thick book while wearing cracked glasses, reacted in much the same way. Whenever the gauge lit up red, the 6 boys would eat the preserved food stored in the bunker. Or, with the map Choi Ji-ho had brought and his explanations, they would dream about whether somewhere out there a better place might still exist. If I could not be alone, if all the stars were my friends. Lying among his sleeping members, Park Ji-woo opened his eyes alone. Reflected in his deep, unreadable eyes was a star chart drawn on the bunker's ceiling. The camera quickly zoomed in on one of the countless stars. It transitioned to a shot of Kim Yiwol trapped in a small space, giving the illusion that he was inside the star. Kim Yiwol, sitting on a wooden ladder in a space surrounded by tall books, looked intelligent and noble. It was clear that for the individual cuts, they had tried to maintain a similar color palette to the drama scenes while highlighting each member's unique characteristics as much as possible. From within the narrow stacks that seemed to be filled with the smell of old books, Kim Yiwol looked up at the sky. His following part represented his inner thoughts, until the very last end. A new place. In search of hope. On the day the detector showed a green light for the first time since Choi Ji-ho's arrival at the bunker, the members put on their well-worn protective suits and ran outside. They ran into a forest, as far away from human settlements as possible, to a place untouched by the city's civilization. Beyond the forest was a wide-open sea. I leave on an endless journey. In front of the night sea, the members took off their protective gear one by one. With clumsy hands, Choi Ji-ho carefully unzipped his work jumpsuit, which had been zipped up to his neck. Choi Ji-ho took off his helmet. The sound of the waves, previously unheard, rushed in with the music. It felt as if the waves were being captured in Choi Ji-ho's eyes. His matured expressiveness, more so than when he had appeared in his agency senior's music video, pulled one Chae further in. Lee Chong-hyun, after checking if there was any gas left in a lighter he'd found on the beach, lit a small sparkler. Park Ji-woo held the crackling sparkler and went to the water's edge, watching the flame reflect on the surface. Jong Songbin sat next to him, twirling his wrist and watching the sparks leave trails in the air. Choi Ji-ho sat down next to Kim Yiwol, who was lying with his head on a log and his eyes closed, enjoying the sea breeze. He then watched his friends playing, tossing a deflated ball back and forth. When Lee Chong-hyun waved and called out to them, Kim Yiwol rose to his feet. But Choi Ji-ho didn't move. So Kang Ki-on reached out his hand to him. In this harsh environment, happy days became increasingly rare. The food dwindled, and the detector glowed only red, making day and night meaningless. And one day, a certain news story came on the radio, which only worked occasionally when its corner was tapped. The members gazed wistfully at the dates they'd carved into the wall, or silently stroked the trinkets they'd collected, finishing their quiet goodbyes. Just before falling asleep, lying side by side in the cramped bunker, Choi Ji-ho asked the person next to him, Kang Ki-on, a question. His voice was drowned out by the music. Kang Ki-on simply answered with a smile. The next day, when the detector glowed green for the first time in a long while. Just like that early summer night, the members cast off their protective gear and ran along the beach as the sun was just beginning to set. They dipped their feet into the sea they had never entered and shouted at the top of their lungs. Sand flew in all directions every time they kicked off the ground. A calm melody, contrasting with their bright faces, played with Jong Songbin's voice. But if the end really comes, rain began to fall on everyone as they played. A downpour on a clear day. The raindrops falling on the murky, jade-colored surface of the water glittered like crystals in the sunlight. The sea was carved out like a giant jewel. The boundaries between the sky, the rain, and the waves blurred together. I will remain here, in the desert, and watch the setting sun. A drenched Kang Ki-on shook the rainwater from his hair. He then took Choi Ji-ho's damp hand and pulled. In the distance, the other members were gesturing toward the two of them. The sea of sand, where the sunset glows. On the walkie-talkie of the jumpsuit Choi Ji-ho had taken off, a green light flickered faintly. It was the last light seen before the screen went dark. On a high note. Thus, one story came to an end. Beautifully. Asterisk. Spark's first ever post-apocalyptic music video was revolutionary in many ways. Much greater than the last. Remaining bit of humanity in a world destroyed by humankind? How can you not cry watching this? We said we wanted cyberpunk, not life gauges punctured with pain, sir. So it was a full album, huh? You guys really went for the jugular. But hey, you ground your teeth so hard, there won't be any left. Much greater than how could they show us a music video like this and name it. Let's end on a high note. Unforgivable. I'm going to sue. It's good, but it's sad. I'm happy, but I'm crying. What even is my heart? Was the dirt-smudged baseball background in the highlight medley all for this? Oh, please don't. Please no. Much greater than alright, cut, good work everyone. Let's all go grab a meal. Mr. Keon, your emotional range was amazing. Don't forget to grab your coffees. And make sure you haven't left any belongings behind. Opie, are you crying? LOL, I feel you. I'm in the same sobbing meme state right now. Much greater than say they're not dead. Say that after enduring together, they happily greeted a day of world peace. There's room to interpret it as a happy ending, right? The walkie-talkie light didn't turn red, there was a rainbow. From ancient times, the rainbow has symbolized longevity. There's no basis for this, but let's just go with that. Sparklers, starting today, we're launching a campaign to recycle diligently. We cannot give our boys a future of a destroyed Earth. Much greater than there are more people who think it's a sad ending than I thought. I thought it was a solid happy ending. The cause of the destruction was pollution from fine dust, but there was rain all over the world. That's right, I thought it was a happy ending too. Much greater than is it for real that the items in this music video were, not that they ever weren't, planned by Yiwol. In OHN, Jiho brings Keon in. That was inspired by the fact that Keon said he came to UA because of Jiho. Now I finally understand the saying, educated perverts are the scariest, from watching Yiwol. In end, Keon bringing Jiho to the bunker is just the narrative reversed, right? Just checking in case there's a behind-the-scenes story I don't know. Reversing the narrative is also right, but yeah, during their trainee days, Keon always wanted to practice with Jiho if there was a group practice. Both stories aren't ones that were left as self-produced content or videos, but they were important to the formation of Spark, so they recorded them in a different way. Then the muted question in end must be, why did you bring me here? Since it's the same narrative with just the characters swapped. This has to be it. Much greater than summary post, role breakdown in Sparks, and MV. Some of this is compiled from other sources, so it might not be 100% accurate, but I tried to pick the most plausible ones plus the ones with a lot of likes. There are too many clues and Easter eggs. I'll make a separate post for those. Yiwol, researcher, researches survival methods, designs the bunker, manages equipment. The reason he kept lowering his glasses or squinting when reading was a setting that they weren't his own glasses and the prescription was wrong. Jiho, survivor, the last human from a populated area, geography expert. The reason the kids gather to listen to Jiho is because he's an outsider who can tell them stories about the world outside the forest bunker and the nearby sand desert. Songbin, manager, the leader of the bunker. Literally the person who manages everything in the bunker. Songbin also has the authority to open the bunker door when the members go out. Juwoo, food manager, especially related to plants, spends most of his time preserving food, such as selecting what the members bring back or making dried food inside the bunker. Plus, it said he was purposely given this role because Juwoo himself is a plant enthusiast. Chonghyun, scout, in charge of procuring food, checking the surrounding environment. The members take turns going out, but Chonghyun is often shown moving at night. This was also taken from his habit of often working late at night. Keon, scout, main role is the same as Chonghyun's, mainly active during the day, and the scout who travels the farthest. If you look at the activity range drawn on the bunker wall, Keon's is the widest. When he choreographs, and in general, the members often say that Keon has a wide perspective and tends to see the big picture, and it seems that was reflected here. I tried my best to gather all this based on member interviews plus live comments. Everyone please listen to end and on a high note a lot. Additionally, the role reversal moments in OHN. Yiwol, all-night researcher lazy bum. Jiho, outsider seasoned third-year captain. Songbin, generous leader who accepts outsiders prickly vice captain. Juwoo, quiet plant research enthusiast super sociable senior. Chonghyun, loyal friend who works at night for his colleagues, ill-tempered delinquent. Keon, explorer with a wide perspective pitcher who only sees the mitt. Had to separate the magnes due to character limit. Addendum, the bunker scene from above shaped like a home plate. The digital music scores, album sales, and buzz were all incomparable to last year. Thanks to the synergy created by the two music videos being separate yet intertwined, it wasn't hard to find analysis videos and overseas reaction videos. I was worried there wouldn't be much to see even though it's a full album. I could finally relax. Looking beside me, it seemed Lee Chong-hyun felt the same way, as he was melting into the sofa with his head hanging off it at an awkward angle. That kid had insisted on releasing a revised version of Winter Night, which he had clung to until the very end in the last album. In a way, it was a dedicated remix for the album buyers. The music video, into which we had poured our entire budget, the aesthetically pleasing album design, the visual beauty that shone even through the dust, and the music that was nothing short of perfect. On top of all that, there wasn't even the common issue of shipping delays. Everything was perfect. Everything is turning out better than I could have imagined. Right? It's such a relief, said Lee Chong-hyun as he melted like cheese, patting his chest. It is at times like these that one must not let their guard down. Hyung, why don't you go get some rest? You need to turn off your brain every once in a while. Lee Chong-hyun chided. But life is a series of crises. If you let your guard down, you never know when or where something might happen. I tucked a cushion into the spot under his waist and reviewed the issues I had written down in my journal planner. And I muttered to myself, work, brain, you've rested enough until now. Or so I said. Much greater than at @SPARC_official. Spark's multi-talented eldest member, Yiwol's Ask Me Anything, is back after a year. Party popper. If you've had any questions for Yiwol, now's your chance. Please leave your questions in the comments by September 3rd, Tuesday, at midnight KST pencil. Example. Q. What is Yiwol's favorite number? We look forward to Sparkler's fiery participation fire. Shopsign Stpakus Sobsign Spark Sobsignior. Hashtag Yiwol Sobsign Kini Sobsign Q&A. 322. Chapter 322. Promotion Start 1. The first place we visited after making our comeback was Polo's radio show. This time, instead of the sparkly name headbands, we wore arrow headbands with our names attached in fluorescent-colored paper on a black background. Spark, you've all come in with new headbands today, haven't you? We rewatched the broadcast we were on, and the visibility of the last headbands was a little lacking. This is version 2. At my words, Polo let out a burst of laughter. Above his head, the golden headband we had gifted him before bobbed up and down. Oh dear, I can't believe I came in wearing the old version, not even knowing a new one had been released. Knowing that might happen, we brought one for you too. Park Ju-woo rummaged around and pulled out a new headband. A headband that read Polonym was handed to its owner. Why am I the only one with 2 arrows? Is this a seniority perk? It's the utmost courtesy we can show to the host who invited us. I'm genuinely curious. Where did you learn to say things like that, Mr. Yiwol? I'm self-taught. Polo wiped away a tear. I wasn't sure which part he found so funny, but since the host was satisfied, I decided to consider it a good start. At the beginning of the second part, where the guests appeared, we were supposed to have some time to promote the album under the guise of sharing life updates. But, since it seemed like half the listeners were Spark fans and the other half were ordinary people listening to the radio on their way home from work, instead of giving a music show-style album introduction, we decided to just chat about the album's key features. After all, a general listener wouldn't be curious about the tempo and genre of a title track from an idol group making a one-time appearance. We need to be alarmed about the desertification of the earth. I'm telling you, even though we wore different outfits for the music video shoot, when we got back to the dorm, the shoe rack was covered in sand. Lee Chong-hyun said with the most serious expression on his face. Park Ju-woo, with a sad face, gave a nod of agreement. But I think the most moving part is that friendship can overcome all of it. Human greed led us to destroy the environment for civilization's sake, but the desire to be together is also a kind of greed. It just depends on where the heart is pointed. When asked what he liked most about the comeback track, Kang Keon launched into a whole speech. Not only did he read the continuity script diligently, but he even analyzed it. It was something impossible without a genuine passion for one's job. Opening the album we gifted him, Polo examined its contents and then grabbed the microphone. You played the bass, Mr. Yiwol? Yes, I participated as a session musician for just the 2 title tracks. If I had as much musical talent as Lee Chong-hyun, I would have tried to do something with the B-sides as well. Unfortunately, coming up with and recording bass riffs for 2 songs was my limit. I'd like to take this opportunity to give a round of applause to the creator of Spark's music, the electronic maestro, the source of unending inspiration, Mr. Lee Chonghyun. You're very talented, Mr. Yiwol. At this rate, won't you be on TV someday as a master artisan of something? That might just happen, Choi Ji-ho chimed in. As if I had time to polish any kind of craftsmanship. Every day's a crisis, just keeping myself together. Oblivious to my inner turmoil, Lee Chonghyun went on and on about the bass, a topic no one would find interesting. The song end is a two-bass track. A single bass line would have been fine for completing the song. But when I said I wanted to bring out the music video's concept of wanting to escape the post-apocalyptic setting, Yiwol Hyung added a line where he plays the notes with breaks to match Morse code. It was by no means an easy task. The amount of message that could be included was limited, and at the same time, the irregular plucking had to be adjusted so that it wouldn't sound jarring when listening to the music. I printed out dozens of versions with tiny, nail-sized modifications to the Morse code. I had lost count of how many rounds of trial and error it took. Oh, could you explain that part in a little more detail? Yes. It might be difficult to distinguish the two lines by pitch alone, so to give you a hint, the Morse code line quotes a passage from a classic novel. It might be fun to try and find the line with a unique rhythm. Could you tell our listeners what the passage is? Or will this part remain a secret? At Polo's question, I glanced over at Lee Chonghyun. Better to let the bilingual kindergarten alum handle this one than the cram school TOEIC pro. To let you have the fun of finding it yourselves, I'll just tell you the last sentence. The phrase is, wait for a time, exactly under the star. There were comments saying the bass line was unique, but no one guessed the exact reason, so it was a bit disappointing. It's nice to have it revealed like this. Park Ju added his thoughts with a smile. Still, if no one noticed, that meant the trick had failed. They say a joke is ruined the moment you have to start explaining why it's funny. I must strive to avoid such humiliation next time. That's right. Recently, a lot more idols have been mentioning Spark. Really? Of course. All Over appeared 2 weeks ago. They told me to let you know they're big fans and always keep up with your work. They said they're really enjoying Spark's promotions. Is what I was thinking. But there's no time for that. Which legs are these druggy group members latching onto now? Asterisk. Just because I had a dedicated team didn't mean all my work disappeared. It couldn't be helped. I had to fulfill my role as a producing member as ordered by the system, and I also had to achieve the KPIs. However, separate from this, there were times I had to push back against the dedicated team. It was to avoid getting entangled with problematic groups. No company would accept an unreasonable demand like, one of our peers is a potential criminal, and we don't want our reputation to suffer by getting involved with them. So let's change our work hours. I'd be lucky if my own reputation wasn't tarnished for slandering others. It also didn't help that All Over wasn't a group big enough for people to go out of their way to avoid. If those guys were superstars, the dedicated team would have adjusted our comeback schedules on their own so they wouldn't overlap. So, until midnight on the day before Spark's annual schedule was released, I read press releases from All Over's agency and various other groups, checking the timing of their artist releases one by one to gauge their comeback schedules. To create my own team schedule, I ended up creating schedules for other teams as well. Thanks to these tear-jerking efforts, Spark hadn't had to cross paths with All Over Group since IDC, except for major events. Even this time, how much trouble had I gone through to stick to a May comeback, while ensuring our schedules didn't overlap with All Over's, and choosing a date that would allow for stable album planning and production? And now these bastards decide to screw me over with a time delay attack? My blood boiled. All Over Sunbanems, you say? Jong Songbin gave a polite reaction. It seemed he remembered me telling him to stay away from All Over during IDC. Only Polo, oblivious to the situation, was beaming at the thought of making friends for Spark. All Over has members who compose too, you know. They said they were really inspired by watching Mr. Chonghyun. You don't have a separate crew or anything, do you, Mr. Chonghyun? No, Ji-ho Hyung and I started out on the streets. Are those the same thing? Choi Ji-ho retorted dubiously. He sure made, coming from the street, sound fancy. Though for being from that side, both of them were far too handsome. Watching the cheerful-looking Polo, the blank-faced Choi Ji-ho, and the 4 fidgety members, I gritted my teeth. I'm sorry, but All Over Sunbanems are a no-go for my boys. Huh. Polo looked at me, who had slammed on the gas out of nowhere. Calm down, Kim Yiwol. Speak sincerely and seriously, but don't ruin the mood. You can do this. After putting Jong Songbin through so much during the worry-sharing session, you should know how to control yourself by now. It's because I don't have any friends. If these guys make new ones, I'll be in trouble. We already have too many social butterflies in the group. If they all get new friends, I'll end up all alone. You have no idea how hard it was to wrap my increasingly serious tone in humor. Honestly, I'm not even sure if it was wrapped well, but whatever. Mr. Yiwol, what do you mean you don't have friends? You have Mr. Jiho, and you're close with the Berrien members too. I'm a greedy person, so I'm only satisfied when I have everything. I want everyone to think of me as their best friend. Please, think of this as saving one lost soul, and let it go. At my solemn denunciation, Polo laughed until he was out of breath. Jong Songbin's eyes flashed a message that said, "Do we really have to go this far?" But we did have to go this far. Otherwise, after all that work stopping Lee Chonghyun from turning to painkillers, he'd just get caught up in some ridiculous controversy instead. Seeing my desperation, Polo left a voice message for all over saying, "Let's protect Mr. Yiwol's friends." I, too, said I was sorry for being a petty person and that I hoped we could meet during their comeback. Not that I'd ever let that happen. You can say anything if you don't mean it. My back was damp with sweat. It was the most nerve-wracking radio show I'd been on since debut. Staring at the open delivery box in front of her, Won Chae was lost in thought. In her hand was an unopened album. It wasn't her first time buying albums by the box for fan sign event raffles. If she bought this many, she could complete her photo card collection without any trades, unless her luck was absolutely terrible. There was just one thing that was different from usual. Won Chae was holding one album, still sealed. Should I give this to Assistant Manager Yeo or not? There's always that one person you can't forget from work. For Won Chae, it was Assistant Manager Yeo, someone you respect so much you actually want to get closer to, not just as colleagues. Usually, she'd just send a coffee gift card or buy a drink to say thanks. But this time she'd had the thought, since she said she liked the song, should I give her an album? She was probably just trying to make small talk. Don't jump the gun. You're a working adult. Won Chae pulled the mask of society, which she had almost let slip, back over her face. Then, for tomorrow's workday that she wasn't looking forward to at all, she slowly pulled her blanket up. 323, Chapter 323, Promotion starts, too. As if to make Won Chae's deep worries meaningless, a familiar group name came from the lips of Assistant Manager Yeo as they went out for lunch together. I listened to Spark's radio show yesterday, you know? Pardon. I turned on the radio on my way home from work, and they came on. I sometimes listen to the radio show that Polo hosts. Assistant Manager Yeo said she was happy to hear a familiar name while she was driving. I heard they have a new song. Out, right? I heard it too. What did you think? Did you like it? 2 songs were released, and I liked the one with the shorter title more than the one with the long title. They were all good singers. It seemed she had heard Sparks in live performance. That's Spark for you, Chae thought. If someone as kind as Assistant Manager Yeo had said something like, I guess they weren't feeling their best yesterday, huh? Won Chae would have wanted to quit the fandom immediately. They said a song I like is also on this album. Have you heard it, Miss Chae? I heard it's not released on music streaming sites. Yes, I listened to it yesterday. Should I buy one too? Are idol albums expensive? Seeing her set down her chopsticks, as if she might look it up, Won Chae hurriedly cut in. Would you like me to give you one? I have a new, unopened one. Huh. Assistant Manager Yeo's eyes widened. A mistake. She had momentarily forgotten that ordinary people didn't buy 2 copies of the same album. However, her senior truly was a person without prejudice. Then lunch is on me today, judging by her reaction. The next day, Won Chae gifted the new album to Assistant Manager Yeo. That evening, she received several private messages. Fitting, Assistant Manager Yeo Hannah. Chae, thanks so much for the album. I'll enjoy listening to the songs. And I got a picture of the most handsome member. Photo. If it's one you don't have, should I bring it for you tomorrow? She couldn't remember the last time she'd spoken to someone who called a photo card a picture. Won Chae chose her words very carefully. Her seasoned working adult persona kicked in. Me. It's all right, hee. Do you like the picture? A reply came back shortly after. Fitting, Assistant Manager Yeo Hannah. Yes, the boys are so cute. This is the first time I've ever had an idol album. Me. I'm honored, hee. Assistant Manager Yeo said she would treasure the picture and even sent a proof shot of the photo card tucked neatly back into the album. Storing it like that would leave an imprint from the photo card on the paper, but seeing her cherish such a small gift made one Chahi happy. The ones who suffered the most, thanks to the title tracks having polar opposite concepts, were the stylists. From the sheer volume of clothes and props lined up for just 6 people, you could feel their conviction that our boys must look their absolute best. I could only feel grateful. As he fastened the buckle on the suspenders crossing his chest, Choi Jiho asked, "Did you bring that coloring book thing again today?" "The coloring book? I finished that ages ago." Photographer Kim had no time for coloring. To take 300 pictures, each of them in baseball uniforms, relaxing in the waiting room, and in mechanic outfits, he'd even be willing to snap the colored pencils he already owned. All the members' complexions were glowing. The intensified skincare routine from shooting a cosmetics ad had really paid off. It was to the point where I wondered if it was possible for human pores to be this invisible. And this time, in particular, there was one more element that the fans would love. Taking a mirror selfie? Let's get one with Chonghyun, too. Just one. Correction. 131. After enduring both physical and mental growing pains, Lee Chonghyun had finally crossed over into the tall lineup. He'd grown enough to be eye level with me. Maybe I should have just agreed to be friends on our first anniversary. Lee Chonghyun muttered, loud enough for me to hear, as he fixed his bangs. I told you to do whatever you wanted. You're the one who refused. Back then, I didn't know I'd grow this much. Looking in the mirror, Lee Chonghyun flashed his ultimate idol smile and said, I'm going to keep growing like this and become friends with Jiho Hyung, too. What do you think? You want to be friends with Choi Jiho? Wouldn't he be a great friend to have? Feels like he could protect me no matter what happens. So dependable. Is that a friend? That's a bodyguard. A true friend is someone who can do anything for the other person. If that's what a friend is, then I don't have any. Friends. You never had friends to begin with, Hyung. You already announced it publicly on the radio. What's with the sudden realization? Lee Chonghyun truly didn't lose a single word of the argument. No, this was beyond not losing. It was a landslide victory. Chonghyun's really growing up well. I'm jealous, Jong Songbin said with a bitter expression. Coming from someone who had already hit 180 centimeters, that was rich. Beside him, Park Ju-woo earnestly comforted his friend. Hyung, I had taken my fill of pictures and was about to check them when Kang Kian called out to me. Yeah, what's up? By any chance, do you know of a technique to replace your knees? Despite the nonsense he was spouting, Kang Kian's expression was dead serious. You know everything, Hyung. I'm sure there's some kind of not yet well-known growth plate replacement surgery or something. Kian, calm down. How can I calm down? I'm the only one who hasn't passed 180 centimeters. Kian, it's your turn for a makeup touch-up. His lament was short-lived. At the sound of the staff member's voice calling for him, Kang Kian had to sit meekly in the chair. Even as the purple clips were being pinned to his bangs, Kang Kian didn't stop talking. My growth spurt is going to end soon. What do I do? Should I start jump roping every day? Can't you give me permission to go out at night? I kept my mouth shut. And instead of trying to console the kid, I just patted Kang Kian on the shoulder. Your height has already shown miraculous growth. You've already triumphed over your past self. Give some praise to those knees of yours for doing their best. For as long as Pyongdae had known them, Spark was always in high spirits. They were physically fit, but they also had a habit of rallying one another, boosting each other's spirits. It was a refreshing experience to see a team or organization function so well. Many factors likely contributed to the team's good atmosphere. Everyone was diligent in their work and never shirked their responsibilities. Their mindset was positive, too. In his time as their manager, Pyongdae had never heard them say things like, we're never going to make it. And this was a rather unfortunate part. They never showed that they were struggling. The member who came for painkillers, Kim Yiwol, was a prime example. This was already the second time today that he had asked for headache medicine. It was due to his chronic migraines. Since the start of their full-fledged comeback prep, Kim Yiwol hadn't gone a single day without taking headache medicine. The company and hospital had tried hard to stop him, worried about liver damage from long-term use, and eventually they reached a kind of agreement. He would take a maximum of 3 pills a day, and only when received from his manager. Worried that Kim Yiwol might take expired medicine if he bought them in bulk. Pyongdaen made sure to always buy individually packaged pills. Once he realized Kim Yiwol's medication period was getting longer, he even took him to the hospital to get a proper diagnosis and switched to a medication that was less taxing on his body. Nevertheless, it didn't ease his worries. From what Pyongdaen had seen, Kim Yiwol had a high threshold for pain. If someone like that needed to rely on pills, how bad must it be? It was clear he wasn't addicted. He held out until he couldn't keep his expression under control anymore. If the other members were professionals in front of the camera, Kim Yiwol was a professional even in front of the company staff. Once his eyebrows gave that tiny twitch a couple of times, without fail, he would come over and ask for headache medicine. Should I book a hospital appointment for you during a break between recordings? Pyongdaen asked in a low voice. Kim Yiwol shook his head. I think I'll be fine for the rest of the day if I take one now. Thank you for your concern. Kim Yiwol politely held out both his hands. Despite being much taller than Pyongdaen, Kim Yiwol always used both hands when receiving something from him. It felt unsettling to place the painkillers onto his pale hand. I'll get you some water. You should lie down. It's okay. I still have some water left from earlier. Kim Yiwol smiled and shook his tumbler. The other members, seeing Pyongdaen and Kim Yiwol in the corner, started to gather around them one by one. Lee Chonghyun spoke with a worried expression. You're taking another one? You already had one this morning. This will be the last one for today. Kim Yiwol unwrapped the pill and took it. The wrapper was about to go into his pants pocket, but ultimately ended up in Kang Kyon's hand, which was held out in front of him. Get some sleep after the pre-recording. I'll clear the sofa for you. I can't. My voice will get raspy. 2 stages in one day is rough. The members gathered in a circle, putting their heads together. Perhaps uncomfortable with the atmosphere, Kim Yiwol waved his hands, shooing them away. Go do your own thing. Don't worry about others. This Hyung is at it again. Lee Chonghyun chided. Kim Yiwol awkwardly avoided his gaze. The biggest reason Spark looked so close-knit was probably because of how thoroughly they took care of one another. Pyongdaen found that very admirable. But on the other hand, it also meant they had so much to deal with that they had to take care of each other this way, which always left a bitter aftertaste. Kim Yiwol's eyes, which had been blinking slowly, turned towards Pyongdaen. Had he stared too long? Feeling self-conscious, Pyongdaen straightened when Kim Yiwol approached. Manager. Yes. Kim Yiwol smiled gently. It was a smile that eased people's hearts. Thank you always. He could feel the sincerity in those eyes, which were deeper than his dark-dyed black hair. It must be a hassle, but you always take such good care of me. Kim Yiwol was a kind person. Even now, he was deliberately adding more words so that Pyongdaen, who was struggling to find a reply, wouldn't feel awkward. It's my job. Still, Pyongdaen had lived his life believing that one should work hard at their given tasks, that it was the proper thing to do as a healthy member of society. But when Kim Yiwol, who was so much younger than him, told him that his efforts were not something to be taken for granted, when he always told him thank you, how could he possibly not be affected? No. Thank you, Mr. Yiwol. At Pyongdaen's words, Kim Yiwol's eyes widened. It was the clueless expression that fans often compared to X. Thanks to you, I gain a lot of strength while I work. Pyongdaen said. Kim Yiwol seemed a little flustered, but he didn't look upset. 324. Chapter 324, Promotion Start, 3. Monitoring their music show stages was also part of a manager's duties. When it was Spark's turn, Pyongdaen and Im Chan-young would stand in a corner of the set with their phones, recording the performance. Afterward, they would check for things like choreography mistakes or any potential hazards on stage. When the members returned to the waiting room, they gathered in groups of 3 around the phones held by Im Chan-young and Pyongdaen. They spent more time reviewing the rehearsal for End, scheduled for the live broadcast that evening, than they did for the pre-recorded on a high note. So they were trying hard to focus on the video, but Lee Chonghyun, get your hair out of the way. My bad. My passion for monitoring was so overwhelming that I couldn't control my hair. Hyung, can we watch from the very beginning? Their screens were completely covered by the younger member's hair. For a moment, Pyongdaen seriously considered whether he should switch to a phone with a bigger screen. As Park Ji-woo requested, Pyongdaen played the video again from the beginning. Choi Ji-ho, now with the tone down. Yue taught Pyongdaean so many new words. Burgundy hairstyle opened the intro of the performance. Fitting the dark and heavy mood of the song, the choreography was powerful. The camera work for the part where they traced a line with their fingertips from their lower lip, down their neck, to the middle of their chest was also superb. The way Jiho Hyung unzipped his jacket to his solar plexus is just evil. Absolutely evil. Why? It's cool. I'm just saying, we should spare a thought for the dignity of the sparklers who will be watching this with their families during dinner time. Lee Chonghyun, Park Ju-woo, and Kang Keon chattered nonstop. If he hadn't seen their sparkling eyes, Pyongdaean wouldn't have known they were concentrating on the monitoring. At the part where they did a half-turn to face away from the camera, glanced down, and did a wave, Lee Chonghyun even clapped his hands in reaction. Whoa, Kang Keon. Be quiet. Kang Keon blushed. Keon, you look great. It was really cool. Pyongdaean added. It wasn't just because he'd seen him practicing day and night. During this promotion, Kang Keon had a captivating charm that drew people in. The ever-polite Kang Keon couldn't bring himself to chide Pyongdaean as well. At times like this, they seemed just like kids their age. Though less bulky than the older members, the three younger members still had great physiques. You could tell by how their shoulders filled out the roomy, beige uniform-style suits they were wearing. In the case of Park Ju-woo and Lee Chonghyun, who were thin for their height, the area below their collarbones hollowed when they bent over, but the shape of their arms revealed beneath their sleeves and the line of their legs, which could be discerned through their pants, compensated for any part that might have otherwise looked frail. And the favorite topic of conversation for these two, who possessed such great physiques, was debating which waiting room had the most comfortable sofa they had ever sat on. Then there was Kang Keon. Even while receiving praise for every fancam video for exuding his unique, mature atmosphere whenever he danced, the way he would mumble his words next to his hyungs or friends made him seem just like a little kid. Whenever he saw this contrasting side of them, Pyongdaean had to hold back his laughter to keep from saying something foolish. Silently, he switched the paused video back to play. Even though the lighting was red, a chill emanated from the video. And that was despite them all having black or reddish hair. So this is why they're called the Cold Handsome Men group, he thought. One captivating scene followed another. Spark held the mindset that the final broadcast will only be as good as you've practiced, and because of that, they always delivered a consistently high-quality performance. As a result, it was rare for An Chan-young or Pyongdaean to have to point anything out to Spark. If anything, the members were busy analyzing each other on their own. Sure enough, Kim Iwol's voice came from the opposite group. With wide-legged pants, the silhouette doesn't stand out well. You all have straight hips, so it'd be good if that line showed more. Should I suggest leather pants? To the seriously pondering Kim Iwol, the stylist delivered the news that the outfits for the next broadcast were, in fact, tight-fitting leather pants. Kim Iwol's face lit up. For Pyongdaean, who had never worn a pair of tight leather pants in his entire life, their professional dedication was nothing short of astonishing. A comment Pyongdaean had recently seen on the worry-sharing session video came to mind. Much greater than it's kind of funny how a kid who's only in his early 20s acts like he's completely mastered corporate life. Even giving them the benefit of the doubt. Who gains that much life experience when you only work with your peers and everyone around you coddles you? If the person who wrote that comment could see this, they would understand. That age doesn't define one's life experience. And that regardless of what age they started, Spark, all in their early 20s, were also indisputably living their own professional lives. The live broadcast for the first week of promotions ended excellently. They were even nominated for first place, despite having almost no broadcast points yet. It was a remarkable achievement. Is everyone in? Belts on. Manager Chan-young asked, checking the passenger and back seats. Lee Chonghyun and Kang Keon answered energetically. You could see they were both in high spirits from the long-awaited comeback. If I left them be, they'd tire themselves out and fall asleep. Since they both said they were going to school tomorrow, I decided to just let them sleep. Should I check the ideas for our next self-produced content on the way? As of yesterday, the schedule, normally packed, had one empty slot for the next shoot. Given that the original filming schedule was pushed back, it seemed they decided to slot in a new idea rather than it being an omission. And I was not great with impromptu content. I really had no desire to end up as an octopus for saying the wrong thing. Check the ideas, look at the uploaded coordination plans, watch the stage performance and the fan cams once each, and we'd arrive at the dorm. Perfect time management. I happily turned on my tablet, ready to follow my plan, when, "Yiwol, don't look at anything, just sleep." A stern command came from the manager. It was closer to a whisper than a shout, and I immediately looked at Lee Chonghyun and Kang Kian, worried they might have woken up. Thankfully, the two youngsters were dead to the world. "I'm not sleepy at all. Sleep even if you're not. Or at least just close your eyes." Why such a meaningless act? The amount of work I had to do wouldn't decrease anyway. You're not getting enough sleep. At this rate, you won't last until the end of promotions. I'm really okay. My vigorous protests were useless. The manager didn't stop talking until the light from my tablet went out, forcing me to hurriedly turn it off. Giving in to his insistence, I closed my eyes, but sleep wouldn't come. A quick, sound sleep was impossible for someone living with migraines. As the synchronization progresses, will the headaches get worse, too? It would be so unfair if the headaches were part of the synchronization. My headaches were chronic. They didn't start after I turned 20. They'd been fluctuating ever since my earliest memories. In any case, the system had no redeeming qualities. I clicked my tongue inwardly. The van, with its passengers asleep, was quiet. Only the sound of even breathing could be heard in turns. The occasional click of the manager's turn signal was the only noise. It was a good environment to get lost in thought. Whenever I had free time recently, I had been contemplating the system, thinking, what the hell is this damn thing? I'd narrowed it down to about 3 possibilities. First, a divine being. Second, a mental delusion that occurred when I somehow survived and fell into a coma. And the third was, it might be my sister. I was trying to deny it, but I couldn't help having doubts. The idea had surfaced for a while now. To be precise, I had started considering it might be my sister from the moment I realized that the tasks or KPIs the system presented were not, results-wise, harmful to me. It might say it would reunite me with my sister, but then say, actually, I was by your side all along. The updates it had shown me about my sister's well-being could have been a metaphor for the system itself working or observing from the sidelines. If that were the case, should I be happy or not? There was no reason for my sister to deliberately use Manager Nam's speech patterns. She knew how much I hated him. The system's goal of my well-being and Manager Nam were diametrically opposed. With such an obvious contradiction, the system should have gone through its own renovation before meddling with my life. Right? In the first place, if the system was my sister, then my sister was already. I didn't want to think any further. So I decided to focus on the first and second hypotheses. Recently, I'd been looking into various religions. I focused on cases with gods who send revelations or use mediums, rather than those with no interaction between God and human or those where one achieved enlightenment on their own. There were cases where a god would descend in a physical form, like an eagle, and others who only let their voice be heard. The common point was that many gods carried an image of fear, either to liken natural disasters to divine power, to enforce religious devotion, or to guide believers by defining what they must or must not do. The system's behavior pattern was closest to the last one. It didn't seem intent on suppressing me outright. It just made slightly unreasonable demands. This made me think again. Was Manager Nam really such a fearsome person? Not just someone I disliked, but someone fearsome? So much so that the system would deliberately imitate him? This is difficult. Leaning my forehead against the window did nothing to cool the heat in my head. If I knew what I ultimately had to achieve, I might be able to satisfy the system without achieving the KPIs. But I had no clue what on earth I was supposed to do, whether I needed to break down my non-existent time even further, or if it would be better to build an amicable relationship with the system for the future. My head began to throb again. Whenever I tried to use my brain, my head ended up like this. I was sick of it. I felt the car slowly reversing and heard the beeping of the backup camera detecting an obstacle. At the manager's voice announcing our arrival, Lee Chonghyun and Kang Kian rustled and sat up. "Did you get some sleep?" Kang Kian asked in a sleepy voice. I gave a noncommittal nod. My head throbbed with every movement. I felt sorry for our concerned manager, but I had a feeling that getting a proper night's sleep today was also a lost cause. 325. Chapter 325. The leader's grace is like the heavens. Spark's leader, Jong Song-bin, cherished and loved his members very much. He devoted a lot of time to looking after them. It was no hardship, because the members, in turn, respected him as their leader. The fact that Jong Song-bin was smoothly acknowledged as the leader in a team with two older members was surely thanks to the members' consideration. Jong Song-bin loved the members' passion, warm hearts, and diligence, but these very qualities sometimes made him feel pained for them. Just the other night, Jong Song-bin, hearing the sound of a mouse scroll in his sleep, had come out to the living room to find Kim Yiwol web surfing at the kitchen table without any lights on. "Young, what are you doing?" "Looking for supplements." "Was the mouse sound too loud? Should I switch to a silent one?" "No, it's not that, but..." Though it was a disrespectful expression to use for someone older, for a moment, Jong Song-bin thought Yiwol was admirable. Was there really a need to do online shopping in the middle of the night? Even so, since it was supplements, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. "What kind are you planning to buy?" Jong Song-bin asked, trying to fight off the encroaching sleepiness. When he got closer, he saw the screen was filled with products said to be good for throat protection. "You and Juwoo have to use your throats a lot, and you especially have a lot of emceeing to do, so I figured I'd buy one while I'm at it. There was one I used to take, but I can't seem to find it. That one was really effective." As he said this, Kim Yiwol tapped his temple with the palm of his left hand. It was a habitual action whenever he had a headache. A headache was a legitimate form of pain, too. Seeing Kim Yiwol act as if his migraines were just a part of his life, Jong Song-bin recalled a conversation he'd had with Kang Kyeon. "Song-bin Hyung, you know the saying, a healthy mind in a healthy body, right?" "Yeah." "What kind of spirit do you think resides in a sleep-deprived body?" When had they had this conversation? Was it after Kim Yiwol first revealed he had chronic migraines, when Kang Kyeon was searching for the cause of headaches? The dull eyes that looked like they needed deep sleep more than anyone, the unceasing light of the laptop, the index finger that never stopped scrolling, and the left hand that was applying more and more pressure. All of it made Jong Song-bin upset. "I have a product that was recommended to me. I'll ask Chon Young-hyung to buy it for us." "Really? I guess you would know better." Kim Yiwol, who would rarely listen if you tried to stop him, backed down easily when Jong Song-bin played up his expertise. Even though he was a singer himself, it was obvious he was thinking, "Song-bin is probably more of an expert in this area than I am." Jong Song-bin didn't want to resort to this either. But when he judged that it was more important to get his Hyung to sleep, even if it meant taking advantage of his low self-esteem, Jong Song-bin willingly endured the bitter choice, all while vowing to be sure to praise his Hyung's voice during vocal practice. That night, the third character was carved in Jong Song-bin's notebook. The next morning, the moment he opened his eyes, Jong Song-bin requested that the company clear 2 slots in the self-produced content filming schedule. Returning to the present, Jong Song-bin had now come to plan a grand event for his eldest Hyung, who had achieved a triple crown. "Hello, this is Song-bin. Since this is surprise content, I'm the only one filming for now." Greeting the camera brightly, he briefly summarized the situation. 3 patients' characters had been written next to Kim Yiwol's name, and for Hyung's healthier lifestyle, he had prepared this shoot. "However, I'm not very talented when it comes to creative events. So, before planning the content, I'm going to get some help from someone I know." After finishing his statement, Jong Song-bin called someone. The ringing didn't last long before the other party answered. "Hello." To the person on the other end, who had a similar voice to his own, Jong Song-bin quickly explained the situation. "I'm filming some self-produced content right now and called because I have something to ask. The camera is rolling, so don't say anything weird." A celebrity family phone call. I've always dreamed of this. "Hello, everyone. This is Jong Song-bin's twin, Jong Seongjin. My star sign is Aries, my blood type is B, and my favorite color is amethyst with a hint of gold pearl. Doesn't the color just bring wealth to mind?" I'm hanging up. "No, don't ruin my glorious MeTube debut." Jong Song-bin's face twisted into an expression of sheer exasperation. The sound of Jong Seongjin chattering non-stop leaked out from the speakerphone. "And that's why I called, to see if you had any good ideas." Having finished his explanation, Jong Song-bin wet his throat with the drink in front of him. Events like this are most fun when you target the person's weakness. "Did you even hear what I said? I told you I'm not trying to prank him, right?" Exasperation was thick in Jang Songbin's voice. Jang Seongjin burst out laughing. I'm saying you have to put Yiwol Hyungnim in a dilemma. If you do it half-heartedly, you'll be the one getting played, you know? Hyungnim is no ordinary person. I don't think he's the type to just quietly go along with whatever you do for him. There was some truth to Jang Seongjin's explanation. Kim Yiwol would play along while the camera was rolling, but once it was off, he would undoubtedly spend a good 30 minutes just nagging. Songbin, if you were going to plan something like this, you should have told me beforehand. You have school to attend, you need to use your time efficiently. Next time, just give me a brief outline of the idea, and I'll. And so on and so forth. Then what should I do? Persuaded by Jang Seongjin, Jang Songbin asked as he opened his journal planner. What's Hyung weak to? Not what he hates. You know how some people get all gentle whenever they see a puppy. Hyung doesn't have a weak spot. I figured. Nothing was easy from the start. That was, until something suddenly flashed through Jang Songbin's troubled mind. He's weak to compliments. The memory of Kim Yiwol's suffering during their informal speech time was vivid. But at the same time, it was something Kim Yiwol needed. He's the type to praise others endlessly, but gets shy when he's complimented himself. What a contradictory person. And he's also weak to being treated. He gets super flustered whenever he receives a gift or anything. There was more than a few times Kim Yiwol had bickered with Gu Jahan over the phone, arguing about returning clothes. Kim Yiwol never accepted anything easily. The base he received for his birthday was likely the first and last thing he'd ever accepted without a fuss. He's the perfect type to mess with. Why were you even worrying when you have such a perfect subject? I told you I'm not trying to mess with him. Jang Seongjin laughed gleefully every time Jang Songbin got flustered. For a brief moment, Jang Songbin regretted calling this guy. For my older brother who's terrible at rebellion, this younger brother will bestow a golden tip. Take notes. But even a clown had his uses. Jang Seongjin came up with a highly sophisticated healing event that pranks Hyung while also supporting his rest and being entertaining for the broadcast. Something Jang Songbin's brain could never have conceived. The pen in Jang Songbin's hand moved busily. A sweet violin melody woke me. Neither my taste nor Songbin's was this classical. Did Lee Chong-hyun learn a new instrument? I hadn't heard a single word about it. But with that kid, it wouldn't be strange for him to learn anything, anytime, anywhere. His spirit of self-improvement was commendable, but it was morning. Early morning, even, before my alarm had gone off. Playing an instrument at this hour was unthinkable in a multi-unit building. Lee Chong-hyun isn't the type to be inconsiderate about noise between floors. Asterisk. Just as I was about to get up to calm the unstoppable musician, I felt that something was strange. For music being played in the living room or a bedroom, the beautiful melody was coming from too close to my head. And we didn't even have bunk beds anymore. My eyes snapped open, and after the brightness settled, I saw Jang Songbin standing at my bedside, dressed in a suit similar to a tailcoat, wearing white gloves, with his hair perfectly styled. What the? For a moment, I was almost confused, wondering if I was still half asleep. With him wearing black like that, I even thought, did I end up in the afterlife again? If my Grim Reaper wasn't Manager Nam but Jang Songbin, that would be quite a luxurious ending, but still, it was too real to be a dream. The violin was racing towards the climax of the piece. In Jang Songbin's hand was a phone playing 50 classical pieces to soothe the mind. It must have been early, but the room was as bright as if the lights were on, and there was a camera, so the lights really were on. And, unlike I expected, the sun was up too. Could Jang Songbin have turned off my phone alarm beforehand? Why would he go through such a hassle? With an elegant flick of his wrist, Jang Songbin turned off the music. The hairstyle, with his forehead half exposed and neatly finished with wax, was very distracting. Just what time had Jang Songbin gone to the salon? Towards the very confused me, Jang Songbin bowed at the waist and said, "Good morning, young master." "What did you say?" I couldn't believe my ears. Jang Songbin avoided my eyes. On his arm, bent at a 90-degree angle, hung a white towel folded with sharp creases. What's the point of hanging the towel so elegantly when it has UA 10th anniversary commemorative towel written on the bottom? What's going on, Songbin? Shall we proceed to breakfast? It has been prepared. Jang Songbin was not giving me a straight answer. I was seriously starting to wonder if he might have borrowed Kingdom Another from Kong Kion. However, I soon realized my judgment was mistaken. The tips of Jong Songbin's ears and the nape of his neck were bright red, which meant that, at the very least, he wasn't doing this because he was enjoying it. The camera was rolling, Jong Songbin was acting weird. In the midst of the chaos, I fumbled to get up and headed for the living room. 326. Chapter 326. The more you look up, the higher it gets. In the kitchen, Park Ju-woo was on standby, wearing an apron. Weren't these guys supposed to have school today? I had to sit them both down in the living room and hold a hearing the moment the camera was turned off. Leaving me in my confusion, Jong Songbin even pulled out a chair for me at the dining table. Feeling undeserving of the formal treatment, I fidgeted, not knowing what to do with myself as I sat down. As Park Ju-woo bustled about bringing over the dishes he'd been preparing, Jong Songbin kindly added an explanation. Today's menu is a main dish made purely of steamed original grains, a bone marrow soup, a broth-based dish steeped with vegetables and fermented soybeans, and cooked meat. The meat is even more delicious when dipped in a puree of chili and soybeans. That's just rice, bone broth soup, and doenjang stew. And meat with chili and bean puree clearly means samgyeopsal with samjang. Besides, isn't this meal a bit too Korean for a young master? Where is this young master's registered address, anyway? What about you guys? Aren't you eating? We servants do not dine with the master. Jong Songbin said something terrifying. What a horrifying thing to say in a society where all people are equal. Can't we just eat together instead? I pleaded earnestly. Nobles steeped in class consciousness were doomed to a bad end. My personal color was 100% pure proletariat. I was not even the friend of the worker. I was the worker. This was so unfair. When I appealed with all my heart, Jong Songbin smiled and replied, "We anticipated you would say that, so we ate beforehand. Seriously, why are you guys doing this?" I was at a loss for words. All alone, between Park Ju-woo, Jong Songbin, and the camera, I had to eat the lightly salted bone broth soup. What about Choi Jio? Did he eat breakfast too? Sebastian has gone to the training grounds to build his stamina in order to protect the young master. You mean he went to the gym, right? Now that I was fully awake, I was able to understand Jong Songbin's words to some extent. Jong Songbin nodded. After the uncomfortable breakfast ended, Park Ju-woo busily cleared the empty dishes. When I tried to at least do a pre-rinse, Park Ju-woo stubbornly blocked me. He wouldn't even hand me the rubber gloves. "Young master, just sit down and eat some fruit." "Ju-woo, it seems you're not fully in character, are you?" World-building education failure. Park Ju-woo, who clearly had no idea what his role even was, presented a rather well-peeled oriental melon with an innocent face. "Songbin, what role did you give Ju-woo?" "The role of a witty, sharp-tongued comic relief chef. The R&R is a bit lacking. That's too difficult a role for a beginner." "I agree, it was a mistake." Jong Songbin tried his best to ignore his friend. Yet, his arm remained fixed in that L shape. I had a strong premonition that today was going to be a long day. Even the journey to the practice room was anything but ordinary. Jong Songbin's performance showed no sign of ending. "I have prepared a cashmere shawl so that your journey may not be uncomfortable." With a microfiber cashmere plaid blanket draped over my shoulders, listening to meditation words to help calm the mind and body, I felt like I was losing my mind. Even though I was riding in a 21st century carriage, it was the first time my commute had ever felt this long. "Before you begin your physical training, we will provide a massage for your safety." If the young master is set up to be that physically frail, shouldn't he be resting instead of learning physical skills? A wise point. "Would you like to take a rest then?" "No." Jong Songbin remained unfazed by my rough tackle. He simply pointed politely at the floor with both hands as Park Ju-woo quickly spread a blanket in the practice room. I suddenly found myself in the position of lying face down in front of the camera, receiving a leg massage from my younger members. I was so embarrassed I thought I might pass out. I begged to be allowed to get up, but it was no use. Why were they suddenly acting like this? There was no reason for it, unless they just wanted to mess with me. Like the scariest type of boss, the one who grills you while smiling. A bad feeling hit me. Sensing that my body had tensed up, the hands of Songbin and Ju-woo, who were massaging my calves, stopped. "Songbin." "Yes, young master." "Don't tell me I've filled up all 3 patient slots." Jong Songbin only answered with a smile. If I had known the price for upsetting the leader would be this harsh, I would have lived a kinder life. I, Kim Yiwol, for the crime of upsetting Jong Song-bin, became a young master by the name of February. K. Spark. The young master's duties were simple. Under the care of butler Song-bin, I was to wake up later than usual, eat the meals prepared for me, receive massages, and basically, rest well. Did you not consider my mental discomfort as a factor in this recuperation? I believe that if you get enough sleep, your mind will also be at ease. Jong Song-bin didn't lose a single word of the argument. He was like a reed that bends, but never break. Whatever I said, the kid would deftly sidestep my protests and maintain his concept. I commend his wisdom in using this for our self-produced content. Thanks to that, I couldn't even argue back and had no choice but to play along. Young master, excessive practice is poison. Let us take a short break. Drink some water, young master. But are you guys really okay filming yourselves like this? Are you really fine with it? Choi Ji-ho observed the situation from afar. He had come in a little while ago, saw Songbin's suit, and all he said was, "You're seriously doing this?" It seemed Choi Ji-ho was also in on this cheeky plan. "Young master, are you alright?" Jong Songbin waved a hand in front of my face. "I'm not alright. My mood is foul. I anticipated this, so I've summoned musicians." If you anticipated this, shouldn't you have not done it in the first place? And who else are you summoning? My bewilderment was short-lived as my gaze turned to the practice room door, which had been flung open. Choi Ji-ho and Park Ju-woo were in the middle of carrying in a pile of things. "You guys really planned this all out, huh?" My words scattered into the air as no one listened to me. The two of them went in and out one more time, bringing in none other than a standing microphone and parts of an electronic drum kit. For the young master who enjoys appreciating music, we have with great difficulty gathered the court musicians. Are palace musicians even allowed to moonlight like this? If it's for young master's healing, I'll even try triple shifts. The court musician answered shyly. "Musician-nim, when you get home, you should definitely check your employment contract. See if there's a non-compete clause." The song Park Ju-woo chose was Rose D's 46,610, which I had played at my birthday party. Choi Ji-ho, the rookie drummer who had started learning at the beginning of the year, provided the accompaniment on the electronic drums. Since he had a great sense of rhythm, he was playing quite faithfully to the basics, even though it hadn't been long since he'd picked up the sticks. What am I, this existence? I walk the same path as others, but I cannot fit in. I am so small and insignificant, I won't even be visible among the giant stars. Park Ju-woo's singing was, of course, flawless. It seemed he was telling the truth when he said it was a song by a band he liked. His pronunciation and pitch were perfect. His gently closed eyes drew the listener in even more. "If you find me, please give me a name, so that people can remember me." His undamaged throat produced a high note that sounded like a scraping metal string of an electric guitar. The veins on the hand gripping the microphone stood out. "I want to remain anywhere. Please make a place for me to stay." The final verse and Choi Ji-ho's drum solo decorated the end of the song. It was a performance that one couldn't help but applaud. "How was it?" Park Ju-woo asked, wiping a bead of sweat from his chin. No matter how low his stamina was, he didn't usually break a sweat from singing just one song. It meant he had poured that much energy into his singing. "You're not a court musician for nothing. Your skill is amazing. It is an honor." Park Ju-woo bowed his head. I pointed to Choi Ji-ho, who was sitting crookedly with a drumstick on his shoulder, and said, "Is that man also a court musician? His attitude is quite poor." "That man is a street musician, young master. I did as you asked, and I still get complaints." Choi Ji-ho grumbled at my and Songbin's conversation. "No, I was moved. I don't know how fortunate I am to be able to capture this for our content." "Yeah, I didn't know you could play the full song. Do you have any idea how much Park Ju-woo stares at me on the days I go to the academy?" In other words, he had practiced hard to meet Park Ju-woo's expectations. "Ji-ho Hyung, that was really amazing." Park Ju-woo looked the happiest in the world. He was probably the biggest and most joyful chinchilla to ever exist. The Make Kim Yiwol a Young Master content became even noisier when the student members arrived. Young Master Chonghyun, back from studying abroad, has arrived. Lee Chonghyun came in with that very line. I began to wonder just how long Jong Song-bin had been preparing this content. "I'm the young master, so if you're a young master too, Doesn't that make us brothers? I'll give you a choice. First, we say you're the son of a close neighboring noble. Second, I adopt you as my brother. Seeing as there are nobles living in the neighborhood, the estate must not be very large. So, in the end, Lee Chonghyun became my younger brother. As Jong Songbin had more young masters to serve, Kong Keon volunteered to be a servant. The two young masters, the butler, the royal guard, the servant, and the head chef had to devote a long time to dance practice. No matter how noble the family, there was no escaping the demands of a promotion period. Of course, there were intermittent moments of the butler's intensive care. Young master, please have a sip of water before you continue. Would you like to take a short break? Young master, your posture is excellent. Thanks to this, the young master's mental state was in tatters. I promised I would go to bed before 2 a.m. tonight, but it was no use. But is this my fault? What am I supposed to do when practice ends late because the students arrive in the afternoon? After that, I still have to write a reflection log and plan for tomorrow. I also have to do my skincare and think about the future. The earliest I can go to sleep is 2 a.m. This is unfair. I'm going to report this. Report what? Are you going to sue Songbin Hyung for worrying about you and taking care of your meals and blankets? Huh. The corners of Kong Keon's lips twitched. That brat was clearly enjoying my misery. It was clear that both of them were getting a kick out of putting me in a difficult spot. 327. Chapter 327. Sleep well, eat well, as you taught me. For dinner, we had Jolmayan. Truly, everything tonight felt like it was tailored to my repose. It was clearly a plan to appease my anger. The ploy was obvious, but the Jolmayan was delicious, so I decided to let it slide. As I was enjoying the noodles, even adding some lettuce, Park Ju-woo slid over a chopstick full of Jolmayan he'd set aside on a small plate before the meal. Eat a lot. If I accept this, won't I become a shameless person who even steals from his family's rice bowl? If a single extra bite of Jolmayan is enough to make someone shameless, this estate needs to worry about bankruptcy. Kong Keon made a pointed remark. Spurred on by the active encouragement, I was able to eat more Jolmayan. By the way, why did only Jiho Hyung get an English name? Lee Chonghyun asked. Because Sebastian was the only English name that I could think of. Do you want me to give you one too, Chonghyun? That's because your input is lacking, Hyung. If you had asked Kong Keon, he would have given one to each member. It's okay for me, though, since I already have one. You already have one? You don't know? Cutie. P visually. So your name is Cutie? Jong Songbin, Lee Chonghyun, and Park Ju-woo were in full conversational bloom. Yiwol Hyung is Mr. Spark, and you're Mr. Visually. So how are you, brothers? My bad. I have two middle names. Pretty and Visually are my middle names, and my last name is Spark. With Kong Keon, who was thorough in his historical accuracy, joining in, the task of adding Lee Chonghyun to the family register became even more elaborate. The actual star of the show, Sebastian, showed no interest whatsoever. He'd probably hate it if I told him I gave him an English name too. After all, Zestralo Erectus could sound a bit insulting. I wondered if just filming us practicing like this would yield 2 weeks' worth of content. After all, there weren't many scenes from practice time that could be aired. Except for the rare occasions when someone's nonsense made us burst out laughing unexpectedly, or when there was a communication error between the dance line. Everyone else's eyes were filled with nothing but fierce determination. Although we do roll the cameras to catch those few rare cuts, I knew that sparklers loved every single moment of Spark. So I couldn't say, there won't be much footage anyway, so let's just skip filming this part. It was at times like these that I realized there were moments when other values must be prioritized over efficiency. Jong Songbin's getup was hilarious throughout practice. He had to change clothes to dance, but he insisted on keeping the white gloves on until the very end, saying he had to maintain a minimum of his identity. You wouldn't believe how much effort it took to stop him from dancing in dress shoes. Songbin, aren't you going to get a heat rash on your hands? It is fine, young master. I see I've underestimated your grit. Jong Songbin just smiled without a word. It was all my fault. If I had lain on a table instead of the company floor, I wouldn't be going through this disaster right now. Or I could have left a comment on .ion at 3:59 and argued. But it was still before 4. In America, that's 3 p.m. Prime working hours, I'm telling you. Just let it slide this once. Next time, I should set my phone's time to Greenwich Mean Time. And if Songbin caught me, I'd just say I got confused because of the time setting. You seem deep in thought. I'm repenting for making my superior do something like this. I don't mind at all. As long as you have a comfortable day, Hyung. It's not comfortable at all. My heart is twisting like a piece of dried filefish on a hot grill. And you definitely mind too. At my silent scream, Jong Songbin averted his gaze. Today's Jong Songbin was a flaming sweet potato all day long. Unlike Lee Chong-hyun, who spouted comedy sketches whenever he opened his mouth, Jong Songbin was the most sensible of sensible people. There was no way he could be okay while doing such a ridiculous piece of content. It was amazing that he had maintained the concept this far. Whose idea was this? It's too bold to be yours. Jong Seongjin. Mr. Seongjin has provided us with another big laugh, I see. Don't even get me started. He was making a huge fuss, asking if he was finally making his MeTube debut this time. Back during Chuseok when I visited him to deliver holiday pancakes, we hadn't planned anything in advance, so it wasn't filmed. So, as Mr. Seongjin himself said, this would be the first time he'd been properly mentioned, not just in passing. I recalled the incredible feats Mr. Seongjin had shown so far, and the abundant anecdotes I'd heard from Songbin. If Mr. Seongjin starts a channel, I'd definitely subscribe. Don't say that. He might actually do it. Jong Songbin let out a worried sigh. I felt sorry for adding another burden to Songbin, who already had so much to be responsible for. I vowed to be in bed by 2 a.m. for sure once this content was over. Jong Songbin's devoted assistance continued until the sun had completely set. The day was so long it felt like I was living 24 hours stretched into 48. If time flowed like this every day, I could have churned out twice the amount of overtime work. And I would have been eagerly waiting for a quitting time that never came. Perhaps because I was living as young Master February instead of idle Kim Yiwol. There were some unusual events too. Late night snack. It's not the healthiest, so I debated it, but your calorie intake is low compared to your activity level, and there's plenty of time to digest. Just for today, as an exception, Jong Songbin had asked the managers to prepare a late-night snack, and it was tteokbokki, of all things. At 9 p.m., you know very well that tteokbokki is the easiest food to gain weight from, Songbin. If we're going to deviate from the rules anyway, I thought we might as well go all out. There was no focus in Jong Songbin's eyes. It was clear he had decided to let go of everything in this content. Head chef Mr. Park busily spread out a mat on the practice room floor and opened a tteokbokki banquet. There was even a green tteokbokki, something I'd never seen before in my life. Is this all tteokbokki? It must be basil cream tteokbokki. An extraordinary menu item popped out of Choi Jiho's mouth. You know of the existence of basil cream tteokbokki? You even know what it's called? You, of all people? Choi Miho sometimes orders it. His follow-up clarified everything immediately. My sister used to order all sorts of tteokbokki too. For instance, this mala roast tteokbokki right in front of me. Roast should be roast, and mala should be mala. I had no idea how mala roast tteokbokki came to be. It was delicious, though. Is that why it was created? Humans are clever, I guess. As I was opening the last container of original flavor tteokbokki, a figure next to me fidgeted. I turned my head to see Kong Keon raising and lowering the hand holding chopsticks. Keon, do you need something? No. There's nothing more to open. Right. Yeah, this is the last one. Kong Keon's eyes shone. I thought to myself, it's possible for a person to be this full of life at 9 p.m. Come to think of it, he loves snack bar tteokbokki. Keon's absolute favorite food was classic street-style tteokbokki and fritters. Perhaps because of all the dancing and body maintenance, it was rare to see him eat tteokbokki, to the point where I couldn't even remember if I'd ever seen it. Young master, please eat. It's a rare outing. Let's not worry about status. I roughly quoted a line from Princess Soda for the sake of Kong Keon's comfortable late-night snack time. It was a way of protecting both Jong Songbin's worldview and Kong Keon's tteokbokki at the same time. Juwoo, are you eating tteokbokki? Won't it be too spicy? At my words, Park Juwoo held up a container of cream tteokbokki. No wonder they had ordered for different kinds. It seemed it was to meet the needs of all the members. Lee Chong-hyun, sitting opposite me, picked up a rice cake and exclaimed in admiration. Wow, it's been so long since I've had tteokbokki. Really? Yeah. I usually only ate it after Kong Keon's competitions or the monthly evaluations. Jong Songbin had an expression that said, "That makes sense." As trainees, they would have been careful about everything, to the point where they became used to holding back on what they wanted to eat. I had only pretended to be a trainee for a year, but these guys must have endured for much longer. I portioned out some of each flavor of tteokbokki onto Kang Kion's plate. Kang Kion was flustered but happy. Practice for the next music show ended after 12 a.m. Nevertheless, the cameras did not withdraw. "Are you filming until late at night?" "Yeah, but we'll just set up the cameras in the dorm and then leave." The filming crew staff explained the schedule after work. In the first place, all we had to do when we got back was sleep, and Songbin had apparently said from the beginning of planning this content that it would be best to minimize the time the staff were attached to us for my sake. He'd said that if people were around, that Hyung would try to take care of something and wouldn't be able to rest. So, on the way home today, the camera directors also rode with us. This is a chance to capture our in-car moments in high definition. Let's start by revealing Chonghyun's playlist. "Hyungnam, do I need to teach you what rest is all over again?" Lee Chonghyun said in a sassy tone. Kang Kion snickered. "For the first time since moving into the dorm, I got a shower first." Park Ju-woo endured his discomfort and yielded his turn. "Return in a pristine state, young master." It seemed he still hadn't quite grasped his character's setting, but my heart warmed with gratitude. I also received a new set of pajamas as a gift. The gift was presented by Kang Kion. They're young master-style pajamas. "Isn't this silk? You didn't buy this with your own money, did you?" "I bought it with the budget from the self-produced content filming. And they say silk is good for absorbing sweat." "Perfect, right? Well, at least there were buttons instead of frills on the chest." I had decided to be grateful for the small things now. When I came out of the shower, the guys were either checking the camera angles or tampering with my bedding. Isn't the population density in the young master's bedroom a bit too high? The servants are working together with all their heart and soul for the young master's comfortable sleep. Jong Songbin led me toward the bed. Gone were the laptop, diary, and phone charger, and in their place, Park Ju-woo's doll, a comforter that looked like it had been to a laundry room, and a subtle scent of nature greeted me. Good heavens! In case you cannot fall asleep, we have also prepared warm milk and lettuce. Just try and see if I can't sleep for 100 days. We'll see if I start nibbling on lettuce in bed. Suddenly, I found myself lying in a formal posture, wearing white silk pajamas and hugging a soft doll, trying to fall asleep from 12:30 a.m. But I shouldn't be sleeping yet. I had to check what color leather pants Choi Ji-ho was wearing next time, and also check if the outfit colors had been retoned to match the fading of Jong Songbin's hair. I tried to recall the mountain of tasks I had to do, but it wasn't easy. The moment my head hit the pillow, Jong Songbin brought over a tablet and started reading the news. 328. Chapter 328. The leader is the parent of the group. The chronic disease of modern society, death from overwork. Now is the time when a solution is truly needed. The incidence of heart disease and mortality rates among workers due to high-intensity labor are showing a steep increase. In response, experts are unanimously saying that institutional safeguards are needed to protect workers. The news Jong Songbin chose was utterly terrifying. His reading voice dripped with icy frost. Listening to such a story while covered in a fluffy blanket made me feel incredibly uncomfortable. Seeing as he chose this particular news, it seemed the kid was determined to go all out until the very, very end. I had a lot to say, but I held it in for the sake of Jong Songbin's sincerity. Jong Songbin's news reading service continued for some time after that. It was mostly a repetition of articles praising Spark's performance, the dangers of overwork, articles summarizing my variety show appearances, and columns emphasizing the importance of deep sleep. Listening to non-fiction-style pieces one after another actually did make me sleepy. As my eyes blinked slowly, Jong Songbin looked surprised. He approached me, covered the microphone with his hand, and said quietly, "Hyung." Yeah. His form of address had changed from young master to Hyung. Maybe they decided to drop the concept after midnight. "You didn't take any headache medicine today, Hyung." Jong Songbin smiled happily. It was a little different from a bright smile. It was a smile where his pleased feelings were visible in his eyes. His orange hair swayed gently, like a field of reeds bathed in sunlight. "You're right. I truly hadn't noticed. It seemed that not thinking about work, or more accurately, Not being able to think about it had helped. You're in big trouble, kid. How are you going to survive in this harsh world when you're this kind to everyone? Despite his guilt-inducing behavior, Jong Songbin was unperturbed. He was busy creating the best possible sleeping environment, playing a warm campfire ASMR, and turning on the air purifier. When I told him to stop and go to bed himself, he just covered my eyes with a heated eye mask. Warm eyes, a soft bed, and the crackling sound of a burning fire in my ears. I was experiencing every bizarre luxury imaginable. Songbin. Yes, young master. You're not going to turn off the camera until I fall asleep? Of course not. Jong Songbin was adamant. I had underestimated his stubbornness. Right, I've been getting soft with you guys lately. You're not going to sleep until I do. Either are you. Of course. You need to cut down on your contact with Mr. Jong Seongjin. Aha! Jong Songbin laughed out loud. Even without seeing it, I could picture his smiling face as clearly as if it were a drawing. And, yes, Hyung. Thanks for taking care of me. Perhaps because my vision was blocked, drowsiness began to creep in, even though it wasn't my usual bedtime. I thought I might have heard Jong Songbin's voice saying goodnight. Much greater than this self-produced content is the best. A sweet, gentle leader taking care of member welfare? There's absolutely no way this can fail. Sure, half of it was actually handled by the leader's twin brother, but still. Maybe it's because they're identical twins, but the brother-in-law Seongjin's voice sounds exactly like my husband's. Are you trying to make us show up with torches or what? Watch yourself. I already bought 2 light sticks. Much greater than Kim Yiwol as I've seen him so far. Motherly image, packing anchovy rice balls and vitamins, saying kids, just eat this before you go. Kim Yiwol today. Mom, I told you I don't need this kind of stuff. A teenager at the beginning of puberty who says this, but lacks the resistance, and ends up going out wearing what his mom dressed him in. Funny thing is, Songbin didn't even touch his styling today. Songbin mom's pressure was too strong for him to resist. Look at Kim Yiwol obediently lying down. Much greater than at this point. Spark has to do a romance fantasy concept next. No, I mean the kids are basically curating a romance fantasy AU themselves. The romance fantasy we imagined. An extension of the potluck party. A beauty succession ceremony between the emperor and the crown prince. A fake playboy young master asking for repentance at the Grand Temple. The romance fantasy the kids brought. A head chef. A butler. A servant. A street musician. Songbin, I'm sorry, but let's give the planning to Yiwol. No, to you and no wait. These sparklers who have a lot to say but can't bring themselves to say it. Much greater than since when has Choi Jiho been learning the drums. I was ready to yell that wearing a sleeveless top is mandatory by drummer law, but he already arrived wearing one. That's Spark for you. They listen to you without you even having to say anything. Band Spark is coming. Then is Keon learning an instrument too? Kids, do you have 48 hours in a day? I declare, Spark is the busiest idol group. Much greater than our Yiwol is finally sleeping in front of the camera. Uni's dream was to see you sleep. My baby is scary even when he sleeps. Ghost would probably run away. I'm glad you probably won't get sleep paralysis. I love you. What in the world is this comment? What do you mean he's scary when he sleeps? Our Yiwol looks like a total angel when he sleeps. Wow, this is true love. The fans happily watched me being helplessly manhandled by Jong Songbin and the members. I muted the video and just read the comments. These darn dark circles won't go away even after a full day of rest. You shouldn't underestimate pigmentation. This is all the result of my accumulated sleep pattern. Should we have filmed the self-produced content for a week? At Jong Songbin's question, I kept my mouth shut. Living as a young master for a week, I didn't have the confidence to endure that with a sane mind. In any case, there were results. All the patient's characters next to my name had disappeared. From now on, in order to ease Jong Songbin's worries, I decided to reduce my deep thoughts about the future time to 10 minutes. As an older member, I couldn't keep bothering others forever. And so, after countless schedules, broadcasts, and promotions, Spark, stand by for recording. The final broadcast day of Spark's first full album promotion had arrived. During promotions, there were usually restrictions on outfits. This was because they had to bring out the concept of the song while not significantly interfering with the choreography. Also, we needed to avoid immersing so deeply in our own world that it became hard to approach. Too strong of a concept could be alienating. But the final broadcast was free from these unwritten rules. Spark had already shown all the stages they needed to show. All that was left was to finish with a flourish and show a diligent conclusion. Perhaps that was why Park Ji-woo and Lee Chong-hyun liked the unique atmosphere of the final broadcast. It was sad that it was the last, but they liked the free atmosphere where they could put in as many ad-libs as they wanted, and people would tolerate it with a single phrase, "It's their last broadcast," even if they suddenly wore a ribbon pin in their hair. And there were people who looked forward to last stages almost as much as we did. Guys, let's tear up the stage today. I think the clothes hangers are going to tear, not the stage. It was the stylists. So many clothes hangers were coming in that I thought someone else's luggage had been mixed in. For on a high note, we decided to wear arranged baseball uniforms with thin blue pinstripes. First, Choi Ji-ho received a pair of sports goggles. It was an item that had been postponed for a long time because the non-tinted ones looked like regular glasses, and the heavily tinted ones looked too much like dragonfly eyes. Fortunately, before the final broadcast, we were able to find a product that wasn't too futuristic but was suitably stylish while retaining the angularity of sports goggles. Jang Song-bin undid the buttons on his collar and wore a light blue turtleneck inner. I was worried it wouldn't match his personal color, but perhaps because his hair was a bright orange, the overall refreshing atmosphere came alive, and it suited him well. Park Ji-woo received a pair of white half-gloves. He seemed to like the gloves quite a bit, as he was busy clenching and unclenching his hands. We also gave him knee pads, so it wouldn't be too plain with just one glove. Lee Chong-hyun had drawn a star on it. Lee Chong-hyun, it was hard enough just stopping him from whining in the car since this morning. What do you mean you want to wear an eye patch? But it'll make me look like a real player. Absolutely not. Not a chance. And you have the nerve to call yourself a pursuer of reality? I'm perfectly fine with the title of Spark's greatest esthetician. So now, that kid was very disgruntled with me. Did you think I'd let you paint your face just because it's the final broadcast? If you want to put something on your skin, bring me the results of an allergy test first. Instead of an eye patch, we put a pretty headband on Lee Chong-hyun's hair. Worried that a flashy, bright headband on black hair would look jarring, we cut small pieces of holographic colored hair extensions and attached them to his hair. Thanks to that, a hairstyle like a rainbow floating on a wavy night sea was completed. For Kang Ki-on, we had him wear a cap turned backward, the symbol of a mischievous kid. Normally, we would never have him do something that would press down his hair, but considering the destructive power of the handsome guy smile Kang Ki-on showed in on a high note, we decided to make a special exception. Everyone's faces shone even brighter thanks to the wonderful makeup. For a moment, I was confused, wondering if baseball was a sport played with one's face. Are we going out with the same makeup for end? Since the outfits would change, the makeup would have to change too, but since the makeup was so full of soul, I asked just to be sure. The answer that came back was as grim as a radio transmission from the last survivor of the end world on the eve of the apocalypse. Of course, we're wiping it all off and starting fresh. Everyone was serious about the final broadcast. I couldn't help but feel grateful for their dedication. It was amazing when someone else did a job in an area I couldn't do, as diligently as if it were their own. I had felt this keenly ever since the incident with Hong Un-seep. What do you guys think about forming a circle at the beginning of the recording today? I looked it up, and apparently, the players do it often. Then we need a cheer. Should we do something like, "Burn it up, Spark"? The cheer is a little scary. Somehow, with Jang Song-bin leading, an impromptu idea meeting was held in the little time we had left. How about this? Let's burn it up, Spark. It sounds like we're going to set fire to the stadium grass. Reject it. Don't just reject, Kang Ki-on. You should give an opinion too. The waiting room became boisterous. It was all good, but I just wish they wouldn't forget that Spark was an idol group with a refreshing concept. 329. Chapter 329, Farewell Party 1. The stage set was of a respectable quality. The low-set baseball stadium lights and the vibrant background, lavishly decorated with interwoven colorful nets, were bright and pleasant. She'd heard that some stadiums hang international flags for special events, and sure enough, Spark's stage had them too. Looking at the scoreboard, Spark was winning against a team with a blank name. A score of 5 o'clock? Did they set it like that because it was a May comeback? One Shahi, exhausted from the long wait, was starting to have all sorts of random thoughts. Everyone, we're here. Just as they received the third one-sided notification that the recording was delayed, Lee Chonghyun popped out from the side of the stage as if he'd been waiting. He'd gone full youthful high school baseball player concept with soft pink makeup and glitter piled on. One chai he had a feeling Chonghyun's face cam would break its previous view count record again. You've all been waiting a long time today, right? We're sorry. Jong Songbin hurried out after Lee Chonghyun. Wasn't orange hair a color that rarely suited Koreans? And yet, for some reason, there wasn't a single color, be it blonde or orange, that didn't look good on Jong Songbin. And that turtleneck, so ascetic. 1. Chai knew from her years of fangirling experience that sometimes, covering up was even sexier. As she was admiring the way shadows formed and disappeared around his collarbone, a cheer erupted from near the entrance. Hello, everyone. Kim Yiwol had come out with his hair styled into cat ears. Wasn't he supposed to be a panda? Or an eagle? Did he decide to change his image after a regular? Not that she'd complain. It suited him absurdly well. My hair, it's interesting, right? Cute. I never imagined you could do this with short hair. Right, cute. No real communication was happening at the venue. The sparklers were simply too busy exclaiming how cute he was. Their eldest member had shown up with literal cat ear hair. Moreover, his skin was so pale and flawless that, even seeing it again, it was hard to believe he was human. In the idol scene, where they used to use the expression flower dough to describe pale people, they had started using the term snowman, with Kim Yiwol as the new benchmark. For a new standard or modifier to be coined within idol fandoms meant that a certain level of recognition and influence had been established. In that respect, you could say Kim Yiwol had reached a realm beyond even steamed white rice cake. Even after all 6 members had gathered, Spark apologized for the delay at least 5 more times. The veteran fans, who knew the delay wasn't the idol's fault, shouted for them not to apologize and to straighten their backs. In the first place, the longer they got to see Spark, the more the fans benefited. The stage is going to look so pretty today. The stadium is packed with spectators for the game, you see. At Lee Chonghyun's charming banter, the person next to Won Chai squeezed her eyes shut and silently repeated his words. That person, Chai thought, would probably open her phone's notepad the moment the pre-recording was over and jot down what he had just said for her fan account. By any chance, are we doing that thing today? The reverse flash? Park Ju-woo asked. He was talking about a fan-chan event. It was an event adapted from baseball games where fans cheer with their phone flashlights on and turn them off when the game resumes. In a reverse of that, fans would wave their light sticks and then turn off the lights only during a specific part. It was a cheering method that Park Ju-woo absolutely loved, saying the sight of the extinguished lights all coming back on at once was beautiful. Well, it was their final stage. Of course they'd do it. One Chai fiddled with the spare batteries in her pocket. The 3 consecutive performances made it more than worth using her precious vacation day. She'd watched Kim Yiwol's dazzling smile from his face cam countless times, but seeing it in person had an entirely different impact. Because you make my heart race. Who told you to laugh like you? Own the world, with your head held high against that colorful and blue background, and with cat ear hair, no less. Is this truly a 22-year-old talent? The background didn't look like blue stage lights. It looked like actual Hawaiian skies. One Chai could have collapsed right then. She had never been so grateful for assigned seating. The members told plenty of stories in between takes. The person next to One Chai seemed to have given up on remembering everything they said. Let go. Just free yourself. Trust the collective intelligence of fandom. The nickname Hyung gave Jiho Hyung was really funny. There's another funny nickname besides Center Emperor. At the conversation between Lee Chonghyun and Kang Kyeon, all the sparklers' attention focused in one direction. Unable to handle the flood of gazes, Kim Yiwol made an excuse. It's a little insulting, so I need Choi Jiho's permission to reveal it. I don't care. Choi Jiho shrugged his shoulders, which completely filled out his baseball uniform. One Chai vividly remembered how the fan reaction on private social media accounts had exploded when a still cut of those shoulders was posted. It's Zestralo erectus. It's a nickname limited to unmanned rest area. It's not what I think of Jiho normally. Don't you think of him like that normally? Still, it's a relief that it's for a limited time, Jiho Hyung. The venue erupted in laughter at Lee. Chong Hyun's cheeky remark. Choi Ji-ho himself, however, seemed completely unfazed. You guys are always so consistent, Won Chai thought, watching them interact, not overly close but never distant. Please, just maintain this exact kind of relationship in the future. Please don't let it get to a point where one of you starts dating or gets dead fish eyes, forcing another member to desperately run defense for them. There was a 3-hour break until the next pre-recording. Won Chai, who had successfully secured a number for both time slots, needed an activity to pass the remaining time. She spent about an hour standing in line for the return fan gift. Today's gift was a set of apple crumble pies that the members supposedly baked themselves, Greek yogurt with plenty of toppings, a choice of drink, and a watery-type perfume suitable for the upcoming month of June. It seemed Kim Yiwol had seen the Give Us Apple Crumble Pie too. Comment on the potluck party self-produced content video. Won Chai sat down on a camping chair that Spark had set up under a canopy and sipped the Americano she'd gotten from the coffee truck while checking the rest of the items. As expected, there was also a set of unreleased photo cards with handwritten messages on the back. Don't forget about us just because promotions are over. Remember us whenever you spray the perfume. Lee Chong-hyun's message was memorable. Sure, she'd spray it until the bottle ran dry. So next time, they should just tell her the name of the perfume they used. While eating the yogurt, Won Chai racked her brain, trying to recreate the members' comments as best she could. The only thing she could say on her public account was the kids seemed to be in such a good mood today, but it didn't matter since she could say the rest on her private account. After taking a proof shot of the return gift and leaving a few comments with the photos from their arrival at the broadcast station, she took a breather, and soon it was time for the afternoon session. She had just repeated what she did in the morning, but it felt like 80% of her energy had been drained. It was then, as she stepped back into the cramped studio. Won Chai's sharp eye, honed by her life as a Homa, detected a change. The same set from On a High Note had been transformed, looking as if it had been weathered by a storm. Even for a double title track promotion, they had never used the same set twice. To suspect that their momentum was flagging just because it was the final broadcast was absurd. It was evident that great care had been taken to create the signs of aging. The scoreboard, where the lights were out, making it hard to tell if it was a 5 or a 0. The net, riddled with holes and covered in lint. And the international flags, now limp on the floor with their strings broken, and the shattered light bulbs all contributed to the desolate atmosphere. The color of the lighting was also different. Unlike the previous stage, which had mixed a bit of blue with green, this stage was filled with the orange glow of a wasteland. Props like the Do Not Enter tape were common, yet they had a way of making people tense. It gave the feeling that something had just happened moments ago. However, Won Chai was not given the luxury of examining the background any further. The man who had earned the titles Banana Leaf Guy among Sparklers, Wild Man in the Unmanned Rest Area captions, and Zestralo Erectus from Kim Yiwol's lips. Choi Ji-ho had appeared with his dark red hair slicked back without a single stray strand, even wearing reddish-tinted contact lenses. Holy sh*t, this is insane. The Choi Ji-ho she had seen this morning was just an ordinary catcher with ridiculously good shoulders, the kind who circulated in Please Come to Our Team memes. His physique was powerful enough to throw a ball home from the outfield. Not that a catcher would ever do that. And he had upheld the honor of the Northern Grand Duke group with a build that was not lacking even when compared to active players. And that arrogant smile, the kind you'd only see after winning a game. But the Choi Ji-ho of now shook the very foundation of Won Chai's standard model for a hot guy. The big data she had accumulated over the years was on the verge of being redefined by this one single, anomalous data point. Cyberpunk techwear is just too much, isn't it? Won Chai lamented. The various belts and gear fastened over his long-sleeved black turtleneck, with orange highlight lines running across them, showed that Spark was serious even up to the final broadcast. No, seriously, who put a gas mask on Choi Ji-ho's neck? Hanging from the belt loop of his pants was the walkie-talkie from the music video. The leather gloves, leather pants, and walker boots formed a trinity, all while showcasing Choi Ji-ho's solid build. This was why people failed to connect the Banana Leaf Guy from Unmanned Rest Area with Sparks Ji-ho. Aside from the fans, no one realized they were the same person. Who would believe that the guy who ate 10 bananas a day was now standing here dressed like this? A functional matte band wristwatch, F***CK. Her old skill of memorizing every brand her idols wore was returning. He was wearing an extreme sports waterproof watch for the post-apocalyptic concept. Why couldn't she be on social media and tweeting about it right now? Wonchai despaired. If it weren't for her polished patience, she would have become a foolish fan who couldn't even cheer properly for her idols. And the moment Kim Yiwol stepped onto the stage, Wonchai found herself reflecting on her past self, who had thought, why even go to a public broadcast if you're not going to react properly? If you're going to be like that, just give the spot to someone else. His black hair, as if tousled by a gentle breeze, the slim fit, black rib top that revealed the lines of his muscles, and the glossy, black leather pants that hugged his narrow hips and thighs and fell along the line of his legs. It all paralyzed something within Wonchai. 330. Chapter 330, Farewell Party 2. Double title tracks had clear advantages and disadvantages. First off, there were two high-quality music videos. Unlike in the past when they would only perform the first verse of a B-side during comeback week, this time fans got to see two full-version performances until the very end of promotions. There was only one disadvantage. Streaming was hellishly difficult. Every time the mass streaming team begged people not to divide their streaming power, Wonchai gritted her teeth. How were they not supposed to split streams when there were two songs? There was only one of her, only one idol group. So why did fans have to wage such brutal battles? At least Spark had come back during a period with no real competition. Since the chances of winning weren't hopeless, Sparkler fans, including Wonchai, kept streaming no matter how much their phones begged for mercy. Thanks to this, Spark was able to earn the honor of taking first place despite releasing double title tracks. Every time Spark won, Kim Yiwol would smile and wave at the fans, and the sight made Wonchai forget every hardship she'd gone through. The feeling at that moment was closer to "I am proud of you, and you've done so well." At least, it wasn't the intense, lightning strike-like feeling she got during Mission or the year-end festivals. And now, before Wonchai, the tightly bundled up, austere beauty, Kim Yiwol, strode forward. In a tight-fitting all-black top and bottom, a thigh holster that looked even thicker due to the heavy material layered over the thin fabric, and boots sprayed with reddish-brown paint to give off a distressed vintage look. Wonchai didn't believe skin exposure directly correlated with sexiness. There was this kind of sexy and that kind of sexy, and Wonchai was the type who thought, who cares, as long as it's good. And with that, lightning struck Wonchai's head once again. Thoughts like, I wasn't wrong, and as expected, some things are more beautiful the more they're covered up, swirled in her head. As if that weren't enough, what made Wonchai want to lie down and give up was, you must have been really bored waiting, right? Fortunately, they said we have some extra time for our recording, so we were able to come out sooner. The fact that despite speaking so gently, Kim Yiwol had come out wearing makeup that was not just rosy, but a deep reddish hue. Due to his remarkably pale skin, Kim Yiwol's stage makeup usually focused on toning down or just adding a touch of color to make the already heavy stage makeup look natural without appearing washed out. That was probably the only way. Maybe that was why this kind of deliberately intense makeup was something she'd only ever seen in MVs, where they could control color grading. Even then, he'd ended up looking like the Snow Queen, a literal ice being. She knew that the publicly circulating interpretation of End was a future that had turned into a desert after failing to respond to the climate crisis. There was even a rumor that the reason all the members' hair colors were in the black to orange range was because their hair had been damaged by UV rays. And in this situation, Kim Yiwol had come out with a flushed makeup look that gave off a feeling of heat. It wasn't the kind of makeup where you just dab blush in circles on your cheeks, but a stage makeup look where a wide area from the cheekbones under the eyes to the bridge of the nose was layered in red. Suddenly, the surroundings felt sweltering. If she could, she wanted to run to a convenience store, buy an ice cup, and down the ice in one shot. Hey, what kind of hyungs go out by themselves, leaving their dongsing behind? Lee Chong-hyun walked out, grumbling. There was a 2-finger-long scar on his cheek. Her heart sank, but seeing as he wasn't trying to cover it, she relaxed, thinking that the wound was also part of his makeup. What's with the scar? A compliment disguised as a question came from the fan section. It meant that the scar makeup was awesome. Lee Chong-hyun cupped his face with his hands, squatted down at the front of the stage, and said, "They say hydrangeas bloom even more beautifully the next year if you trim the flowers on purpose. So, I did a little pruning myself to plan for the future. I'll be unbelievably beautiful for the next comeback, you'll see." Where did you hear that? Who else would say something like that besides Yiwol Kim? It seemed they had made the bold decision to put a scratch on Lee Chong-hyun's face for the final broadcast. As expected, Kim Yiwol's aesthetic sense never deviated from Sparkler's taste. Won Chae-hee gave a round of applause in her heart. The visual blessings didn't stop. Jong Song-bin, wrapped in bandages around his neck and arms under a tight black short-sleeved shirt, had a provocative charm entirely different from his usual honor student image. The wound makeup near the corner of his mouth also contributed to giving a different impression. When someone who wasn't usually like that showed a rebellious side, they tended to draw more attention. Kang Kyeon, who had piercing-shaped accessories on his ear and eyebrow, looked more rebellious than usual. The eyebrow slit was perfect. No one would believe he was 19 looking like this. Park Ju-woo appeared with a black mask of the same color as his hair, hooked only on his ears and pulled down to his chin. It was the first time Won Chae-hee realized that there were men who looked good with a long, dangling orange belt. Whoever decided to dress him in a muscle-fit inner shirt, cropped short-sleeve jacket, ripped jeans, and combat boots. If there were a Stylist of the Year award, it should absolutely go to them. Our boys look so intimidatingly good. I bet you guys would be the best at getting refunds among all the idols. You're the best. Won Chae-hee felt a surge of emotion. The never-tiring end started to play. If a song that a person who had listened to it thousands of times didn't get tired of couldn't get first place, then what song possibly could? Some people were making the usual comments. Isn't this just winning because no one else was competing? The same thing they said every time someone won first place. But Won Chae-hee believed Spark's string of wins was completely deserved. A song that the picky fans, who demanded a lot because they love their idol so much, never once thought this song is a bit meh while streaming. A song so good that even assistant manager Yeo, who wasn't used to idol songs, said she liked it. A song so addictive that once it was played in a shopping mall, it started being heard everywhere. This was what people call a public pick. After all the recordings were finished, Won Chae-hee returned home, washed up, and recharged her lack of sleep. Then, she woke up in time for the music show broadcast, and while watching TV, she ate the sandwich, bottled drink, and fruit jelly cup she had received from the return gift, which she had eaten all day at the venue but still had more than half left over for dinner. She familiarly waited for the turn of the first-place candidate, Spark, whose appearance was now in the latter part of the show. After voting via text message and waiting, Spark, whom she had just seen in person, appeared on the screen. Close-ups showed off their faces beautifully. Group shots highlighted their aesthetic perfection. Thank God the camera director is experienced. If a shaky cam had appeared with today's legendary styling, Won Chae-hee would have wanted to die from the unfairness of it all. Really, when Won Chae-hee opened her last fruit jelly, confetti burst on the TV, and the camera turned to Spark. Even though they had won first place several times during this promotion, the sight of the people she cheered for holding the trophy made her heart well up. After the long promotion period ended, UA gave Spark a vacation that even included travel expenses. How about Gapyeong? I heard a lot of people go there. Gapyeong is tough without a car. Seeing Lee Chong-hyun's face fall at my words, the managers offered to drive us if we were going over the weekend. The concept of making others work on a weekend didn't exist in my dictionary, but since they said they would also get a place nearby to unwind after dropping us off, we gratefully accepted their kindness. We booked a place recommended by Park Ju-woo's older sister. Cleanliness, excellent. Quiet because it's a private villa, relatively cheap as it's in a remote part of Gapyeong. Has a private pool. Welcome drink is banana milk. That's what she said. Your sister likes banana milk, huh? Jong Song-bin handled the payment, while Choi Ji-ho and Kang Kyeon took care of arranging the place. And what did I do? I did nothing. These guys didn't give me a single task. They must have thought I would feel uncomfortable, but can't we at least prepare some content? I'm confident I can do a good job. We're not bringing a camera that day. Just rest, Hyung. They were right. I couldn't stand the discomfort. Despite having such good content material, Jong Song-bin declared he would only bring a Polaroid camera. What meaning is there in some disposable photos? In the idol world, only data files hold any value. I protested nonstop while lying on the sofa, saying, an idol shouldn't be like this. Not capturing a group activity in high-definition video is a dereliction of duty. Surprisingly, one paid attention. Ignoring my protest, the vacation preparations proceeded swiftly without me. All I could do was pack clothes for a one-night, 2-day trip into the small bag Bin lent me. On a certain weekend in June, a bit early for peak season, but perfect for having fun. We drove for about an hour and a half and arrived at a quiet pension. There was even a private pool similar to the one used as the backdrop for Lee Chong-hyun's past sports drink commercial. As I was moving the luggage from the trunk, someone zipped past me. Awesome, it's a duplex. Lee Chong-hyun, who had already run up the stairs, shouted with an excited face. Don't run. If you fall, you'll scratch the De Beers Cullinan blue diamond. What kind of diamond is that? The biggest blue diamond in the world. It received a fancy vivid blue rating. Even though my birthstone is an Alexandrite cat's eye, we can just say the base is a blue diamond, and your eyes are cat's eyes. Lee Chong-hyun burst out laughing. Using his excited laugh as my work song, I carried a few more boxes, and we were done organizing. As promised, the managers left for their nearby accommodation as soon as we finished moving the luggage. They said it was a 5-minute drive away. They must have been quite concerned about us. Looking at their luggage, it didn't seem like they had bought any alcohol either. What do we do now? Play in the water? Board games. Nuna said it's best to play a lot during the day when the water is warm, and do the indoor activities at night. Your sister must be a real genius. Lee Chong-hyun said in admiration. Tell me about it. I don't know why older sisters all over the country are so knowledgeable in such strange areas. 331. Chapter 331, Summer Vacation 1. After getting ready to play in the water, we gathered in front of the pool. The unique outfits were quite a sight. But still, our Chong-hyun stands out the most. Because of my dazzling good looks? Just look at your clothes. I pointed at his reflection in the pension's glass window. Dressed in a straw hat and a green Hawaiian top and bottom set, he looked like someone who had come not just to enjoy summer, but to completely demolish it. Who wears flip-flops in a wet place like this? Knowing you'd say that, the brilliant Chong-hyun came prepared. Mid-sentence, Lee Chong-hyun lifted his foot. 2 palm-sized anti-slip tapes were stuck to the bottom of his flip-flop. I've taken precautions. Impressive. Why aren't you wearing sunglasses? I told you that long exposure to UV rays can damage your irises. Aren't you worried about your Alexandrite cat's eyes? I thought you'd be sad if I covered half my face. I am wearing a hat, so please let it slide. Lee Chong-hyun abruptly left, saying he had to inflate his flamingo float. Kong Kyeon, who appeared a moment later, followed after him with floats on both his arms. Right after the magnates vanished, someone else opened the pension door and stepped out. It was Park Ju-woo. He was wearing a thin cardigan over a white t-shirt, perhaps wanting to avoid the sun. The kid squatted down in front of the pool and cautiously dipped the tip of his finger into the water. How's the temperature? Lukewarm. Park Ju-woo swirled the water a few times and then shook his hand. Having judged the water temperature to be safe, he sat on the edge of the pool, dipped his feet in, and started splashing. While Jong Song-bin was busy bringing out towels and snacks, another one was slowly making his way over from a distance. Honestly, I hadn't expected Choi Ji-ho to be fully clothed. This was the kid who had stripped down in front of the camera and dived into a valley on a deserted island. How much more freely would he dress in an unofficial setting like this? But still, what's with the pants? What? Did he not think it was too much to wear hideous fluorescent orange shorts on this glorious vacation day? If he was going to wear something like that, he could have at least worn a black shirt on top. No, that would look crappy in its own way too. A little bit of fluorescent orange as a highlight on a thick, rough, matte cyberpunk outfit was tolerable, but having fluorescent orange as the main color was a problem. Ju-woo, what were you doing when Choi Ji-ho was packing his clothes? I didn't just sit there. I really did ask him if he was only going to bring these pants. And then, he asked if he needed anything else. I was at a loss for words at the answer Park Ju-woo relayed. There was a time when Choi Ji-ho had drawn the ire of fans for constantly wearing an orange fluorescent vest of unknown origin. I had been relieved that I hadn't seen that god-awful vest in this life. Where in the world did that color chip come from? Was it my mistake not checking his closet after he moved? This color must be possessed by a demon. What's with the sudden fuss? Or maybe you're possessed by something. If not that, then this must be your destined color. I don't even like this color that much. If I could eliminate just one color from the face of the earth, I would, without a moment's hesitation, point to hashtag FF6600. Even if it meant I had to eat only red carrots or yellow halibons for the rest of my life. You're the one who looks possessed. Why me? Everything's black. Choi Ji-ho protested, but I ignored him. A black rash guard was the most basic of basic items. I might not be the best-dressed person, but I definitely didn't want to be criticized by an orange maniac like Choi Ji-ho. The float is here. While I was bickering with Choi Ji-ho about whose clothes were worse, Lee Chong-hyun's booming voice caught my ear. A flamingo float as big as Lee Chong-hyun himself was flaunting its enormous presence. Just what kind of amazing water play was he planning to have, bringing something like that? I could practically see a future where we'd all end up looking like drowned rats. Playing in the water was reasonably fun. Spark each enjoyed the private pool in their own unique ways. There were the moderate conservatives, like me and Park Ji-woo, who just circled the edge of the pool, barely getting wet. Then there were the centrists, like Jong Song-bin and Choi Ji-ho, who floated around or swam properly. Who shoots twin water guns in a pool? Don't you know? He who walks the path no one has walked before obtains glory. And there were the radical activists, who stood in the middle of the pool, shooting water, throwing floats, and screaming their heads off. It was to the point where I wondered if that was the reason they had inflated the floats in the first place. Songbin Hyung. Take away Lee Chong-hyun's water gun. He keeps picking fights with me. Chong-hyun, don't shoot rapid fire at Keon. He doesn't like it. No, I mean tell him not to shoot at all. I don't want to get hit even once. Kong Keon shouted, his heart full of indignation. But he couldn't persuade Jong Song-bin, an FPS game enthusiast. Our dear leader only managed to rile Kong Keon up further by saying, Keon, even the world's top-ranked players can't show you a performance where they never get hit. At the same time, to ensure his dongsing wasn't just taking hits, he handed him an ultra-jumbo water gun with an automatic rapid-fire function that requires no pumping. Towards the end, the two of them put on a water play show that even elementary schoolers wouldn't do, pouring buckets of water on each other. In the corner, Park Ji-woo dragged over the abandoned flamingo float and enjoyed some luxurious sunbathing. In the end, for the crime of being too loud, the two young lambs were punished by Choi Ji-ho, who forced them into chocolate and strawberry donut floats, respectively. Watching Kong Keon tremble with humiliation, Lee Chong-hyun laughed until he cried. I'm hungry. It'd be weird if you weren't hungry after playing like that, Choi Ji-ho said, looking at Lee Chong-hyun clutching his empty stomach. It was about time to prepare dinner. We all wrapped ourselves in towels and went into the villa. I had washed up early and was checking the fridge when Jong Song-bin approached, drying his hair with a towel. Song-bin, how much meat should I grill? The kids said they wanted to eat ramen, too. Jong Song-bin said there was a separate job for me. Then he closed the fridge door and gently pushed my back, guiding me to the living room. When Chong-hyun and Keon are done washing up, please tell them to get some sleep. If you put them together, they'll just talk instead of sleeping, so it would be even better if you could have them sleep in different rooms. I think it'll be less of a burden on their stomachs to eat after they wake up, rather than sleeping right after eating. Those two definitely needed a comfortable, deep sleep, not just a nap. Scrunched up in the car, and a soft bed where they could stretch their legs out. It seemed that Jong Song-bin, who had been a high school student himself until last year, was mindful of the hardship of juggling promotions while maintaining school attendance. Though he now had a much more flexible schedule in college, it wasn't the same for his younger members. Okay, is there anything that needs to be thawed while the kids are sleeping? I was about to check that now. When the kids go to sleep, you should go to an empty room and sleep too, Hyung. When I turned around, I met Jong Song-bin's innocent-looking eyes. You want me to sleep? Yes. Who's going to cook? Ji-woo and I can do it. Ji-ho Hyung said he'd help too. When did you hatch such a cunning plan? Jong Song-bin answered only with a smile. I'm sorry, but I'd like you to know that an angelic smile isn't the answer to everything. What's so difficult about preparing a meal that I'd just leave it to you guys? It'll be done in no time. Exactly. It's not that difficult. So you should go take a nap, Hyung. A baffled laugh escaped my lips. Nevertheless, Jong Songbin was firm. Following Jong Songbin's instructions, I urged the Magnes, who came out of the first and second floor bathrooms at almost the same time, to dry their hair quickly. After confirming that their hair was dry from scalp to tip, I put each of them into a room on the first floor. I'm going to grill the meat. I even pre-studied how to marinate meat on MeTube. It's no use telling me. The order came from above. Weren't you the fiery revolutionary of the idol world, Hyung? When did you become such a meek citizen who can't defy authority? I can't help it. I've decided not to let a single drop of pen ink stain our leader's hands anymore. I said it like a joke, but I was serious. Even if Jong Songbin had used my brand removal event as a 2-episode self-produced content item, the situation itself, where his concern for a member had grown so large that it touched something deep inside, was not something to be laughed off. I condemn the eldest Hyung's unequal favoritism towards Songbin Hyung. Lee Chonghyun grumbled. But what other choice do I have? If you had seen how Songbin smiled that night, you would want to retract your condemnation, too, Chonghyun. Lee Chonghyun, who had wanted to decorate the table with sambap, fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. It was a speed that made me wonder how he had managed to play so hard until now. Kang Keon's situation wasn't much different. While Lee Chonghyun was working on music, this kid had been learning the electric guitar from scratch, without even a bass. Anyone would be exhausted. Seeing Lee Chonghyun being easily subdued, verbally, Kang Keon obediently lay down in bed and pulled up the covers. His fingers, which had started to form calluses, twitched a few times, and then I heard the sound of even breathing. When I closed the door and came out, the chatter from the kitchen stopped. Park Ju-woo peeked his head out from around the corner. Are they all asleep? Yeah, they fell asleep quickly. If you wear them out first, they fall asleep right away. Choi Ji-ho chimed in. It seems Ms. Choi Mi-ho was quite a handful in her childhood. Are you sure you don't need any help? Ji-ho Hyung is tearing up all the lettuce, but we don't need help. Looks like Chonghyun's dream of eating sambap is over. Park Ju-woo said something that made it sound like they definitely needed help. Choi Ji-ho didn't even seem to have the will to correct him. After receiving a final sleep well from Jong Songbin, I made my way to the second floor. Perhaps because there was no one else on the entire floor, the surroundings became quiet in an instant. I went into the only empty room on the second floor and lay down on the bed. I wondered if I would be able to sleep with the sun streaming in so brightly from the window. But maybe it was because of the recent experience of getting a deep sleep after a full day of luxurious treatment. Or maybe, as Choi Ji-ho said, it was because I had used up all my energy playing in the water. I'm sleepy, surrounded by the moderately cool air, the bedding that smelled of freshly laundered fabric softener, and the warm sunlight. My eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Still, I thought I shouldn't be sleeping peacefully while others were working. I thought I should force myself to do something even if people tried to stop me, and I had always been told that was the right thing to do. But the way of living that I thought was right was making someone worry. I can't trust you, Hyung. I'm scared you'll collapse somewhere and die. And with a small change from me, someone else became happy. You didn't take any headache medicine today, Hyung. Those kids, who just wanted me not to suffer. At least for today, my head didn't hurt, so I didn't need to take any medicine. The manager had given Jong Songbin some emergency medication, but it didn't seem like I would need it today. It's peaceful. I felt drowsy. The world felt like it was being covered in a warm yellow color. Without even remembering what my last thought was, I drifted softly into sleep. 332. Chapter 332. Summer Vacation 2. Hyung. As I was sleeping soundly, I faintly heard someone's voice. I also felt a hand on my shoulder, shaking me gently. When I managed to open my eyes, I saw Park Ju-woo's face. Time to eat. Now? What time is it? 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. Hadn't I lain down to sleep at 4? I shot up and looked out the window to see that the sun was indeed setting. A 2-hour nap. Such a luxurious way to spend time. Sorry, I slept for too long. It's good that you slept well. Songbin said not to wake you up, too. What about the others? Are they awake? Yeah, just a little while ago. As I went down the stairs, I began to hear a boisterous noise. Lee Chonghyun's decibels were, by far, the loudest. I, Lee Chonghyun, will for today briefly set aside my idol persona and try out being a mukbang MeTuber. You don't even eat that much. Yes, I do, now that I've joined the tall line. I'm going to aim for the tallest member status. Perhaps because they'd had a nap, both Lee Chonghyun and Kang Kian seemed to be in high spirits. Sleep really was important. All of us, including me, the inconsiderate oldest who came out last, gathered at the dining table. The dinner was a full-on feast. Weren't we just going to grill some meat? The table was packed with stew, ramen, pre-made sam with torn lettuce, and well-grilled fruit. The guilt I felt grew uncontrollably. Seeing my trembling pupils, Jong Songbin smiled kindly and said, "It didn't take long since we all did it together. Did you sleep well?" "Yeah, thanks to you." Jong Songbin was happy, saying that was a relief. "You and Juwoo should just brush your teeth and go to sleep after you're done eating. We'll take care of the cleanup." "What about Jiho Hyung? He doesn't get tired from something like this, so it's fine." Choi Jiho, who was sitting opposite me, didn't even glance up at the mention of his name, focusing on eating his meat. But even though I said that, I had no intention of making Choi Jiho do the dishes. "No, I'm not going to sleep." Park Juwoo, who had been eating quietly, chimed in. His expression was serious as he put down his chopsticks. "We were supposed to have a jam session." Park Juwoo's eyebrows drooped about 3 degrees. "So that was it, right? Promises are important." As a matter of fact, we had packed our instruments and amps into the car to check on our progress so far. Unlike us, who only needed our instruments and an amp, Lee Chonghyun needed a 2-tiered synthesizer and Choi Jiho needed an electronic drum set. The luggage had tripled. If Choi Jiho had just bought a drum pad sooner, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. Yiwol Hyung was practicing so hard. "Are we going to see a cool-as-hell bass solo today?" "That's because my part is so packed. The difficulty is too high." Park Juwoo, who had great drive in strange areas, had even managed to get the band version of the sheet music for Flowering through Lee Chonghyun. He said a composer who often worked with Chonghyun had gladly done it for them. The problem was that the composer had exercised an excessive amount of professionalism. "It's a 2-guitar song, so why is the bass so busy?" "What? Band's bassist is this noisy?" "Same here, Hyung." As the experienced ones, Lee Chonghyun and I had to keep our hands moving nonstop to fill in the gaps that would be created by the band beginners. The 3-headed quavers on Chonghyun's sheet music were still vivid in my mind. Anyway, this vacation was both for rest and our first step to check if Band Spark could be presented to the public. While the session members were setting up their instruments, Park Juwoo also appeared fully prepared. He had on a pair of horn-rimmed glasses and a plaid shirt, looking like he had just stepped out of the beginning of a teen rock band movie. "Hyung, did you prepare that outfit?" Kang Kian asked, mid-motion of slinging his guitar over his shoulder. Park Juwoo nodded. "Seongjin recommended it to me." "Juwoo, you have Jong Seongjin's number too?" "We exchanged numbers at your graduation ceremony." At Park Juwoo's shy confession, Jong Songbin covered his mouth. It seemed he was planning to persuade Park Juwoo to block Mr. Jong Seongjin's number soon. The Flame Band's first jam session wasn't a complete success. Even pros struggled to sync right away. Kang Kian flung his pick, and Jong Songbin missed about 2 chords. Lee Chonghyun pressed the wrong button on his synthesizer and produced a random organ sound. Choi Jiho, unconcerned by this whole situation, just kept drumming away. Having engraved steady tempo is everything into his brain, he had turned into an unstoppable locomotive that wouldn't slow down no matter who fell apart around him. Nevertheless, Park Juwoo was happy. If we could see a face like that, anyone in Spark would gladly hold a messy jam session anytime. Lee Chonghyun and Kang Kian did the dishes. Choi Jiho lay sprawled out on the sofa, playing on his phone. Apparently, his family had asked him to send some pictures. The sight of him resentfully choosing from the 1,000 photos Lee Chonghyun had taken was quite commendable. Jong Songbin made some honey pear tea and brought it to today's vocalist, Park Juwoo. Yiwol, the bassist who hadn't even hummed a tune, also got to drink some tea along with him. "So, we just rest for a bit and then go to sleep?" "No, we have to do fireworks outside later. It's on Chonghyun's wish list." "Aren't we not allowed to set off fireworks at the beach?" "We're just going to use small sparklers at the pool. They said it's allowed on private property, so I got permission from the pension owner in advance." The plan was surprisingly well prepared. Most importantly, my mind was at ease because there were no illegal elements. There are always those people, you know, the ones who, no matter how many times you explain it's not allowed, say, "I've done it before, it's fine." If we get caught, We'll just pay the fine. And Chonghyun said we have to take pictures. Where are we uploading them? I thought we weren't going to use this for content. He said we have to take commemorative photos. He even bought 6 albums. Jong Songbin rustled through a plastic bag that was next to the sofa and took something out. Inside were a Polaroid camera, a film camera, and 6 albums for each of the photos. You bought all this. Kong Keon made me. Kong Keon has already collected 6,000 points at the stationery store. Lee Chonghyun shouted from the middle of doing the dishes. The ears of Kong Keon, the person in charge of procuring supplies for Spark, turned red. I didn't want to kill the mood, so I didn't say it. But even if he took pictures with the film camera today, he wouldn't be able to develop them right away. I'd have to apply for a photo development service soon. I still memorized all the companies that handled that kind of thing. We finished the fruit Choi Jiho had cut for us, even sprayed ourselves with insect repellent, and went outside. A cool night breeze was blowing. By the way, do you guys have a lighter? Keon probably didn't think to buy one. At my words, Lee Chonghyun and Kong Keon stared at me blankly. Choi Jiho just stood there with his hands in his pants pockets. It was then. Jong Songbin fumbled in his pocket and took out a fluorescent green disposable lighter. The sound of the wheel turning was immediately followed by a flame, clearly not. The work of someone lighting a fire for the first time. Here, give them to me one by one. A suffocating silence fell between Jong Songbin and the rest of us. The sparkler in my hand trembled. Songbin, do you smoke? Pardon, it's only been 5 months since you turned 20, and you've smoked enough to get used to lighting a fire? What are you talking about, Hyung? The only thing I ever did behind your back was play ball bouncing with Zestralo erectus, and you've been doing this heinous thing behind my back. You, Sparks Vanilla Ice Cream, the brilliant new ballad star carrying on Yue's legacy, the joint #1 vocalist chosen by Sparklers. It's not like that. Daein Hyung bought this for me. What? Jong Songbin's explanation barely held me back from fainting. Daein Hyung said he used to smoke. He said he's quit now, but when we said we wanted to do fireworks, he bought us a lighter, saying we'd need one. He taught me how to light it, too. So you're saying you didn't become a chain smoker in 5 months? Of course not. I've never even touched a cigarette. I swept a hand over my startled heart. In the meantime, Jong Songbin had lit everyone's sparklers. They crackled and sparked. They say you can leave a letter in the air if you take a picture while waving it around quickly like this. Really? At Kong Keon's words, Lee Chonghyun vigorously waved his arm in the shape of an L. It seemed he wanted to express the letter L, but after a test with the Polaroid, the result made Lee Chonghyun's face look like a masterpiece in a frame with a half-broken window. If we make love, what do the other 2 Hyungs do? Tell them to make hearts on both sides. Lee Chonghyun's instructions were flawless. Thanks to him, Choi Jiho and I had to wave our sparklers until our arms felt like they were going to fall off. The peaceful firework watching time, the kind you only see in the media, came only after the photo commotion was over. Park Ju-woo and I sat on the sunbeds and blankly watched the small, firework-like sparks. In the distance, we could hear the sound of waves. Ju-woo, did you get some good rest? Yeah. This promotion must have been even harder, with you going to school and all. It was hard to adjust after being away for so long, but it was fun. There aren't that many classes. Compared to middle and high school, the university schedule was quite relaxed. Unless you were in a highly competitive major or aiming for good grades, you could attend college much more comfortably than in your teens. How was college life? In the past, Park Ju-woo, like many male idols, had enrolled in a cyber university. Judging by the major name, it seemed like he had picked something decent, and the entirety of Park Ju-woo's college anecdotes consisted of him saying, "I have an assignment." A few times. At my question, Park Ju-woo thought for a moment. He had the same expression as when, a few days after Jong Songbin had declared he was going to college, he had said he wanted to give it a try too. There's a lot I don't really know. I don't know if it's because I haven't been to school in a long time or because college itself is special. So, was it hard? Park Ju-woo shook his head. His black hair swayed gently. It's fun. I was flustered because there were a lot of classmates, but Songbin helped me a lot, and there are singing classes, so I'm enjoying it. For now, it didn't seem like he was lying. Park Ju-woo had a long history of being unable to tell white lies. That's a relief. As soon as I finished speaking, the sparkler I was holding went out. It seemed the gunpowder had all been used up, A small white wisp of smoke rose from the sparkler, as if to say its duty was done. 333. Chapter 333, Summer Vacation 3. Now that the sparks were all out, I was about to get up first, but Park Ju-woo opened the bag that still had some left. Then, he used the flame from his sparkler to light a new one. The stick, which had begun to spark again, was returned to my hand. It's thanks to you, Hyung. Me? Songbin said so. That it's really rare for an idol preparing for college entrance exams while promoting to be looked after this much. You were really attentive during the time we were applying for college, Hyung. Well, that's because you guys said you wanted to give it a try. That's what I'm thankful for. Park Ju-woo lifted his sparkler and waved it gently. The embers scattered around. Thank you for helping with the entrance exams and for being in a band with us. So if there's something you want to do, Hyung, just tell us anytime. Park Ju-woo smiled. An orange light flickered across his face. Those people will keep waiting in the scorching sun to persuade you. They're not the type to let go easily. The words of the Bodhisattva from the variety shoot came back to me. The words of thanks for playing in the band with him despite that sloppy rehearsal. The words telling me to say something whenever I wanted to do something. Those words overlapped. Was it because of the salty breeze or the sound of the sea? Or was it because there was a light that could illuminate a dark sea path? I imagined myself getting on the boat that these kids were riding. Not the me who used to stand alone and see them off, but me lifting my foot to step onto the small stairs of that boat. The moon was so bright. In my hand, embers crackled and sparked, and from the pension, the light that had been left on because we had come out in the middle of playing in the living room, the pool shining under the moonlight, and the sparks the kids were holding in their hands while laughing, all illuminated the surroundings. It was night, yet it was so bright. Bright enough that the darkness around us didn't feel scary at all. After returning to the pension, we all watched a movie together. It was a healing movie with a gentle flow, set in a forest in a small rural village. Perhaps because we had just filmed a music video set in an era when the earth was ending, the peacefulness felt unfamiliar. Unlike when I watched The Phantom of the Opera with Lee Chong-hyun, this time there was salted popcorn. Park Ju-woo, Kang Ki-on, and I still ate the unsalted popcorn. Jang Song-bin nibbled on the salty popcorn, and the rest was happily devoured by Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chong-hyun. This tree has been watching over this place all along. How we are born and how we grow. But the tree doesn't tell us what it has seen and heard. Why do you think it can't speak? The voice of the tree remains everywhere. It is arrogant to judge all things by human standards. 10 minutes after this philosophical dialogue, Choi Ji-ho crossed his arms and started dozing off. Seeing this, Lee Chong-hyun struggled to hold back his laughter. At the scene where the tree, which had been like a guardian deity of the village, was instantly cut in half by a stranger looking for high-quality wood, Park Ju-woo held his breath. I can just compensate you, can't I? Even if you call it a guardian deity or whatever, you were just planning to raise it until it was worth money and then sell it off. Don't you dare talk nonsense. Suing for trespassing wouldn't bring the dead tree back. Besides, they must have done it knowing they couldn't get wood of that quality for the same price elsewhere. We watched the devastated forest in silence, unable to speak. That's so cruel, Jang Song-bin muttered. I heard a sniffling sound next to me, and saw that Kang Ki-on was holding back tears, his face scrunched up. Amidst all this, Choi Ji-ho opened his eyes again at the sound of shouting on screen. What a simple guy, only reacting to auditory stimuli. When I watched movies with just Lee Chong-hyun, I would press the pause button until it was worn out, but I couldn't do that when we were all watching together. So I had to just watch the movie as it flowed. So this is what it feels like to just go with the flow. Not feeling anxious even when I'm not doing anything, enjoying the task at hand, and feeling a little sorry, but more so, gratefully enjoying the consideration given to me. It must be sad, but what can you do besides finding a new tree? Wait, until the tree grows back. Even if a new sprout grows, it won't be the same as the previous tree, because that tree is dead. I know. The white dress of the girl who loved the forest swayed in the wind blowing between the trees. Her pale, thin fingers brushed over the sprout that had grown from the cut stump, but I can't help but love it. Because the roots are not dead. I mulled over that line for a long time. What if so much has changed that my sister is no longer the sister I knew? Will I be able to endure the sense of disconnect then? Even if, In an extreme case, due to the system's manipulation, my sister finds me extremely annoying or considers me a burden. Will I be able to not get hurt? Because the foundation is eternal. Is it okay for me to rely on my sister's kindness and hope that we can have the same relationship as before? Wouldn't that be putting a burden on my sister yet again? With a complicated heart, the movie raced towards its second half. A long time passed, so long that no one knew whose land the forest had become, and one day, the small rural village declined and disappeared. A child climbing a low hill discovered a strangely shaped tree. A plant with thin branches sprouting here and there from a hideously cut stump, too bizarre to be called a tree, yet with new flesh growing, too alive to be a dead creature. The child wanted to ask something about the odd tree standing alone among the others, but he ended up moving on to follow her mother, who was walking ahead. The movie ended with the tree caught at the edge of the frame, under the gaze of the child, who kept looking back. Humans are bad. Lee Chong-hyun shouted. Humans are bad. Jong Song-bin hurriedly pushed a bottle of sparkling water with a straw in it into Lee Chong-hyun's mouth. Perhaps because it was sugar-free, the kid didn't calm down easily. Because of this indiscriminate logging, the earth is turning into a desert, and polluted fine dust is covering the earth, and we get stuck in a bomb shelter. I picked a healing movie because I felt sorry for you having to breathe in sand dust. But you can't even wait and get overly immersed. But you cried, Kang Keon. I did not cry. Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Keon started bickering again. Between them, only Park Ju-woo chewed on his popcorn with a gloomy face. The tree must have been a prop, right? Of course. They wouldn't actually cut down a real tree just to shoot a movie. Jong Song-bin earnestly consoled Park Ju-woo. Lee Chong-hyun, bursting with all the social commentaries he'd gathered from that short film, wandered around the living room desperately wanting to talk to someone. I was the one who was caught by him. After that, without fail, a 3-hour discussion masquerading as a movie review session was held. Until Jong Song-bin told us to go to bed. We all gathered and talked about indiscriminate logging. Is it really okay? And also about whether the new branches that grew from the dead tree were essentially the same tree. The level of interest in the discussion topic varied from person to person, but everyone participated in the conversation. People who'll do pointless things together with you. They're really precious. Lee Chong-hyun said happily. That alone was enough to say that this vacation had achieved its goal. The 6 viewers talked until their throats were hoarse. The vacation night thus drew to a close. A tranquil air, a refreshed body, a quiet atmosphere. It was a perfect morning, complete with the chirping of small birds. Beside me, Choi Ji-ho was sleeping with his back to me. Perhaps because I had lived in a 6-person household for a long time, a space without people now felt strange. I readjusted my pillow and lay back down. Jong Song-bin had repeatedly warned me not to get up until the alarm rang. As I quietly watched the back of Choi Ji-ho's head, I remembered the morning of the first day I returned. The day I had prepared to swing a pillow at his head, thinking he was a thief. That day was the day my life began its reuse. The day I was given the task of debuting with Spark. And the day I realized that I had to complete all the missions to meet my sister and prevent myself from being forcibly dragged into Hampyeong Industries. I took a slow, deep breath. The movement of Choi Ji-ho's shoulders as he stirred in his sleep matched my breathing. The me of now was more mentally stable than before. I felt that my inner self had hardened to some extent. I felt that even if my mind and body became unstable, I would be able to get back up again. I closed my eyes, which had been watching Choi Ji-ho, and quietly drifted into thought. As I inhaled and exhaled in time with his even breathing, my mind felt a little clearer. It was now time to put into action the countermeasures I had been diligently writing in my journal planner for the past few days. If I wanted to achieve the KPI as quickly and safely as possible, and then meet my sister, I needed something more than just doing what the system told me to do. And the important key to this was probably held by my parents. I had anticipated it in my head, but it was difficult to act rashly. Because I didn't want to face them. Because it was awkward. So I postponed it as much as possible. I could have tried to contact them through the company, but I was worried they might run away, so I held my breath and waited. But now, I had to move. With half a year left until the concert, I needed to reduce variables and gather even a little more information about my sister. I can do it. I thought of the members who must be sleeping scattered around the villa. If I were to be pushed back by my parents, These guys wouldn't just stand by and watch. That was why I could take on this challenge. Because unlike at the funeral, I wouldn't have to face them alone this time. Who? I slowly swept a hand over my pounding chest. There was only one thing I had to do. Make them come to me of their own accord. If I intervened too much, the system might give me a penalty, saying I abused my authority or something. I would do my job and draw those people in. I'd collect every bit of information I could about my sister and cut ties cleanly. The system hadn't set this as a mission, but this was my goal for the second half of the year. Hyungs, are you awake? Lee Chonghyun's voice came from the bottom of the stairs. Soon after, his head peeked through the doorway. His face, dazzling in the morning sun, woke me up. Beside me, Choi Jiho stirred and sat up. That's my Hyungs for you. The way you get up right away when I call. It's so cute I could die. The magne is pleased. They were familiar words. An ordinary day had begun. 334. Chapter 334, Extra Story. Live. Yiwol's Ask Me Anything 1. Hello everyone. This is Sparks Yiwol. As announced on our official social media, today I'll be taking the time to answer questions sent in by Sparklers. I'll do my best to answer diligently, so I can be a good mealtime companion. Let's get started. First question. You asked if I keep the members' ID photos or photo cards in my wallet. During filming, I often entrust my belongings to the managers, and the chances of losing things in the waiting room are high, so I don't keep them in my wallet. Chonghyun and Keon gave me one photo each when they got their pictures taken for their national ID cards, so I have those stored in my drawer. You also asked if my contact names for the members are still the same. They are all the same, except Jiwoo's has been changed from 19-year vintage metal marble to 20-year vintage metal marble. I'm thinking of supporting the Jiwoo is an elf theory, so I don't have to change it every year. If we go on tour, which member would you want to share a room with and why? Jiwoo is the only member I haven't shared a room with, just the two of us. So if we get double rooms, I'd like to room with him. I've shared a room with Jiho and Chonghyun when we went on vacation together, and I've been in a tiny room at a comic CAF with Keon. Yiwol's favorite member. I'll pick by category for this one. For vibes, it's Chonghyun. For personality, Songbin. For voice, Jiwoo. For acting, Jiho. And for cuteness, Keon. Keon is weirdly cute at random times. All of our members will agree with me. Which is better, watching 1 hour of the members' EGO videos versus watching 1 hour of the members' NG blooper videos? NGs fall under work-related mistakes, but EGO is an act of professionalism, right? I'll choose watching the EGO videos. There are a few more similar balance game questions, so I'll group them. First, roughly washing a week. Exhausted Choi Jiho versus Choi Jiho roughly washing me. If I have to choose one, I'll be the one doing the washing. But I might nag him about what he was doing. To get so exhausted that he doesn't even have the strength to wash himself. But do I have to wash him roughly? The bath towels in our dorm are very soft. I'll wash him gently so his skin doesn't get scratched. Members not wearing sunscreen versus members walking around in outfits that even fans wonder, what is that? I'll go with the former. Because you can take off clothes, but you can't take off skin. 5 Choi Jihos versus 5-year-old Choi Jiho, and 5 Lee Chonghyuns versus 5-year-old Lee Chonghyun. Is this a similar type of question? The comparison groups are different, but I would choose 5 members, no matter which member or what the situation is. I'd make one do a photo shoot, one do a fan meeting, one record, one do reverse support for fans, and one do a signing event. You asked which Chonghyun I like best among black-haired Chonghyun, blonde Chonghyun, Serenity Chonghyun, and Rose Quartz Chonghyun. That's a tough one. My personal preference is black-haired Chonghyun. You can't beat the original, you know? There was also sleep versus not sleep. Is sleeping for 3 days straight versus not sleeping a wink for 3 days a similar question? I've gone without sleep for 3 days, but I've never slept for 3 days straight. So I'll choose what I'm more confident in. Not sleeping. Calling the members JJ, honey/darling, versus going to bed on time. To the questioner, I don't know. If it's okay for me to say this on our first meeting, but your rhyme is amazing. In terms of difficulty, calling the members honey is easier, but I don't think they'd be too pleased about it, so I'll go to bed on time. Me washing Chonghyun from head to toe versus Jiho washing me from head to toe. Do we look dirty by any chance? Another question about showering. Same as my previous answer. I'll choose to be the one doing the washing. And we do wash well. Really. Happy memories versus a happy 7.1 billion won. I'll make happy memories with the happy 7.1 billion won. Won't you make them with me? I've prepared the marriage registration documents. Just bring your seal. Then I'd only be receiving. Please think slowly about what you'd like to receive from me too, and I'll meet you in front of the district office soon. The last balance game question. Showing your abs while dancing on stage versus wearing shorts on stage. It would be best to choose something I've never shown you before, right? I'll do showing abs while dancing on stage. I'm curious about what led you to start playing basketball with Jiho late at night. When you two play together, who wins more? There's an outdoor basketball court near our dorm. We were passing by it when Jiho asked if I knew how to play, so we go out together sometimes. Jiho likes basketball. Since we go at night, we can't play for long, about 2 hours at the most. If we play a best of 3, I win twice. Recently, if it's not too late, Keon joins us as well. Do you subscribe to the members' Bubble Pop? I believe Bubble Pop is a space for each member and the fans to communicate, so I don't look at it. Instead, I get a general sense of the atmosphere on each member's Bubble Pop through the news you all share. A question about my left ring finger size has come in. It says it's an unavoidable question. After giving me happy memories with a happy 7.1 billion, now a ring too? I feel like I should be the one getting the ring. In any case, my ring size is 20. Eyesight, eye size, dark circle length, clothes size. One moment, can I measure all of this right now? My eyesight is 1.8 in both eyes, and I wear between a size 100 and 105 for clothes. I'll measure my eye size and dark circles with a measuring tape and post it on Bubble Pop. You asked, I will, give us your lip product info. The one I use most frequently these days is My Daily Life, Daily 01 from Indenia. Among color lip balms, it has the lightest tint, and many of you liked it when I wore it, so I settled on it. Today I used something else because I went to the salon. Is it okay? Someone asked what small animal I think I resemble. They also asked if I think I resemble a dog or a cat more. I've been told a few times that I look like a tired eagle. But since that's not a small animal and you asked my opinion, let me think. There's a snake called a black king snake. It's black and has a tiny face. What? They can grow up to 2 meters. How do you style your hair at the dorm? I'll also answer the question asking whether I prefer my hair up or down. Rather than styling it, I have a habit of sweeping my bangs up when I'm looking at a monitor, so by the time I get back to the dorm, my hair is usually half up. I stay like that until I wash my hair and go to bed. I think having my forehead exposed looks neat, so I try to show that look as much as possible. Next is a question about when I realized I had perfect pitch. I found out during vocal training. They praised me for hitting the notes well, and I remember the A and our team telling me I had perfect pitch during a recording. Honestly, you know you're handsome, don't you? Do you know that you have a face worth 850,000 won per unit area? Even if I did know I was handsome, I think that opinion would change after seeing our members. Up close, the members are truly unbelievable. I wish I could show them to you sparklers from right beside me. There are also questions about what hair color I want to try, if I have any plans to grow my hair long, and how I manage my hair quality after bleaching. I take my nutrients well and use treatment diligently. If I dye my hair again, since my birthstone is pink opal, I think pink would be nice. If the fans want to see it, I'll try growing my hair long, too. There's a question asking for my skincare routine, and this will probably be the same for all our members. Assuming all makeup is removed, I apply products in this order: toner, essence, lotion, moisturizing cream, and nourishing cream. I add eye cream in between, and Juwoo doesn't use cream because he can't sleep if his face feels stuffy. There are a lot of questions like, there's a lot of talk about you not sleeping much. About how many hours do you sleep? Who spread this story? Was it Chonghyun? I don't check every time, so I'm not sure, but I try to sleep for at least 3 hours a day. If I go 2 consecutive days with less than 3 hours, my condition gets worse. I hope everyone watching this live gets a good night's sleep. They say sleep is the best medicine. Next question. What's your 50-meter dash time? Early 8-second range. I'm a bit weak at short distances. There's a question asking if I have any moles on my face or neck, and I can't see any, so I got help from my stylist for this one question. They said I have a small mole on the back of my right thigh. They also said it's hard to see unless you're looking up close. Yiwol, show us your abs. One moment. Is this getting caught on camera? A question has come in asking me to describe my face as if it were Chonghyun's face, and to do a killer job of it. This description thing has to come from the heart. Kim Yiwol's skin is clean, trouble-free, chalky skin. Do you have plans to act in a drama or movie again? If the opportunity arises, what kind of project would you like to do? They also asked if you'd be willing to be a radio DJ if you got an offer. I'll do anything you ask me to. I'm not picky. If I had to state a direction for acting, I'd like to play a role that doesn't stray too far from the image Spark is pursuing. A lot of questions came in about my favorite and least favorite foods, and also whether I can handle greasy or spicy food, and what kind of snacks I like. They asked me to talk about it excluding jjajangmyeon. Have I talked about jjajangmyeon that much? How embarrassing. I like omurice. I prefer it with demi-glace sauce rather than a strong ketchup flavor. I prefer plain food, but it's not that I can't eat greasy things. I enjoy spicy food if it's at a moderate level. Not often, but I sometimes eat vitamin jellies as a snack. I don't have any particular foods I dislike, but I avoid drinks with caffeine because I can't have them. The most difficult or happiest event since your debut? Choreography practice. It's been difficult from before debut until after debut. It's the most difficult. Every day is a series of trials and tribulations. But I've been receiving a lot of compliments lately. The happiest moment was when I read all the complimentary comments left by fans for the first time. I think it was during the IDC era, and I still can't forget how I felt then. Someone also asked about an event that will likely remain in my memory for life, and similarly, I think this event will stay with me. It was also at this time that I thought, I'm so glad I became an idol. There's a question about what makes my passion burn the brightest. Anything related to Spark is enjoyable, but what I pour the most energy into is, of course, album production, because it's the foundation of the group. Speaking of which, there's a question asking if there was a most memorable moment while planning an album, so I'll answer that as well. When planning concepts, I'm usually cooped up in a room or a meeting room and only come out briefly to go to practice. Because of that, my sleep schedule got messed up once, and I completely mistook the day of the week. I once woke Chonghyun up on a Saturday asking if he wasn't going to school and earned his resentment. There's also a question about how I come up with inspiration, and I can answer this one for sure. When the deadline hits, a revelation descends from the heavens. If you were to go abroad for travel or a concert, where would you most want to go? I've never been abroad before, so I think anywhere would be fun. If I had to choose, a place with a good view of the sea would be nice, like Santorini in Greece. You also asked for my study tips. I'm not the type to be good with tricks. I remember just trying to cram everything into my head. I don't think it's a very effective study method. I'm sorry. The question asking what my rank was in the entire school is based on my grades, right? My best was 14th place. It seems the number 14, and I have a deep connection. Next is the question, if you took the CSAT again, what major would you choose? If I were to go to college, it would be best to choose a major related to my current work, right? Since I could apply it in my profession. You also asked what Yiwol wants to learn. I feel a little embarrassed after just saying something I can apply in my profession, but until recently, I was looking into getting a heavy equipment license. Whenever I see our stage sets being built or go to and from the studio, I feel that a person needs to have a technical skill. Among the many nicknames like Gentleman Hooligan, Fortune-telling Octopus, etc., which one is your favorite? I like Underworld Cool Tone the best, because the fans gave it to me. But I look lively today, right? A concept you want to try, or a concept you want to make the members try? This is a good question. I want to show you an extreme visual show. Something like a phantom thief jeweler who possesses the world's greatest gems. As you all know, Songbin's birthstone is angel skin coral, right? In a materialistic world, he would cherish and love the gems with pure affection, unchangingly, speaking at 3x speed. Next question is, I'm curious about Yiwol's favorite Yiwol fancam. A similar question was which of my selfies is my favorite. My favorite fancam is this promotions and fancam, because it's the fancam where my dancing has improved the most. You can think of my favorite fancam as always being the most recent version. My favorite selfie is the with list photo card where I winked. It was my first time winking. I think it was full of a challenging spirit. Among the roles you've played in music videos, which one is your favorite? I liked the fairy role in Winter Night. While filming, I kept wondering, how on earth is this going to look on screen? I was so surprised because the result was incredibly cool. Next is a question asking for the most memorable lyrics from the songs released so far and the reason. My part in the third letter. I'm not good at writing lyrics, so I'm embarrassed, but I wrote it with sincerity. I think all the members, including myself, would give the same answer to this question. There's also a question about which of our stage outfits so far was my favorite. It seems a lot of you are curious about what I like. I should have talked more about it usually. I like the mission outfits. I liked how they looked like ordinary office worker clothes, but had a unique touch with small details. The next question is about how far I've read in Kingdom Cafeteria Another, and to tell you my favorite character. I've finished part 1. So far, Blanche was my favorite. I saw a little spoiler for part 2, and they said Blanche's screen time increases, so I'm looking forward to it. It seems someone is curious about whether I sleep on my back or on my side. I lie down straight, but when I open my eyes, I'm facing the side. I think my body turns a little bit in my sleep. If you could go back to 3 years ago, then I would be 19, and if I went back, I'd have to study again. So even if I had the choice, I don't think I'd go back. I like the present. I've been answering so diligently like this. But did you know, everyone? We're not even halfway through yet. We still have a long way to go. No one's tired, right? You're full of energy because it's a fiery Saturday night. Then please run with me until the very end. I'm in your hands. 335, Chapter 335, Extra Story. Live, Eyeballs Ask Me Anything too. They say I talked so much that I broke the record for the longest individual live stream in Spark. I apologize for causing this trouble. Thank you once again for your enthusiastic participation, and I'll proceed with energy. Question: what was the most joyful thing you've heard from a sparkler? Kim Iwal, don't be discouraged. You're doing well. I still think about it sometimes. Next question: something you want to do. With sparklers. I just want to do everything that the fans want to do. Just as we are having precious experiences thanks to our fans. I hope that being with us is an enjoyable thing for our fans, too. Someone asked if there are any particularly impressive simp comments or memorable remarks from fans. I don't think I've ever said anything amazing. I did tell Juwoo recently that if his vocal cords were an electric guitar, their output would be so good that he wouldn't even need an amp. What were your thoughts seeing the members on the deserted island? What on earth should I do with them? An item you'd want to sell as merchandise? There are quite a few. For OHN, I wanted to make and include a small booklet of each member's training log, but I couldn't meet the production deadline. So I gave up, but I want to make that. And in the end music video, Songbin's hair is orange, right? That's because of the setting that he spent the longest time living outside. So I wanted to include the diary he wrote while building the bunker until he met the members. Speaking at 3x speed. A question has arrived. When are you going to upload a video of you playing the bass? The sound mixing work is not done yet. I'd be grateful if you could wait just a little longer. There's also a question about whether I have plans to do a study with me. And actually, this question has been coming up consistently. Since our fan meeting. It was content I was holding back on because I wasn't sure if it would be fun to just watch someone study quietly. But should I try it once before Chonghyun and Kian take their sats? I'll write it down in my planner. And with perfect timing, someone also asked when I started using planners. I've been using one since I was a student. What started as writing things down so I wouldn't forget what I had to do became a habit. So even though I use my phone's notepad, I still keep a journal planner as well. ISN it hard when you have to do EGO or when you watch the members do EGO. Not at all. You might be disillusioned to hear this, but we practice seriously in every field. So when a good result comes out, we're satisfied. Which is better, a compliment on singing well or a compliment on dancing well. That's a difficult question. I'm grateful for all compliments. But since my position is a vocalist, I'll choose the former from a sense of duty. Up to what age do you allow casual speech? I was born in 24. Can you speak casually to me? Born in 24? You mean you're 24 years old? Is it a typo? Or maybe you mean something else besides 2024? If you were born in 1924, as a matter of human decency, I cannot use informal speech with you. I am sorry. Please forgive me. And a lot of questions came in related to the bass. How I learned, what songs I enjoy playing, my favorite genre, if I still play air bass, and so on. The tutorials on MeTube are great, so I taught myself by watching them. I like the unique, thrumming sound of the bass, so rather than fast-paced songs or songs with a lot of shredding, I prefer songs where the bass solidly supports the other sessions. As a player, I like metal the most. As for air bass, I play it from time to time. Haha. Someone also asked what my hobbies are. My favorite is playing the bass. Recently, on Songbin's recommendation, I started playing a game and I'm having fun with it. It's a game called My Farm, and just recently, my farm started being able to produce corn. Ideal type. I've never thought about it. I think someone who manages their own life well is cool. The next question is my favorite shampoo. I like ones that smell like fight inside or a forest. But sometimes, a cool mint shampoo that makes your scalp feel refreshed appears in the dorm. Who do you think buys that? I'll answer all the what's your favorite questions together. In order, they are season, color, animal, time of day, and malatang ingredient. My favorite season is autumn. I like the color black. Among animals, I think squirrels are the cutest. For time of day, I like the cool and quiet dawn, and I put a lot of corn noodles and bean sprouts in my malatang. If there was a noodle factory in my farm, I could make corn noodles too. Do you like a white tuxedo or a black one? Do you like a small wedding or inviting everyone? Should we send the kids to an English kindergarten or a regular one? I think this person left the impressive comment here. I'll do everything else as the sparkler wants, but I hope we invite everyone. They say you live happily for a long time if you receive a lot of congratulations. Someone asked what my best and worst dishes are. Also, what dish I want to try making, and if there's anyone who taught me how to cook. I'm good at making skewered pancakes. If I have a recipe, I can make other dishes too. It's hard to call it cooking, but I want to try making soft tofu. I remember being fascinated when I learned how to make tofu in school. For reference, the portal site taught me everything about cooking. There's also a question about my favorite and least favorite subjects. I liked social studies the most and found math the most difficult. I invested the most time in math during exam periods. There were quite a few questions related to jalmayan. Like, do you like jalmayan or do you just eat it? Or, when was the last time you ate jalmayan? At this point, I'm sure someone has spread a rumor that I like jalmayan. I just eat it if it's on the menu. The last time I had it was the day before yesterday. The next question is to recommend the most interesting book you've read in an impressive quote. It's embarrassing, but I don't like books that much. You ask if I didn't write reading as a hobby on my student record? Well, doesn't everyone do that? The book that comes to mind right now is Max Horkheimer's Critique of Instrumental Reason. I can't be sure if it was this exact phrasing, but individual subjects possessed of reason have a tendency to relapse into a state of diminished ego was impressive. I'll try to read more books from now on. This time, I've gathered some either/or questions. I just have to choose one side for mint choco versus anti-mint choco, pouring sauce versus dipping, pro-Hawaiian pizza versus anti, cat versus dog, sea versus mountain, and Chanjian versus QWERTY. I can't eat chocolate, so I've never tried mint choco. The color is pretty though. Sweet and sour pork is good either way, but I think dipping, which leaves room for soaking, is better for a group. I like Hawaiian pizza, and between cats and dogs, I like dogs. Between the sea and the mountain, I like the sea. I use a QWERTY keyboard. There are more either/or questions. I'll choose between meat and seafood, raw fish and grilled fish, bone-in chicken and boneless chicken, and fried rice and cold noodles as a dessert after samgyeopsal. I'll go with seafood, raw fish, boneless chicken, and cold noodles. Looking at them all together, I think I tend to prefer things that don't make my stomach feel heavy. A question also came in asking if I read web novels, and if so, what the most interesting one was. I read a lot of fantasy. Recently, I've been reading novels that feature an absolute god. Next question. Curious about what you ate for the past week. Our meals are generally similar. We have salad for breakfast, a free choice for lunch, and salad or a healthy meal for dinner. Though during promotions, we skip dinner to manage our weight. For my free meals, I had stir-fried pork and jalmayan. The time I laughed the hardest recently. The moment my assets in my farm exceeded 3,001. I had been barely avoiding going into the red. I was worried I'd have to sell my household goods, but the farming went well, so I was saved. Someone asked if I'm going to climb a mountain to see the sunrise on New Year's Day. Did a member mention this somewhere? Songbin said it on Bubble Pop. Thankfully, more and more people have been recognizing Spark recently. So for safety, we are trying to refrain from early morning mountain hikes. The sunrise viewing spots are dark, narrow, and crowded. If you happen to go see the sunrise next year, please be sure to show off with pictures. If you could choose your own stage name, what would you have chosen? As you can see from my name, I don't have much sense for naming things. But if I had to choose one, would Yiwol, January, be better? Because Yiwol has more of a fresh and new vibe than Yiwol, February. You don't think so? I'm sorry. You all usually tell me I'm right no matter what I say. If you don't think so, then I must be wrong. I will work hard as Yiwol. If you had to pick just 3 of your own charm points, saying you don't have any is forbidden. First, I have good stamina. The members have acknowledged this. Second, my throat doesn't get hoarse easily. I think my vocal cords are strong. Third, I know a lot of Excel functions. A scary question has arrived. Reveal an embarrassing school days story. I must expose my own shame. This is the price for not living a spotless student life. The period for mixing spring/autumn and summer uniforms was over, so I was supposed to wear my summer uniform. But I was the only one who came to school wearing long sleeves. It was the first time I got a demerit, and it was really embarrassing. Next, you asked about my personal fashion preferences, and also who I would want to swap clothes with. Until I was a trainee, I prioritized comfort the most, so I mainly wore comfortable black clothes. Recently, I'm trying to wear clothes with a nice fit. If I were to copy someone's style, it'd be Chonghyun. If I were to swap outfits then burn them afterward, it would be Jiho. If those clothes were his personal taste, I would of course respect that, but that fellow really just walks around like that with no thought. I'll burn them all and then buy him new clothes, so just give me one chance. Does Spark not have an official color or individual representative colors? I'm also curious if there's a set logo. Our logo is different for each album, so it's confusing, right? The basic form is Spark, written in standard font, but we change the style a little each time to match the atmosphere of the album. We don't have an official color or representative colors, but since the group name is Spark, we use the orange heart the most. Someone asked for your 6 favorite photos you've taken of the members, including yourself. I'll upload these to the fan cafe separately. If I show them on my phone now, the focus probably won't show well. Next question. Does Spark not use custom in-ears? Actually, we each submitted our desired designs not too long ago. I hope we can show them to you soon. There's also a question asking if we have any plans to get matching accessories like team rings or friendship tattoos. Tattoos would be difficult because Juwa's skin is sensitive. If we were to get friendship items, wouldn't we get something practical? If we got rings, I have an ominous feeling that some of the members would lose them. Indoor sports you want to do with the members besides basketball? Seeing as you wrote, besides basketball, I'm guessing you want to see a different side of US. How about water polo? We've never tried it before. I just saw a question that hurts my heart so much. I'm really sorry for asking something useless, but do you not have a desk in your dorm room? It seems like you're always using your bed or the living room table. First of all, you absolutely do not need to be sorry. Our old dorm didn't have a desk in the room, but my current room does. But if I make noise late at night, I feel sorry for Songbin. So if I have to use my laptop at night, I use the kitchen table. Someone is also curious about the atmosphere of each room and what everyone usually does in their rooms. Our room is mostly about work. Songbin and I discuss schedules and albums a lot. The Magne's room is noisy. It's amazing how they talk every day and the conversation never ends. On the other hand, Jiho and Juwoo's room is incredibly quiet, but they play in a peculiar way. I went in once because I had something to say to Juwoo, and the two of them were having a conversation while lying perfectly straight on their own beds. Don't people usually talk while facing each other? Now that I say it, I feel a little sorry for Songbin. I should tell him a funny story when I get back to the dorm today. Next question. Pros and cons of being roommates with Jiho and Chonghyun versus being roommates with Songbin. They also said they're curious about the episode with Songbin I didn't finish during my birthday live. My former roommates felt like the best workmates. We could communicate right away, and Jiho was never uncomfortable with me talking about work at any time. In that regard, Jiho was very considerate of us. Now, the room atmosphere is definitely more peaceful. Before, It felt a bit like being in an amusement park that never closes. On the live, I think I was talking about making eye contact with Songbin while on my laptop, and Songbin bit his lip hard, picked up his notebook, and then put it down. He asked me, "Hyung, can't you sleep?" And it was so scary that I said I was just getting sleepy right now and lay down immediately to. A question that idols are bound to receive has arrived. First impressions and current impressions of the members. First of all, Songbin was so kind that he left a huge impression. Practically an angel. Current impression, he has been promoted to Archangel. An angel, but a chief angel. He holds power. Jiwoo was very quiet, so he had a gentle image, but I learned that he has something solid inside him. He's like an avocado. The outside is soft flesh, but inside there's a super hard seed. Chonghyun's impression hasn't changed. He was the most handsome man in my life, is the most handsome man, and will be the most handsome man. Kion is the opposite of Jiwoo. I thought he was a chestnut burr, but it turns out he's a rambutan. I thought he had his thorns up, but it was just soft hair. Above all, he's incredibly pure. He's a friend with a heart as white as rambutan flesh. Jiho. My first impression was the statue of David, and my current impression is a log. That is all. You asked. 4 sparks ranking in drawing skills. Chonghyun is really good at drawing sea creatures. He's good at drawing what he sees, so I think he'd be good at drawing other things besides fish. Jiho is just SOSO at everything except princesses. I heard that his younger sister used to ask him to draw princesses when he was young, so that's the only thing he became good at drawing. I'm only good at coloring, and I think the other members are all about the same. Songbin is a bit. Yeah. This time, I'll answer the question. Are there any members with a particular verbal tic? Chonghyun sometimes refers to himself in the third person, but I think the fans probably already know that. Jiho often answers questions with a question. If you ask him, "What did you do yesterday?" he'll ask back, "Why do you ask?" It's not that he means anything bad. He just can't relax unless he immediately asks whatever pops into his head. There's a question asking. If you express the members as drinks, what would they be? I'll answer this question, and the drinks the members often order question together. Jiho would be an iced Americano. The cold, dark feeling seems similar. He does actually order iced Americanos often. Songbin is that. What do you call that coffee with whipped cream on top? A CAF mocha? A latte? He has that kind of feel. In reality, he drinks a lot of drinks that are good for his throat, like warm quince tea or ginger tea. Jiwoo's image and the drink he actually orders are both yogurt smoothies. I don't think there's any other drink that suits Jiwoo better than that. I think a smoothie with a flashy color suits Chonghyun well. But he drinks too many high-caffeine drinks. He's in the process of cutting back. Lastly, Kion. Doesn't an espresso suit Kion? That bitter coffee that comes in a small cup. These days, he doesn't order drinks at all, saying he's cutting back on liquid fructose and sugar, but before, he sometimes drank fresh fruit juice. This time, I'll answer the question asking me to choose the members' spirit animals myself. I'll make Jiho a bear. You all know that bears are really strong, right? They're very fearsome animals. Songbin. I used to think he was a Jindo dog, but now I think he's a wolf. The kind of sleek, gentle wolf you see in those viral videos that pop up in your algorithm, with the title, "This child, raised in an American home thinking he was an abandoned puppy, turns out to be a wolf." I think Jiwoo is like a harvest mouse. The photo of it inside a flower is really cute. When Jiwoo asks the members for something, he looks at them with a very wistful expression, and it's exactly like that. I think I said Kion was a leopard before, but my interpretation has changed a little. I'll make him a baby cheetah. And Chonghyun is a harpy eagle. Forever. If you were to film a tokusatsu show for self-produced content, what color do you think the members would be and why? TL note. Tokusatsu is a Japanese term referring to series like Kamen Rider or Super Sentai, or any live-action series with lots of costumes, transformations, explosions, and stylized fights. Red has to be Songbin. Red has the image of an upright leader who is not afraid to act, and to me, Songbin is exactly that. Blue is Jiho, someone quiet but oddly quick to throw in a jab. But when Blue is there, you get a sense of stability. Jiho plays that role in the team. Yellow is Chonghyun. He has the vibe of being the team's vitamin. I'll give green to Jiwoo, who likes plants, and pink to our lovely Magne, Kion. But if we were actually cast, wouldn't we all end up playing blue or black? There's also a question about the members' exact foundation shades. We're idols, and we haven't answered this question yet? That's negligence of duty, right? There was also a question wanting to know the members' personal colors and what sunscreen they use, so I'll answer them together. I mainly use shade number 13. The brightest I've used was number 11 during the What I Want to Say promotions. I'm a winter cool tone, but this shade thing changes a little depending on the makeup, styling, and on-site lighting, so I think it would be more accurate to explain in order of skin tone brightness. Based on whiteness, I'm the palest, followed by Jiwoo and Chonghyun, who are summer cool tones. Songbin, who suits both autumn warm and winter cool tones, and then Kion and Jiho, who are winter cool tones. We don't have a single spring warm tone member. We use sunscreen from Indenia. I brought it with me today, too. Since I use it almost every day. Brand representative, are you watching? Spark's preferred movie genre, Huda. We only watched a movie together once, and it was a healing movie. Jiho was half asleep. If we watch a movie again, I'll ask them what genre they like. For now, I like human dramas. Wow, when did it get so late? It feels like I've only said a few words. We can finish it all today, right? I'll try to pick up the pace. Max Horkheimer, Critique of Instrumental Reason, Trans. Matthew J. O'Connell and others. New York, Continuum, 1974, p. 110, ***. 336. Chapter 336, Extra Story. Live, Yiwol's Ask Me Anything 3. Everyone, are you keeping up? You can go to sleep if you're too tired. I won't take the video down. You're going to watch until the very end? Thank you. I'll do my best too. A question came in. Who's the best actor in Spark? Jiho. I feel that Jiho's facial expressions are not in a realm that can be followed with effort. Someone asked about the strength ranking within Spark, but how should I set the standard for strength? Assuming we're arm wrestling. For this type of question, we have to talk about it with Jiho excluded. That fellow is on a different level. Without Jiho, I think I would be number 1 in terms of muscle strength. Next would probably be Jiwoo, Hyun, Songbin, and Chonghyun, don't you think? There are also questions about the order of hair thickness and darkness, and eye color. The hair and eye colors themselves are quite similar, so I'll just talk about the members who have unique features. First, should I say Jiho's hair is thick? His hair is incredibly thick. His eyebrows are also very dark. And those who have seen close-ups of Songbin's photos will know, but Songbin's bare eyes are a light brown with a very slight greenish tint. That's why when he wears green lenses, the color doesn't look out of place and has the effect of sticking perfectly. Jiwoo is always a hot topic because of whether or not he's wearing lenses. His actual eyes are a dark gray. He sometimes wears lighter gray or darker lenses, but even without colored lenses, they are dark gray. Those who have seen him live probably know. A question came in. Who is the sponge that finishes recording the fastest? I wonder if this sponge is an expression for who absorbs feedback well. It's a catchy metaphor. Jiwoo is number 1 in this area. Jiwoo rarely has to re-record. He practices perfectly, and he knows how to sing. He comes prepared so perfectly that there's nothing for me and Chonghyun to give feedback on. At most, it's like, should we try singing with a slightly different feeling? But when we listen again, we realize that the version Jiwoo sang is better. He's a member who produces results beyond what the composer expects, so Chonghyun is amazed every time. There's no one in Spark with their ears pierced, right? Is there anyone who's thinking of getting them pierced? I don't think so. Everyone seems perfectly satisfied with clip-on earrings or ear cuffs. Once you get a piercing, it leaves a mark, right? They seem to think that might get in the way when they want to try a different image. You asked for the ranking of who struggles most to wake up in the morning, so here it is. Jiwoo has a hard time getting up. We had him tested to see if his blood pressure was low, but thankfully, that's not the case. Next is Chonghyun, but rather than being a heavy sleeper, he's more affected by staying up late because he has a lot to do. The rest of us all wake up easily. A question came in about what perfume each member uses, so I got the answers from the members in advance. First, Jiho and Jiwoo don't use any. Jiho said he doesn't spray it often because it's a hassle, and Jiwoo said he dislikes artificial scents. It's a real relief they became roommates, right? Chonghyun often uses floral perfumes. Songbin sometimes sprays a calm perfume that gives off a very gentle, masculine image. I only wear citrus or herb-scented perfumes for fan meetings. Since the fan meeting venue can be stuffy, I want to make it feel a little more refreshing. Of course, we also constantly check the ventilation on site. Keon is a bit peculiar. He sprays book perfume on his clothes. They sometimes come as a free gift when you buy a book, and he says it's a waste to throw them away. I told him not to let it touch his body just in case, and he started spraying it on his pant cuffs and sleeves. The members' favorite choreography. This answer is just me going, oh, I think they like this one. So it's better not to take it as an official fact. I think Jiho liked the choreography during flowering where he does a back turn and then goes down with a wave from his back. Keon took care of the details there really meticulously. Songbin liked the group dance and mission. I remember he praised the members a lot, saying how cool they looked every time we practiced that part. In Chonghyun's case, it's not choreography, but there was a performance of the song Starlight during Idol Dynasty Chronicle. There's a scene where he opens a light bulb, and he looked really happy then. So I think he might like that part. I think Keon would also like Mission, but a different part. The intro is Keon's part, right? It's a part with a unique impact, and it's a part where they revise the choreography a lot to make the feeling of a flower blooming as natural as possible. So I think he'd have an affection for it. A lot of you are requesting a detailed description of Spark's body types. You're talking about more detailed features, apart from what's visible, right? I'll answer this focusing on the members with distinctive features. For shoulders, Jiho's are the widest. He has a naturally large frame, and on top of that, he's built muscle and consistently works out his back, so his back is wide open, making his width and angle exceptional. Chonghyun is rising as an emerging powerhouse in this area. As he gets taller, his frame is getting bigger, so his shoulder bones are growing. Right now, he looks thin because he lost weight from his sudden growth spurt, but I think he'll look really nice if he eats well and works out. Even now, his shoulder bones fall at a perfect right angle, so they're pretty. Jiho's waist is actually quite slim. He has a complete inverted triangle body shape, so his waist is slim compared to his chest. Keon's waist is also slim, but his waist, back, and ab muscles are all tight, so rather than looking slim, he gives a strong impression of being solidly built. Am I talking too much right now? Should I cut it down a bit? Someone asked about hips, so I'll just say one more thing about that and move on. None of us have wide hips, so the stylists love it. They say any pants they give us look good. Among us, many say that Songbin's legs look the prettiest when he wears leather pants. A lot of you ask what we usually talk about in the group chat. Things like schedule announcements are discussed in the chat with our managers, so in the group chat among ourselves, we only have personal conversations. Yesterday, it seems someone was passing by the veranda and knocked off one of the Hoya Bella flowers that Juwoo is growing. It was noisy as we tried to find the culprit, but when Keon confessed, Juwoo forgave him. Other than that, posts recruiting people for the gym or for a cover song duet, and the squabbles of the youngest members demanding the Hyung's votes are also posted. You also asked about each member's favorite season, but I don't know this for sure. I'll answer as much as I know. I remember Juwoo saying he likes winter and Songbin saying he likes spring. I think everyone was a bit averse to summer. The members are weak to heat. You asked about the members' zodiac signs, and since we all have someone of the same age, we can divide it into exactly 3 groups. Jiho and I are tigers, the main vocals are dragons, and the Magnes are snakes. I see the Hanja characters for the members' names haven't been revealed yet. I should take this opportunity to tell you. I use the characters for 2, R, and Moon, yet. Easy to remember, right? Jiho uses the characters for pull, T, and name, Ha. They say this Ho can also mean to roar. Doesn't his name sound like a center from the start? Asterisk. Songbin uses the characters for achieve, Chong, and shine, Bin. Juwoo uses the character for island, Jo, and big, Sheet. Chonghyun uses the characters for clear, Ching, and bright, Shen. And Keon uses the characters for a type of jade, Chi, and to grind, Yang. I think they all suit them well. What are you going to eat on the day the group savings account matures? Actually, the maturity date is just a little over 3 months away. We were talking about having a beef dinner among ourselves, but could you recommend other menus as well? Next question. You asked me to share a funny anecdote about the members or a memorable fan signing event episode. The kids do strange things without any warning, so I don't know where to start. Jiho and Kion went to the deserted island, right? They brought back some sea trash they picked up there. But they didn't have anything to put the trash in, so they wrapped it in a banana leaf. I really don't know why they did that. I also remember one fan signing event episode. Songbin once received fairy wings as a fan sign item. He forgot to take them off and walked all the way to the parking lot wearing them. When he gets fixated on something, he tends to overlook other things. It was cute to watch. In that sense, I'll also answer the question, the moment the members were the cutest. Personally, I think Jiwoo is very cute. When he has a complaint or is disappointed about something, he can't say it, but his eyebrows go down just this much. That expression is cute. I don't know if Songbin is aware of it, but when a big project or an important task is over, he sometimes makes a proud expression that says, "I did it." He's cute because he looks like a farmer looking at a full granary after a year of successful farming. Chonghyun used to climb onto my back a lot since trainee days. At times like that, I think, he really is younger than me. He doesn't get piggyback rides as much as he used to these days, but I still have the strength to carry you, so feel free to get a piggyback ride anytime you're bored. Kion, when he eats tteokbokki. It was in one of our self-produced contents, right? I've never seen Kion look that excited before. He's usually so mature that he rarely shows a childish side, but at that time, he really seemed like a younger brother. There's exactly one time when Jiho looks cute. Jiho's eyesight is a little bad, right? When he's not wearing his glasses, he sometimes asks things like, "What's that over there?" But when the thing he pointed is something trivial like a banana or a desk calendar, it's a little cute. The member who takes the best selfies in Spark. I think everyone will agree on this. Jiho is number one. Perhaps he has received the blessing of the god of cameras. He's just tapping casually, but all the results look great. He really knows what angle works for him. Please tell us the members' heights, leg lengths, and weights. You all get confused about this a lot, right? Because the members grow day by day. Jiho is 187, Jiwoo is 184, Chonghyun and I are 183. Songbin is 181, and Kion is 178. Hand size, foot size, and leg length are not exact, but the order will be similar to this. Or maybe not. Is Chonghyun's hand bigger than mine? Chonghyun's fingers are long, probably because he plays the piano. On the other hand, Jiwoo's hand is a little small, so it's similar to Songbin's. I'll measure their leg lengths with a measuring tape when I get back to the dorm and post it on Bubble Pop. As for weight, it actually changes almost every day. Especially during promotions, it drops rapidly. So, rather than giving you numbers, I'll tell you the order of who weighs the most. Is that okay? It's Jiho, me, Songbin, Kion, Jiwoo, and Chonghyun. Kion weighs a bit more because of his muscle. Should I also answer the order of skeletal muscle mass and body fat percentage? For skeletal muscle mass, the order from highest is Jiho, me, Kion, Songbin, Chonghyun, and Jiwoo. For body fat percentage, Kion's is the lowest, followed by Jiwoo, me, Jiho, Songbin, and Chonghyun. Kion's body fat percentage has never gone into the double digits. Chonghyun's numbers are relatively high because he's loosened his diet to grow taller. Jiho once lowered his to 5% when he was shooting the Nida's photo shoot. Other than that, there are questions about the members' eyesight, which hand they mainly use, and what their IQ is. For eyesight, everyone except Jiho seems to be around 1.3 to 1.8. Chonghyun's was 1.9, but he said it dropped by 0.1, so I lectured him a ton. I plan to keep an eye on how well he manages his eyesight for the time being. And everyone in Spark is right-handed. As for IQ, there are members who haven't been tested, so if we get a chance, we'll get tested as a group for our self-produced content. There's also a question about which part of the members' faces I think is the prettiest. For Songbin, the corners of his eyes and mouth are pretty. From a distance, you don't really get the impression that Songbin has a cold image. But the corners of his mouth are slightly turned up, and the corners of his eyes are also raised just a little from 90. So up close, he gives off the feeling of a cool, faintly smiling handsome man. It's very charming. For Jiwoo, his eyes. I really like them because they're like a snowfield in the shadows. They have the power to keep a person's gaze fixed. For Kion, the bridge of his nose. Kion's nose is a true work of art. Many people miss this part because his eyebrows and gaze are so intense, but when he turns his head slightly to the side and looks down, The bridge of his nose is as sharp as a knife. I wish he would take more selfies from that angle. For Chonghyun, it's hard to pick one part that's pretty. The harmony of his features? The combination itself? If I had to pick a distinctive part, it would be his eyelashes. I think half the reason Chonghyun's face stands out is because of his eyelashes. For Jiho, I debated between his eye holes and his lips, but I'll go with eye holes. The shadow under his brow bone is very deep. When he looks at the camera like that, it feels like he's piercing through the viewer. He's a fellow with an extraordinary gaze, so including that aspect, I think his eye holes are his charm. A question came in asking me to name each member's legendary song and outfit. It's emphasized that I must be included. Flowering is our debut song, and it feels like our identity, so I think it matches Songbin's vibe well. He's the group leader, and he looks good in a school uniform, too. I think Juwa's legendary era was with List. Wasn't his amusement park employee outfit cute? I think the third letter is Chonghyun's. He was famous among us as the man who manipulates first love memories. For Kion, the training version of On a High Note where he wore a black half-sleeve shirt and baseball pants. And for Jiho, the end era when he wore techwear. For myself, I'll choose the mission crop jacket outfit that the fans like the most. You asked what concept would suit each member if we were to release solo songs, and it might be a bit intuitive, but I'll try to explain. As a human being, I think Juwoo has to be a rock star at least once. I'd like Chonghyun to do a mad artist concept. I want Songbin to sing a deeply condensed ballad he simmered for 480 hours, and I also want to show you a stage where Jiho gets serious and does a groundbreaking performance with many dancers. What would suit me? A computer repair shop owner left all alone in a dying shopping district. This time, it's a question about who I would want to do a unit promotion with. I would choose Kion. I've learned a lot from him, so I'd like to create a stage with him to show how much I've grown. I want to know what books Chonghyun usually reads. Chonghyun isn't picky about books. He does read encyclopedias and classic literature more often. He also reads his favorite books in their original language. You asked who is the biggest coward in Sparked. Is there one? After thinking about it, I think Chonghyun might be a little bit of a coward. Just a little. There's also a question about the plants Juwoo is growing. It's a question asking if the plants in the Spark dorm have names. I only know about Brilliance and Fragrant, but I heard they all have names. I didn't ask about the origin of the names, but I'll be sure to ask Juwoo when I get the chance to. You sent in a question. Do you think Songbin is still writing in his death note these days? I am trying very hard not to be written in it. Songbin, are you watching? I love you. Next question. Songbin's and Juwoo's alcohol tolerance. I heard Songbin drank a bottle of soju when he drank with his family, and Juwoo said he's never had a drink before. We've never had a drink among ourselves either. I'm sorry I can't give you an exact answer. If you could become one member for a day, who would it be and why? I'd like to try living as Jiho once. He's a fellow whose thought process is the complete opposite of mine. I think if I try living as him, I might be able to understand him. What do you think it would be like if Jiho was the magne and Chonghyun was the leader? Jiho being the magne might be okay. I don't think he would be very stressed. The Hyungs might have a hard time though. On the other hand, if Chonghyun was the leader, wouldn't the burden be too heavy? Chonghyun works on all of our songs, and that's definitely not an easy job. It's beyond not being an easy job. It's at the level of making the impossible possible. So if he had to be the leader on top of that, I think the burden would be too great for him. So personally, I'm against it. Next is a question asking to know what news Songbin enjoys watching. Songbin watches a lot of social news. He also watches economic news often. And after watching all the news, he always visits the good news that warms our society category. He says he has to calm his complicated mind by watching that. What do you think each member would be doing if they hadn't become idols? It might be strange for me to say this, but don't our members suit being idols well? Nevertheless, if I were to think of other professions, I think Songbin would have been a good teacher or counselor. Juwoo a vocal trainer? A flower shop owner would suit him too. Jiho might have continued on the street dance path. I think a scientist would suit Chonghyun well. What do you all think? Because he likes and is good at exploring things. I think Kion would be a good gym teacher. This time, it's a philosophical question. Which is better, a body without organs or an organ without a body? I think an organ without a body is better. While a body cannot function without its organs, An organ that exists alone without a body can have a new, positive effect when transplanted into someone's body. Did I understand the question correctly? There's also a question asking if I am interested in baseball. They're asking if there's a team I am interested in. I like baseball too. Ever since I saw a Hanwha fan at the Keist Festival, I find myself looking up the KBO League standings whenever a baseball game is on. It would be nice if Hanwha could make it to the fall baseball season. This time, I'll pick 3 things I would definitely take with me if I went to a deserted island. I thought about this after watching Unmanned Rest Area, and fire is really important. I'll take a lighter, toiletries, and the essential item, jihod. A peculiar question came in, so I'll read it as is. Yiwol Gun, this is Jiho's Nuna. Jiho isn't picking up his phone. I have a package to send. Can you send me the dorm address? Instead of going through the trouble of mailing a package, if you tell me a nearby cafe, I'll send Jiho there myself. How much is gold today? It's 0.00274 Chonghyun. As you all know, Chonghyun is the unit of gold in Sparked. You asked me to call out 7 of my favorite numbers for the lottery, but as an idol, it is my creed not to make statements that encourage gambling. If you promise to use them for meaningless doodles in your diary or for changing your password with random numbers, I'll tell you. 6, 9, 12, 24, 29, 38, 45. That is all. 337. Chapter 337, Extra Story. The reason I couldn't say. Someone asked, who is the most dependable member and who is the member you have to look out for the most? They re all a bit worrying. They're like kids dropped alone on a deserted island. But I do rely on Songbin quite a bit mentally. Because I'm also a troublemaker who needs the leader's guidance. I end up taking care of Juwoo and Kion about equally. I think it's because they're like babies. A moment I was grateful to the members. I've been grateful to them from our trainee days until now. They were really good to me, who was the only one to join late. They did their best to help me so we could debut together. And even now, they treat my affairs as more important than their own. That's why I always want to be of at least a little help to the members. There were also questions about how I act when I feel lethargic and if I could comfort the office worker sparklers. I tend to just lie down and think, I have to try to do well again. I need to motivate myself to find the strength to get up. But if the members or sparklers are so tired or lethargic that they need comfort, I would tell them to rest enough until they feel energized. Because we live in a society where there aren't many opportunities to hear that it's okay to take a break. I'd like to be a comfort to you, at least. Dieting is so hard. Say something harsh to get me to my senses. Someone said, if you don't have a health issue that requires you to lose weight, I don't want to recommend dieting. There is such a thing as a standard weight, but everyone has a different basal metabolic rate. And just as there are individual differences, so the weight at which each person can live healthily is different. Nevertheless, if you have to lose weight inevitably due to the nature of your job, like an idol or a model, or if you are persevering through a diet for your health, rather than saying something harsh, I want to tell you that you are going through a lot, and that your efforts to make a change are amazing. Changing a long-standing lifestyle takes so much time and effort. I hope you can endure that long stretch with encouragement rather than a whipta. And actually, there was one more versus question, but I set this one aside because I wanted to answer it separately. The question is the idol I love the most versus the idol I loved last. I like seeing the fans happy when they look at us, and I work with that as my driving force, so I will choose the idol I love the most. In a similar vein, you asked if there's anything I want to hear from sparklers. Whatever you say, I believe you are saying it because you love us the most, so I'm happy to hear anything. I mean it. What genre we want to challenge in the future is a topic we often talk about among ourselves. The most recent one we discussed was ballads. It'll definitely be a challenge, so I can't promise anything, but we really want to show you one someday. There's also the question, what is Spark to Yiwol? They are my everything right now. I think that's the most accurate way to put it. There were also a lot of questions worrying about my happiness. A lot of questions came in asking how I feel when I'm happy and if I'm hurt anywhere. You asked me to promise to be healthy and happy together forever. So let's make that promise on this occasion. Don't get sick, and please be happy. And thank you for saying that you're happy because of me. This is the last question of this long broadcast. What do you want to say to sparklers? I said this just a moment ago, but I hope you are always happy. We will only show you our best sides, So I hope you just enjoy a comfortable and exciting sparkler life. I love you. This has been Yiwol's Ask Me Anything. To everyone who stayed with me until this late hour, thank you so much. I'll send a bubble pop tomorrow, so don't wait up and go to sleep right after the live ends. Sweet dreams. When I returned to the dorm after the live broadcast, everyone was asleep. And for good reason. The date had already changed. I didn't even answer all of them. Even while I was washing up, the unanswered questions lingered in my mind. Before I even dried my hair, my feet carried me to the sofa, along with the list of questions I had printed out first. Did you organize all these questions in Websol, group the similar ones, and then make a list? Laughter escaped me at the first question I saw. Of course, I even categorized them into major and minor groups. There were also questions I could have fully answered as a corporate employee, but couldn't mention as an idol. Things like whether the agency had a labor union, how I knew so much about social life, etc. Even if UA didn't have a union, wasn't there a possibility that an integrated entertainment industry union might be formed? If it did, I'd have to join. As for social life, I learned it through blood, sweat, and tears, everyone. I didn't mention the question about how many hours a day I work because I was worried it would needlessly concern the viewers. There was also a question asking me to speak up if I wasn't happy with the company. I held back, worried that the fans would embroider the main gate of UA with light sticks. And besides, I only worked for 2 hours a day at most these days. There was also a question asking me to choose between a room where I had to just watch as the members do things that go against the virtues of an idol, and a room where I had to watch the staff work without being able to intervene. No matter how I looked at it, it seemed like it would become a high-level diss on UA, so I avoided answering. But if I had to choose one, I would choose the room watching the staff. I could tolerate the company doing strange things, but I couldn't stand by and watch an idol forget their duties. I also couldn't answer questions related to the members' personal lives on the broadcast. Things like the age gap with their siblings or questions about their childhood. Back then, too many of them came from complicated family situations, so it was awkward to ask them about it. I didn't know the age gaps, though. I remembered that Ms. Jeong was 6 years older than us, and Ms. Miho was 4 years younger. I wasn't sure about Lee Chong-hyun's older brother, but he had said his younger brother was 2 years younger. It was also a shame that I had to filter out all the questions about friendships because I was on edge about the all-over issue. If it weren't for those drug addicts, I wouldn't have had to skip the answers. Still, I rationalized that mentioning Barian as the celebrity colleague I feel closest to besides Spark might have bothered Barian, so it was for the best. Someone also asked if I'd ever had dinner with your Sunbeam. I am sorry, I haven't. All Over was close with Partha, and Yer was at Pard's agency. I would not dine with them until they were all indicted. I wanted to answer questions about what CFs I want to shoot or what brands would suit me, but I didn't because it might look like I was encouraging fans to buy things. Should I have talked about the CFs? Come to think of it, saying I want to shoot a public service announcement wouldn't have led to inciting the fans. Maybe I could have expressed it more indirectly if I had talked about the product category instead of the brand. Choi Ji-ho for suits, Jong Song-bin for watches, Park Ju-woo for perfume, Lee Chong-hyun for jewelry, Kang Ki-an for shoes, like that. Why do good ideas always come up later? Do you have a nickname from your school days that others called you? I couldn't answer this because I didn't know if the nicknames from my Kim Hyul days would apply or not. And I didn't have many nicknames to begin with. My classmates had a habit of including me as an extra player, and the only nicknames they gave me were Altari, Young Radish Kimchi, which they gave me because I was tall for an extra, soccer, vending machine, and snowman. Someone also asked about essential certifications for employment. It was information that would be strange for the current Kim Yiwol to know, so I couldn't cover it on the live broadcast. But just having a driver's license and a computer literacy certificate really widened the range of jobs you could apply for. And I didn't know where I slipped this up. Can't you just do your specialty, the boomer voice impression, just once? A question like this came in. Where on earth did I talk about this? Kim Yiwol, are you not living with your head on straight? It was not that I couldn't. Honestly, Assistant Manager Kim, this is the problem. You never do anything properly. How am I supposed to trust you with work if you keep this up? How are you going to fix this mess? You're making me age prematurely, Assistant Manager Kim. There were also a lot of health-related questions. I didn't answer them because I was worried that mentioning something that had gotten better would needlessly bring back concerns, but maybe I should at least have said I was doing perfectly fine now. Other than that, there were questions that anyone might have heard, but for some reason, the weight of them felt different, so I couldn't touch them. If you could go back to the past and get close to one member, who would it be? Compared to your debut, has there been a change in your feelings now? If you were reborn, how would you want to live? If the world were to end tomorrow, what would you want to do? If I went back to the past, I probably would have to meet Jang Songbin, so that he wouldn't get any more involved with Jang Junho than necessary. My feelings were similar now as they were at the time of my debut. I still worked while thinking of Nuna, and I felt a petty sense of guilt because my temperature was different from the others. Maybe it was because I had been living too much like an idol, because I hadn't lost my original intention, I hadn't moved forward a single step. Even if I were reborn, I didn't have the confidence to live like this again. I hope this life, or this regression, is the last. If the earth were to end tomorrow, I would go out to the nearest intersection and stand there endlessly, because that was the best I could do. I slowly traced my finger over the questions that particularly caught my eye. If you could say goodbye to only one member before dying, who would it be? Right. I should think about this too, just in case. Since I had learned that my heart had an expiration date. But the answer was already set. In the first place, I couldn't give such a burden to kids younger than me. To think that I might have to say my final goodbye to the person I resented to death. What an irony. If you were born again, would you still want to do Spark with the current members? In front of the kind question hoping for Spark to be together, I couldn't say anything. So I kept making excuses in my head. If Nuna lives well, if the members still accept me then, if people still enjoy my activities, if I get the chance, even without a KPI. The night deepened. Using the affection that had come to me as a blanket, I placed the questionnaire on my chest and fell asleep right there on the sofa. 338. Chapter 338. Model Debut 1. Normally, Spark schedules were packed right before and after a comeback, and during comeback week. This was because, aside from booking-related show appearances for promotion, there weren't many places for them to go. However, Spark's recognition had now clearly risen, to the point where, on a public level, the public had a positive image of this idol group. And when that happened, something interesting occurred. A solo commercial came in. Commercials started coming in, from a fairly well-known brand, and for a solo member. The first solo ad went to Choi Ji-ho, a fitting move for the group center. It was good news, so I wanted to congratulate him with a happy heart. If only the brand that had offered the contract wasn't such a familiar one. Here. What's this? Birthday present. The brand of the tracksuit I had received as a gift from Nuna years ago. The same store whose logo had shown up in the promo materials when Choi Ji-ho modeled their sportswear line back. Then, even when so much has changed, some things stay the same. My hand unconsciously went to the edge of the document. I fiddled with the innocent paper. So, what's the concept? Lee Chong-hyun asked for my permission before taking the materials. I vaguely remembered him promoting something like a functional zip-up hoodie. He was a sportswear model back then, too. Lee Chong-hyun flipped through a few pages, his eyes widening as he read the title, one syllable at a time. A sexy man looks different from the fit up. What? How utterly absurd. When did our house's center emperor become the sexy emperor? And the copy is so cheesy. Sure enough, the paper said exactly what Lee Chong-hyun read. My hands itched with the urge to update the Dataeon work request page. The references were bold, too. Poses and compositions straight out of men's magazines. Even though it was supposed to be a clothing ad, you could barely see more than a sleeve, making it unclear what the ad was even selling. Are you going to shoot in a commercial instead of a clothing commercial? Kong Keon asked as he looked at the reference materials. Choi Ji-ho just shrugged his shoulders. While there were those who walked the same path as in the past, albeit with a different flavor, there were also those who didn't. Unlike the old Lee Chong-hyun, who first became known through sports drink and perfume ads, the new generation Lee Chong-hyun was offered a direct contract for a jewelry ad. A jewelry ad, not even a watch ad, made the Spark members react in bewilderment. Lee Chong-hyun was still too young to take on a watch commercial. If the target was middle-aged men who buy luxury watches or young men who have established themselves in society, Choi Ji-ho or Jang Songbin would have been the right choice. However, the key point that needed to be highlighted in a jewelry commercial was a little different. As was the case with Indenia, extreme beauty that could showcase the accessory to its fullest was an essential requirement for a jewelry commercial. A pure yet balanced face, glamorous but not artificial. Those were rare. Celebrities already exposed to many markets had public recognition, sure, but they lacked freshness. And in such a situation, a big fish in the free agent market appeared, satisfying all the conditions, possessing both recognition and freshness, and with a reasonable price tag. Who wouldn't take notice? You're going to shoot a pictorial for the new collection, right? Yeah. They said it's a necklace, bracelet, and ring set. Chan Young-hyung said we'll be filming the whole day. Sounds like a long shoot. Must be because it's a luxury brand. Jong Songbin muttered, seemingly worried. He seemed to feel sorry for his younger member, who was being called out for work even though it was non-promotion period. Don't worry, Hyung. I'm a professional at being photographed. Have you forgotten the days when we all trained under Yiwol Hyung? That's right. If needed, I'll help you practice too. You heard what that Hyung said, right? I'll come back with a legendary pictorial, so don't you worry. Lee Chong-hyun flicked his hair with his fingertips and acted cocky. All those days of scolding him and drilling camera training into him were paying off. Are we starting to see a difference in individual schedules now? The situation was slowly changing from the days of the one-off variety show genre switch or unmanned rest area, where the cast was conveniently chosen from within Spark. Love calls, after all, usually targeted a specific person. It would be nice if the balance of commercials and variety shows was well maintained, but in reality, that was difficult. No matter how hard the company or the planners tried, it was hard for all members to be chosen by the market. There's a saying that great talent matures late, so I hope they don't get impatient over the immediately visible differences. I tried my best not to be conscious of the other three as I skimmed through the catalog Lee Chong-hyun had brought. Then, Kang Keon took the booklet from my hand and said, "Don't worry about us too much." Huh? You're worried our prides would be hurt by the solo ads, right? Well, I already talked to Lee Chong-hyun when he was sulking in the practice room, but aside from thinking that I need to work harder, I'm not jealous or anything. They pushed us so much in the full album, so there's nothing to be jealous about. I was surprised by his unexpectedly mature comment. Did the system give Kang Keon maturity itself, not just an appeal of mature charm? I don't know what Songbin Hyung and Joo Hyung think, though. No, I was the one who went on genre switch alone. Jong Songbin waved his hands dismissively. All the members' gazes turned to Park Joo, who had never been on a solo variety show and had yet to shoot a solo commercial. Park Joo blushed and said in a small voice, "For me, it's enough that the members practice their instruments for me." It was an incredibly modest statement. As no one could bring themselves to say anything, Park Joo seemed to decide to be a little more ambitious and declared boldly, "Since we all practice together, someday, I'd like to be able to perform together on stage too." Oh, Joo, be a little more greedy. Until the day of the commercial shoot, Choi Ji-ho worked out like his life depended on it. Because I nagged him nonstop. I hounded him so much that neither the company nor the manager ever had to say, "Ji-ho, you need to get your body ready before the shoot." The fact that Choi Ji-ho's self-management cycle had never once faltered probably played a part as well. As a result, the current Choi Ji-ho, wow, this is truly worthy of acknowledgement, had his physique acknowledged by 19-year-old Lee Chong-hyun, his former roommate, current teammate, and someone who had seen his Hyung's bare torso with his own eyes at their vacation spot. Lee Chong-hyun repeatedly clapped and gave thumbs-ups, while making noises like an old man. Smacking poor Kang Keon's forearm, he said, "Before, Hyung's body was a sculpture, you know? Now, it's an embossed leather seat. Then isn't the before better? No, a sculpture is just hard, but with an embossed leather seat, you can just imagine the soft touch beneath the firm surface." You seriously have no filter. Kang Keon grimaced in disgust. Ignoring his friend, Lee Chong-hyun patted Choi Ji-ho's back and chattered on. "How did your body get even better? Hyung, maybe you should have pursued working out. But then our team wouldn't have a center, so stop working out now." "Hey, do I need to lose more?" Choi Ji-ho asked me. His voice was full of irritation. "You weren't aiming to lose weight in the first place, were you? Haven't you built enough muscle? You look better than when the brand first contacted us, so I don't think anyone will complain on set. I'm hungry. You've worked hard. It must be incredibly difficult for a kid who used to eat 3 containers of salad at a time to reduce his food intake to a third of that." His face showed zero emotion when he ate chicken breast. "Eat something after the shoot. Or should I order something in advance? It's fine. Choi Jiho leaned his head back on the sofa. Still, Choi Jiho had really changed a lot. In the past, he wouldn't have even noticed his younger members being mindful of him while he was dieting. But these days, when it was mealtime, he was the one who brought it up first, voluntarily, telling them not to worry about him and to just eat. Kang Keon's eyes had gone wide. Despite saying he was hungry, Choi Jiho packed his things to go to the gym, saying he was feeling stressed. I was pretty sure he already worked out at dawn. I truly didn't understand what kind of algorithm his brain was running. We all had PT sessions as a baseline, but recently, a new face had joined the little gym squad consisting of Choi Jiho and me. Someone who wasn't just Kang Keon dropping by occasionally or Park Juwo being dragged in for extra lessons, but someone who had practically become a regular. Yu Hyung's really work out a lot. The strength to work comes from physical fitness. That's true, but the moment the promotion period ended, Jong Songbin was inducted as a new gym goer. He made a firm resolution to shed more body fat this time. At first, I was against it. Jong Songbin was one of the members in Spark who had a hard time building muscle. I didn't really want to recommend it, because if you lose fat the wrong way, you could end up looking haggard. If you lose more, won't your body get too skinny? Hyung, haven't you seen the clip from the end-of-year music festival's closing stage, where it's just us? I'd seen it. When Spark was just among ourselves, Kang Keon was this super cute baby pebble. But the moment he stood next to members of other groups, he suddenly became the portrait of young David, the owner of Boulder Arms, the young Duke returning after slaying monsters. And that was the least extreme comparison. Choi Jiho was simply being treated like a human metasequoia. TL note, metasequoia, or dawn redwood, is a genus of fast-growing coniferous trees. Source, Wiki. Jong Songbin's situation wasn't much different, so he seemed to be trying to at least reduce his torso circumference. Songbin. Yes, Hyung. We're not meant to be a skinny-type group. Not a chance. Don't try to force your blessed frames into someone else's standards. At my words, Jong Songbin accepted it without a single protest. Then he set off on a long trek to find an open spot for weight training. His shoulders, unbowed and proudly straight, were quite amusing to watch. 339, Chapter 339, Model Debut 2. While Choi Jiho was struggling to become the best clothes hanger, Lee Chong-hyun also made painstaking efforts. Park Ju-woo would diligently search for jewelry pictorial references and present them. Lee Chong-hyun would absorb them perfectly, and then Kang Keon would conduct camera tests, engaging in intense practice so that he could show his most brilliant self no matter the setting or product. Chong-hyun, your fingertips look a bit forced. Really? What's the problem? My index finger? Middle finger? Try to relax your hand a bit. Right now, it looks less like a hand wearing a ring and more like a hand wearing a leather glove. Whenever I came to the practice room, the kids were at it like that. It did reduce my workload since I didn't need to look for references myself. Lee Chong-hyun, who had been striking various poses, asked in a ventriloquist's voice. Doesn't Jiho Hyung need to do a camera test too? He's shooting a pictorial too. Have you ever seen him look awkward in front of a camera? Oh. If we limited the scope to in front of the camera, Choi Jiho's expressiveness ridiculously surpassed the industry standard. To be precise, his capabilities shine when he was being watched by someone. I once peeked at the members' resumes, specifically the proficiency section, because I felt an internal check was needed before the concert, and at that time, Choi Jiho's self-PR score was 19. It meant that his talent for revealing himself was almost perfect. What good would it do for me to say anything to a guy like that? It would just make me look nosy. So whenever Choi Jiho tried to act high and mighty, I just stood next to him and clapped, telling him he was doing great. And I also left a long rant on Dataeon. The dedicated team agreed to discuss things closely with the advertiser. Everything was going smoothly, but then Lee Chong-hyun suddenly deflated and murmured, "But I'm a little unconfident." About what? Will I be able to pull off the accessories that so many designers have worked together to create? What a useless worry. It seemed my praises had been lacking lately. How long has the brand you're advertising for been in business? About 100 years, I think. I think that's what was written on the official homepage. That's not very long. Your face is a masterpiece created by all the ancestors since Dangun combined. Your face contains the 5,000-year history of the Republic of Korea. At my words, Kang Keon had a look of disbelief on his face. But the side with the longer history doesn't always win. Nevertheless, the word classic beauty doesn't exist for nothing. Would anyone expect an old-fashioned elegance from a greenhorn like me? Let's just change the word slightly. Your face has a luxuriousness to it. That's a value that any jewelry is bound to pursue. It's also an aura that not just anyone can have. So you're saying I look luxurious, right? Of course. So go on and try that hand pose again. His confidence restored, Lee Chonghyun excitedly ran over to Park Ju-woo and Kang Keon, and then he showed off some hand movements that would put a nail art model to shame. Won Chai-hee, who was eating alone for the first time in a while, saw a see more posts notification on her social media. Since she was only following a few accounts besides Spark's official one on her fansite account, it was rare for new posts to pile up like this. Why did they share so much? Each post had a small gray caption saying that at @SPARC_official had reposted it. Just as she was scrolling quickly to see the first post she had missed. What is this? An incredible set of abs entered Won Chi-hee's sight. She almost threw her chopsticks down and hurriedly dimmed her phone's brightness. Even though she knew she had a privacy screen protector on, and she hadn't even intentionally clicked on a sensitive post in a public place, Won Chi-hee's heart pounded like a guilty person's. Much greater than at @SPARC_official has reposted. At Nita's new muse. A heart-fluttering autumn, a new beginning. With Spark's Jiho. #Nita's #Nita's #Jiho #Spark. Much greater than at @SPARC_official has reposted. At Nita's. If you want to run. With Nita's track top. #Nita's #Nita's #Jiho. Much greater than at @SPARC_official has reposted. At Nita's. The autumn lineup presented by Jiho. Check it out on the official website now. BAT.ly/N725. #Nita's #Nita's #new_autumn. Much greater than at @SPARC_official has reposted. At Nita's. Event poster. Giveaway. For customers who purchase over 80,000 won. Receive one A3 size poster. If you purchase over 100,000 won, you will receive both types of posters. See more. Each post was filled with new photos of Choi Jiho. His skin tone was darker than usual, perhaps because he had tanned for the pictorial. His defined abs were revealed between the white and gray combination of his track top. Who wears such a provocative windbreaker in the fall? Even though the design of the outfit was ordinary, Won Chai-hee couldn't shake the thought that it was too provocative. Was it because Nita's hadn't given Choi Jiho an inner shirt? Or was it because Choi Jiho had bulked up? Her thoughts spiraled endlessly. The cut where he slightly raised his arm to expose his serratus anterior, finally, made Won Chai-hee down a whole cup of cold water. Earthly desires flooded her. Nevertheless, her hand, saving the photo, was fast and precise. No. XX, making a kid with already thick lips do a lip-touching pose is XX too much. Making a giant, indifferent, door-like man like Choi Jiho act with an hollow gaze is a deliberate attempt to make the viewer go X, isn't it? An immature, yet more than anything, sincere voice from her heart filled Won Chi-hee's chest. Much greater than at Minam_Hunter, semi-hiatus. Jiho, I can't see the tracksuit. Only your abs, is this right? Minam Hunter Nim, are you really on a semi-hiatus? You're here almost at the same time as the official account. Huh. If you log in one more time this week, I swear I'm blowing up my account. The reactions of others were not much different. Sitting in her cozy trash can-like comfort zone, Won Chai-hee discreetly wiped away tears. Shorts with long socks is really XX over the top. The side slits on the training pants are seriously perverted. Is this really clothing meant for exercise? And yet, Won Chai-hee calmly checked how many colors of the crew socks there were. It didn't seem like a bad idea to send away her old, worn-out socks, which were about 50% opacity near the big toe, and replace them with Nita's new, rather stylish ones. Wasn't there a big Nita's store near my office? When she checked on the map app, there were 3 large stores. Whenever she had to commute on the hellish subway, working in a crowded area made her want to quit, but moments like this sparked a surprising loyalty to the company. Meanwhile, online, some products were starting to show the sold-out sign. There were 2 main reasons for products selling out at a time that wasn't ideal for complete sellouts. First, they didn't have enough stock. Second, the fan power was insane. It was unlikely that a big brand like Nita's wouldn't have secured enough stock to distribute nationwide. So, the conclusion had to be the latter. Won Chai selected one of the main products that Choi Ji-ho had modeled for, the one with the sold-out sign. The stylishly designed product detail page caught her eye. Unisex design, no waistline, functional apparel with 3 pockets including an inner one. Easy to wash, and a price that guarantees at least one poster with the purchase of a single set. Poster can be chosen between A and B type regardless of the product color. To put it more simply, it was a product that didn't feel like a rip-off ad targeting fans. Maybe she should buy a windbreaker. Won Chai quickly did the math in her head. For a working fan, one easy-to-wear outer jacket and a few pairs of socks were not a burdensome expense. An A3 poster wouldn't even need a tube. She could slip it into her movie poster binder instead. And this idea must have come from Kim Yiwol, because the only one who would think about storage and practicality when everyone else was making large posters was the eldest Hyung, who knew the fans' hearts suspiciously well. Won Chai finished reading all the new content before her lunch break was over and left the restaurant satisfied. However, Won Chai did not end up buying socks on her way home from work. Because clothing purchases came with a free pair of socks, while supplies lasted, color selectable. These bastards were not ripping people off. That alone raised Nita's favorability by 1. The improvement of a brand's image within a fandom created a significant butterfly effect, even if that image was just a little bit better. This ripple effect was present in Nita's new pictorial as well. A practical, high-quality item from a sportswear brand known for its reliable products. A reasonable price with simple freebies instead of jacking up the cost by stuffing in useless extras. And posters given according to the purchase amount, as long as you buy even just one newly released clothing item, not only the collaboration pieces. Thanks to this, Won Chai had the experience of not having to curse while spending her own money. Others might say, couldn't you just not make a purchase that makes you curse in the first place? But unfortunately, such things rarely happened in the life of a fan. So Won Chai decided to cherish this experience. She tucked her worn-out metaphorical spear neatly behind her back. The photos came out great, right? A lot of my friends contacted me, saying they saw Ji-ho Hyung's pictorial. Jang Songbin and I sat snugly together, looking at Choi Ji-ho on the Nita's official homepage. That's Choi Ji-ho for you. The kid was a bit unruly, but he always got the job done. Wow, did Ji-ho Hyung sell everything out? Lee Chong-hyun, who had just returned from school, came over without even putting down his backpack and asked. He rested his arms on our shoulders, placed his chin on them, and squeezed in between us to look at the monitor. This is amazing. I don't think I could do it. A jewelry commercial is a different kind of deal. You were cast with the goal of making the brand more high-end. You just have to do your part well. Even with my explanation, Lee Chong-hyun looked dissatisfied. He seemed disappointed that his situation was different from Choi Ji-ho's, who could show his results with a string of sold-out signs. Next time, I'm definitely going to be a home shopping model, and I'll buy everything myself to set a sellout record. Isn't that fraud? It's fraud if you don't pay, and it's bulk buying if you do. I'm telling you in advance. I have no intention of letting the word bulk buying appear next to Spark's name, so drop that thought. At my words, Lee Chong-hyun replied, right, bulk buying is no good, and walked away. And not long after, Lee Chong-hyun would advance from a simple promotional model to a muse for a luxury jewelry brand. 340. Chapter 340, Model Debut 3. I didn't know much about fine jewelry or the high-end market. This was because Spark had never worked in this area before, and it was not like I was the type who wore rings or necklaces. So, when Lee Chong-hyun's pictorial was first released, I just had a vague impression of it came out great, but I couldn't be sure if it would go successfully viral. In the end, an advertisement had to appeal to its target audience. Whether the pictorial came out great, and whether Lee Chong-hyun fulfilled his role as a commercial model were two different issues. At first, I had a bit of trouble figuring out how to check the reactions. I started by piecing together short mentions on influencer blogs and online cafes. Checked if the change in promotional model was mentioned in the fashion newsletters I had subscribed to, and also checked if Lee Chong-hyun's photo was included in the new collection announcement emails that the brand sent out to those who had consented to receive promotional emails. As a result, I was able to see reviews with a slightly different pattern from what I had seen while monitoring so far. Much greater than Lanessa's new collection is being promoted by a male model. I was at the department store and was surprised, thinking, is that a boyish-looking female model? It was fascinating because I don't think I've seen that many times before. A male model also looks good with jewelry. I was originally planning to buy something else. But since it's a new collection, I was tempted and the product is so pretty. And the seller kept complimenting me, saying it was a perfect match for me. So in the end, I brought this little one home. Much greater than Lanessa, new model for the first time in 3 years. Lanessa has chosen a new muse for the first time in 3 years. This is the official first step of the 3WA project mentioned at the Q1 conference. The company explains that the contract with the new muse, Chonghyun, is also part of the 3WA project, which aims for change, high-end, and prosperity. Attention is being paid to whether the introduction of a new muse will lead to Lanessa getting one step closer to the borderless beauty it pursues. Much greater than Lanessa Korea's new face is. Remember the My Favorite Brand survey we conducted with our subscribers in April? Lanessa, which ranked third with an enormous preference of 29%, has chosen a male idol as its new model. Isn't it amazing that a jewelry brand, not a watch brand, has hired a male model for women's fine jewelry? Surprisingly, this happens from time to time in the jewelry industry. Shall we find out why? The nature of each article was a little different, but to put it in a nutshell, the main reaction was, the new model isn't bad. Lee Chonghyun had cleanly broken through the barrier of being too young to promote a luxury brand. I doubt there are any advertisers or customers who wouldn't be convinced after seeing this. I pulled up the image that would go up on the outdoor billboard. His straight black hair, neatly arranged without a single stray strand. His thin, dark eyebrows that gave a sharp and clean impression. And his slightly parted, slender lips were like an orchid drawn in a single stroke with finely ground ink. On his pale, long neck were a finely crafted chain necklace and a thick, gold-colored necklace, layered together. On the wrist of the hand that was slightly lifting his chin, a bracelet. That was part of a set with the necklace shown. A gold bracelet shone over the sleeve of his black shirt, and a necklace with a small pendant sparkled on his white collarbone. A simple outfit that didn't distract from the jewelry. A captivating face that kept drawing your eyes back to the photo. In the pictorial, Lee Chonghyun was the best showcase that could make the accessories stand out the most. But it would be absurd to say that Lee Chonghyun succeeded just because of his face. There were many handsome people in the world. Though, of course, Lee Chonghyun was the most handsome of them all, and there were many more people in a more advantageous position than him. Factors like experience or recognition among the 30-40s customer base, for example. Overcoming all these demerits, Lee Chonghyun confidently accepted the offer. The interview between Lee Chonghyun and Lanessa also played a part in this. When the interview was scheduled for the advertising proposal and coordination, I had made a reference book for Lee Chonghyun to listen to, with the thought that if I told him to memorize it on the way, he would do so without fail. So I was organizing everything from the Lanessa designer's tastes, the commonalities and differences of the collections released in the last 3 years, to the expected questions and effects. Hyung, are you busy? Not really. Why? I organized something for the Lanessa interview. Can you read it over? For me. Lee Chonghyun had done the exact same thing. On his own, without being told. What was most surprising was that the materials Lee Chonghyun had organized were almost identical to what I was making. There were areas he improved upon and parts one had missed. Things like which accessories would have good synergy with him as a model and which ones wouldn't, or how the main customer base might perceive him. So you're saying you don't think you'd suit a logo play product? It would probably suit me. There's never been anything that didn't suit me. I just think that doing a logo play while picking a new face for the sake of going high-end is tacky. But you can't say that on site. You don't know what you'll end up advertising. I wanted to say that even he couldn't pull off the rusty cyber warrior from the old Spark days, but I held back, admiring Lee Chonghyun's efforts. Their opinion will probably be similar. It's not for nothing that logo-less brands are on the rise these days. You know that the F/W trend until recently was old money, right, Hyung? You really know your stuff. Half my clothes are luxury brands anyway. I bet no one but you knows, though. Lee Chonghyun shrugged. As he said, His personal wardrobe was a mix of ordinary clothes and incredible luxury items. I could tell because there was a time when I used to look up every product he wore, but most of Spark had put him through all kinds of indignities, like throwing his clothes into the washing machine, simply because they had no visible logos. You did your research well, even though this is your first time as a fashion model. Weren't you not particularly interested in fashion trends? If you follow your mom to Gangnam District 8 parent-teacher meetings for 10 years, you learn a lot, even if you're not interested. Lee Chong-hyun let out a wry laugh. He also added, I never thought there'd be a day I'd be grateful to my mom. As such, Lee Chong-hyun was a prepared and capable talent. Through endless filming practice, he had even acquired a sense of naturalness. And on top of that, he had the inner glow effect and the camera massage function, which were essential for a jewelry pictorial that only showed his upper body. So what was there to be afraid of? I could say with confidence that it would be hard to find a model like him. You wouldn't find a face like Lee Chong-hyun's anywhere, and industry people would only value him more as they realized that. It's always more painful when you know something's great but can't have it. If the new model got a good response and Lee Chong-hyun's value continued to rise with his continued activities, Laneige Korea would want to feature him as their flagship model, as he was frequently active in Korea and constantly exposed to the public. Whether he could move on to an even higher-end brand from here would depend on how Lee Chong-hyun was marketed, but well, with someone like Lee Chong-hyun, I'd say there was a 90% or higher chance that love calls would come from anywhere once he was on track. The advertising industry favored stable models, and just a few celebrities took up a massive portion of the market. I should take him to see his outdoor ad and take some pictures for him soon. There was no better model than someone who genuinely cherished the brand they represented. I contacted manager Chan Young and shared the location and time of the department store we would visit with Lee Chong-hyun. After their pictorials, Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chong-hyun had to continue working steadily. In Lee Chong-hyun's case, the number of events he had to attend increased tremendously. He was busy handling schedules organized by Laneige, such as the brand's pop-up events and collection red carpets. His routine consisted of going to school in the morning just to get attendance, then heading to Upgyujong and Cheongdam-dong to stand on the red carpet, and then coming to the practice room to practice. In the midst of all this, the kid even carried his tablet around, saying he was going to write songs. Choi Ji-ho became so busy with print interviews, video interviews, additional shoots, and magazine shoots that we barely had time to see his face. According to him, the shoots were fine, but his energy was drained every time he did an interview. He said each interview made him feel like he'd used up a whole year's worth of talking. The content was quite funny. You could see that just by watching the most recent Digging into Nita's new Muse Ji-ho video uploaded on MeTube. Mr. Ji-ho, you became a hot topic after revealing a wardrobe full of Nita's clothes on your social media. Was that, kind of for show? The clothes are comfortable and look great. So I thought they were good, but after seeing my pictorial, my members told me to take this opportunity to throw away all my old clothes. And by the time I came to my senses, so it was the Spark members' idea. Did you receive the in-house model discount? Yes. My members just told me to hand over my card, so I did. The track jacket pictorial was especially popular. Do you like this pictorial, Ji-ho? Our fans, they seem to like it when I expose the front of my body. Your expression is very direct. Do you hear often that your first impression is different from your actual self? I hear it a lot. In what situations do people usually say that? I went to a deserted island for a variety show filming, and at that time, the marketing team staff in charge of the interview couldn't hold back their laughter. But the deserted island incident was his fault. I still couldn't forget how Jeong Nuna called and said that the banana had brought shame to the family. Still, thanks to this interview, we were able to imprint the formula Sparks Ji-ho equals deserted island banana leaf man equals Nita's model onto the public. His imperial aura was shaking, but that was just how star power worked. Things were progressing well, in the sense that they were growing faster than the Spark of the past, yet moving in a better direction, and even more so in the sense that the results were coming out exactly as I had expected. Now that it's come to this, it's probably soon. I tapped the end of my pen against my planner. Almost as if it had been waiting for that moment, a message notification popped up in the lower right corner of my laptop. Manager Chanyang, Yiwol, a solo schedule has come in. So when you come to the company tomorrow, should we go up to the office together first? I had a feeling this would happen. 341, Chapter 341, Model Debut 4. After becoming certain that I had to meet my parents at least once, I made a plan of my own. To resolve the situation of them refusing to get involved with me, I had to give them the impression that they could profit through me, so that they would come find me on their own. To do that, I had to give off the impression of a successful celebrity in everyone's eyes. But it took time for an idol targeting the 10 to 20 age group to make a name for themselves among the middle-aged. There were many ways to drastically shorten that time, but among the means that had no moral issues and spread quickly nationwide, nothing beat commercials. Dramas take a long time for the final cut to come out, and long-running variety shows only start getting exposure once they've established themselves. Moreover, commercials didn't need to be promoted by UA. That was the domain of the advertisers or agencies. My goal was to get maximum effect with minimum effort. After deciding on the direction of my approach, I took the time to explore which advertisers to appeal to. There was no better place than the financial industry for running a massive ad campaign, but there were almost no precedents of male idols being cast, so I aimed for a place with more potential. A field that was looking for a model with an upright image, often promoted the brand or company itself rather than a specific product, and had a large enough budget to sign a long-term contract with a platform. After diligent research, I came to a conclusion. The path I had to take was that of a public relations ambassador or a public service announcement. The hurdle to becoming a model would be lower compared to a large corporation or a luxury brand, while the scale of marketing would expand to the regional or even government level. Next, all I had to do was use the meme capital I already had. Taking the opportunity of being reborn as a labor defender idol through my past actions, I spoke my mind without holding back even as a stand-in the Sharing Worries session, and I even did another Websel special lecture. When I was invited to a MeTube variety show, I talked about the dark side of the entertainment business and ways to improve it, within a range that wouldn't get UA stoned. At the end of that series of actions, Young, did you see this? Your nickname got super long. Nickname? The man whose personal color is Uido office worker gray, the megaphone of the workers, the soul of the proletariat trapped in a young body, the one who uses two brains, do young ones and Yiwol's, the sincere Yiwol Conk, the walking law firm specializing in the Labor Standards Act, the man who can't live without labor laws. That's really long. Became that. It meant I had successfully established a sound image. After my efforts, my hard work bore fruit. A public relations ambassador? Yeah, they said you were the #1 candidate. Ms. Jukyung said with a bright smile. It was a real relief that it turned out well. Moreover, it was a nationwide public relations ambassador position. It would be hard to find a more perfect condition. The Ministry of Employment and Labor ambassador? Except for the fact that I had really become a labor union idol. I was a little flustered. I hadn't expected to be chosen by such a high-level institution. At most, I thought I'd be promoting a startup support policy or a workplace bullying counseling service. I thought getting airtime on Line 2's commute hour subway videos would already be a win. It's a trend for the government to push for youth policies these days. It seems they were looking for a young face to promote it. Ms. Jukyung added an explanation. It was a part one had somewhat guessed. I didn't look like one of those obscenely rich celebrities, so I wouldn't get memes like, yeah right, as if an idol who makes easy money from promoting this can relate, and as a freelancer, I was a good promotional tool from the perspective of supporting young artists. Wasn't it a casting with many good excuses in many ways? Looks like my face is really going to be all over the country. An advertisement of the caliber that the Ministry of Employment and Labor would put out would be broadcast on all media, including TV and radio. Moreover, if it was to promote a new policy, a budget of a different dimension would be involved. It's a public service announcement, so the appearance fee isn't high, but it's an image no other idol has shown before, and it suits you well. I think it's a great opportunity. What do you think, Yiwol? Ms. Jukyung asked. The answer was, of course, yes. Adults also have dreams, and they say there's no age limit to achieving your dreams. We paint a better world. After 30 years of waiting, a certain ordinary citizen, Mr. Kim, also achieved his dream. A future where labor becomes a part of life, not just a means for living. I had become the Ministry of Employment and Labor ambassador I had dreamed of, no, the public relations ambassador. If you wish for something earnestly, Anything can come true. We protect your value. The Ministry of Employment and Labor. Actually, I didn't wish for it that much, but I was so speechless I just said whatever. If I ever imagined appearing in ministry materials, I thought it would be as a workplace abuse case. Life really is unpredictable. Seeing myself in a proper suit, cosplaying as a professional-looking office worker, felt surreal. Watching the rough cut made me lose all sense of reality. Where exactly is this going to show again? I asked Manager Chanyang beside me, and he answered, the subway billboards and inside the trains in downtown Seoul. About 200 major bus stops, including Seoul Station, and the elevators of the Ministry of Employment and Labor and its affiliated organizations. It'll be on TV too. Will it only be on public broadcasting channels? They said the exposure will be low, but it'll show on other channels as well. There's a chance it might air as a mid-roll ad on sports channels too, but that's not confirmed. You said there would be print ads too, right? The posters will be officially distributed to community service centers for their bulletin boards, and a reduced version of the poster would be included in the KTX monthly magazine. It looked like my face was really going to be plastered everywhere. What would those people think when they saw the face of the son they had kicked out? When you got curious about things like this, you could just use a search portal. If you put in search terms that a normal person might think of, like public relations ambassador salary, public relations ambassador benefits, public relations ambassador activity fees, etc., you could get a rough idea. Most articles said that although ambassadorships were technically honorary, in practice, they were often accompanied by substantial appearance fees. When they realized that the child they threw away was making money and making a name for himself, they would be the ones to re-establish the contact they had cut off. With a low, friendly attitude, they wouldn't fail to predict the butterfly effect, even if only a few contents said it made money. Once their minds started turning, they'd start calculating my potential value. I don't think the effect will come immediately with just one ad, but still, you can't be full on the first bite. For now, I was satisfied that the first button had been luxuriously fastened, and I decided to set a more thorough bait based on this good environment. What would those people say when they saw me? I need to get paid for raising you? You've succeeded beyond what you deserve? I thought for a moment and then stopped, because I had promised Jong Song-bin with a pinky swear that I wouldn't repeat bad thoughts. There were plenty of better things to spend my time on. Much greater than congratulations Kim Yiwol on becoming the Ministry of Employment and Labor's Public Relations Ambassador. No lie, it's real. Photo. The way he's all dressed up in a suit, so annoying but cute. The Ministry of Employment and Labor's muse, Kim Yiwol. I knew this might happen, but seeing it for real feels weird. My own little labor consultant has become a world-class celebrity. Much greater than an article is out. Sparks Yiwol appointed as Ministry of Employment and Labor's Public Relations Ambassador. An unconventional move. An unconventional move, indeed. As expected of the man who made us memorize dial 1350 without an area code for counseling. But he's an idol. Much greater than specs of the newly appointed Ministry of Employment and Labor Public Relations Ambassador. Can tie a manual necktie. Has practical skills to create school record templates. Uses over 20 webcell shortcuts. Holds a record of creating a Doshin page in 10 minutes. Debuted on OTT as an office worker actor. Set program record viewership by acting as a resigning employee. Provides free public workplace consultations. And lastly, has experience in conducting multiple lawsuits due to labor disputes. From now on, if Yiwol makes another complaint, you're dead too, UA. If you don't want to become a defendant, act right. Totally agree with the last line. If you don't want to be on the cover of a dispute casebook, do it right. A person who's been writing a shady planner since before he even got his ID card. His birth is different from ordinary people. How's any regular employee supposed to compete? I feel deprived just reading. Labor silver spoon. What the heck is a labor spoon? It's absurd and funny how his career looks so consistent when you write it out like this. After the fact that I had become the public relations ambassador for the Ministry of Employment and Labor was announced, a flood of passionate reactions poured in from all over. Some said the concept acting was getting old, others thought it was simply funny. Thankfully, most fans took it as you don't see idols like this every day. As for the opinions telling me to tone down the concept, I could handle that by drawing a strict boundary between ambassador duties and idol work. In the first place, I had no intention of making a bigger fuss after landing the ad. I didn't want viewers to feel fatigued from being overexposed to me. I'd achieved my goal, so now I just needed to wait for my image to circulate properly while preventing it from spiraling into something weird. No matter what, the most important thing will be the next comeback. I frantically pressed the left and right arrow keys, checking the calendar. According to the annual plan, I had to start planning the album right away too. Release the next album at the right time and prepare for the concert at the end of the year. I opened my notepad to see if there were any good ideas among the ones I had saved, when Jang Songbin's phone vibrated. Hyung, can I take this call? Huh? Go ahead. Jang Songbin, who had asked for permission, bowed his head and answered the phone. Yes, Hyung. Since Jang Songbin always called upperclassmen Sunbae, or Sunbinum, the fact he used Hyung meant the caller was a manager. There were no other older people Jang Songbin was close enough to talk to on the phone. Given the timing, it was probably Manager Chanyang. He still handled most urgent matters and emergency notices. Without realizing it, I had rudely guessed who was on the other end of someone else's phone call. I was about to reflect and focus on my laptop again when Jang Songbin answered. The members? They're all at the dorm. Verbally, they told us not to wander around at night, but UA rarely cracked down hard on Spark. Not only were the Spark members not the type to go around causing trouble, but after their debut, their schedule became so tight that once you put them in the dorm, you didn't even need to monitor them. They would just go into their rooms on their own. And to suddenly do a surprise room check on Spark like that, I had a bad feeling. Something was wrong. What? Jang Songbin's voice grew louder. His face was filled with bewilderment. Yes, I'll tell the members right away. Yes, I understand. I could feel it. The energy of the schedule being messed up. 342. Chapter 342. Text voting. As soon as he hung up the phone, Jang Songbin summoned the members. The kids, who had been preparing to go to school the next day, action school was still a school, after all, hurriedly gathered in the living room. Chanyang Hyung just called. He said that though it might be counting our chickens before they hatch, it's something we should know. What is it? Lee Chonghyun asked, slouching on the floor. I glanced at him, and he straightened his posture on his own, so I didn't bother nagging him. You know Season 2 of IDC starts in the second half of the year, right? Right. A spot has opened up for this season, so they're planning to pick one additional team from the participants of the last season. What? Lee Chonghyun frowned, looking dumbfounded. Weren't part of the Sunbaenims supposed to go from our season? They won first place. He said a spot opened up, separate from the Sunbaenims. Chanyang Hyung doesn't know the reason either. How are they picking the new participant? Kong Keon asked. The normal thing would be for Spark, who placed second, to go, but doing that would basically be announcing to the world that something went wrong during casting. So they probably wouldn't just follow. Ranking. They're going to put it to a vote for the group people want to see again on IDC. Park Ju-woo groaned. It seemed that even the world's most innocent kid had now grasped the inner workings of the industry. It was effectively forcing us back onto the grill without a chance to refuse, but there were almost no agencies capable of rejecting a broadcast station's notice. Even less so if the company was small and the idol was still early in their career. Basically, if they say jump, we jump. Broadcast station bastards, they found themselves a convenient excuse. This way everything looked clean from the outside. It'll be decided by the size of the fandom, then. Choi Ji-ho said in a carefree manner. You share a room with Park Ju-woo and you haven't learned a single thing? If it's an online vote, the fandom wars are going to be intense. Just like during Rookie Award voting. It's hard for the fans, too, having to do alliances and verifications. It also weighs on my mind when they encourage voting by offering prizes just to get us on the show. Kong Keon and Lee Chonghyun, who had each experienced a survival program and an end-of-year voting system, added a word. Their comments were not much different from my own opinion. And most of all, our second half comeback would be nearly impossible. Just like Park Ju-woo feared, it would be possible if I split my consciousness into survival. Iwal and Odd Jobs Iwal, and worked in 2 shifts, but there was no way these guys would allow it. We need to prepare for it. At my words, the kids' faces turned bitter. It seemed the meaning that there was a non-zero chance of us appearing on the show had been conveyed. They were smart kids. The company didn't just stand by either. The next day, we were immediately informed of an alternative plan through the dedicated team. Since everyone is giving up their golden promotion period to appear on the show, The final round will likely be a new song release stage, just like in Season 1. We released City Official's Poem as a digital single, but this time, let's assume we'll be releasing a proper single and start working on the B-side tracks as well. If we do end up joining, we'll try to negotiate for the best possible conditions. Even if we win first place in the vote, if we turn them down saying we have internal schedules, it puts them in the awkward position. It might cause some friction, but since they're demanding our forced participation without any prior consultation, they're the ones who have to bend, so I don't want you to think we absolutely have to go. There was nothing to add, so I just listened attentively. Hyung, you didn't mop the floor with your back this time? Lee Chong-hyun whispered so that Jong Song-bin wouldn't hear. I let out a small laugh and replied, everyone is doing such a good job, why? Would I? Lee Chong-hyun smiled back. In contrast to his dissatisfied look at every meeting with Yoo Han-soo, his face looked free of worries. Less than a week after the notice, a voting announcement was posted on the IDC Season 2 homepage. The community was in an uproar. The comments on the MeTube announcement board were a complete sea of fire. Much greater than a vote for groups you want to see again? I like the idea, haha. Much greater than don't they usually just bring in the first and second place groups for things like this? It's interesting that they're holding a new vote. It'll probably be more fair. Judging by just views is hard, because people can systematically stream videos. While the general public's reaction was mostly like this, the idol fans. Much greater than you XX bastards. Stop with the XX voting. The fans were about to go on a sabbatical. Why do you have to drag us out by the hair again? Enjoy your cheap survival show. Your entire proposal probably fits on one A4 page. They tried to hide the fact that they were just riding on the survival show craze by setting a concept. But wasn't it just a fashion Joseon Dynasty chronicle? The writers were phoning it in so hard. I'm amazed this show even got a Season 2. Everyone who watched Season 1 knows. Spark carried the whole thing on their backs. If it weren't for Kim Pep's fighting spirit despite his injury, the final episode would never have looked that good. Pep didn't just have fighting spirit. He literally put his life on the line. Much greater than they say they'll only accept verified votes to prevent macro participation, but they open up paid voting. The show hasn't even started. I am already so XX pissed. There isn't a single new song from the program, but they've already released the Streaming Pass package. That alone says it all. Theory definitely going to include overseas fan voting this time. I can already see it, a script where they're sending off Joseon envoys, a situation where they'll have a remote interview with Ur, while one of the Hellas members is on an overseas schedule. Is the person above an IDC writer? Much greater than has this vote been agreed upon with each group? The lineup for Season 2 was already being revealed, and it's suspicious that they're holding a vote for an additional participant so late. Absolutely no way. If you look at Partha, Myth already announced their plan to have Partha on IDC in the second half of this year in their IR data from last year. I don't know the exact filming start date, but picking a new group now by vote instead of contacting them earlier, at this point, shows a complete lack of consideration for the new group. Was like this. People who know too much are scary. Because they knew the inside story, they could see through everything. Thanks to this tidal wave of support, if Spark ended up joining Season 2, we'd practically enter with sympathy. Votes already in our pocket. How would you feel if you guys ended up going on IDC? I asked the boys as they were stretching, and I got all kinds of answers. I'd be grateful, but also overwhelmed. The preparation period is shorter than Season 1, but the Sunbanims will be competing against our more senior, right? That's right. The company said they'd support us as much as possible, but our resources will be more divided than when we're just working on an album. Kang Keon and Jong Song-bin had a strong tendency to view the situation rationally. Maybe because of that, neither of their faces had brightened even once since the voting notice appeared. I'm trying to think positively. It's not like it wouldn't be stressful, but realistically, there's no better way to show a bunch of performances in a short time, right? Fans worry because they don't want us to be exhausted, but I think they'd still like seeing a lot of fun stages. And we'd get a lot of screen time. Me too. I like that I can sing a lot. Lee Chong-hyun and Park Ju-woo, who like trying new things, were more optimistic. And this time, I'm going to sing New World too. You know that just because you go on a position competition, it doesn't mean you'll all sing New World, right, Ju-woo? Park Ju-woo looked noticeably crestfallen. I should make sure he got to go on the position competition this time. Just in case, I'd been reviewing protocols. before banning vote begging and venting through live streams or bubble pop. When, guys, Manager Young opened the practice room door and came in. In his hand was a phone with the screen lit. We need to start preparing for IDC appearance. Why? Hasn't it only been a little while since the voting started? Although an emergency countermeasures committee had been formed, I still thought Spark's chances of taking first place were only 50-50. Spark had performed well on the show. Considering the purpose of the stage you want to see again, it would be right for us, the owners of City Officials' poem, which had overwhelmingly ranked first in views among all the IDC stages, to go. It's just that the market doesn't always operate objectively. The fandoms of the rising group All Over and Log, who had many fans in their 20s and 30s and thus strong streaming power, had started encouraging events right from the day the voting announcement was posted. There were even idols who were criticized after showing themselves watching the voting status during a live stream and doing self-votes. Reactions were sharply divided between, why is he doing that when everyone knows fans hate this situation? He's obviously acting pitiful. And our kid is going this far, and you're not voting? And you call yourselves fans. In the midst of all this, Spark was quiet. The Sparklers were also angry too, but in public, they quietly focused on just raising the vote count. Both we and our fans knew nothing good would come from stirring things up when we'd already received so much attention from IDC and held the #1 viewed stage. In a society where the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, Spark, who had just been quiet because they didn't want to get caught up in controversy, conversely benefited. Much greater than no matter how bad the other groups get, none are worse than SBK. They set the tone strictly in the beginning and raised the quality of all the stages. They were the only ones who got an insane amount of evil editing. They got into a fight with their own company's PD while filming this show, and there was even bloodshed. In that situation, they didn't say a single word about how hard the program was, made 2 stages with 5 million views, and even came in second place in the end. And now they're caught in another vote, and their position is just awkward. They probably wouldn't want to appear even if they got first place. Seriously, if you look at the behind-the-scenes stories the other kids told after the show ended, it seems like these guys worked the most during the training camp too. And Spark doesn't even mention IDC that often. It was a promotion with too much unfair criticism for them. The bloodshed was literally real bloodshed. They probably wouldn't want to appear even if they're paid to do so. Much greater than the production team probably wants. Spark to win too. They're the only group that preserved any identity in this sloppy show. If I were the PD, I'd be drawing water ritual and praying for them to get first place. If the PD really cares about the program, they shouldn't be drawing water and praying. They should be buying 100 paid voting tickets a day and voting for Spark. This is the right answer. They say a sincere heart is expressed through money. Much greater than isn't it actually weirder if Spark doesn't win? There was a lot of complaint about Partha getting first place in the end, and now you're telling me that even without Partha, Spark isn't first? Then what's the point of a stage you want to see again? It's just a popularity contest. You don't know that survival shows equals popularity contests? It's been a while since fair results meant anything. That's why it was so amazing that Spark got those results at that time. This was before they even got big. Both idols and fans did circus acts to survive. The program itself was boring, but I found myself watching the Spark stages separately on MeTube. Every time some fans got excited about this flow, other sparklers would appear with light sticks in both hands and scold them. They insisted we maintain our current stance and uphold Spark's no tearing other groups down image. And so, while all the other groups kept self-destructing over and over, and we alone received a great deal of sympathy and silently accumulated votes, the result was, Spark is already the sole leader. If this were an election broadcast, the confirmed winner sticker would have been attached. It feels like just yesterday that we were using all sorts of tricks just to get cast. What an incredible rise in status. 343, Chapter 343, Extra Story. A certain September 22nd. The process of celebrating Park Ji-woo's birthday was long and arduous. This was because the person known as Park Ji-woo was uniquely peculiar, unlike anyone else. If I were to describe Park Ji-woo in one sentence, it would be a round-hearted, stone-fisted chinchilla with sensitive senses. He was picky about many things, but never used it as an excuse to bother others. He possessed a strong fist, but never brandished his strength recklessly. and beneath his dazed-looking eyes, he held a tenacity for rock music. In short, the man was impossible to pick a gift for. Considering how Ju Hyung washes our blankets whenever he has a spare moment, we should really replace his entire bedding set. What if it's not to his taste? Ju Hyung wouldn't even be able to say it if he didn't like it. The faces of Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Ki-on were filled with worry. As the younger members who had received a lot of care from Park Ju-woo, they wanted to celebrate his birthday properly, especially since our debut was just around the corner. Jong Song-bin was no different. He had been diligently practicing power hard rock for Park Ju-woo, but he lamented that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't imitate the ferocious screams that leaked out of Ju-woo's headphones. Can't we just buy him a new headset? Choi Ji-ho spouted some foolishness. AA's new headset for a guy who'd been buying the same pillowcase model for years because he refused to change it? Did he want to see Park Ju-woo's pupils shake, not knowing what to do with the gift? Even now, we were using the 30 minutes Park Ju-woo spent showering as a window to hold a meeting. If he followed his usual routine, we had at least another 30 minutes. That was the kind of person Park Ju-woo was. Spotlessly clean, with his own firm rules, and while he was flexible in other areas, he would never break those few rules. A birthday gift that he's guaranteed to like doesn't take up space even if he doesn't, and still feels like a proper celebration. I dredged up the experience I'd once gained researching farewell gifts for quitting coworkers. And after a long search, I reached one conclusion. Let's prepare a birthday meal for him. Park Ju-woo's tastes, officially certified by Jong Song-bin, were lukewarm milk, low-acidity yogurt, around the level of some places plain yogurt, no smoothies or fraps. Bone broth soup, no salt. Clear beef rib soup, no pepper. White porridge, white rice. Salad, only eggs and sweet. Potatoes as toppings, no dressing. Basic flavor chicken breast. Can we even make a birthday meal with this? Choi Ji-ho muttered as he read the list. For once, I agreed with him. What on earth did this kid eat before he became an idol? It sounds like a normal diet meal. Lee Chong-hyun covered his mouth and added a word. How about a rice flour cake? It's not certain, but don't you think Ju-woo would hate something that sticks to his teeth? Ah. Kang Ki-on immediately agreed with Jong Song-bin's opinion. You're a difficult man, Park Ju-woo. After racking our brains, we decided to use the one of these has to be to his taste technique. We decided to prepare all the bland foods that Park Ju-woo might like. Let's split into a cake team and a cooking team. One side will prepare the cake, and the other will handle the actual cooking. Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chong-hyun were in the cake team, which would use ready-made products, while Kang Ki-on and I, who had to control the spiciness with our own hands, were in the cooking team. Jong Song-bin took on the role of supervisor for both sides. Everything has to be prepared in advance, out of Ju-woo's sight. Got it, because our future main vocal had sharp ears. If we tried to do anything in the dorm, he would notice with uncanny senses and come trotting out. The members nodded with grim determination. The preparations for the birthday celebration, reminiscent of a spy movie, had begun. The night of the 21st, the day before Park Ju-woo's birthday, arrived. After group practice, Kang Ki-on and I would stay behind at the company under the pretext of extra practice, while Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chong-hyun would say they were going to the gym and wait. When Jong Song-bin gave the signal, we were scheduled to move the cake and other ingredients that had been picked up during the day. Hyung and Ki-on, are you guys doing extra practice again today? Park Ju-woo, who was sprawled out on the floor as usual, asked us. Yeah, you go on ahead. Watching me and Kang Ki-on intently, he opened his mouth. Should I stay a little longer too? Huh. Kang Ki-on sent a signal with his eyes that said, has this Hyung already figured it out? I tried my best to remain calm and asked back. Why? You're tired. Everyone is working so hard. I feel like I'm being too lazy. Ju-woo, you're a big hexagon person, so you don't have to put in the same level of effort as a small hexagon person like me. Park Ju-woo stared at me with blank eyes. What I mean is, let's save our stamina and use it efficiently. It's a bigger loss if we overdo it today and can't practice tomorrow. It seemed the analogy was too difficult for him, so I quickly changed my expression. Fortunately, Park Ju-woo agreed readily. Before the kid could say anything else, Jong Song-bin quickly took him and returned to the dorm. When the two of us were finally alone, Kang Ki-on and I repeatedly swept our chests in relief. What's with that Hyung's intuition? He is extraordinary. I don't think I can lie in front of Yiwol. To become clean chefs, we even showered at a nearby sauna, changed into the clothes we had prepared in advance, and then headed to a shared kitchen that was said to be open 24 hours. The act of cooking itself wasn't difficult. It was just that I was a little worried about Park Yiwol, who would be eating this completely unseasoned food. Want to have a taste? I cut a small piece of the freshly pan-fried tofu, ingredients, tofu, cooking oil, and gave it to Kang Kian. He chewed, then nodded. It doesn't taste like anything. Success. It was a good start. After that, we sweated bullets and cooked for a good 3 hours straight. When I came back carrying a bundle of airtight containers in one hand and shoes in the other, padding around in just my socks, the dorm was quiet. Jong Songbin came to greet me, barefoot. I wondered if Park Yiwol knew that all for the sake of celebrating just him, everyone was walking around barefoot, of one mind and one accord. You've worked hard. You too, Kian. It's no big deal. Where's Yiwoo Hyung? He washed up and fell asleep as soon as he got here. Kang Kian and Jong Songbin whispered to each other, exchanging information on Park Yiwoo's movements. What about Choi Jiho and Lee Chonghyun? Are they in their room? Yes, they're decorating the cake in their room. Jong Songbin pointed to our room. But something was strange. Not a single sliver of light was coming from inside. Looks like they're already done decorating. Are they asleep? Well, you'll see when you go in. Jong Songbin avoided my eyes. Honestly, can't they even decorate one cake when I'm not looking? At this rate, how are you going to film a top-tier cake decorating video after you debut? Grumbling inwardly, I opened the door, and what did I see? Choi Jiho and Lee Chonghyun were decorating the cake, relying on the flashlights of their phones. They looked like primitive humans discovering fire for the first time in a cave. What are you doing? In case Yiwoo Hyung sees the light on when he goes to the bathroom and finds out, Lee Chonghyun said in a voice that sounded like he was swallowing his tears. It seemed he was in the middle of a lonely, try not to laugh challenge by himself. I closed the door and sat on the floor, and Choi Jiho shoved a spare phone at me. The sudden blast of flashlight bouncing off the back of the phone blinded poor Chonghyun, who rolled on the floor like he'd been hit. Is this how you were supposed to make it? Ignoring his dongsing being taken down by a laser beam, Choi Jiho stayed completely unfazed. Sorry, but I can't see the cake. Oh. Choi Jiho shone the flashlight on the cake again. Honestly, I wondered whether he realized we couldn't see the design at all. But I held back my nagging since it was supposed to be a good day. The cake was all white, even though they had clearly put a lot of things on it. It seemed the problem was that they had put marshmallows and white chocolate on a milk cake. What's with the peppermint candy? You said to put white things on it. You didn't think at all about how they'd taste together, did you? We can just eat them separately. Choi Jiho was merciless even to the birthday boy. And to think Kang Kian and I had just come from being hit by an oil bomb. Hyung, Lee Chonghyun, who had successfully readjusted to the darkness, slowly crawled over to my side. We even drew a picture with whipped cream. Lee Chonghyun brought his phone even closer to the cake. The face that Park Yiwoo often used in his messages was drawn on it. On the side, it was written, "Birthday of Park Yiwoo, the epitome of purity." The details are great. You must have worked hard. The cream on top might be a little thick. Jiho Hyung and I kept covering and redrawing it, so we layered the cream on top of each other. We bought low-fat cream. It's fine. Spurred on by the encouragement, Lee Chonghyun began the finishing touches, decorating the surroundings with sugar flowers. His hands moved delicately. I hope Hyung likes it, Lee Chonghyun said in an excited voice. Even if he wouldn't exactly like this bizarre cake, at least he'd appreciate the effort, right? Hoping so, we hid the cake deep inside the refrigerator. The morning of Park Jiwoo's birthday dawned. When the alarm we'd set a little earlier than usual went off, Choi Jiho, Lee Chonghyun, and I shot upright. Jong Songbin and Kang Kian, for the sake of the surprise event, waited for their chance in their room to create a normal environment. While we were setting the table, we heard a slight noise from Park Jiwoo's room. The voice of Park Jiwoo, who had woken up early, and the voice stopping him from his trip to the living room reached the kitchen. Nevertheless, after many twists and turns, we were able to successfully set the all-white birthday table. On the white tablecloth, we had torn off last month's calendar and laid it with the backside up. We also wrote a birthday message. "Can I come out now?" Jong Songbin, who had run out of excuses, got the signal from a knock on the door, and let Park Ji-woo out of his cage. The door opened, and the birthday boy entered. What's this? The pure white cake, decorated as lavishly as a wedding cake. The meal that had been stripped of all color, and the utensils wrapped in white napkins. Every element was perfect. It's your birthday. We all prepared it together. At my words, Park Ji-woo's eyes widened. All of this? Park Ji-woo's eyes sparkled. It might have just been my imagination, but he also seemed a little conflicted. You always have a hard time because of food. We hope that for today, you could eat whatever you want comfortably, without having to pick anything out. Jang Songbin said gently. Park Ji-woo's face was colored with emotion. Hyung, we couldn't buy a white candle, so... Lee Chong-hyun, who had been hesitating, took out a bundle of candles from behind his back. Even though it looks like this, it's not for ancestral rites. It's a scented candle. Really? They said it's for decorating on top of candles, as an interior prop. Really? At Lee Chong-hyun's cry, Park Ji-woo smiled brightly. Anything is fine. With a cheerful grin, he blew out the flame on the fist-sized candle I lit. Thank you, everyone. Park Ji-woo's cheeks flushed. He ate half of the milk cake, and cleanly finished the rice with pan-fried tofu and the bone broth soup. He carefully folded and took the calendar that had our handwritten messages. I'll never forget today's party. I promise. Park Ji-woo looked genuinely happy. For those of us who had celebrated his birthday, there was nothing more joyous. 344, Chapter 344, Audition 1. Work had no manners. It tended to show up without warning and bring along a whole crowd of friends. This time was no different. Following the unexpected public service announcement shoot and the survival show reappearance, a new job came my way. It was an offer to play a villain in a drama. Just from reading the script, I figured there would be plenty of actors besides me aiming for this role. It didn't carry much weight at the beginning, but its presence exploded in the latter half, and I figured it would be attractive to actors who wanted to show a diverse range of non-one-dimensional acting. However, the reality of the drama world seemed to be a little different. What was the writer's previous work? There isn't one. I heard it's their debut. So that's why no one's taking it. The drama scene is tough these days, so it's hard to get a slot. If the broadcast slot is uncertain, most actors are reluctant. I called Mr. Gujahan just in case, and that was what he told me. Are you going to do it? We're not in a position to turn down offers. Since they offered, I'm planning to go to the audition. Find out who the PD is and text me. I did as I was told, and not long after, I received another call from Mr. Gujahan. Doesn't seem like you'd lose anything by doing it. Is that so? He's a person with good instincts. We didn't get along, though. I didn't ask why they didn't get along. There were probably very few people who got along well with. The past Mr. Gujahan. The call ended with me saying thank you and that I had enjoyed Mr. Gujahan's recently aired drama. I looked an opportunity to ask for the members' understanding about my individual schedule, but there was no need. Jang Songbin and Park Ji-woo were swamped with assignments for their final exams, and Kang Kian was nowhere to be seen, as he went off to play the guitar whenever he had a spare moment. Even if I had landed work for them, it would have fallen through because the kids wouldn't have had the time. Thanks to that, I had no choice but to accept my overflowing good fortune alone. My planner was getting more and more packed. PD John was racking his brain over the difficult casting. While actors' fees had skyrocketed into the hundreds of millions, upper management kept ordering him to cut the production budget no matter what, pounding his back without mercy. The project itself is good, though. Thanks to a passionate rookie actress, the female lead role was filled, but the male lead and the major supporting actors' roles were still vacant, even though it had been a while since the script was sent out. Was it because this wasn't a romance comedy with guaranteed box office appeal? PD John sighed, flipping through the script for the first episode. They said the Korean drama scene was overrun with mass-produced rom-coms, yet when a truly minor genre came along, the reality was that no one even looked at it. At the very least, he had high hopes for one of the villains. He was a mid-level boss, but he was a charming character who showed a different kind of charisma from the main villain. PD John had already picked out a person to play this character early on. Convincing the writer had been a bit difficult since the person wasn't an actor, but he was someone with the talent to turn the atmosphere around with just one video clip. That person was Kim Yiwol, the standout target who had received the highest praise last season on Act On, known for quick thinking and an unhesitating willingness to eliminate anyone who got in his way. He had first seen the variety show clips last year. After taking on the new drama and reading through the script, Kim Yiwol from back then suddenly flashed into PD John's mind. That night, he binge-watched Act On, this time dissecting and observing every aspect of Kim Yiwol in detail. His ability to create a high-level atmosphere even without a script. His appearance that exuded a powerful aura even when he was just standing still. His tall height and sharp face, and his harmony with a suit that made him look like he was born wearing one, were more than enough to portray the villain in the drama. Shall I cut off the limbs first? Added to this was a voice that was soft yet had a chilling charm, like a thin layer of ice. By PD John's standards, it was more than enough to pass. There aren't many people like him. He wasn't completely without acting experience either. While the character of Do Young-won didn't require great acting skills, you could tell from the drama that his acting sense wasn't bad. PD John also liked the fact that he had an upright character. In the drama industry, where incidents of actors being replaced due to problems popping up when you least expect it, the private life issues of the cast could not be ignored. While there were people whose public image was good but their actual selves were not, Kim Yiwol had a good reputation in the broadcasting industry. There was even an opinion that, if anything, his attitude was being undervalued because he was an idol. Though his wholesome image was so firmly established that, around the time PD John put in the casting offer, Kim Yiwol ended up filming a public service announcement that was the complete opposite of the drama character. PD John couldn't count how many times he'd beaten his chest the day he saw Kim Yiwol in a suit, smiling kindly and saying he'd stand on everyone's side. In any case, Kim Yiwol accepted the audition offer. Though it was called an audition, it was really closer to a process of seeing how well he fit with the production team. PD John, thanking him for the quick response, had diligently scheduled a meeting. I hope the casting works out like a miracle. Let's just fill one spot securely, please. PD John prayed silently, hoping that the heavens would recognize his desperation. Maybe it was because I'd been through it once before. Compared to in my office, the atmosphere on set felt much more relaxed. It probably helped that I had some understanding of the inner workings going on. Moreover, the production company staff were kinder than at the In My Office audition. The villain is as important as the lead, and the fact that they contacted you first means they won't treat you disrespectfully. They're the ones in a tight spot, so don't just grovel yourself to them. Mr. Gu Jahan was right. So this is where all that effort of raising Gu Jahan properly gets used, huh? Not that I was going to change my attitude just because I'd received some advice. When we reached out, we explained this beforehand, and as you know from the synopsis, this is a villain role that requires emotional acting. The emotional arc will be more complex than your previous roles. Do you think that'll be a burden? My personal abilities may fall short, but I intend to do my utmost to match the image envisioned by the writer and the PD. You're an idol. Is it okay for you to play a villain? I've never shown any illegal behavior or an insincere attitude, so I believe the fans will be able to distinguish between my real self and my acting. What are your activity plans for the second half of the year? There are a lot of scenes to shoot, and many that need to line up with the leads, so it'd be great if we could plan things flexibly. I'm scheduled to participate in a survival variety show, but it's one I appeared on last year. Since I'm familiar with the system, I'll try to keep the workload to a minimum. If you can accommodate the broadcast recording days, I'll devote all other time to the drama. The interview questions came from within the expected range, so it wasn't difficult to answer. This isn't confirmed yet, but are you okay with upper body exposure? Just the back, except for the fact that I was suddenly asked a question I had never imagined. My back. There's a setting where Cheon Yoon-sung has a large tattoo on his back. It's a device the writer put in for the character's personality, so it's not certain if it will remain in the final draft. But for now, there's a scene around episode 10 where he shows his back while changing his dress shirt. I was momentarily flustered. The cunning son of a chaebol family chairman with a back tattoo? Wasn't that a bit old-fashioned? Or was I just out of touch with current drama trends? Has the design of the tattoo been decided? A dragon. The PD's expression wasn't very bright either. I could roughly imagine what kind of scene would come out. A mid-level boss who'd grown up feeding on injustice, standing above a sprawling city nightscape, throwing on a dress shirt, fastening an expensive watch, and delivering some despicable line. But a dragon. Tattoo, no matter how I looked at it, seemed like it would make the character of Cheon Yunsung look petty. I would understand if Cheon Yunsung's group name was Miru Group, but it wasn't. Or was it supposed to be that? A symbol of a tragic Imugi that never became a dragon? Even that metaphor felt overused by now. I have a scar on my back. If it's a one-time thing, it might be okay, but if it's multiple times, it will require a lot of work in the video editing process. I did a similar scene when I was filming a music video, and I heard that the post-production was difficult then too. I can't be sure it would look good on screen, either. It's not that hard to cover up most scars. Is the scar very big? Yes. About this big. When I showed him with my hands, the PD's mouth dropped open. Did you get into an accident? No. Maybe I shouldn't ask things like this. It wasn't from doing anything bad. Oh no, that's not what I meant. I'm sorry. My mouth runs away with me. The PD was lost in thought. I waited quietly until he'd sorted things out in his head. You don't want the scar to be revealed? This won't decide whether you pass or fail, so tell me honestly. That way, I can talk to the writer and have the scene removed or replaced. I had never thought about it this far, so I took a moment to think. But the answer wasn't difficult. If viewers won't feel uncomfortable, I don't mind. I had a similar thought when I was filming the music video. After all, it wasn't my fault that I got it. But it's very unsightly. If you're going to ask for the writer's opinion, why don't you see it for yourself and discuss it? The PD was flustered as I undid a couple of the top buttons of my shirt and spread the collar to create an open space at my back. I might look like someone desperate to be cast, but I didn't want to create a big problem later by not explaining properly. The PD asked for my permission, came up behind me, and pulled on my shirt collar. I heard a gasp and a sharp intake of breath from above my head. With reactions like this every time, I couldn't help thinking that maybe I really should get scar removal surgery before meeting Nuna. 345, Chapter 345, Audition 2. The atmosphere of the meeting was better than PD John had expected. After spending his entire career behind a camera, it was only natural that appearances were the first thing he noticed. A handsome face that was guaranteed to look good on camera from any angle immediately caught his eye. His gentle voice carried strength, and above all, the refined, cultured tone that suited the character was impressive. The words he chose sounded like something someone 10 years older than his actual age might use, yet they never felt out of place. His polite attitude and character were, of course, impeccable. He spoke his mind calmly, yet his words were laced with humility. Thanks to this, the meeting room maintained a friendly atmosphere until the script reading. Where had it all started to go wrong? At what point did the smoothly flowing conversation suddenly turn uncomfortable? PD John swore that he had never once treated Kim Yiwol like a wannabe actor idol punk. Not just because he was in a weaker position, but genuinely. Even when Kim Yiwol showed him his scar, he had thought, this person really looks ahead to the finest details, not he's doing all sorts of things to land one role. He was able to think that way entirely because he felt that Kim Yiwol had come to this place with the mindset of a professional. Lastly, I'd like to see some free acting. And so, PD John had been at ease until he asked for the free acting, an essential part of the audition process. In the case of Cheon Yunsung, the key scene is when he sheds his disguise as a sociable and capable heir and reveals himself as a villain. So I'd like you to show me an acting that can portray this reversal. Had PD John been momentarily mistaken because he'd seen an overly ideal actor? Or had he unconsciously become convinced that the person in front of him wouldn't push back against him? Kim Yiwol clasped his hands and tilted his head. You said I just had to answer a few questions and leave. This isn't what you told me. Pardon. The oppressive aura he had seen in act on was reproduced right before his eyes. If it had been just this, PD John would have just understood it as Kim Yiwol having a decent sense for acting. I just think you're demanding a lot. However, there was a difference between the Kim Yiwol seen through the screen and the Kim Yiwol faced in person. A subtle irritation, displeasure, and an arrogant, high-handed gaze were directed at PD John. Don't you think so? Is there anyone who wouldn't be pissed off if they came here thinking the role was theirs, only to have their qualifications questioned now? A disbelieving laugh followed. You should have just been honest. If you said you don't trust me because I'm young, or that it feels like a gamble to stake so many people's livelihoods on this, I'd at least understand. But this is just toying with someone. Is this free acting? To say that, The content of what Kim Yiwol was saying was pointing to the current situation. He was using polite language, but there wasn't an ounce of respect toward the other party. Most of all, Kim Yiwol looked genuinely annoyed. The atmosphere he exuded, the kind that only someone who had grown up with innate arrogance could produce, also played a part in confusing PD John. Wouldn't it be better for you to change professions now? If you're going to work with people and can only conduct yourself like this. An insolent attitude that didn't treat others as human beings. The belief that he held the upper hand, without a single doubt, was evident in his fingertips and gaze. Excuse me. A staff member from the production company cut in. The cold expression on Kim Yiwol's face as he stared at the visibly angry man instantly returned to its usual neat composure. Yes. Seeing Kim Yiwol straighten his back and place his hands politely on his knees, the staff member asked with a dubious expression. Was that free acting? Yes. You asked me to show the reversal, so I tried to make it look as different as possible from the earlier meeting. Was there a part you put particular emphasis on in your lines? PD John threw a question, pretending not to be flustered. The shock of, I just think you're demanding a lot, still lingered. The setting is that the female protagonist, a reporter, is digging into the corruption of a chaebol family, so I thought there would be a confrontation with Cheon Yoon-sung at some point. So I assumed a situation where the media is verifying the heir's qualifications. But as you mentioned, if it's a scene where he reveals himself as a villain, it would likely be a one-on-one scene with the protagonist, so I tried to be relaxed but openly show hostility. The script delivered to the actors was only the synopsis and the script for episodes 1 to 3. From PD John's perspective, knowing that the very scene Kim Yiwol had anticipated appeared exactly the same way in the latter half, it was impossible not to be surprised. Moreover, if you thought about it, Kim Yiwol's lines had plenty of room to be interpreted not as the tantrum of a disgruntled idol, but as a situation where Cheon Yoon-sung, the #1 heir, has become displeased due to media play. There was a reason the director of In My Office praised him for being smart. PD John was inwardly impressed. At that moment, the staff member next to him threw a joking comment. For a performance like that, the lines had quite a bite to them. No, why would you kill the mood now? If we don't cast him, we'll have to go pounding the pavement again. Was there something you felt guilty about or something? My acting is still very lacking, but I believe that if I can't convey what I want to say to the people in front of me, I won't be able to show anything to the people beyond the screen. I think it'll be conveyed. I think everyone will be super pissed. I need to be able to persuade the two of you to be able to persuade the viewers, but I didn't have many techniques to provoke enough anger for the protagonist to feel betrayed. I apologize if you were offended. Kim Yiwol stood up from his seat and bowed politely. The production company staff waved their hands and made an excuse. Was it an overstatement to say that even the sight of Kim Yiwol willingly accepting the apology and sitting down was reminiscent of Cheon Yoon-sung, who held everything in his grasp and manipulated the world? Even if his judgment was clouded by bias, PD John found himself wanting to cast Kim Yiwol no matter what. As soon as I got in the car, Manager Chon-young asked how the audition went. It wasn't my intention to reduce his expectations to zero, but I answered honestly. It might not work out. Why? Are they trying to make you play too bad of a role? It's not that. I think I misunderstood the questioner's intention. No way. They probably asked the question vaguely. The manager took my side without a moment's hesitation. My conscience pricked me, no matter how I looked at it. It seemed one of the interviewers thought I was throwing a tantrum. You're going straight to the practice room, right? Yes. While the manager was starting the car, I took out my planner from my bag. I was planning to mark the audition, which was the biggest event of the day, as complete. The moment I took out the pen, the planner lit up. To be precise, the top of the page sparkled and the system appeared. Plus, system, a work directive from the superior has arrived. Play button Manager Kim. This is a document that was stuck in that cabinet, you see? It's old, so just give it a quick check and throw it away. I'll have it placed at your desk. Plus, my desk? Is it talking about my suitcase? I quickly checked the time. To check what the system had given me, it was best to aim for a time when the members were not at the dorm. It would be a problem if one of them popped out from somewhere and asked what that was. Everyone would be out around now. So if I said I'd forgotten something and stopped by the dorm, Manager Nim, is my lunchbox in the car? Yeah. I picked it up earlier to give it to you as soon as you get to the practice room. If it won't distract you while you're driving, could I eat it now? And I want to stop by the dorm for just a moment. The dorm? So you'll go to the dorm first, and then to the company. The manager turned the car around. The lunchbox disappeared into my mouth so quickly I couldn't even tell whether it went into my mouth or my nose. I left the manager in the car and headed to the dorm alone. When I opened the door, the gap in my suitcase was flashing. Is this system crazy? What's it thinking, letting loose a mirror ball in someone else's bag where anyone could see? Panting with anger, I opened the suitcase to find an old plastic document case. It was an ordinary document case with blue latches on both ends. I could see that it was full of paper through the translucent case. You're not really making me work again, are you? I asked inwardly, but the system didn't answer. This was already work overload. Couldn't they at least hire a newbie? Grumbling, I opened the lid of the document case and was at a loss for words. Everything inside was material I recognized. An old diary, prescriptions, a copy of a self-reflection statement I'd written on the day I received demerits in high school, and dozens of official incident and accident confirmation forms. Some of the papers were so old that their edges were discolored, while some were as crisp as if they had just been printed. There were 2 to as many as 4 copies of the same paper, and the original documents were sorted separately. Why is this? At the same time as I discovered the forgotten item, old memories came flooding back. So you said you were going through regular admissions. Guess you're pretty free, if you can come all the way here. Around the time the autumn breeze was blowing, one Friday evening, I had gone to see my sister. Even as she scolded me, she took me to a stone pot rice restaurant she claimed was the best near her office. She said it would take some time for the food to come out. In the meantime, my sister poured me a cup of water and asked, "What's wrong? Is studying not going well? Are you worried you'll have to take the exam again?" It's not like that. I couldn't bring myself to meet my sister's eyes, so I remember bowing my head as low as I could and casting my gaze to the floor. I told you to go to a Gashawon for the month before the CSAT. Gashawons aren't that expensive. Should I look for a short-term rental for you now? TL note. A Gashawon, is a very small, budget-friendly, single-person room for rent in South Korea. It's not about that, really. And then I had taken a deep breath. For what felt like eternity, I hesitated before handing my sister the plastic document case. I kept hesitating even up to the moment I pulled it out of the bag resting on my knees. "What's this?" my sister asked with wide eyes. My sister, who had taken the case, looked back and forth between me and the papers inside, then opened the lid and checked the contents. My sister's hand, flipping through the papers, grew faster and faster. Domestic violence. I heard the statute of limitations starts when you become an adult. So, at that time, I couldn't say anything. I think I had a slight anxiety that my sister might stop me if I said I was going to sue our family. No matter how much I resented our parents, my sister had always tried to fulfill her duties as their child. Before I start arguing with them, I was wondering if they would agree to a settlement. I came to ask what you think. A settlement? I'm thinking of getting money and leaving for good, before it goes to a legal battle. Am I being too naive? How much I trembled as I asked that, and how sad my sister's eyes looked as she looked at me. 346. Chapter 346. Debut expenses. How far have you looked into it? My sister asked. Her voice sounded like it was both pressing me for answers and feeling helpless. You're a high school senior. The CSAT is next month. At a time like this, you should be focusing on that, instead of worrying about this. There's no point in taking the CSAT if I can't pay the tuition. So you're going to tell them now? At this important time? If we don't settle now, I won't make the deadline. Those papers were the record of my 19 years. I had to get out of here even if it meant suing those two, and to do that, I needed evidence. They were the traces of my struggle, collected with that in mind. I was planning to use this card right before the CSAT. That way, I could escape from home as soon as I became an adult. The admission fee is due in late January at the earliest, and early February at the latest. This conversation won't end in 1 to 2 weeks. We'll be arguing for weeks. You're going to talk to those people just to get a measly tuition fee? You still don't know what kind of people they are. It's not a measly tuition fee, no. My sister's mouth closed at the words that had been driven in like a wedge. No matter how much I worked part-time, I could only save up enough for the admission fee. I know it sounds like an excuse, but I don't have enough time to work. I can't be sure what my CSAT score will be to apply to a lower-ranked school that gives scholarships. I want to leave home, but things aren't going my way. If I'm going to sue them eventually anyway, wouldn't they agree if I suggested a settlement now? Even as I stammered on, I couldn't tell if I was expressing my opinion properly. I tried to speak clearly and persuade her, but my mind felt like it was turning completely white. My sister grabbed my hand. Her hands were clenched tight. It's not your fault. The situation is difficult, so it's hard to set priorities. Let's pack your things and go to my place right now. If I'm working, I can get a loan for a few million won. I don't want to be a burden. Who said you're a burden? Even my sister, who rarely ever raised her voice, snapped then. Because I already knew she was that kind of person, it was even harder for me to lift my head. If you're not going to ask for help, then why did you come to me? Hearing her angry voice, I felt guilty. I didn't want to be a bother. I wanted to solve it on my own. But I had realized, with a sad clarity, that no matter how much I tried on my own, my decision was lacking in the eyes of my sister, who had lived longer. Because you're an adult. With this much, I figured you'd be able to see better than me whether it would be a threat to them. Yiwol, please. My sister sighed. I took a deep, very deep breath. That's your right. It's your only chance to be justly compensated for the harm you've suffered. Her every word was filled with resentment. I didn't want to hear this kind of voice from my sister. Don't waste your once-in-a-lifetime chance on something like this. My sister lowered her head and cried. Tears fell onto the plastic cover. My sister, who spoke like that, had never ended up filing a lawsuit herself. She worked day and night without stopping, earning money, and after moving out, she even secretly sent me pocket money, letting the statute of limitations run out. And yet, she was telling me to get compensation for myself, hoping that even if the wound wouldn't heal, at least the painful memories would be eased. The food came, but I couldn't bring myself to eat it. In a crowded restaurant, we couldn't even pick up our spoons until the customers at the table next to us had changed several times. I didn't have the guts to go against my crying sister's words and confront my family. The evening I parted with my sister, I sent her a text saying I would focus on preparing for the CSAT. And a little while after the CSAT was over, my sister came to see me, holding an envelope that was bursting at the seams. You can't open a bank account without mom and dad's consent, right? Huh. Keep it in cash. I've already taken out the deposit, so don't even think about using it for anything else. I couldn't bring myself to reach for the envelope, because I knew what kind of money it was. But my sister was stubborn. I'm not just giving you this money. I'm going to get it all back later. And then my sister sipped her iced Americano, the cheapest thing in the cafe. So I worked like my life depended on it. Without a moment to think about things like a readjustment period or a job transfer, I just looked ahead, living without flexibility or adaptability. I'll pay you back as soon as possible. Because I had said I would pay her back quickly. Because I really felt like a burden. Because I had become an adult too, and I wanted to tell her not to worry anymore. But I never became a strong adult like my sister. To become a solid adult, I was too helplessly broken by just the absence of my sister. The documents were exactly as I had collected them in the past. The only difference was that my name had been changed to Kim Han. What's your intention in giving this to me? Are you telling me to sue those people in this life? After making me an idol whose face is plastered all over the world? In a situation where I'd be lucky not to be countersued? I closed my eyes and took a deep breath to calm myself, but it wasn't easy. My head was spinning, and then a thought occurred to me. The bank account. The account with 15 million won in it. The account that had the full 15 million won when I came to the past, and the account that I wouldn't have needed to open if I hadn't enrolled in college. With a trembling hand, I accessed the banking app. Even the short loading time felt unbearably long. And the moment I checked the account opening date. Account. Opening date 20xx.12.26. I felt my breath catch in my throat. So it was settlement money. Using these documents, I must have promised not to escalate the family matter. The documents crumpled powerlessly in my hand. Where was my sister while all of this was happening? If she had at least filed a lawsuit first and left the house ahead of me. And that was why they treated me, the latecomer, so cleanly, I felt like I'd feel better. If my sister wasn't by my side, even before I injured my back. Is my sister, right now, even doing well? I sat in the room, dazed, for a long time. Until the manager, who had been waiting in the parking lot, came up to the dorm, saying he had come to see what was taking so long. Saying it was nothing, I closed the document case and shoved it into my suitcase, but my stomach burned. My eyes kept welling up. I tried my best to change the subject, and I suppressed the surging emotions deep inside my heart. No matter how difficult the inner circumstances, work doesn't wait for you. So I silently did what I had to do, while fully feeling the helplessness that came from being unable to do anything, hoping that there would be some progress in meeting my sister. "Hyung, are you okay?" Even though I tried my best to hide it, Park Ju-woo noticed with uncanny senses that I was spacing out. "Why do you ask? You look tired." "I think it's because my schedule is so complicated. Look at this." When I opened the Dataeon calendar and showed him, Park Ju-woo's face clouded over. The schedule, tangled like Tetris, reminded me of my college timetable. "Maybe you should cut back on your work?" "I've cut back a lot. Just because a person who used to build a pyramid by himself is now just making a sphinx, doesn't mean it's not hard labor." For once, Park Ju-woo's words were long. "It's going to get even busier from now on." I passed the audition. "The drama?" Park Ju-woo's eyes widened. "Yeah, the company got a call earlier. I'm going to play Tetris with my schedule on the calendar soon. They said they'd be releasing an article soon, too, with a title like Sparks Yiwol Joins Suspense Drama. They were even going to write Rising to the Ranks of Acting Idol. I practically had to stage a sit-in protest to stop that last one. So we have to finish all the IDC-related meetings within this week." "You said you finished your assignments, right?" "Yeah, the semester's over now." Park Ju-woo, who had been sitting on the floor, flopped onto the sofa and pressed his cheek against the leather. I ended up learning in an unexpected way that Jong Songbin and Park Ju-woo had worked hard in their college life, thanks to seeing a screenshot of a university community during the monitoring process. Much greater than I actually had a prejudice against idol group members. It was cool and nice to be in the same liberal arts class, but I didn't want him to be in my group. But once we were in the same group, he was so reliable. He showed me a new world of data research. And he keeps buying us things, saying he's sorry for not being able to come to offline meetings often. We're the ones who suggest online meetings because we're too lazy to go out, but I guess he thought we were being considerate of him. "Thanks, Jay, because of you. Our group never once got called out on survey statistics." Much greater than Songbin must be going to school really diligently. There are a ton of sightings and verification posts. But why is he so diligent with group projects and not with exams? He's wise. People who only take care of their individual assignments to get good grades and neglect group projects get a lot of flack, even if they're not idols. I might not be able to do my own assignment because I don't have time, but at least I'm not causing trouble for others. That's actually a plus. Flowers raised in the barren land, known as Yue, were blooming brilliantly. In recognition of their efforts, I decided to grant a leave of absence to the kids who had burned through a semester. Chonghyun said he had something to say anyway, so let's book a meeting room before the end of this week. I'm good with that. Songbin probably will be too. "What about Jiho Hyung?" Park Ju-woo asked, slightly raising his head. "It doesn't matter." Choi Jiho, who was stretching his shoulders, answered without even a glance. I really should delete the phrase, "doesn't matter," from that guy's shallow vocabulary. As I was warming up with some simple basics, the other half of the members rushed into the practice room with Manager Dan. From Lee Chonghyun, who was taking off his school uniform as soon as he arrived, to Kang Kian, who had already stuffed his tie into his pocket, to Jong Songbin, whose face was pale from being in the meeting room for so long. There wasn't a single one who looked normal. "Everyone, we have an additional schedule, so I'll just give you a heads up on that." Manager Dan took out his phone. "What else is there?" Even as he was horrified, Lee Chonghyun quickly took out his planner from his bag. The clicking sound of ballpoint pens was heard from all around. "We've decided to have a profile shoot for IDC Season 2 next Thursday. We're scheduled to shoot in time for when Chonghyun and Kian finish school, and we'll also be recording a separate thank you message and a message about participating for winning first place in the vote, but the schedule for that hasn't come out yet, so just keep that in mind." And they said the date and storyboard for the group commercial we talked about last time are out. The dedicated team has uploaded them to Dataeon, so please check. The announcements didn't seem like they would ever end. "See, Ju-woo, I don't think reducing my work is a remote possibility." 347, Chapter 347, Mental Care. Articles related to Spark increased in proportion to our busy schedule. From Choi Jiho's Nida's promotional products selling out one after another, Lee Chong-hyun landing a fashion magazine cover, Spark's carbonated drink commercial, to even my own hidden passion for acting that I wasn't aware of. Clicking on the entertainment tab of Internet News meant seeing Spark pop up about once every 2 days. We needed stamina to handle the overflowing schedule. We spent 3 hours a day at the gym, sucking on caffeine-free red ginseng sticks provided by Kang Kyon's mother. It was a form of intensive training. Get up, time to work out. I'm really sorry, but could either Songbin Hyung or Jwoo Hyung just knock Mr. Kim Iwol out for me? Lee Chong-hyun, whose face was flushed red as he barely managed to breathe, lamented. However, Jong Songbin and Park Jwoo, who could have granted their Dongsing's request, had also been sprawled out like boiled dishcloths for quite some time. Until recently, you were as flimsy as a sheet of paper, too, Hyung. Why do you recover so fast? I wasn't paper. I was a pulp scrubber. I soaked my organs in red ginseng and came back to life. At this rate, you'll be an ambassador for the Ginseng Corporation. Lee Chong-hyun covered his face with a towel, looking fed up. I removed it, worried that leaving his sweaty face in that humid state would cause skin trouble, and he threw a fit. You really don't understand the heart of an adolescent teenager at all, Hyung. Then want to go to Choi Jiho instead? He'll understand your feelings even less, but at least he'll nag you less. I pointed toward the other side of the gym, where Choi Jiho was wringing out Kang Kyon. Kang Kyon was doing leg presses with a look that said he was only living because he couldn't die. Our team is emotionally barren. It's terrible, Lee Chong-hyun muttered. Ignoring him, I peeled Park Jwoo off the floor, where he was stuck like a piece of gum, and resumed my workout routine. Why are you pushing it so hard? Choi Jiho asked me in front of the water dispenser. Since he came holding a water bottle, I stepped aside to let him fill his up first and asked, What? The workout? Yeah. I'm doing about the same as usual. You're overdoing it. No way. Choi Jiho didn't even pretend to listen to me. He just drank his fill of water. After downing half the bottle in one go, he wiped his mouth and delivered a sharp remark. If you work out exactly the same way as you did before you got sick, that is overdoing it. If you could skip the intermediate stage and slap muscle back on like before, why would rehab even exist? How long are you going to keep bringing that up? The year had changed since I was rushed to the hospital. The seasons had changed twice and were approaching a third shift. My physique had naturally recovered with the passing time. That meant Choi Jiho's current comment was nothing but meddling. However, Choi Jiho was stubborn. It's only been half a year. Do you think overload is just a word people made up? Choi Jiho's gaze fixed on me. The reproach in his eyes was unmistakable, and without realizing it, I turned my head away. I sighed in surrender and explained. It's because I've been having a lot of distracting thoughts. If I use my body, I think less. I found a relatively healthy way to cope. At my implication that it was better than taking meds, Choi Jiho frowned. Does your head still hurt these days? It's fine when I exercise. So don't tell Songbin. Choi Jiho closed the lid of his water bottle and said, Then you make sure you keep it moderate yourself. It was a warning that he would report my workout volume to Jong Songbin at any moment. I told him I understood and shooed him away to the other side of the gym. Seriously, what an unfair world for a regressor. He grilled me without even knowing that my distracting thoughts include worrying about his waist. Thanks to the sudden support of the viewers, Spark joined Season 2, and the entire cast of Idol Dynasty Chronicle was revealed. It was the result of UA tearing into the production team like a rabid dog. After they announced they'd reveal both the team that had been wavering until the end and Spark's participation at the same time. Talking about aiming for synergy is just pretty words. Anyone can see it'll split the attention. The dedicated team's phone never got a day off. Thanks to that, Spark ended up entering last, sending the seniors in first with a grand, flashy fanfare. As if he had been waiting for this moment, Lee Chong-hyun burned with enthusiasm. He even looked a bit unhinged. Let's ask for the budget we couldn't get last time because the company was too chaotic. If they don't give it to us, I'll make the company chaotic myself. Why are you so hung up on money? Leave him be. It seems he's still bothered by the time you handed out cash envelopes during the position battle. It was Lee Chong-hyun who was showing madness with bloodshot eyes, but Kang Kyon was the one explaining. He said if we left him alone, he'd cool his head and come back, so we decided to give him some alone time. On the other side, an argument was already breaking out over the position competition participants, a segment that might not even exist this time. I'm going out as the vocal representative. No one knows if the competition format will be the same this time, Yiwol. It could be the same, and your throat might get tired. I'm on a leave of absence, so it's okay. Park Ji-woo had practically started a sit-in protest. At this rate, we'd have to create a competition that didn't exist just for him. More importantly, just when did he realize that a leave of absence was the solution to everything? It was too great a truth for a freshman to figure out. We're still the Magne team again, right? Are we going with the rude, no manners concept like last time? We weren't that rude last time, Chonghyun. Jang Songbin gently corrected Lee Chonghyun. Right, we weren't rude. We just put up walls because there were many people to avoid. Anyway, being the Magne team again was a headache. I heard up to 100 idol teams debut in a year. Why doesn't Idol Dynasty Chronicle pick rookies? Is the only thing that's changed the lack of Yuhansu. That alone was cause for celebration. But since we ended up on a long-term program, I wanted to gain something from it. We'd traded our entire second-half comeback plan for this appearance, so wouldn't any human feel that way? I looked at Park Ji-woo, who was fighting a lonely battle, and Lee Chonghyun, who was extremely excited, and said, "It's not like we held back in Season 1, but let's really do everything we want to do this time." Huh. A thread of reason returned to Lee Chonghyun's pupils. Let's ask for a big budget. Let's have Ji-woo do a vocal stunt show and show Keon dancing. Why am I suddenly being mentioned? If we're going to occupy a whole channel for months, this much is the least we can do. Songbin, what do you want to do? Since it's the IDC, want to carry the royal seal? Shall we carry you in a palanquin? Choi Ji-ho and I can lift it. Choi Ji-ho let out a laugh of disbelief. In an era of youth unemployment, here was a kid who wouldn't even be grateful if you handed him a job. Live like that, and all you'll ever be is a center emperor for 1,000 years straight. After that, meetings and conferences occurred one after another as soon as we opened our eyes. Some days we had video meetings on the way to script reading, and other days we had to go up to the conference room for single album planning in the middle of choreography practice. If the Hyungs hadn't taken a leave of absence, I wouldn't have survived. Lee Chonghyun muttered while receiving assistance from Jang Songbin and Park Ji-woo on both sides. He said he wanted to take the wheel for this IDC, so I gladly handed it over. But now that he'd stirred everything up, cleaning it all up didn't seem easy. Fortunately, the middle line members, who had gone through years of research, opinion gathering, and group projects, actively supported Lee Chonghyun and helped the debut of the future planner. I stepped in like today, doing intermittent check-ins and feedback. I told you to leave the planning to the dedicated team. You're contributing enough just with composing. Don't stop the promising Chonghyun from challenging. If it doesn't work, I'll send SOS before we hit the Maginot line. Are you sure it's not that you didn't trust me? Yes, not at all. So please don't suddenly change direction. Looking at Lee Chonghyun, who fixed his bangs with a hair clip and stared only at his laptop, I suddenly remembered the past. Lee Chonghyun's inner thoughts that I found out while collecting other people's TMI. I decided to learn composition after debut. And the appearance of Lee Chonghyun, who had no choice but to be desperate, a side I hadn't known until I looked at past data. Chonghyun, what is it? Unless you're going to throw me a flash of inspiration, top 50 popular musical numbers, or an exciting melody, please don't disturb Chonghyun for a moment. Despite speaking firmly, Lee Chonghyun took his hands off the keypad after a few minutes. Then he leaned back in his chair as if asking what I had to say. Is writing songs fun? Huh. Perhaps it was an unexpected question. Lee Chonghyun made a strange expression. I asked if it's fun. I was wondering if it's stressful and you're forcing yourself. At my words, Lee Chonghyun crossed his arms and tilted his head to one side. Does it look like that? He crossed his legs out of habit, though he uncrossed them immediately at my glance. It wasn't that there was no pressure at all. Until recently. To be exact. Rather than pressure, it was anxiety. You know from seeing me during OUR, how much I cared about the results. Lee Chonghyun raised one corner of his mouth in a smile he showed very rarely, usually when he was irritated. I thought that if there were no results, I couldn't prove myself, prove that I could do it. Looking back, that's how it was. And now, Lee Chonghyun looked at me and burst into laughter. It didn't feel like mocking, it was a relaxed laugh. I'm doing it because I want to. You can't show this level of drive unless it comes straight from the heart. Really? Well, whether I'm overflowing with confidence or not, I don't really know. He shrugged. At least I don't feel impatient. The obsession that I have to show results has decreased a lot, too. Maybe it's because I let go of the idea that I need to be acknowledged by my mom and dad. Lee Chong-hyun looked much more mature than usual as he said that. Perhaps he really was more mature than me. I still become unstable just thinking about my sister, but Lee Chong-hyun succeeded in firmly solidifying the part of himself that used to be his weakness in a different sense. That's a relief. Besides, if I were doing something stupid, would you or Kong Kyeon let me be? You'd come right over with the body pillow of love to give me mental training. Chong-hyun is too scared to live, really. This time, I was the one who let out a dry laugh. He had become quite cheeky over the years. Or maybe sly fit better. Consider about 80% of my complaints as me being dramatic. If I really feel like I can't handle it, I'll grab onto your pant legs and hang on immediately. I have 4 hyungs. If I don't use them at times like this, when will I? You're right. So please use us. Especially Choi Ji-ho. Leaving that physique unused is a waste, an absolute waste. I wasn't sure what was so funny about my words, but Lee Chong-hyun laughed until he was out of breath. Something about the pot calling the kettle black. Anyway, since he looked happy, I let it be. Even during the sweet break time amidst practice, Spark's conversation was all about work, work, work. I heard we got another article today. Did you guys see it? What article? A music critic reviewed our album. Shall I share the link? If it's not a perfect 5 out of 5, please send it as a private message. During composing season, Chong-hyun only accepts unconditional praise. It's not a star rating system. Besides, during the blind test for the B-side tracks, you were the one who criticized your own song the most. Wouldn't it be weird if I listened to my own song there and said, "Oh my, where did this god of music come from?" They seemed to be having fun among themselves, so I didn't really interfere, but they all seemed a bit manic. Workaholism isn't good for mental health. We were tossing around silly jokes when the practice room door opened. Instead of the trainer who was supposed to come, Manager Chon-young appeared and looked for me. Seeing him deliberately call only me out to the hallway, my head cooled down instantly. It was like being abruptly yanked out of everyday life. The atmosphere around me shifted in an instant. Yiwol and I, having been trained for years to have good intuition for things like this. Your family contacted the company, saying they want to see you. Confirmed that my hunch was correct. As always. 348. Chapter 348. Family Affairs 1. The manager asked me after letting a bit of time pass. How do you want to handle this? I'm bringing it up because you previously said to let you know if they contacted us. But if you've changed your mind, we'll cut them off on our end. No. I have some business to settle with them, so I was thinking I needed to see them once anyway. Since you have their contact information, can I contact them? I did write down their number, but after hesitating for a moment, the manager continued, choosing his words carefully. Would you consider communicating through the company instead? The company, communicating with my family elders? I know it's meddling, so I didn't want to push, but I thought it might be better than you contacting them personally. After hearing a brief explanation of the situation, I understood. It seemed they had gotten into an argument with the company over the phone regarding me. Considering they didn't come to the hospital when you had surgery, and beyond just not acting like guardians, we're worried they might try to harm you. If you have to meet them, I'd prefer it to be inside the company building. I can reserve a conference room for you anytime. Sorry. Is this talk uncomfortable for you? Still, I felt like I had to at least suggest it. It's not uncomfortable. You're doing it because you care about me. It was decided that Ms. Ju-kyung would act as the bridge between my parents and me. I wanted to at least buy Ms. Ju-kyung a drink, but the manager declined on her behalf, saying, "Ms. Ju-kyung has already strictly warned us not to let Yiwol buy her anything, so I could only offer my gratitude." A few days later, Min Ju-kyung, UA Spark dedicated team. Yiwol, let's meet this Saturday at 2 p.m. in the second floor conference room. If you change your mind before then, let me know anytime. Even late at night is fine. Cheer up today. For the very first time in a long while, essentially years, regardless of whether it was before or after my regression, a setting was arranged for me to see those two people. After the date was set, my mind was half checked out. I burned one side of the bread while baking it, and once I even brought along a tablet that hadn't been charged at all. Lee Chong-hyun scolded me with worry, saying my behavior was strange lately, but after being called in by the manager, he shut his mouth tight and just kept watching my mood. I told him there was no need for that, but the others' attitudes toward me stayed the same. 2, 3, and turn. It got to the point where I started tripping over my own feet during practice. If Park Ju-woo hadn't caught me, I would have rolled right onto the floor. Wow, almost sprained it. Are you okay? I'm okay. Ju-woo's reflexes are amazing. You saved me. I don't think this is something to joke about. Kong Keon approached with a frown. He sat me down on the floor and touched my ankle as familiarly as he would his own. Does it hurt? Not at all. I just messed up the step. As I dusted myself off and stood up, all the members' gazes fixed on me. I knew what they meant without them having to say it. They wanted me to go back. I felt a bit awkward. I scratched the back of my head for no reason and asked, "Do I look that out of it?" "Totally," Lee Chong-hyun said with a gloomy face. "Relax your face. You'll get wrinkles." "Okay." Normally, he'd have joked, "Yeah, I should ease my Hyung's worries." But this time he answered without a trace of playfulness. "Are you meeting just the three of you?" Lee Chong-hyun hesitated before asking. He seemed to be referring to me and my parents. "Why, you want to come?" "Can I?" "It's just someone else's family. Why would you come?" "You went to a cafe with my dad, just the two of you." "Your father was gentle, though." Lee Chong-hyun immediately understood the hidden meaning in my words and raised his voice. "What if you get hit again?" Silence flowed once more. This atmosphere was heavy. Maybe I shouldn't have told them at all. We decided to meet at the company, so that won't happen. They don't do that when there are eyes watching. That's even creepier. That's the worst. Then what should I do? Should I bring Choi Ji-ho or something? I threw it out as a joke, but Lee Chong-hyun rubbed his eyes hard and said, "Yeah. Take him and stand him outside the door. There's no better visual deterrent for preventing crimes than Ji-ho Hyun. You're not even considering me or Kong Keon as candidates, right? What about Choi Ji-ho's opinion? Have you ever asked for my opinion?" Despite his sarcastic remark, Choi Ji-ho didn't say he wouldn't go. Was it because I had been stressing about it too much? On the night before the meeting, I dreamed of the past again. Standing alone in the hospital hallway, I was snapped back to reality by my sister's vibrating phone. Through the screen, which was shattered with parts missing, I saw her friend's name. "Hello. Isn't this Wonju's phone?" Through the unfamiliar woman's voice, I heard a name I couldn't recall no matter how hard I tried. My eyes squeezed shut on their own. "Hello, I'm a friend of the phone's owner. Did you happen to pick up a lost phone?" "It's Kim Yiwol speaking." "Oh, Yiwol. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Wonju's friend. She said she was going to meet you. Did she leave her phone behind?" I could feel her cheerful energy even over the phone. I had no choice but to drag that bright atmosphere down. This won't do. I should hang up quickly. "Your sister might borrow someone's phone to call." "No." Cold sweat broke out on my palms. The hand that had been brushing against my pants ended up gripping my collar without me realizing it. I had nothing else to hold on to. "My sister was in an accident." I stammered as I continued. "My sister died, but since this is the first time something like this has happened, and I have no one around to ask, so I received the death certificate, but..." My hands were shaking. Afraid I would drop the phone, I grabbed the wrist of the hand holding the phone with my other hand and asked, "Where should I start announcing the obituary?" Oh my God. I heard the sound of clothes rustling and someone collapsing. "Oh my God, our Wonju. What should we do?" The sound of sobbing, the funeral home staff looking for Kim Wonju's bereaved family, the ringing in my ears. Everything was overwhelmingly too much to handle, to the point where I didn't even have the mind to shed tears. My sister's friend ran to the funeral home in a heartbeat. I, wearing a borrowed mourning suit, and she, wearing a black dress, recognized each other. Only the redness under our eyes allowed us to guess the sorrow of losing a loved one. "You must be Yiwol. I didn't expect to see you like this. If we were destined to meet like this, it would have been better never to meet at all." Silence slowly crossed between us, embracing the same emotion. While my sister's friends, who arrived one after another, handled various tasks, all I could do was answer questions about what was needed, what I would do after the funeral, and so on. "You don't have any relatives to guard the condolence money box, do you?" "Oh, I will." The bereaved family isn't supposed to worry about things like that. If you're okay with it, us classmates will take turns doing it. You can just contact Wonju's company. Everyone stepped up to help with my sister's affairs. It wasn't just because it was the last time with her. They all knew very well that we had no one else to ask for help. For reasons I didn't quite understand. At the time, I found myself thinking that my sister really had been a brave person. Even in a place like this, it struck me that her way of living was different from mine, who never revealed my weaknesses to the outside world. I imagined how she would never have been ashamed of, nor tried to hide, things that weren't her fault. After my sister's company, I had to send the obituary to my own company. Assistant Manager Huang answered nervously since it was the weekend. But that was brief. After hearing my story, he said he would come right away. I heard the sound of a closet opening over the phone. You don't have to do that. Please just pass the message to the company. Still, even if you come, I don't think I'll be able to attend to you properly. I'll accept your condolences in spirit. I barely managed to dissuade him from coming and hung up. Other than that, there was nowhere else to contact. My shallow human connections were laid bare. As I was staring blankly at my sister's photo, which had become her funeral portrait, someone approached me. It was one of my sister's high school classmates. I will take this. A white envelope was held out. It was a familiar condolence envelope, the kind I kept in my cabinet at work for when a representative had to attend a funeral. We classmates put in a little each. Don't record it in the guest book or put it in the box. You keep it separately. It was only my first time being the chief mourner, but I knew basic condolence etiquette. And I knew that the current situation was not normal. Your parents might come. You never know. That remark cut deep. Funerals cost a lot of money. Absolutely do not get it taken away. Keep it safe and use it when you need it. Everyone tried their best to keep their composure, to send my sister off well, to reduce the threats that might suddenly befall me, who couldn't seem to return to reality. Even amidst the unfamiliar warmth, I saw traces of my sister. The kindness strangers showed me resembled my sister's attitude toward me. Maybe that was why I didn't want to accept it even more, because I couldn't imagine a world where this warmth had completely disappeared. Around the time I had sent off a wave of mourners who were reluctant to leave, guests arrived. It was Assistant Manager Huang and Supervisor Song. Assistant Manager, have you eaten? Assistant Manager Huang asked as soon as he finished his bow. Why are you here? Why? Is it wrong for team members to come? Still, I know your situation. How could I not come? Supervisor Song said she would come today too, so we came together. Supervisor Song bowed her head beside him. She looked more ready to cry than I was. Assistant Manager Huang, who managed HR cards, had once asked me if it was correct that I listed my sister's number as my emergency contact. It seemed he remembered that trivial detail. Unable to win against Assistant Manager Huang's insistence, I ate a late dinner with the two of them. My mouth was moving, but I couldn't distinguish if there was food inside or if I had already swallowed it all. After emptying a glass of soju, Assistant Manager Huang spoke. Assistant Manager Kim. Yes. If the company calls, don't answer. Supervisor Song silently nodded beside him. I'm going to tell the team leader and the manager not to contact you. Since they are such unreasonable people, I'm saying this just in case. Even if they call, ignore it. I'm saying this because I know your personality, Assistant Manager. Assistant Manager Huang wiped his face with both hands. The only thing you need to do is send your sister off properly. Don't worry about the company. Got it. Assistant Manager Huang and Supervisor Song only left after finally getting an answer from me. Since I had no one to guard the memorial altar, I couldn't see them off far. Their retreating figures, after they squeezed my hand tight telling me not to come out, kept lingering in my eyes. And very late at night, people I had only met once came to visit. A young couple dressed in black suits, whom I had encountered in the hospital hallway. The parents of the young child whom my sister had thrown herself to protect. The child who might have been in the chief mourner's spot instead of me, if not for that sacrifice. 349, Chapter 349, Family Affairs, 2. My sister died in an accident. A traffic accident, caused by a car rushing onto the sidewalk. She passed away right there on the scene, without even a chance to be moved to an ambulance. However, her belongings were scattered away from where the accident happened. The scene's CCTV footage captured a massive car about to strike a child waiting for the pedestrian signal behind the safety line. My sister, standing next to the child, threw aside all her bags and phone and ran toward the child. The detective pressed the pause button the moment she embraced the child and turned her back to the car. That was the last image I saw of my sister. A sister who might not have died crossed over to the other side, and a child who might have lost their life survived by a hair's breadth. We, the families of the two whose fates were divided between life and death, met for the first time in that white hallway, reunited in a place meant for farewells. What should I have said in that moment? In front of me, unable to speak, the two people bowed deeply. Their precariously trembling shoulders were painful just to look at, forcing me to turn my gaze away. We are sorry. People who had done nothing wrong were apologizing. The loss was too great to simply decline their apology. We should have brought the child, but they are in such shock that we couldn't bring them along. There could have been nothing more sudden and dangerous than a mid-sized car speeding toward a child quietly waiting for the signal. The child might have been held in the warm embrace of family before, but it must have been the first time being held by a stranger whose heart had stopped beating. Amid the screams of passers-by and the blare of sirens, who could possibly remain unscathed? We are sorry, we are sorry. Received help but unable to say thank you. Grieving but unable to cry in front of me. People who could do nothing to soothe my sorrow kept bowing and apologizing repeatedly. I looked alternately between the two people and the ceiling of the mortuary. Thinking of the sister I knew, there was only one thing I could say. Is the child okay? As I asked, the sensation that had been floating in the air returned. I had acknowledged it. That my sister had crossed a river from which she could never return. That all those left behind could do was take care of what remained. The child's mother broke down. Veins bulged blue on the father's hand. I tried not to cry. I held back tears, breathing roughly. The moment of letting my sister go from my heart was terribly lonely. Sitting down and standing up repeatedly in that narrow space, I lost track of time. In the meantime, my phone rang several times. Calls for handling the accident, and meaningless calls from the company. I answered some and ignored others. From a certain point, after stating my intention not to settle with the perpetrator, I sat in front of my sister, cut off from the outside world. Except for Manager On, who had heard the news, and a few college classmates. All the mourners were my sister's acquaintances. Everyone tried to take care of me, even though they had lost a friend in vain at a young age. Perhaps because of that, even though it was painful, I wasn't hurt. I was sad, but not miserable. It was suffocatingly hard, but not enough to die. Until those people set foot inside. Who is that standing next to the money box? Shouldn't someone tell them that the funeral director is responsible for this? Or at least the relatives? At the familiar voice, I staggered up from my seat. A few people were gathered at the entrance of the mortuary. Instinctively sensing a crisis, one of my sister's classmates blocked the condolence money box with their body. A middle-aged man grabbed the shoulder of a thin woman. What do you think you're doing? At my words, everyone's gaze turned to me. Do you have any sense at all? How dare you entrust such a large amount of money to someone else? It was my mother's voice, heard for the first time in years. Eyes I hadn't faced since even longer ago pierced my heart like awls. I felt like throwing up. As soon as they arrived, the two tried to open the condolence money box. I stopped a quarrel from breaking out over their unreasonable behavior while the funeral wasn't even over. They were people from whom I expected nothing anyway. I just wanted to send my sister off quietly. My sister tried to do the minimum expected of a child. If they had come here under the justification that they gave birth to and raised her, I didn't think I had the right to stop them. So this is all the mourners a kid who claimed to be working in society managed to get. Wait, bring the guest book. The conversation they shared while checking the condolence money and their deep sighs leaked out entirely. Pathetic girl. If she had thought about what her parents invested in her, she should have gotten married before leaving. If she had a straight enough head to live thinking about such things, would she have gone so early? Leaving before your parents without even fulfilling your duties. That's the ultimate unfilial act. I had a burning desire to ask the funeral director if I could turn the portrait around. I didn't want to show her this sight. I wanted her to leave this place thinking, at least the people I considered family came to see me at the end, and not have her final journey weighed down. Or maybe I was just exhausted. Kim Heidsel. My dad called me. When I just sat still and looked up, the guest book flew at my head. Where did you stash the money? What are you doing right now? A few of my sister's friends, who couldn't intervene because it was a family matter, blocked my dad's path. You bastard, I knew it from the moment you entrusted the money box to a stranger. You were planning to blame that person later, weren't you? Say some stranger pocketed it? Do you think everyone in the world is like you? What? That's enough. You're going to take all the condolence money anyway. No one's trying to steal it, so don't make a bigger scene. I lowered my voice, afraid my sister would hear. However, my dad's voice grew louder. I saw, flickering before my eyes, my sister's friend who had tearfully begged me, saying there would be so many expenses after the funeral. My ears rang. It's useless raising kids. One leaves without even doing the basics, and the other throws away the name we gave him and lives however he wants. Even as the insults carved away at my body like a carving knife, I felt nothing. My head was just blank. And the son's lying around uselessly, no backbone at all. All that's left is a burden. How fitting. I told you to stop. Just stay still until the funeral is over. If you have something to say it then. Is that why you didn't answer the settlement calls and dragged it out? Whatever had been filling my head was swept away like sand by a single word. Settlement. Since you were acting like this, they finally called us. Calls I hadn't answered from some point came to mind belatedly. Why hadn't I realized sooner that the barrage of contact had suddenly been cut in half? Did you settle? My voice trembled. My vision blurred, so I had to lean against the wall to stand up. Clutching my throbbing head and barely opening my eyes, I saw my dad's face, looking as if nothing was wrong. He seemed sincerely remorseful, seeing as he compensated us generously. One of my sister's friends standing between me and my dad covered her mouth. The surroundings were so quiet that not even the sound of breathing could be heard. The living have to live. Why did those words sound like something spoken from another world? You settled. If you had just communicated properly from the start. What kind of communication do you have with someone worse than an animal? How does a human talk to livestock? I guess you can talk since you're on the same level. What did you just say? You should think again about what you said. Saying you settled with the guy who killed your daughter. Is that something a human being says? Calling her daughter made bile rise. I felt dizzy. My eyes wouldn't focus. Money? Must have been a lot. You think a bastard who drinks in broad daylight and drives a sedan wouldn't have money? And you happily took it. Do you think we accepted it because we wanted to? What do we gain if he goes to prison? The living have to live. If you can't live without selling your daughter's life, then you should just die. People tried to pull my father and me apart. I shook off the hands, restraining me, and screamed with everything I had. If the unrecovered congratulatory and condolence money was that precious, one of you should have gone first. Then the remaining one would have lived just fine. Why come looking for the kids you abandoned? I didn't even hope for them to feel a pang of conscience. But still, this wasn't right. You shouldn't insult a person to this extent. Is there any child who grew up with as little as Nuna did, and still did everything she was supposed to? Can you honestly say you raised Nuna with your hand on your heart? Do you want to show such an ugly side until the very end? Even if they grabbed the condolence money before the funeral ended, even if they cursed her for leaving without fulfilling her filial duty, no matter how less of a human you are, how can you settle before even sending Nuna off, even if I'd never truly held them in my heart? The funeral procession hasn't even started. How is selling off your child so easy for you? You shouldn't have done this. Hyung, you shouldn't have trampled on her end. I wall Hyung. To me, maybe, but not to Nuna. Hyung, wake up. My body shook violently. Gasping as if vomiting out my breath, I woke from the dream. The first thing I saw upon waking was Jong Songbin's face, pale as a sheet. He swept his hand over his chest in relief, saying he woke me up because he thought I was having sleep paralysis. My whole body was drenched in cold sweat. My breathing was ragged, and my hands trembled. My head spun, so I touched my forehead and closed my eyes. Shall I bring you some water? No, I'm okay. Thanks for waking me up. Was there anything more horrifying than continuing to have that dream? It was hard to even open my eyes. I was so dizzy it felt like I might pass out. Hyung. Jong Songbin's voice was heard in my ringing ears. When I barely opened my eyes, the guy who couldn't leave and was watching me spoke. Can't you just not meet your parents? Absolutely do not get it taken away. Keep it safe and use it when you need it. If the company calls, don't answer. Deep kindness choked me. Walking into the depths of the mire, I answered, sorry, I can't do that. 350. Chapter 350, Family Affairs, 3. On the way to work, Jong Songbin came with me in the car. He sent Park Ju-woo in Manager Chan-young's car and silently sat next to me. I wondered if the drive had ever been this quiet. Choi Ji-ho, sitting in the passenger seat, had his eyes closed but wasn't wearing earphones. The car was silent, without the radio or even a single common song playing. Are you that worried? At the sound breaking the silence, Jong Songbin turned his head toward me. If you're so distracted you can't practice, why don't you stand guard with Choi Ji-ho Songbin? What? He seemed desperate to tag along somehow, so I jokingly set the stage for him, but the guy got completely flustered. If I start talking nonsense, just throw some cold water on me. I heard the water purifier in the break room was changed to an ice water purifier. Feeling bad for startling him first thing in the morning, I tacked on some pointless chatter. However, Jong Songbin's face didn't relax. Understood. Huh. The guy even reached the point of taking a joke seriously. I'll stand on both sides of the door with Ji-ho Hyung. Is that okay, Ji-ho Hyung? Do whatever you want. What do you mean, do whatever? You can't just do whatever. When I yelled, Choi Ji-ho looked at me through the side mirror. Didn't we already settle this last time? Huh. There was no reasoning with him. My chest felt tight for a different reason altogether. Glancing over, Jong Songbin's face looked much more relaxed. This was troubling in its own way. Feeling like I might throw up, I skipped breakfast and then lunch as well. Nearly 18 hours had passed since I'd last eaten anything, but I wasn't hungry at all. My mouth felt parched, so I just kept drinking water endlessly. When it hit 1:50, I stopped what I was doing and gathered my document folder. As I stepped out of the vocal practice room, I saw Choi Ji-ho and Jong Songbin standing outside the door. Are you really going? Neither of them answered. Choi Ji-ho gestured with his chin for me to lead the way. Ms. Ju-kyung was waiting for me in the conference room. Do you need anything? Will your parents be having drinks? Can I just have a glass of water? For my parents, you don't need to prepare anything separately. It'll take them a long time to get here. But it's almost 2 o'clock. They're not the kind of people who show up on time. These were people who were late to their own child's funeral. Unless it was something beneficial to them, there was no way they would come on time. Only after Ms. Ju-kyung brought water and left could I finally lean my body against the backrest. A faint headache kept bothering me. I repeatedly unlocked and locked the innocent document case. When will they arrive? About 20 minutes late was normal. Asking to talk over the phone would be serious. Getting stood up would be the worst. As my expectations lowered, I found myself praying for them to just show up, even if they were late. In this relationship, I was always the weaker one. Frustrated, I tilted my head back and exhaled. Above the opaque privacy film surrounding the glass wall, I saw 2 round crowns of heads. It was high enough to hide even the tips of most people's hair, too. That's not what they promised. They said they'd stand on either side of the door. The sight of Choi Ji-ho and Jong Songbin sticking to the wall side by side was quite funny. Looking at it made me laugh. Then it happened. A buzzing sound came from the end of the hallway where the elevator was. The silhouettes of several adults mixed behind the film, pointing at the entrance of the meeting room or looking around. 2 o'clock. Exactly the appointed time. An arrival right on the dot had a clear meaning. It meant they were desperate to meet me, but wanted to gain the upper hand without appearing hasty. What else could that mean? They must have come determined to rip me off big time. It was going to be a tough fight. My interlaced fingers tightened. The meeting room door opened. Manager Chan-young led them in. 2 well-dressed people stepped inside. 2 cups of coffee, please. Revealing a blatant desire to be served, Mom pulled out a chair. You don't need to give them any. At my words, both the manager's and Mom's gazes turned to me. I don't feel like getting baptized in coffee. Is that the first thing you say instead of a greeting as soon as you see our faces? I can guess how you've been living out there. Even while scolding me, Mom was busy giving the manager meaningful looks. We had a really hard time raising a kid like this. Please tell us we suffered a lot. Her inner thoughts were transparent. But this was UA. The company had chosen this place not to entertain an idol's parents, but for the sake of my mental well-being, and the people here knew that there was a reason behind everything I did and said. Above all, everyone at UA, I will leave you to it, would never bring coffee in front of me. Reading the displeasure on the manager's face, Mom's eyebrows shot up. Before she could complain, the manager told me to call if I needed anything, then closed the conference room door and left. Rude jerk *SS. Dad's greeting was more aggressive than Mom's. His way of speaking hadn't changed. Just tell me why you wanted to see me. You didn't come because you were curious about how I was doing. Is there a parent who wouldn't point it out when their child's behavior is like this? Whether the behavior of a child you threw away is upright or not, isn't that none of your business? Is that something to say to your parents? If I wanted to argue, I had plenty to say. That they didn't value life itself, yet my behavior offended them. That if this was how they felt, they should have called me themselves when my head was split open and scolded me for my lack of manners back then. But I held back. I didn't want a drawn-out argument. When I stopped responding, my father finally sat down. A dreadful silence followed. Since I stayed quiet, the ones with something to say spoke first. You're shooting commercials. I heard you're doing a drama too. His eyes blatantly scanned my outfit. You're not short on money, are you? No. The answer came out. Instantly. Maybe it's because I've lived without much, but I always felt like everyone mattered. What is there that you haven't enjoyed in your life? I told you everything before. Both of their faces turned red. They seemed to realize that the before I mentioned was the point when they extorted 15 million won. Whether it was misfortune or luck, my records from that time were similar before and after regression. Except for the lack of traces of treating the scar on my back. I read through them all night worried I might make a slip of the tongue, but the content was more or less the same. However, reacting like that to my words meant my hypothesis was true. The source of the money I'd thought my sister left behind had been these people. If you took money from your parents while being so calculating, you should have been prepared to pay back what it cost to raise you. The cost of raising me? How much was that exactly? It costs billions to raise a child. Everyone says so these days. The misconception that they belong to the category of ordinary people and the arrogance that they fulfilled their duties just as much as other caregivers. How did these people meet spouses so identical to themselves? Instead of failing to produce selfish children resembling them, why did they give birth to someone like my sister and receive undeserved, basic filial piety for such a long time? I didn't realize you'd invested that much in me. I thought the 15 million was calculated down to the last one. You took over 10 million and you're saying that. That was the price for turning someone else's back into a rag. You decided that amount thinking it was cheap for what you did, yet now you played it up like you generously raised the settlement because you guessed how much I earn? What kind of logic is that? A wry laugh escaped me. My thoughts tangled. Every time I uttered the word settlement, it was painful. Legally or privately, I didn't want to hear about settlements anymore in matters involving them. Those experiences were enough once. I calmed my dizzy mind and took a slow, deep breath. I also had something to gain from this conversation. Fine, let's say you came because you wanted to collect the price for giving birth to and raising me. Then, swallowing dry saliva, I carefully spoke the words. How much did you receive from Nuna with that excuse? We were born to the same parents. Wouldn't it be unfair if I were the only one to pay? The word Nuna came fully out of my mouth. For the first time since returning to the past, Nuna wasn't gone. It had been unclear if my sister existed in the past where I lived as Kim Han, but this made it clear that my sister definitely existed. The relief of avoiding the worst situation pushed away the nausea of the revulsing situation. However, the joy didn't last long. How did you know you have a sister? Because Mom, with a pale face, showed a completely unexpected reaction. What? Did you put a tail on us? That's illegal. Can a celebrity do this? Aren't you anxious about what we might say about you outside? The gears of my thoughts creaked. My head felt clogged as if filled with sand dust, refusing to turn. So you planned to threaten us from the start so you wouldn't have to cough up the money. Disgusting. There's a limit to acting hypocritical. Calm down. Hasn't that bastard always acted this way? It's all a setup. The statute of limitations passed years ago. Can he even report it? With me right in front of them, the two chatted away just fine. Only I couldn't get a grip on myself. Only me. We were freezing and couldn't sleep, and Mom said she was pregnant and kicked us out. Don't you remember? It was the dead of winter. I don't remember a thing. Wow. I guess I'm the only one who lost out. How do you forget something like that when you even got frostbite? There was a time we had such a conversation. And then, I dream about the things Mom said. Like what? Always the same stuff. That the eldest daughter is seed money for the household. Asking when I'd finally be of use. Telling me to marry a decent man if I wasn't going to make a fortune. The thing I hear most in my dreams is this. I once made up my mind and took you. all the way to the front of an institution to abandon you. But for some reason, I just brought you back. Ever since then, I haven't been able to live properly. Raising you cost money and took everything out of me. Did you abandon her? My only regret is not leaving you there. A warning sound rang. My vision turned white. Plus, system, a work instruction from the manager has arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim. We decided to discontinue one of our existing welfare projects. Just so you know. System, some correction effects based on performance are removed. The negative emotion recognition rate, adjustment function due to achieving attendance management excellence expires. Plus, I read the text, but didn't understand a single word of it. None of that mattered right now. Did you abandon Nuna? Something snapped. 351, Chapter 351, Family Affairs 4. It's quiet. Choi Ji-ho leaned his back against the glass wall. For all the worry, it was quiet. Even when he briefly peeked into the conference room, Kim Yiwol was just sitting there with the same face as always. But then again, Kim Yiwol was strong when it counted. He would whine whenever he opened his mouth during practice, but he was perfect on stage. If all the chaos he'd caused up until now had been preparation for today, it was understandable enough. Kim Yiwol's family members, whom they encountered in front of the conference room, looked ordinary. They didn't smell like alcohol like his father did, nor were they wearing clothes that made one doubt if they were properly washed. Not that their actions could be forgiven just because of that. Did they really need to follow him? Choi Ji-ho looked down at Jong Song-bin, standing next to him. Jong Song-bin was restless, but tried not to look inside out of courtesy. Why don't you go in first? At Choi Ji-ho's words, Jong Song-bin's eyes widened. He thought he had spoken quietly enough, but he busily moved his head, wondering if he had been heard inside. Choi Ji-ho lowered his voice even more and said, "It seems like nothing special will happen, so even if I just stay here alone." The sound of a heavy table being roughly pushed interrupted Choi Ji-ho. His gaze reflexively sought the source of the noise. Jong Song-bin, call the manager Hyungs. Choi Ji-ho pushed open the conference room door and rushed in. The severely pushed table, and Kim Yiwol with one knee on it, clutching his father's collar, were shocking enough. But in Choi Ji-ho's eyes, only the man's hand aiming for Kim Yiwol's head was visible. Not the head. Choi Ji-ho grabbed the man's arm with one hand. With the other, he wrapped his arm around Kim Yiwol's head, pulling him away from the man as if embracing him. He could feel the bumpy scar under his fingertips. "Do you call yourselves human after doing that?" Kim Yiwol gasped. For breath, Choi Ji-ho shook off the man's arm and pulled Kim Yiwol down from the table. As soon as his feet touched the floor, Kim Yiwol lunged at his father. Shouts and the sound of people gathering rushed in from all sides. "How do you manage to make a worse choice every single time? Why the hell do you live like that?" As Choi Ji-ho grabbed him by the scruff of his neck, Kim Yiwol pushed against Choi Ji-ho with his arm, applying force. "Let go. Calm down." "Why should I?" He tightened his grip. Even with both arms restrained, Kim Yiwol didn't relent. Technically, Choi Ji-ho himself was the type to get angry easily. He didn't fail to understand Kim Yiwol's feelings. But he couldn't just let Kim Yiwol go. If Kim Yiwol hurt his head again, he couldn't help but think about that. Leave him be. If he hits us, we won't stay still either. We'll call the police immediately. Kim Yiwol's parents looked unfazed. Brushing off their crumpled clothes a couple of times was the extent of their reaction. For people who think about the police so promptly, you sure abandoned your child easily. How did you live, scared stiff until the statute of limitations ran out? Did you decide not to abandon me because you experienced that nerve-wracking feeling once? Kim Yiwol screamed. Even then, Choi Ji-ho didn't fully understand what Kim Yiwol was saying. The important thing is that we continued to raise you. So, you want me to be grateful. Kim Yiwol's body trembled. Seeing the veins standing out on the back of his hand, Choi Ji-ho thought he was gripping him too tightly and loosened his hold, but veins were bulging at his temples too. You should have just abandoned me. How much Nuna went through because of you. Nuna. Unable to continue, Kim Yiwol clutched his throat and muttered in a hollow voice. Why? Kim Yiwol. Choi Ji-ho bent down and examined Kim Yiwol's complexion. The two eyes facing him were staring into empty space. Why won't you even let me say this? Hey, Kim Yiwol. If it's like this, only Nuna ends up wronged. Nuna is. The fingertips scratching down his neck turned white with increasing force. Long red marks were left wherever his fingers passed. Why? Filled with resentment, Kim Yiwol screamed. Drops of blood seeped out onto Kim Yiwol's choking neck. Hey, I can say this much. I have to make them know what they did. Choi Ji-ho grabbed Kim Yiwol's wrists. Kim Yiwol's hands didn't relax even after losing autonomy. When forcibly dragged away from his family, Kim Yiwol's body trembled. His voice cracked miserably. His breathing had long become irregular. Not once, but twice. How am I supposed to accept this? After all the years of dedication, trying so hard without hearing a single kind word, words without a subject poured out. At the sound that seemed like he would stop breathing any moment, Choi Ji-ho looked for a bag. Choi Ji-ho hurriedly picked up a paper bag and got up. But he couldn't approach Kim Yiwol immediately. Seeing Kim Yiwol, Choi Ji-ho's steps faltered. At least to Nuna, you shouldn't do that. Tears were streaming down Kim Yiwol's flushed face. Jong Songbin appeared belatedly. Seeing Kim Yiwol's state, Jong Songbin's face turned deathly pale. Chan Young-hyung, get these people out. We haven't finished talking yet. At Choi Ji-ho's words, Kim Yiwol's family stood up in protest. The managers forcibly made the two stand up. What more is there to talk about? Look at the kid's condition. Get up. Decide right now. When are you giving the money? I said stop it. Im Chan-young raised his voice. I won't give it. Kim Yiwol said, wiping his tears with the back of his hand. The rough motion reddened his skin. I can't give it. Why should I give that to you? Even with a face that looked out of it, Kim Yiwol's pronunciation was clear. To me, that money was given to me by Nuna. I have no reason to return it. Do you know that unfilial conduct is subject to severe punishment? If you're going to sue, go ahead. I'm not scared. Saying that, Kim Yiwol looked exhausted rather than used to this situation. Seeing Kim Yiwol curl up his body while breathing loudly enough to be heard all around, the woman clicked her tongue. They say it's easy to get mental illness if you become a celebrity. Pyong Daeun, who had came in with them, pushed the backs of the two uninvited guests. As soon as the outsiders left, Jong Songbin ran to Choi Ji-ho and Kim Yiwol. Hyung, are you okay? Headache medicine, please. Kim Yiwol clutched his head. My head hurts. Medicine, please. Get him the medicine he takes. And dressing bandages. No, just bring the whole first aid kit. There's water here. Jong Songbin looked once at Kim Yiwol's neck, once at Choi Ji-ho's face, and hurriedly got up. Perhaps his legs gave way. Kim Yiwol slumped to the floor. He was still pressing his temple with one hand. Kim Yiwol's other hand groped the dusty floor. Medicine me, medicine. Jong Songbin said he'd bring it. Thinking his fingernails scratching the floor might break, Choi Ji-ho had no choice but to grip Kim Yiwol's wrist firmly. Can't find it, I guess. Because I can't see it well, maybe. Kim Yiwol stammered. Just as Choi Ji-ho was about to stand up, thinking he should give him a glass of water. That is, I hid the bottle. Kim Yiwol said something incomprehensible. The manager disliked it, so I put it behind the calendar, out of sight. He won't see it right away. I should go find it. When he'd heard Kim Yiwol was badly hurt, he'd been angry. When he'd collapsed, clutching his chest, he'd been shocked. And now, supervisor, just to my seat, please. He was scared, seeing Kim Yiwol with unfocused eyes saying incomprehensible things. Kim Yiwol passed out before Jong Songbin could bring the medicine. While the returned Jong Songbin covered Kim Yiwol with a blanket and applied a bandage to his neck, Choi Ji-ho couldn't say anything and supported Kim Yiwol's limp body. I can't focus. Lee Chong-hyun lay down on the practice room floor. I'm so distracted. Park Ju-woo and Kang Ki-yeon didn't argue with Lee Chong-hyun's words. Instead, they turned off the music and quietly sat next to Lee Chong-hyun. Nothing bad will happen, right? At the question whose answer was already decided, Kang Ki-yeon nodded. Lee Chong-hyun let out a sigh. Yeah, worrying here isn't going to change anything anyway. Lee Chong-hyun brushed off his pants and stood up. Almost at the same time, the practice room door opened without warning. Park Ju-woo, who was about to turn the music back on, dropped his phone. Im Chan-young caught his breath and spoke. Guys, let's stop practice for today and go home early. What? Kang Ki-yeon blinked. Lee Chong-hyun, who was standing with a blank expression, whispered Kang Ki-yeon, tapped Kang Ki-yeon's arm lightly, and packed his things. The whole way to the parking lot felt chaotic. Lee Chonghyun swallowed hard. What about Yiwol Hyung? Park Ju-woo, sitting in the passenger seat, asked as soon as he fastened his seatbelt. He went to the dorm first with Jiho and Songbin. The way Im Chan-young chose his words was painfully obvious to the three of them. After that, no one rashly brought up the subject during the ride. There was a lot they wanted to ask, but they held back. Im Chan-young, having parked the car in the parking lot, called the members. Guys, yes. If anything happens, don't worry about the time and contact me immediately. Okay. Park Ju-woo, Lee Chonghyun, and Kang Ki-on rarely heard such things. Most announcements were sorted out by Jong Song-bin or Kim Yiwol. Im Chan-young's uncharacteristic behavior clearly implied something. That the aforementioned two people were in a situation where they couldn't even listen to such instructions. With stiff faces, the three entered. It seemed he'd been sitting on the sofa. Jong Song-bin came out, his face pale. You're here? It was hard to tell whether he looked exhausted or just overwhelmed. Seeing Jong Song-bin's half-dazed face, Park Ju-woo called his friend's name. Song-bin. Are you okay? Jong Song-bin jerked his head up. But soon, he covered his face with one hand and lowered his gaze. I'm sorry. I should explain things to you. But I don't think I'm in my right mind right now. With his head bowed, Jong Song-bin spoke with difficulty. Yiwol Hyung is sleeping, so don't make too much noise, and Ju-woo. If it's okay, could you spare a moment? Yeah. Park Ju-woo wrapped his arm around Jong Song-bin's shoulder. At his glance that said he'd go in first, Lee Chonghyun and Kang Ki-on gave small nods. Before the room door even closed, Jong Song-bin burst into tears. Hyung is so pitiful, what do we do? With a voice that made even the listener choke up, Jong Song-bin said, while suppressing his cries. I know I shouldn't pity him carelessly. But, with Hyung, it's just two. Jong Song-bin couldn't finish his sentence in the end. After the door closed, the living room was engulfed in silence. 352. Chapter 352, Family Affairs, 5. Hyung. Lee Chonghyun, after a quiet knock, opened the door to the room in front of the entrance. You're here. Choi Jiho, sitting on a chair he had brought next to the bed, welcomed the two. His hands were massaging the sleeping Kim Yiwol's right arm. Is Hyung sick? Lee Chonghyun examined Kim Yiwol's complexion. On his pale face, only the area around his eyes was red. And why is his neck like this? Gauze and tape were attached to his white neck. The size suggested it would take at least 2 palms to cover them, leaving Lee Chonghyun unable to hide his bewilderment. It's not a serious injury, Choi Jiho answered. Calmly, is his arm hurt too? Just to help with blood circulation. His indifferent expression was the same as usual, but the atmosphere he exuded was different. It wasn't irritation or indifference. There was a third emotion mixed in. I know I shouldn't pity him carelessly. But Jong Song-bin's words, heard just moments ago, lingered in the two's minds. Lee Chonghyun, Kang Ki-on. Huh. Choi Jiho called the magnates names. His gaze remained fixed on the sleeping Kim Yiwol. I think you guys probably understand this kind of thing better than I do, but... Pressing firmly on Kim Yiwol's arm, Choi Jiho requested in a subdued voice. For the time being, don't do anything that might stress Kim Yiwol out. It was the moment they understood why Im Chan-young had told them to contact him if needed. Kang Ki-on answered with difficulty and moved his heavy steps along with his friend. I don't want to open my eyes. That was the first thought I had upon waking up. I was exhausted. It felt as if every last bit of energy had drained out of my body. With my eyes still closed, I tried to recall what had happened yesterday, but I couldn't remember most of it. Towards the end, my mind was pitch black as if I had blacked out completely. The only things I could remember were, Nuna was so good to you. How could you do that? I forget quickly, but Nuna remembers everything. Only, the things I couldn't say and kept buried deep inside. I had lived thinking it would have been better not to have a family like ours, but after learning that my sister was abandoned, I selfishly thought, still, they should have fulfilled at least the minimum responsibility. What if she can't forget being thrown away like that? What if it stays with her for her entire life, as a painful memory? Captivated endlessly by this thought, the unbearably sad feelings remained in fragments throughout my mind. Was it my fault for having expected anything from my parents in the first place? Even though I knew they were people you couldn't expect anything from. How pathetic. My head throbbed. I pulled the blanket up to the top of my head and curled my body as much as possible. What is Nuna doing now? When I asked into the void, the system appeared. Plus, system, welfare service, usage details. Relation, blood relative. Health status, good. Psychological status, good. Others, sleeping. Plus, really? I asked even knowing an answer wouldn't return. I didn't do even that much. It felt like I might go crazy. She must be sleeping in because it's the weekend. Even though I muttered quietly, my voice was dry and raspy like I had swallowed sand. I lay still for a long time. I just didn't want to get up. While I was staring blankly at the ceiling, the door opened. I thought no one was there because the dorm was quiet. I must have been mistaken. While debating whether to pretend to sleep again or say I was awake, an unexpected figure showed his face. Mr. Yiwol, did you sleep well? It was Manager Dan. He desperately stopped me from getting up to greet him. Suddenly, it became a situation where he was sitting while I was the only one lying down. Are you uncomfortable anywhere? The manager looked at me and asked. Just how deep did the manager's kindness go? To someone who seemed to have fainted, asking indirectly if I slept well instead of asking if I was sick. How deep must one's heart be for that to come out naturally? Even my so-called family was busy talking about illness when seeing me. When I answered that I was fine and stayed still, a hand came up over my head. The back of his hand touched my forehead. The fever has gone down almost completely. Then he wrote something in his notebook. The scratching sound filled the room. He was truly an adult. Unlike me, I watched the manager silently. Adults who seemed forever unreachable came to mind. Manager On, Nuna's friends, and Nuna herself, who was the biggest adult to me. How can I become mature? Pardon. The question popped out on its own. I met eyes with the manager, who didn't understand the context. No, well, my head felt hot. Enough to make me wonder if the fever really went down. In 3 years, I'll be 25. If you round that up, it's 30, and 30 is half of 60, so. Even after hearing the ridiculous explanation, the manager didn't laugh. Instead, he asked seriously, do you want to become mature, Mr. Yiwol? I'm not sure. Whether I want to become an adult, or if I find myself pathetic for not being able to become one when I should. I think I should at least know how to take care of myself. But I'm not good at that. The truth I wanted to hide leaked out. Admitting that I was a lacking person felt depressing no matter how many times I experienced it. I actually see Mr. Yiwol as very mature compared to his peers. Is that so? If we're talking about maturity, Mr. Yiwol is too mature. The manager closed his notebook. That's why I'm worried. Thinking that you don't have many places to rely on. Do adults need a place to rely on too? Of course. His tone suggested it was obvious. Wasn't an adult someone who could take responsibility for everything on their own? Financially or mentally? Whether you're 30, in your late 20s, or 22, you still need somewhere to rely on. The manager straightened the blanket I'd tugged into a mess and tucked it neatly around me. Songbin and Juwoo are adults too, but they rely on you a lot, Mr. Yiwol. I also received help from Mr. Jukyung when changing job. Work-wise, I frequently consult with the CEO or Mr. Chanyum. It might look like a grown adult failing to be independent, but I think the older you get, the less you should be afraid to accept help. My sister's friends who came to the funeral came to mind. Those people who knew my sister's weaknesses. Because you end up with more and more things you're responsible for. It's too much to endure alone. Seeing them become a support for my sister, who couldn't rely on any family member, my sister must have thought I needed people like that too. But her brother wasn't as confident as she was, and didn't know the value of deep friendships. So that was why she tried to open the door, right? To create an opportunity for change. Isn't that why they say humans are social animals? I think I understand now. That the hospital card my sister was holding last wasn't just out of pity for me, because she hoped my life would change in some way. It was kindness stemming from the hope that I would find a space to rest my mind and be a little more at ease. The manager smiled and asked if I needed anything. After pondering, I asked if I could sleep a little more. I'll go to the practice room when I wake up. You don't have to push yourself. At the manager's words, I shook my head, hoping my intention was conveyed, though slowly. I think I'll feel more at ease that way, just because I missed everyone. Saying he understood, the manager drew the curtains for me. As the room darkened, drowsiness washed over me. It was the first time I'd ever said out loud that I wanted to sleep more. Even as I drifted off, that thought was clear. After Kim Yiwol fell asleep, Pyong Daein carefully closed the door and came out. Then he texted Min Joo-kyung, asking her to call him when she could talk. The reply came in 2 minutes. Oh, what is it? Can you talk? Isn't it lunchtime? I have work to do, so I said I'd eat separately later. And you? Did you eat lunch? Is Yiwol awake? I'm going to eat a bit later too. Mr. Yiwol woke up briefly but went back to sleep. He must have been tired. Over the phone, the sound of Min Joo-kyung sighing in relief could be heard. How is Mr. Yiwol? Min Joo-kyung asked cautiously. He wasn't like yesterday. It must have been exceptionally hard yesterday, right? Min Joo-kyung, who acted as the middle bridge, had blamed herself until the end of the workday after what happened yesterday. Though he consoled her, saying that she couldn't stop it as an employee since all the involved parties wanted to meet, she felt terrible for being an adult who couldn't even persuade them and ended up hurting a kid. Nevertheless, Pyong Daein had a favor to ask Min Joo-kyung. Currently, the members receiving psychological counseling are Mr. Yiwol and Keon, just the two of them, right? That's right. Why do you ask? I think it would be good for the other members to talk to someone too. Pyong Daein sat down at the kitchen table. It's not easy to carry on with daily life after seeing someone collapse. Jiho and Songbin witnessed it especially close up. Yeah, I'm worried since they say something similar happened before. Even if it's not just because of this incident, it's a difficult environment to work in at a young age, so I think we should take care of that part. Pyong Daein added that he wasn't blaming her. Min Joo-kyung laughed softly. You're not coming back to the company today, right? Except for bringing the kids to the dorm at night. I decided to take Mr. Yiwol to the practice room when he wakes up. He says he's going to work? You should have told him to rest. Mr. Yiwol listens to you. Is that so? Among people at the company, he probably listens to you the best. Pyong Daein laughed soundlessly. Anyway, so I think I'll go to the company in the afternoon and pick up the members in the evening like you said. It's tough work. Not at all. Listening to his colleague's dejected voice, Pyong Daein checked the time and opened his mouth. Then you're eating lunch late today, right? Yeah. Since I'll probably work overtime, it's better this way, I guess. If you have time, let's have dinner together. My treat. Min Joo-kyung laughed, asking if it was in return for the meal celebrating his employment. Telling her to think of it however she liked, Pyong Daein ended the call. 353. Chapter 353, Family Affairs, 6. After taking another nap, my mind became clear. My mood also improved a bit. My recovery really has improved. I couldn't just brush everything off like it was nothing, but I bounced back faster than I'd expected. It seemed that waiting to meet my parents was the right choice. They said I'd injured my neck, so even though the weather was still warm, I had to wear a turtleneck. After eating a late lunch, I went to the practice room, and the guys came rushing over in a panic. Why are you here? Choi Jiho asked, sharply furrowing his brows. Even when told to relax his face, his frown remained immovable. You should rest more. Park Jua's expression was sullen. I was bored being alone. At my words, one of Kong Keon's eyebrows shot up crookedly. So you came here because of that? Not to practice. I'll do it if you let me. No. The sofa happens to be free. Jong Songbin was already gathering blankets and cushions. Before I knew it, I was wrapped in a blanket, hugging a cushion, and plunked down alone on the sofa. Watch us practice and see how good we are. Got it. Lee Chong-hyun winked. I nodded vaguely, then waved a hand at the guys who kept glancing my way, telling them to focus. The guys finished practice earlier than usual. They said it was because they were hungry, but anyone could see it was a lie. You guys really have no talent for lying. But you still like the innocent Chong-hyun, right? I think I prefer a Chong-hyun who lives with a moderate amount of worldly wisdom. So you're not letting this slide, huh? Lee Chong-hyun shook his head and went off to pack his things. Choi Jiho, who had nothing to pack, finished early and paced near the entrance. Mr. Yiwol, Manager Daein, who came to guide us to the parking lot, called me. I bought what you asked for. It's in our car. I'll have Songbin bring it over. I already told Mr. Chanyang, so you don't need to mention it separately. Thank you. Did Manager Chanyang say anything? He said absolutely don't let Chong-hyun and Keon drink, but also that you and Songbin would handle cutting them off yourselves. While Manager Daein and I were chuckling, Choi Jiho approached. By what? Right. I was going to tell you beforehand anyway. Choi Jiho put his hands on his waist as if telling me to speak. Can I drink alcohol a little? Are you out of your mind? Is your mouth twisted? Can't you speak nicely? My eyes darted to Manager Dayan faster than lightning and returned. What do you mean, alcohol? I checked with the manager. Beforehand. They said it's fine as long as I don't overdo it. Why are you suddenly doing something you never do? Choi Ji-ho didn't hide his displeasure. Thanks to the manager stepping aside, I could face him and talk. I'm not drinking because I'm having a hard time. You don't have to worry about dependency. I didn't even take headache medicine today. My point is, why do you have to drink at all? There's something I want to say, but I don't have the courage. What? So about that, can I drink on the veranda? If not, I'll drink on the stairs and come in. Are you going to chug straight from the bottle on the street again? Choi Ji-ho's expression became extremely fierce. Drink in the dorm, with the veranda window open. Thank you. If you get drunk, I'm throwing you out. Leaving behind permission full of rebuke, Choi Ji-ho left. On the way back, I sent messages to the guys from the car. Me. Is everyone busy in the evening? Cutie pretty visually Lee Chong-hyun. Kang Keon needs to grow tall, so he's sleeping early. Why? Me. There's something I want to talk about, not work stuff, just personal chat. Considering what happened yesterday and all. Wondering if anyone has time. King of cuteness Kang Keon. Lee Chong-hyun typed it wrong. I decided to sleep early starting tomorrow. Cutie pretty visually Lee Chong-hyun. Oh, right. I misspoke. We decided to stay up all night playing games today, so totally possible. 20-year-old metal marble Park Ju-woo. I slept after lunch, so I'm not sleepy. Laughing face. Dash. Mental pillar Jong Songbin. Finish getting ready for bed and gather in the living room at 12:30. Finish getting ready for bed has been registered as a notice. Then these guys, as soon as they arrived at the dorm, washed up quickly and neatly cleared the living room table. Jong Songbin handed me a heavy-looking plastic bag with a reluctant expression. This, Dayan Hyung said to give it to you. Ah, thanks. Inside were 2 small bottles of liquor sold at convenience stores. There were also ice cups for highballs. Perhaps to prevent the round ice from melting, there were even 2 large ice packs. While pouring the liquor into a glass cup with ice at the sink, Lee Chong-hyun approached from behind. Isn't this whiskey? You possess knowledge that a minor has no reason to have. No, seeing a bottle shaped like this gives me a rough idea. How do you get that idea? You need big data beforehand for that to be possible. Our glass cabinet at home is full of stuff like this. Want me to steal one for you? Don't say terrifying things. If alcohol touches your hands, I'll have to hold a press conference. It's not like we scoop it up with our hands. Is that necessary? While we chatted, a reasonably priced, decent glass of liquor was ready. Looking to ventilate, I saw Choi Ji-ho had already opened the veranda door. Jong Songbin, Park Ju-woo, and Kang Keon were already sitting at the table. Park Ju-woo was even pinching the inside of his arm to endure. Ju-woo, why are you doing that? Afraid I'll fall asleep. If you're sleepy, you should sleep. No, I'm not sleepy. You don't even seem to know what you're saying. I sent a look to Jong Songbin to send him in, but Jong Songbin pretended not to notice. I should have told them earlier that I wasn't going to say anything serious. It was not like I had some grand story that could live up to their expectations. My throat was dry, so I downed the liquor in one go. Can you drink it like that? Whether you sip it or down it, it all ends up in the same place. Leaving the appalled Jong Songbin, I quietly found my seat. A comfortable corner seat where I could lean back on the sofa. Having Park Ju-woo next to me weighed on my mind, but considering the smell of alcohol, Park Ju-woo would be better than Choi Ji-ho, so I didn't say anything. If the smell got too strong, he'd move on his own. Sitting down, my throat was still parched, so I took a few more gulps. It was a bitter scent I hadn't felt in a long time. First, I heard you all suffered a lot yesterday because of me. I feel very sorry, but thank you. Calm. Keon, sitting opposite, gulped down cold water. I thought I should at least explain things related to yesterday. Looking at Kang Keon made me thirsty too. After moistening my throat again, I began with difficulty. The reason I met my family, even though you guys tried to stop me, was... My hands trembled. Pretending nothing was wrong, I lowered both hands under the table. Because of my sister. It remained faintly in my mind. Choi Ji-ho bursting into the conference room where I was fighting with my family. If he heard the conversation back then, he must have heard whatever was said related to my sister. This made it certain. Speaking about facts I clearly recognized in the present wasn't restricted by the system. As long as the past I knew and the present aligned. Through yesterday's events, I confirmed that my sister definitely existed. So even if I talk about Nuna in front of these guys, the system wouldn't block it. However, I couldn't bring up memories with Nuna that only I knew. Just like I couldn't speak properly even where mom and dad were present. That part would probably remain in my memory forever and nowhere else. I have a sister, an older sister. I don't have much information, but I've been looking for her for a few years. I knew asking directly would be the fastest way, but I couldn't do it because I didn't have the courage. It felt embarrassing. Revealing personal matters beyond the usual shared limit felt like a challenge in itself. To get to the point, I didn't gain much. Still, I figured out what I should do next, and it's not like there's no way forward, so I won't have to see them separately again. You don't have to worry too much. The living room was quiet as if cold water had been poured over it. I also just drank silently. Unexpectedly, Park Ju-woo broke the long silence. What do you plan to do from now on? That was something I still needed to think about. Still, it wasn't like I had no answer at all. I wiped the condensation off my glass and replied, I'll start by looking into facilities. I don't know much, so it'll take time. Facilities? It seems they abandoned her shortly after she was born. I heard it yesterday. Park Ju-woo's expression clouded. The sight of him trying to say something, but giving up was pitiful. Were you looking for your sister even when you joined UA? Kong Kian, who had been quiet, asked. I was. I feel sorry to you guys about that part. Why? Because you guys were sincere, but only I thought of the debut as a means. It was embarrassing to bring up something no one had even been curious about. It felt like I was putting my own lowest point on display. You once asked why I worked that hard. Why I got involved in things that weren't even my problem. It was because I felt guilty. I still think similarly now, actually, but anyway. My glass was empty. When I lifted and shook it, only the ice spun uselessly, clinking against the glass. As you probably know now, my relationship with my family is bad. It won't ever get better. I used to gloss it over as not great because I didn't want to make you worry unnecessarily. My eyes met Lee Chonghyun's. I had something to say to him. The reason I told you not to cut ties hastily was because I wanted you to make the best choice after your heart had settled. If you later decide you absolutely can't forgive your family, I'll support you. Because I'd do the same. I just hope you know I didn't dismiss your worries as trivial. Lee Chonghyun avoided my gaze, saying he never thought that way. The rims of his eyes were red. Still, it had been bothering me. I couldn't just let him misunderstand and think I was pressuring him to get along with his family. With a much lighter heart, I refilled my glass. After closing the bottle cap properly, I was about to drink the freshly poured liquor, but what the? Choi Ji-ho, who was sitting far away, took the glass. And then he even put the beverage inside to his mouth. The alcohol. This strong, vicious stuff. 354. Chapter 354. Family Affairs, 7. Choi Ji-ho frowned. Maybe it didn't suit his taste. He kept roughly wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Tastes like sh*t. What's wrong? I was just curious why people make such a big deal out of drinking this stuff. He set the cup down with an audible clunk. The others, who had no idea what was going on, could only stare at us with puzzled expressions. My parents are divorced. Huh. My dad was an alcoholic, and he gambled too. The guys who hadn't known anything about Choi Ji-ho's family widened their eyes endlessly. I don't meet my dad either. I didn't drink because I was afraid I'd end up like that man. Are you comforting me? I'm saying if you want to live without seeing your family, that's okay too. Even that gruff attempt at comfort moved Lee Chonghyun. While we're on the subject, if there's anything you want to ask, go ahead. Huh. I'll answer. The others didn't understand my words, but Lee Chonghyun knew that this was an extension of a conversation we had casually shared sometime in the past. If there's nothing, go to sleep. No. Talk a bit more. Lee Chonghyun hit the table. Jong Songbin stood up slowly and brought cucumbers sliced into bite-sized pieces from the refrigerator. The kind of move made by someone who sensed the conversation would be long. Jong Songbin and Park Ju-woo asked questions endlessly as if they had motors attached to their mouths. Who is listed as your guardian, Hyung? The company collects emergency contacts, right? I'm a fully grown adult. Do I need a guardian? Besides, almost everything gets sorted out by Manager Chanyang. Is there nothing we can help with? You're helping enough right now. If it weren't for you guys, I almost couldn't make it to the dorm. I don't even remember how I got here yesterday. Lee Chonghyun, especially, didn't hold back. How much do you not remember? Is it like that usually? Only when I'm under severe stress. Usually, I'm fine. Did you mention this during counseling? I did. I answer sincerely every time. Like rappers, they didn't give me a chance to breathe. I was drained from answering. Seeing Kang Keon asking questions in between, it seemed he wasn't completely devoid of curiosity either. Even so, not a single one of them tried to poke at the family-related parts. Somehow, they'd all grown more considerate. What about your neck? Choi Jiho, who had been quiet, asked. When I slightly lowered my collar to show the freshly dressed bandage, he turned his head away. It seemed this much of an answer was enough. Kim Iwal finished a bottle of liquor cleanly by himself. There was no hesitation in his gesture of opening the next bottle. Aside from his face becoming a bit paler, there were no particular changes. So Songbin Hyung wasn't exaggerating when he said that Hyung can really drink. Lee Chong-hyun clicked his tongue inwardly. Choi Jiho liked to say that Kim Iwal had gone on drinking-related broadcasts in his place back in their debut days, but it made one think that such a show wouldn't have been entirely unsuited for Kim Iwal's aptitude. Although due to health issues, they wouldn't send him out anymore. Eat something while you drink. Kang Keon said a word, but Kim Iwal firmly refused. If I eat snacks, I'll gain weight quickly. It's only cucumbers. What weight would you gain? Yeah, Hyung. You'll ruin your stomach. At Jong Songbin's words, Park Ju-woo jumped up from his seat. A moment later, Park Ju-woo returned holding blanched tofu and stir-fried kimchi. Eat this with it too, Hyung. Chopsticks came out along with the rarely seen poro plate. Kim Iwal ate the snack with a troubled expression, unsure if it paired well. Watching Kim Iwal chewing tofu, Kang Keon asked, Can I ask how many years apart you are from your sister? Lee Chong-hyun hit Kang Keon's thigh under the table. Kang Keon didn't look comfortable either, as if he hadn't asked thoughtlessly. Years? Huh. Kim Iwal's pronunciation slurred as if mumbling. Since he wasn't the type to talk with food in his mouth, it seemed more like the alcohol than the tofu. Not sure, I guess. 7 to 9 years, maybe. Yeah, that's a big gap. It is on the larger side. Kim Iwal was calm, saying it was on the larger side, even while saying it wasn't exact. Whenever this happened, Lee Chong-hyun felt a sense of dissonance. Like when he'd asked when Kim Iwal started playing bass, or when he couldn't quite figure out where Kim Iwal had learned to navigate society so well, and now too. Hyung. Yeah. When you don't tell us things properly, is it because you don't trust us? Or because there's a reason? Kim Iwal blinked his eyes. His long, black eyelashes moved slowly along with his eyelids. At first, it was because I was cautious about trusting anyone. Huh. The reason I still can't explain properly is because there are circumstances. An answer more honest than imagined came back. Why? Did you think I'd lie? I didn't expect you to tell us this much. Hiding things doesn't really make it easier. Kim Iwal sipped his drink. No signs of discomfort were visible on his face. Then now? Much better. Was it because the answer was refreshing? Jong Song-bin, who had been tense, laughed, saying that was a relief. Kim Iwal finished 2 bottles cleanly by himself throughout the conversation. He even scolded Choi Jiho like usual. So no one dared to think that Kim Iwal might be drunk. Doesn't that Hyung seem drunk? That was, until Lee Chong-hyun voiced his suspicion. Kang Keon jumped when his friend's voice suddenly went straight into his ear. Rubbing his ear briskly for a moment, he realized what Lee Chong-hyun said and turned his gaze to Kim Iwal. He's exactly the same as usual, though? Kang Keon whispered along. Lee Chong-hyun covered his mouth with his hand and said in a small voice. He leaned his head on Ju-woo Hyung. What? Kang Keon doubted his ears. However, unfortunately, Lee Chong-hyun was not the boy who cried wolf. Kim Iwal was really leaning his head on Park Ju-woo's shoulder. The reverse situation was a common sight, but that one was not. Even if Spark was a group that stuck together like Injialmi that got microwaved wrong. Words said by Kim Iwal while selecting group photos. Usually, the younger ones leaned on the older ones. This sight was truly rare. The Kim Iwal who never once stood with his weight on one leg, who always kept his back straight enough to be photoshopped into protractor memes. The Kim Iwal who knelt properly when sitting on the floor. The eldest who never crossed his arms when facing someone, who believed manners showed through posture. That Kim Iwal leaning part of his body on someone else? It was nothing short of a major incident. Unable to adjust to the unfamiliar situation, Park Ji-woo sat rigidly at attention. What are you whispering about so much? Look at that. We're talking without him, so he's trying to join in. Normally, he watches like someone holding a glass from the third floor of an opera house. True. Ignoring Kim Iwol's intervention, Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Ki-on muttered seriously without minding. He's definitely drunk. Should I bring a hangover relief drink? Seeming to agree with the magnate's opinion, Jong Song-bin asked. In their refrigerator, 5 bottles of hangover relief drinks, wrapped in bubble wrap when they moved, still remained intact. Hyung's body is cold. Park Ji-woo also added a word. Choi Ji-ho suggested clearing the alcohol first, but clicked his tongue upon seeing the bottle completely empty without a drop left. A guy who could drink so much soju gets drunk off 2 tiny bottles of this? He needs to quit drinking. From now on, serious talks happen over grape juice. Lee Chong-hyun shook his head. I think it's because the alcohol content's high. What's the percentage on that? Is that written on the bottle? Jong Song-bin turned the small liquor bottle around, looking for the alcohol content. Kang Ki-on, purely to satisfy curiosity, reached for the remaining bottle but withdrew his hand in surprise at Kim Iwol's shout. Why would a minor touch a liquor bottle? Give it here. I'll clean it up. I won't touch it, so just sit still, please. When Kang Ki-on obediently put his 2 hands under the table, Kim Iwol became docile, as if nothing happened. Then he leaned his head on Park Ji-woo's shoulder again. It was like a shape memory alloy. Sigh. Without our eldest Hyung, who will drink as Sparks representative at company dinners now. I'll drink. I'll drink too, Song-bin. Just say we're all taking herbal medicine. At Lee Chong-hyun's question, Jong Song-bin and Park Ji-woo displayed tear-jerking friendship. Choi Ji-ho suggested a rare, ordinary solution, but it didn't reach the younger ones. After giggling and joking for a moment, Lee Chong-hyun rested his chin on his hand and asked, Hyung, what? Do you like promoting with us? Lee Chong-hyun swallowed dry saliva. It was a question he had buried until the end, agonizing over whether he should ask or not. Kim Iwol fell into thought for a moment. Seeing the Hyung even crossing his arms, Lee Chong-hyun thought he shouldn't have brought it up. It's not a question of whether the work is fun, just wondering if living with us is okay. I was wondering if you pushed yourself too hard because of your circumstances. The explanation grew longer in proportion to Kim Iwol's silence. Everyone watched Kim Iwol's reaction. Lee Chong-hyun sweated profusely. I just hope Hyung doesn't consider us too much of a burden. Kim Iwol caught the trailing end of the sentence. You think I consider you guys a burden? Sometimes I think that could be the case. Because there isn't a corner Hyung hasn't touched in our idol activities. Even down to selfie angles. Lee Chong-hyun remembered what Kang Ki-on had said when having a mentally tough time. That he felt sorry for only receiving help from Hyung. That he felt like he was someone who couldn't be of help to Hyung. In Lee Chong-hyun's eyes, Spark seemed to owe Kim Iwol a debt, big or small. Including Lee Chong-hyun himself. Everyone relied on Kim Iwol in some way. But no one could be a corner for Kim Iwol to rely on. It weighed on his mind even more after learning that even Choi Ji-ho had received help from Kim Iwol with family matters. It'd be nice if I could just say it's a good thing we know now, at least. He wished Kim Iwol would say, I should rest now. Go live your own self-directed idol lives. Then even if Kim Iwol blacked out the next day, Chong-hyun could insist. Hyung announced it yesterday, so this Chong-hyun will listen to him. But Kim Iwol's consideration always ran deeper than Lee Chong-hyun imagined. Seems like this is the question you really wanted to ask. I don't think that way. So firmly that it was impossible to believe no one was supporting him. I think you guys are commendable. Kim Iwol smiled. There were no cameras, no outsiders, and they weren't saying silly things as usual or having a conversation requiring social skills. A soft smile that a man in his early 20s would typically wear appeared on Kim Iwol's face for the first time. Wow, he really must be getting drunk. Returning to his usual faint smile, Kim Iwol pushed himself up from the sofa. I'll put the bottles in the sink. I'll rinse and put them out tomorrow, so don't clean them up. Same for the dishes. Just wash up and go to sleep. Choi Ji-ho, unless you're cleaning it up for me, shut it. I'll leave them in the sink, so just go to bed. We don't have to make the kids do it. Oh, Kim Iwol reacted dryly. Then I'll just brush my teeth and sleep. Okay? Everyone, head in. See you tomorrow. Then Kim Iwol really brushed his teeth for 3 minutes and came out of the bathroom. He walked straight to his room, lay on the bed, covered himself neatly with the blanket, and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Watching the series of actions, Kong Keon let out a dry laugh. Amazing, truly amazing. Kong Keon muttered to himself while leaning against the doorframe. Lee Chong-hyun stared quietly at the eldest brother who had become a drunkard, then turned off the room light and carefully closed the door. 355, Chapter 355, Precoordination. My mind cleared momentarily at the sound of the alarm, but soon, a unique kind of headache set in. It felt like someone was drilling an ice fishing hole on top of my frozen solid head. My stomach churned so badly that something hot and spicy seemed to shimmer before my eyes. The broth they give for free at the nearby snack bar is really delicious. Once my thoughts reached that point, I realized the identity of this unfamiliar pain. This was the first hangover of my life. Now I finally understood why Assistant Manager Huang always groaned the day after company dinners. My head felt like it was about to split open, and the ceiling was spinning. Assistant Manager, I'm sorry for not truly empathizing with you all those times. I was rummaging through my phone contacts to find the snack bar's number when my bedroom door opened. Hyung, are you up? No, can't get up. What? I'm being punished for my reckless, excessive drinking. Belatedly understanding my words, Jong Songbin hurriedly brought a hangover relief drink. From today on, I decided to call this drink the elixir of life. You should eat something. Do you want rice? I'm good. If I eat now, I'll immediately create a dark history. Is it that bad? Why? Do you find me pathetic, too? I have nothing to say to that, though. Juwoo boiled bean sprout soup. Is it hard to eat that? Should I order something else? What did you say? After seeing you drink yesterday, Juwoo ordered ingredients. He said he had to make you hangover soup. I'll eat. Clutching my aching stomach, I got up. When I went into the living room, the smell of bean sprout soup filled the air. Did you sleep well? Want some rice? I don't need rice. Just give me some soup, please. Park Juwoo served me a big bowl of hot bean sprout soup, despite the alcohol smell still wafting off me. Just one sip, and it felt like a lump of fire dropped inside me as the alcohol drained away. How is it? I feel saved. It was the best thing I'd ever tasted. Overnight, the master of soup dishes in my heart changed from the snack bar owner to Park Juwoo. While I was out of it for the past few days, there was considerable progress on the drama side. The biggest change was that the title had been decided. Exclusive Report. That's what they're calling it. It sounded like a title that wouldn't even show up properly in searches. Did drama titles not have to consider searchability or optimization? Idols had to fight tooth and nail just to survive on portal sites with their group names and stage names. We've been fighting cars for 2 years now. They said they'll decide the shooting start date soon. I wish it was before the IDC meetings start. It won't be easy, right? I told them we want the schedule as soon as possible. Thank you. For a project that had difficulty casting, it wrapped up luxuriously. I heard that an actor who had a connection with the PD accepted after much deliberation. Once a famous name joined, inquiries about appearances flooded in, and the production company ended up holding the upper hand. Because so many people already knew each other, the script readings were warm and friendly every day. It was a complete 180 from the icy atmosphere during in my office. Once again, I realized how many variables there were in the world. Next, we discussed the screen time, since my character died in the middle, a process of reviewing exactly how many episodes I would appear in was necessary, and character settings. I heard you mention the scar during the audition? Yes. I was worried it might be an issue. About that, they asked if it would be okay with you to go without tattoos or CG work. They said they're currently finalizing the scripts for the later parts. Leaving out dragon tattoos is one thing, but skipping retouching work too? Even though the scar will show as is? Looking at the later scripts, they must have judged that it suits better. The manager checked my opinion again. I was fine with whatever. Oh right, and about the assignment you submitted last time. The questionnaire? Yeah, the writer liked it. They said they loved it so much and asked me to tell you. When I went for the audition, I received one more assignment. It was to write an answer to the question, how would Cheon Yoon-sung respond if faced with such a situation? It felt like a situational interview, so I wrote whatever came to mind, and it seemed to have influenced the final acceptance. I was worried, so that's a relief. You're good at everything. What is there to worry about? That wraps up the drama stuff. If anything else comes up, I'll let you. No, right away. Thus, one schedule was wrapped up. The next meeting awaited me. Sorry I'm late. No, we were just organizing what we have so far too. When I entered the conference room, Jong Song-bin welcomed me with a smile. We could have asked the dedicated team for ideas, but since we'd be going on a survival stage decided by fan votes, we felt there was no fun in just doing what others told us to. So the members took the lead in meetings, at least for IDC. Honestly, this should have wrapped up earlier, but because I'd been out of it, everything got delayed. As an apology, I treated the guys to a meal recently. How far have you gotten? Except for the self-PR stage, we've roughly discussed everything. We also made response plans one by one in case the rules change. Must have been hard work. None of the ideas were bad. Seeing Juwoo first priority, written in the position competition slot, it seemed everyone had quite a hard time soothing the main vocalist. Didn't you have anything you wanted to do for the self-PR stage? It feels difficult since it's basically the first impression, and we're worried about the order. Jong Song-bin trailed off. Even if we wanted to try something new, if a group that was hurriedly inserted was placed in an ambiguous order, the chances of standing out in a bad way increased. He seemed worried about this point. Just do something traditional. Put forward the key member of IDC. Key member, Kang Keon asked. We have one in our team. A member who is a filial son to IDC, fits perfectly with the program, and is suitable for the intro. Did we have someone like that? Kang Keon asked back as if talking to himself. I said to him, Keon, you learn Korean dance, right? Kang Keon's eyes grew wide. Don't tell me you're going to make me do it. If not you, who else? Kang Keon seemed to have forgotten how to close his mouth. Lee Chong-hyun gently closed his friend's mouth with both hands. Kang Keon didn't really welcome becoming the main pillar of the self-PR stage. His reason was that there must be someone more suitable than him. Jiho Hyung is the center. Choi Jiho's features lack oriental beauty. You could say he just came back from catching salmon in Russia yesterday, and everyone would believe it. Because you say that, Jiho Hyung keeps looking like a brown bear. Lee Chong-hyun protested, but I didn't listen. It's been a few years since I did dance. You really think you're someone who'd completely forget just because you stopped for a few years? I'm not exactly a buzzworthy member. Out of all the IDC clips, the only ones steadily gaining views are the random play dance videos. People who watched once come back, and people who saw short clips go looking for the full version. Individually, you're the most talked about. After an intense back and forth, Kang Keon declared defeat. Korean dance was written in the keyword column of the shared sheet labeled self-PR stage. It had been a while since we last met the IDC production team. When we took profile photos for broadcast, only a few writers were there, but this time, everyone was present, from the PD to the head writer and cinematographers. Ah, Spark. The PD offered a handshake with an awkward face. Have you all been well? Yes. Everyone here knew it. Spark couldn't possibly have been doing well because of you guys. Still, it was generous of the production team to show up like this. In relationships with celebrities, broadcasters always held the upper hand. There was a reason why, even after decades in the idol industry, agencies would boycott other agencies, but never broadcasters. For entertainers who need to get on air, losing one of the few available markets is a huge blow. For people in that position to even pretend to be apologetic said a lot. It meant they owed Spark enough to lower themselves when they didn't have to. Thanks to that, we were able to avoid provocative questions even in the pre-interview. If it were before, they would have asked questions like, who is the group you think you can beat? To create drama. What is different from Season 1? In a way, Spark could be considered seniors in terms of IDC. Participation experience. Could you give a piece of advice to groups appearing on IDC for the first time? Deciding to appear must not have been easy. They tried to elicit somewhat substantial answers. It was an approach not typical of broadcasters who usually stayed silent even when viewer boards were on fire. Except for the assassin-like questions in the middle. Are we in a position to advise anyone? When we're the youngest group again this time? Did we even have a say in deciding whether to appear? I smiled, but inside I was boiling. I vowed that if they used us to prop up another cast member like Partha again this time, I wouldn't stay still. I get why they're acting like this, though. If Exclusive Report had strong casting thanks to the influence of its director, then IDC was the exact opposite. If other survival programs hadn't self-destructed, this sloppy concept would have been buried. Agencies that knew how poorly it was planned, pitting low-profile rookies against each other out of fear of backlash, weren't eager to send their idols. Spark jumped in because there was something to gain in Season 1, but other groups wouldn't want to take on such demerits. So they probably opened the voting booth again with easy rookies. So the talent pool for Season 2 became wider. They kept insisting on removing rank, yet once again, they used that excuse to gather groups with wildly different years of experience. Whether it was stripping rank and only matching rookies, or this, it was hard to say which was more unimpressive. Long debuted but virtually unknown groups, teams that returned with new lineups after scandals or internal conflict, rookies from major agencies, rising digital chart powerhouses. All of them ended up together for these reasons. What kind of image do you want to show in Season 2 of Idol Dynasty Chronicles? What did Spark decide to do in this jungle? Our goal is to give the fans as much joy as possible, because that was the best we could do for our fans. We'd have fun, do everything we wanted, and show them ourselves enjoying it, then become the biases whom I wouldn't be ashamed to present anywhere. 356, Chapter 356, Image Transformation 1. The protagonist, Ham Yizio, dreamed of becoming a reporter. She lost her father at a young age, but with a positive mindset and strong will, the mother and daughter join forces and live on steadfastly. Undeterred by financial difficulties, she enters the Department of Journalism and Communication at a university, boasting the highest admission cutoff in Korea, and even lands a job at a major media company with a free pass. One day, a man staging a one-man protest appears in front of her workplace. Condemn Chanju Group? Is he the only one doing a one-man protest here? Besides, where can you find a company as clean as Chanju Group? A man targeting Chanju Group, a leading domestic conglomerate and a people-friendly company that never loses its #1 brand reputation ranking. Her colleagues don't give him a single glance, but for some reason, Ham Yizio keeps getting bothered by the picket sign the man is holding. Leaving the office last as usual, Ham Yizio approaches the man standing motionless with his picket in front of the nearly dark company building. Excuse me. Even if you protest here, none of the employees will bat an eye. They're used to seeing protests. At her roundabout words, the man silently hands her a crudely designed flyer. We expose the truth of the murderous corporation, Chanju Group. After wishing him well, Ham Yizio returns home. Later, after getting ready for bed and organizing her things, she finds the flyer she'd shoved carelessly into her bag. The story of the man's father, Gong Ji-chan, who passed away without a sound or rumor. My father, who showed no warning signs whatsoever, passed away last autumn without leaving any will. For some reason, the writing on the paper excessively resembles her own father's end. Up to this point was the synopsis of Exclusive Report. It was a rare suspense mystery drama about two bereaved families caught up in a conglomerate's conspiracy, digging into the cause of their family members' deaths. Here, I took on the role of the grandson of the chairman of Chanju Group, a large corporation with excellent image marketing, and the only son of the parent company's president. For reference, the introduction of Cheon Yoon-sung went like this. Handsome appearance, impeccable attitude rumored to be flawless, a picture-perfect prince who stands out exceptionally among third-generation chaebols busy causing trouble. Lacking neither in character nor eloquence, an incarnation of noblesse oblige who practices genuine service and sharing, not just for show. Isn't it amazing? The vivid character description made me not know what to do with myself. My first appearance started from episode 2. They asked me to act as the most gentle and mannered man in the world, which was a bit painful. I felt like I was putting on airs in front of So Seong, who said this is her 10th year in the industry, who played Ham Yizio and filmed with me. Moreover, the setting was a ceremony for high-value donors. Everyone, including me, was flashy, and the set was crowded with camera operators and extras playing reporters. On the news, reporters at least got chairs, so why did this place look like a crowded marketplace? Iwol doesn't get nervous at all. I'm trying not to show it. Even when the camera rolls, you don't seem to stiffen up. So Seong praised me highly. It felt like just yesterday we agreed to speak casually and do our best at the script reading, but now she was practically nurturing me with praise like I was a growing onion. Aside from how generous the set was with compliments, I heard the comment, not intimidated in a place with many elders really often. At UA, and during in my office too. Honestly, unless they were in their 40s or 50s or older, I didn't feel burdened by seeing most older people. Since there was a big age gap with my sister too. Maybe company life toughened me up, but unless it was someone around Manager Nam's age, I didn't feel much pressure. Should I be happy about this? For this reason, I became the rising strong heart of the set. Since the role itself required shamelessness, you could say the image fit perfectly. I saw that too. Act on. Really? How did that clip end up in your algorithm, Sunbeam? I was surprised because you look so young in person. Act on Kim Yiwol did have the vibe of a parachuted director. Still, I was relieved I didn't look menacing in real life. You do look mature in person though. I've never seen a 20-something who suits a metal wristwatch as well as you. The wristwatch, more expensive than my appearance fee per episode, sparkled. I used to avoid wearing watches because they got in the way when I played bass. So to avoid looking awkward, Manager Dan lent me one he said he didn't use, and I practiced getting used to it. I even learned how to take off a wristwatch nonchalantly from Jong Songbin, who often wore a watch. Did you maybe learn that from Mr. Jong Seonjin? Does it look that weird? I was surprised that it was Jong Songbin's own technique, but anyway, thanks to that, I could now remove my watch flawlessly in front of a bathroom mirror, dead-eyed, and without a single mistake. We'll start filming the next scene. Cheon Yoon-sung, please stand by. The small talk ended, and it was my turn. It was a scene revealing what a decent silver spoon Cheon Yoon-sung was, exchanging brief words with his secretary in the hallway as he was about to leave after the ceremony ended. I might have done better as the secretary, but I gave up because I wasn't confident I could do as well as the actor. This wasn't the time to covet someone else's role. Wanting someone else's rice cake when you can't even handle what's in front of you. That's not right. Cheon Yoon-sung is ready. I shouted energetically. Everyone around held their breath. All right, let's do this. Let's become the best possible bad guy. Second Life, fighting. Number 9. Hallway day. Cheon Yoon-sung. Walking while looking ahead. What did you say the next schedule is? Go Sujiol. Following Cheon Yoon-sung. Matching his stride. A dinner appointment with the chairman is set for 6 o'clock. Cheon Yoon-sung. Sounds like we'll be eating well. Would you like to join us, director? The chairman's choices never miss. Go Sujiol. Just hearing the offer alone is enough for me, sir. Hey. Running child bumps into Cheon Yoon-sung's leg. The startled child, and the mother who rushes over late. Cheon Yoon-sung motions Go Sujiol back as he tries to pull the child away. Cheon Yoon-sung, are you okay? Child. Flustered. Child's mother. Hyunkyo. I told you not to run around in crowded places. I'm sorry. Cheon Yoon-sung. So your name is Hyunkyo. Bends his knees to make eye contact with the child. You should listen to your mom, okay? Child, I'm sorry. Child runs to his mom. Cheon Yoon-sung gestures that it's fine to the repeatedly bowing mother. Go Sujiol, are you alright? Cheon Yoon-sung, why wouldn't I be? More importantly, I saw a lot of reporters at the ceremony today. Go Sujiol, I heard a recently popular model became a new member. It seems they flocked here thinking it would be news material. Cheon Yoon-sung, Number 10. Hall entrance day. Cheon Yoon-sung coming out of the hall. Ham Yizio, spotting Cheon Yoon-sung, pulls Gong Ji-chan toward her. Gong Ji-chan gets flustered. Ham Yizio, mouthing Cheon Yoon-sung. Gong Ji-chan. Ham Yizio hiding behind Gong Ji-chan, waiting for Cheon Yoon-sung to pass. She gets the illusion that she met eyes with Cheon Yoon-sung, who was looking around. Go Sujiol. Is there something you're looking for? Cheon Yoon-sung. No, just thinking that it's spring. Ham Yizio, confirming Cheon Yoon-sung getting into the car, comes out of Gong Ji-chan's arms. Ham Yizio. Surely he didn't see me, right? Gong Ji-chan. Did you make eye contact? Ham Yizio. Not sure, but maybe it was just my imagination. Gong Ji-chan. How was he? Cheon Yoon-sung in person. Ham Yizio. He seemed kind, even where there were no cameras. Gong Ji-chan. Is that so? Gong Ji-chan looking complicated. Ham Yizio gazes at Gong Ji-chan blankly. Though these scenes were connected in the script, filming them required a major relocation. Cameras, lighting, directing staff, and sound directors all had to move from indoors to outdoors and reset the environment. They inevitably had the actors wait, but PD John didn't like this kind of gap. From an actor's perspective, having your flow interrupted was tough. Carrying the same atmosphere before and after a scene change was not an easy task. There was a reason why it was common for flyaway hairs that weren't there before the scene changed to pop up, being called a flaw. It was also true that there were concerns about entrusting such a scene to Kim Yiwol, who was young and not even a professional actor. Isn't the connection really natural? The assistant director admired. PD John was just thinking the same thing. He keeps the same tone and expression almost perfectly. Even if we splice the scenes together, it won't feel jarring. Right? PD John admired inwardly. Is his personality naturally consistent? It wasn't just being easygoing, treating anyone without awkwardness, staying unaffected by surroundings, and maintaining a chosen portrayal until the end. Those weren't things just anyone could do. The same went for creating an unapproachable aura despite being such a good person. Sophisticated three-piece suit, metallic wristwatch, and dignified shoes. The Kim Yiwol in front of his eyes was a young silver spoon in his early 30s to anyone looking. Someone who grew up receiving good education, magnanimous enough not to care about trivial things, and possessing wit to lightly loosen an atmosphere that could easily become heavy. In a suspense genre inevitably filled with supporting roles, Kim Yiwol became another lifeline. A potentially risky casting choice turned into a smart one that delivered better results than expected. I'm looking forward to the reaction when the middle part is released. Even though they just started filming the early episodes, PD John was full of anticipation. By the way, Yiwol, do you know how to drive? You won't have to drive yourself on set, but I'm curious. No, I don't even have a license. If Chief Go isn't around, I have to take the bus home. And on top of that, as rumored, his personality really was good. It was the right call to contact him. Even after getting chewed out by higher-ups, it had been worth taking the risk. Passion welled up in the main PD's heart. 357. Chapter 357, Image Transformation 2. Cheon Yoon-sung, whom Ham Yizio only caught a glimpse of, was perfection itself. Even asking the seniors in the city news department, they all said that Chanju Group, and especially Cheon Yoon-sung, was squeaky clean. He was Chanju Group's treasure and its future, raised under the full protection of all its executives so that he could fulfill that role. So that's why it's even stranger. Is it really possible for someone to be perfect? It's hard to create, but once a good image is formed, it doesn't change easily. Isn't it the opposite? People say, I knew it. Only about someone who looks like they'd do something like that. If someone who seems like they'd never do wrong actually does something bad, people. Gong Jichan said, fingering his old leather wristwatch. The watch, said to be his father's keepsake, was full of traces of time. They say, there must have been an unavoidable reason. News about Cheon Yoon-sung played from the TV. Ham Yizio and Gong Jichan silently watched the screen. At the same time, Cheon Yoon-sung, sitting in the back seat of a luxury foreign car, called his chief secretary. Chief, is there anyone in the secretarial team with free hands for a moment? What task should I assign them? Cheon Yoon-sung answered while watching the scenery outside the window. There was a female reporter who came to the ceremony. The one with her hair tied back in a single ponytail, wearing a sky blue blouse and white pants. Cheon Yoon-sung's memory was extraordinary, and Chanju Group had the power to resolve matters with just a little information. So Cheon Yoon-sung didn't ask, is it possible? For him, impossible tasks did not exist. It would be good to know who she is. I will take measures so you can confirm within today. Cheon Yoon-sung smiled, his eyes crinkling, and said thank you. The black vehicle cut through the city center. From episode 3 onwards, Cheon Yoon-sung looked sketchy, just as pictured. He didn't seem like a character who'd sink due to stupidity or petty emotions. But in the actual script, his presence was even stronger than that. It was a mystery why they picked me. The person who says something while smiling is the scariest. One day, when Manager Nam did something ridiculously stupid, Supervisor Song, who usually returned looking depressed, came back exceptionally calm. Then, as soon as she sat down, Supervisor Song burst into laughter. It was probably a hollow laugh. Assistant Manager Huang and I nervously wondered if she might ask for a resignation interview. On the messenger, the friendly passing of the buck, saying, Assistant Manager, you talk to her, repeated like a parrot. The smile of a person harboring venom was that frightening. I tried my best by recalling Kang Kian saying my impression was scary when we first met, but I couldn't tell if it worked. Seeing that no NG sign came out, I figured it wasn't terrible, but I couldn't erase the possibility that they might have given up early because there seemed to be no room for improvement. I hesitated and headed to the PD. PD Nim. What is it? Did I perhaps make an NG? I used the most pitiful-looking hands clasped in a begging pose I could manage. Thankfully, the PD's expression was bright. Don't worry. Starting from this episode, Mr. Yiwol looks totally like a villain. Oh dear. Me, who should aim to be a youthful idol, became a classic villain character? When my very next schedule is about embodying peak Eastern-style youth? I was flustered. And yet, everyone around me was generous with praise and encouragement. How is the villain acting going? Smoothly. Seems like I'll go to prison soon. As long as you're out before IDC starts, it's fine. Sometimes I really don't know what kind of context you and Hyung are talking in. Kang Keon said, looking dumbfounded. However, there was a reason why we were talking nonsense from the crack of dawn. Today was the first filming day of Idol Dynasty Chronicles Season 2. Lee Chong-hyun and I, as fellow passengers, had to help ease the nerves of Kang Keon, the man who would carry the self-PR stage. Ahead of the first stage, Kang Keon had a time of deep contemplation. He visited his mentor for advice and scoured traditional markets in Dongmyo like a man possessed to find the fan he wanted. He found the best bamboo fan and spray-painted it with Manager Dan. While Kang Keon took the lead in conceiving the stage, I had to take dance lessons from Choi Ji-ho again. I erased all that time from my head. Only the memory that it was a long and hard time remained. How much rehearsal time do you think they'll give us? I want to run it at least 3 times. Probably more than last time, right? Kang Keon and Lee Chong-hyun continued a serious discussion. Since they looked like they were having fun, I decided to leave the two guys be. On the way to the filming site, I reviewed the lineup once more. First, Partha, who gained participation qualifications as the winner of Season 1. An 8-member boy group from the large agency MYTH, whose center song Minal had a record of falling out of my favor by making subtle digs at Lee Chong-hyun on a variety show. Last season, Partha exposed Myth's lackluster planning skills to the world with their half-hearted stage concepts. Everyone was curious to see what they'd return with this time. Next were Turkit, Slay, Ond, and Blighter. They were 5-member, 9-member, 8-member, and 7-member groups respectively. All participating groups were senior to Spark. Except for Partha, they had a career difference of 2-3 years or more with Spark. Perhaps because of that, while Season 1 felt fresh in a different way, Season 2's lineup consisted of many groups with distinct identities built on their accumulated images. 2 groups stood out in particular, Ond and Blighter. Ond was the team whose pre-interview was released first among the groups appearing in Idol Dynasty Chronicles Season 2. In that interview, they named Spark as the group they were most looking forward to. We really were impressed by Spark's stage. I'm a fan of Mr. Ji-ho. If we do a position battle, they are a group I definitely want to be on the same team with. What if we end up fighting as opposing teams after saying this? No, saying it like this makes it come true. Please edit this part. Why? I want to sing a Spark song. It was hard to shake the suspicion that the broadcaster intentionally released interviews mentioning Spark first to counter the controversy of Spark's late entry, network power abuse. Still, the fact that they spoke positively about us was undeniable. Their expressions looked sincere, so I decided to accept it gratefully. Blighter, on the other hand, couldn't be ignored for a different reason. Among the older generation idols, they were a group that first took the physical idol route that Spark was currently running on. In terms of average height and build, Spark had a slight edge. But doesn't the pioneer always shine wherever they go? Much greater than the original doorframe idols are coming. Guys, I've got my wallet ready and waiting. Much greater than, right? This is the taste. I was fooled by novelty and forgot familiarity. Much greater than while everyone else was digging myth boy groups, I was digging Blighter alone. Looking now, my choice wasn't wrong. Certified insane foresight. Much greater than live vocal was essential back in Blighter's time. There's a reason why the kids who survived this era are legendary for their venom. Agree with this. Haven't seen a main vocal with this clear tone yet. It was the golden age of idols with no room for rebuttal. I'm also still stuck in this era. Are Blighter really that old? They don't feel like a long debuted group. Saying back in Blighter's time is misleading. They're only in their 5th year. You'd think they were 2nd gen or something. You think Turkit came out of a coffin or something. Under equal conditions, the side with nostalgia always had the upper hand. Even though their period of glory wasn't long, the news that Blighter, once everyone's idol, was returning via a survival program spread like wildfire. Blighter was also the group that reportedly agonized the longest over whether to join. Thanks to that, Blighter and Spark were named consecutively as the final participants of Idol Dynasty Chronicle Season 2. Much greater than the screen will be packed for Idol Dynasty Chronicle. With Blighter Spark side, there won't be any empty space. Truly, flawless groups. Much greater than former doorframe idols versus current doorframe idols. Whichever side you support, it will be fun. At least for me. OP's taste is so obvious. Your taste is consistent. Much greater than looks like a lot of people who stand Blighter move to Spark. Seeing the posts coming up after the lineup reveal. Sparkler fandom skews older anyway. All the former fans drifted in. Why? Is it because the pursuit of aesthetics is similar? When you stan idols for a while, there's a burnout point, but Spark avoids that really well. They don't tire fans out. A lot of people who quit standing came back because of Spark. Wasn't there quite a few Spark issues? Even I, who don't follow them, heard a few things. The kids didn't do anything wrong. I'm the opposite of this post saw Blighter and was slightly tempted. Since yesterday, I've been picking up Blighter content continuously. If you dig deeper, there might be slight differences, but the impression they give on the outside seems similar. It was extremely fortunate that the participation wasn't revealed simultaneously. If not, Spark would have been called an imitation group rather than a junior following a specific lineage. Young, we just have to enter politely, right? Lee Chong-hyun asked, sticking his head between the driver's seat and the passenger seat. In Season 1, problems were everywhere, but at least in this season, we only had to be careful of Partha. This story had already been shared with the members early on. Yeah, as long as you don't get so excited meeting new seniors that you never come back to our waiting room, you can do whatever. This Hyung is funny. I find our waiting room comfortable too, you know? I'm going to play outside to my heart's content and sleep in my own house, you know? He laughed brightly, clearly amused. For someone about to be the busiest person in the world, he looked full of energy. Right? Don't forget those words later. I was reminded of Lee Chong-hyun's first online housewarming video, right after he'd been the first to move out of the dorm. Would Lee Chong-hyun find a new place again not long after becoming an adult? And would he, like last time, refuse to invite anyone except Kang Kyeon? If it's the current Lee Chong-hyun, he might at least do a housewarming party. By the time I'd narrowed down about 3 candidates for a housewarming gift, it had grown dark around us. The now familiar broadcaster's parking lot welcomed us. 358. Chapter 358. Filming starts. 1. Before filming, just like in Season 1, we went around other groups' waiting rooms to greet them. The atmosphere was warm overall. Instead of childish posturing, there was mostly encouragement. It felt fitting for teams that had survived several years in the entertainment industry. Why are you all coming around one by one like this? Thank you. Nice to meet you. One group, in particular, showed unusually enthusiastic goodwill. It was Aunt. Mr. Keon is our school junior. Did they finish building the cafeteria? They said they'd build a new one right before we graduated. With Spark here, the waiting rooms feel packed. How big is your room? Same size as this one. Mr. Jiho, did you get a fixed cast offer from Unmanned Rest Area yet? Aunt was the first group to have memorized all the Spark members' names upon first meeting. We didn't know what to do with the excessive interest and felt a bit overwhelmed. The fart waiting room, which we visited last, was still chilly. The only one welcoming us was Han Ga-won. Chong-hyun, I heard you don't go home much these days. I had no idea where Song Minil heard that, but he tirelessly picked a fight with Lee Chong-hyun. Even after getting completely destroyed on a quiz variety show, he was still shameless. It made me wonder if his memory was just genuinely bad. I barely managed to stay in touch because of my schedule. Still, I hear a lot of news about you through my brother, Sunbeam. Lee Chong-hyun didn't lose and landed a blow on Song Minil. The guy who used to say nothing when family matters came up suddenly pulled the "your brother talks about you to my brother" card. Song Minil probably fell for the provocation because he knew Lee Chong-hyun was rumored as the idol whose whole family attends prestigious universities. An idol junior saying, "Please take care of my brother," at KASD. How heartwarming must that have seemed? It was written all over Song Minil's face that he wanted to know what had been said. Chonghyun just smiled brightly and pretended not to notice. After returning to our waiting room, I approached him and asked quietly, "Do you keep in touch with your brother?" "No." That was when I realized Chonghyun had been bluffing. "Ah, did you think what I said to the Sunbae was true?" Yeah. It was a lie. He texted a few times, but I didn't reply." Lee Chonghyun spoke calmly. "He seems to be trying in his own way, but like you said, Hyung, I'm going to take some time. Not that I hate him or anything, just, right? Your feelings are the most important." When I patted his shoulder, Lee Chonghyun grinned. "For now, I already have 4 Hyungs. If that's not enough, I'll think about it later. I don't think you'll be lacking anytime soon. Right?" He joked around, then ran off excitedly when he heard that the custom in-ear monitors had arrived. With how light his steps were, it looked like he was practically floating despite his tall frame. Not long after Spark's appearance on IDC was confirmed, UA suggested getting us custom in-ear monitors. Clueless about how much sparkler demand there was for custom in-ears, these guys tried to decline the company's generosity, saying what we already used was good enough. I practically shouted at the top of my lungs that I would send the desired designs by next Monday. Me. bat.ly/re8. Link to image reference site. Decide on keywords and colors and report by today. Attach 3 reference images each by Saturday. Cutie pretty visually Lee Chonghyun. I can send this right now today. King of cuteness Kong Keon. Color black // keyword match or firecracker or birthday cake candle. Cutie pretty visually Lee Chonghyun. Too glitch. King of cuteness Kong Keon. Let's see how amazing yours is. Mental pillar Jong Songbin. Hyung, can I organize and give it to you by tomorrow? Instead, I'll do the final compilation. Me. It's not urgent, so take your time. Center Emperor Choi Jiho. Me read. Me. You didn't read my text, did you? 20-year-old Metal Marble Park Juwoo. Message deleted. Me. Juwoo, I saw that. You didn't read my text properly either, right? 20-year-old Metal Marble Park Juwoo. Sorry. Tate. After all that chatter, the members each settled on designs they liked. The design team produced clean final drafts, and everyone kept pestering manager Chonyoung about when the in-ears would be ready. At last, those in-ears finally revealed themselves to the world. On a TV program capable of dozens of captures filmed with high definition cameras. Wow. Admiration poured from Lee Chonghyun's mouth as he opened the case. Is this mine? It came out exactly like the mock-up. Yeah, it turned out really nice. Jong Songbin didn't hold back his praise either. Lee Chonghyun's in-ear sparkled as if covered in a hologram, with pink points scattered on a pale blue body. The color theme was hologram. The keywords were round-cut diamond, glitter, and high jewelry. Park Juwoo had 6 small gray dots in a line on a pure white in-ear. I thought he would go with plain white without patterns, so I was surprised he put a design on the right side. How is it? Do you like it? Yeah. Park Juwoo nodded at Jong Songbin's words, fiddling with the round gray dots. My in-ear, right next to his, was black as if dipped in glossy all-black paint. It was an in-ear fitting the philosophy of simple is best. At least Jong Songbin, borrowing Jong Seongjin's mouth, advised that putting a slight point would be better than being too plain, so I added an extremely dark wave pattern. Dark navy waves with thick particles crashed, visible only under light. Just as everyone was about to take their in-ears, the stylist's hand blocked us. We need to do post-processing today. Pardon, does the buyer do the post-processing, not the company? This isn't Hampyeong industry. What kind of labor is cheaper than automation logic is this? Leaving. Me in shock, the stylist took out a bunch of things. Scissors, knives, and mother-of-pearl stickers printed in the shape of in-ears. There's an opening stage concept, and I thought the picture might be disrupted if everyone wears something different. Usually, we don't touch in-ears, but considering harmony, giving unity seemed better. Show the new in-ears on the next stage. They also added that if we didn't want to put stickers on the new in-ears, we could work on the existing ones. We gathered and discussed it, but since the newly fitted in-ears had better performance, we decided to use the new products. Stickers wouldn't wear them down anyway. Dressed in stage hanbok, everyone looked like a bodyguard who could hold their own in the neighborhood. The only problem was that we looked like we might dance something other than choreography. Have we ever performed with all 6 of us having black hair? Lee Chonghyun said, looking around the waiting room. No. Because idols should act as if they're going to put every color chip in the world on their heads. I memorized it, I do. Kang Keon applauded Lee Chonghyun for imitating me. It felt like the two of them had teamed up to tease me. I chose to believe it was just my imagination. Once a well-crafted mask was placed in Kang Keon's hand, all preparations were complete. Following the announcement that filming would start soon, we moved to the set. Together. The set in Season 1 was very ordinary. This time, though, you could tell at a glance that it was different. Compared to the typical survival show sets used before, the effort was on a whole other level. I expected the production team to have prepared somewhat diligently this time, because the program got criticized enormously even before it started. Much greater than if you don't have a brain, just read along. You guys didn't get popular because you did well, you were just lucky as hell. Much greater than if you know this was almost the cringiest survival concept ever and barely survived. Do better this time, please. I'll pretend the first episode was a pilot and let it slide. Much greater than boring as hell broadcast. It's back, not even dead. The higher-ups seemed to think Season 1's success was because their program itself was fun, but in reality, it wasn't. Season 1 was basically a case of sitting still and somehow having the enemy general's head roll over to you. Budget distribution finished, casting done, and broadcast time set. But with the atmosphere shattered, the production team was in a situation where they had to save the program somehow. Thanks to that, the set's look and filming equipment improved significantly. Based on what I saw during rehearsal, just adding a window lattice pattern to the background made a huge difference. I also liked that the seats for the cast were decorated like dancing, traditional Korean decorative coloring. It was annoying knowing they could have done this all along and just hadn't, but I decided to let it go. At least fans would get to see their groups looking good now. As recording began, Season 1 winner Partha entered first. Are we the first? Hello, we are Partha. What are you doing when no one's here? I'm nervous. Their comments drifted over from beyond the waiting stage. I'd expected them to lean into a confident, second-time contestant concept, but apparently not. Did they judge that the myth brand heavenly image and the Joseon dynasty background don't match? It wasn't my business, so I didn't dwell on it. Right now, my conduct was more important than those Partha guys' new concept. Since cameras were everywhere around me, other groups were guided to enter in alphabetical order, perhaps to prevent controversy. Since Spark was the last in order, we had to send off the seniors, leaving one by one with cheers. From the moment Blighter entered, Partha's comments didn't stop. Sunbeam, it's an honor to meet you. Is this for real? Seriously, my heart is pounding. It's been ages since the press release. What do you mean for real? Of course, you should be respectful to seniors in the same field to avoid backlash, but still. Even though being polite was good, a sense of déjà vu kept creeping in. This suspicion peaked when On went out. Hello, we are on Sunbeam's are. Coming out. Did we come to the wrong place? Words excessively elevating the other party and lowering themselves. Humility about not being good enough to compete with such seniors. However, seeing them repeating the same expressions from a certain point because it wasn't sincere. Seems like they caught the wrong concept. I realized Partha had come out with a solidly wrong image, and it felt like it was aimed squarely at Spark. 359, Chapter 359, filming starts, 2. The gods of myths are arrogant. They think outside the realm of human understanding, act without caring about others' opinions, and achieve their desires without difficulty. Myths groups did not deviate much from this mold. Starting with Hellas leader Ur, this image had been maintained as Myth's defining identity. In the case of Polo, whose personality ran counter to that grain, I heard it took years just to get approval for a solo radio appearance. Parth could be said to be a distillation of Myth's spirit in its purest form. Their one-line description alone said it all, an ultimate being closest to humanity, yet absolutely incapable of becoming human. Perhaps because of that, Parth gave off the impression of something meticulously crafted from head to toe. Highly polished, in other words. From their increasingly rare, perfectly synchronized group greetings, to their uniform-focused outfits, to their relaxed demeanor, Parth felt like a tightly woven worldview in human form. There was even a rumor that they deliberately avoided horror content because they didn't want to show fear. That was also why Song Minil didn't get beaten down even when he occasionally made verbal missteps. Everyone knew how extreme Myth's concept obsession was. So no matter how arrogant his remarks sounded, they were mentally translated into, wow, he was really well trained. Or man, that kid must have a hard time functioning in society. But the current Parth was different. They were drenched in politeness, filling every gap with careful words, projecting a kind of innocence that felt like a group appearing on a survival show for the first time. Just like Spark in Season 1. Spark didn't go so far as to be extremely subservient to senior groups or bow 180 degrees. At that time, we maintained an appropriate distance from all groups. So, it was correct to interpret the current Partha as mimicking only specific parts of Spark. You ask if I'm overthinking it? If you have your work performance stolen 3 times, you will end up like this, too. There's a reason people say intuition is life's big data. The moment they stepped onto the stage, my suspicion turned into certainty. Because Pard's outfit was white t-shirts, denim jackets, and jeans. The only differences from the outfits we wore in Season 1 were the addition of a jacket, the darker color of the pants, and the fact that they were wide pants. Myth, shouldn't they really restructure their planning team? Sure, some people might complain or make comparisons if they wore luxury brands, but Parth fans preferred their luxurious image. Myth's Partha fans liked the human Mercis-like aspect of their idols. If Blighter, who shared a fanbase overlap with us, had targeted us as a rival group, it might make sense. What kind of group turns their back on their own fandom's preferences in a fan-voted survival show? Don't they have basic courtesy for those who vote? Whether the person who planned this as the main stance, or the people just going along with it. Parth wasn't a rookie anymore. They were more than capable of voicing opinions. Doing nothing at that level was professional negligence. Well, I guess only people with opinions bother making suggestions. I stared at the backs of the heads of the Spark members finding their seats after the group greeting. If it were those guys, the moment I said, our concept this time is luxury theme, they would rush in like a swarm of bees asking why. Did you consider the dissonance from the existing image? Do you think the pros of the new concept can offset the cons from the concept change? How reassuring. In any case, it really pays off to raise people well, whether it's a junior or an idol. As in the previous season, Ur was the MC. This time, however, he wasn't alone. Nice to meet you, I'm Polo. Polo had joined. Ur definitely had been the only one in the waiting room earlier. The poor junior groups, who had been completely fooled, jumped to their feet and greeted him as if struck by lightning. After a brief self-introduction from the new MC, the program explanation began in earnest. The overarching theme was a competition among princes to determine who would ascend the throne, selecting the finest talents through a series of banquets. What sets Season 2 apart from Season 1? Idol Dynasty Chronicles Season 2 provides various pleasures to viewers through a total of 6 stages. For the top scorer of each competition, excluding the proclamation ceremony, we will produce a Sacho, historical draft, video containing the competition preparation process. That was a surprisingly powerful perk. Judging by the term Sacho, it seemed they intended to roughly work on raw footage. Instead of short edited cuts produced for broadcast, it would be packed with content, featuring only one team exclusively. High-definition content served up by the broadcaster with subtitles? A full-length look at your idol's nervous moments you'd previously only seen in fragments or edited highlights. Any fan would want that. And imagine everyone else's group getting one, except yours. No idol fan could stay sane watching that. What benefits does the final heir to the throne receive, Mr. Polo? A king must have a coronation. To celebrate, the winner who'll be recorded in history will provide funding for a luxurious fan showcase. Wow. The surroundings buzzed at the exceptional benefit. Not a press showcase, but a fan showcase. They weren't just throwing out the word luxury while only covering stage installation costs, right? This question isn't in the script, but Mr. Ur. Yes. When you say luxurious showcase, how far does the support extend? As expected of Polo, being knowledgeable about the market and having seniority, he was unstoppable. Unlike his smiling face looking troubled, Ur recited the benefits as if explaining insurance terms. Venue rental and stage installation costs, of course, and a small snack fee for participating fans will also be provided. That's what we've been informed so far. His understanding of the program was impressive. He even paused before clarifying it was based on prior information, clearly marking it for easier editing. Exemplary seniors, truly. Cool. I want to win. Amidst of this, Lee Chong-hyun, having become one with capitalism, had stars in his eyes. I had no idea what made him like this. Next came the highlight of today's shoot, the former group's self-PR stage, now called the banquet ceremony. Performance order was decided by Jejichagi. I became our team representative for the crime of listing soccer as my favorite sport. TL note, Jejichagi is a Korean traditional outdoor game in which players kick a paper jeji into the air and attempt to keep it aloft. Shouldn't Spark get bonus points for their outfits? Polo joked, and rightly so. Among those who came out to kick the jeji, my pants fluttered the most. Exaggerating a bit, my pants were more excessive than those of Parth's dance member whose pants legs looked as wide as a waist. Can I request time to adjust my outfit? As much as you need. Thanks to Yiwol's generous heart, I tidied up my hanbok pants, swallowing my tears. Although I did my best, my score regrettably stayed in second place. First place went to Turkit, who showed movements defying gravity. It was such an incredible sight that I couldn't stop clapping. When it came time to choose the next order, I picked sixth. I had received opinions from members beforehand that any time was fine, but I was curious how Partha would react if we took the same order as in Season 1. Judging by their subtle but unmistakable fluster, a rough road definitely lay ahead. Can't be helped. When I get back to UA, I should ask whether they're planning an IPO. Among rough youths, Spark alone pursued the flower scholar look. Wearing different light orange translucent overcoats over hanbok, made of fluttering material, we caught two rabbits, the effect of rich fabric and sophistication. Thanks to the preceding groups, except for Partha attempting intense image-making, Spark stood out even more. We're the only one without smoky makeup. No hair wax either. Even if you want to transfer, it's too late. Our team is doomed without you. At my words, Lee Chong-hyun graciously agreed to stay. I don't know when he'll finally take to heart my advice. Chong-hyun, your face is most beautiful when you do nothing to it. When it was Spark's turn, we went on stage holding a fan each. These were fans spray-painted white by Kang Kyeon, with drawings in light ink by Jong Seongjin, a Korean painting major. I later learned that the dignified paintings hanging in the hallway of Jong Songbin's house, when I visited, were also Jong Seongjin's works. As I lightly tapped the fan against my palm to straighten it, someone in the distance said that Mr. Yiwol looked like a Confucian instructor. It was unfair. Even by my real-age standards, I could still pass for a Sunkyungkwan student. As far as I know, Spark are idols with many talents. So about this fan perhaps. Polo said, showing interest in the fan held by Jong Songbin standing next to him. Before our activity record built up, there was no way for people to know our efforts unless we explained them ourselves. Even if we made it known that Spark touched everything from A to Z in Idol Dynasty Chronicles Season 1, it was hard to expect people to recognize that A to Z really meant from floor to ceiling. However, now it was different. People knew Spark didn't do anything half-heartedly, and that we worked far harder than anyone imagined. Once acknowledged, the need to explain directly decreased afterward. The other party showed interest first and wanted to hear answers from us. It was truly a human triumph. Yes, we bought and reformed them ourselves. At the dorm, spray painting isn't good for the respiratory system, so we did it in the UA building parking lot. Everyone, please make sure to use spray paint in a well-ventilated space. At my comment, Kang Kyeon, who had been standing still, gave a thumbs up towards the camera. At this rate, Spark's nickname might soon change from home industry idols to public safety ambassadors. 360. Chapter 360. Filming starts. 3. While Spark was preparing the stage, Polo headed to the prepared MC desk. At last, it was the final turn. Rumors about Spark's live performance were widespread among the staff. Mr. Polo, you probably haven't seen them since your promotion periods didn't overlap. Whenever there's a music show, people flock to watch Spark's rehearsals. You've heard their live radio performances? You have to see them on stage too. The impact is different when you see the whole thing directly, without camera switching. There's a reason camera directors particularly adore them. After hearing all that, Polo had even looked up videos himself. On the radio, they sounded like innocent freshman boys, but when they did their main job, it was like an all-star match of fiery young sports stars. It wasn't easy to maintain a group's color. Judging by the outfits alone, Spark seemed intent on maintaining their usual tone today as well. On the other hand, Polo looked at the junior groups and smiled, raising the corners of his mouth. It was a habit formed over years of idle activities, often appearing in frustrating situations. He recalled the conversation he had with Yor in the waiting room a little while ago when just the two of them remained. Don't the kids' outfits look different from usual? Do they? The feeling is totally different. It's not like Spark in the last season. When Polo sat up to hear, Yor had laughed awkwardly. Wow. He couldn't help but admire. This was the moment he realized why the company had so readily passed on the offer for him to be a new program MC. How much did they say they spent? Even if there was no one around, Polo never forgot that there were always ears listening. Likewise, Yor, who had worked in the entertainment market for many years, answered concisely. Enough to protect their reputation. They'll be pouring endlessly into a bottomless pit. It's not like their skills are severely lacking. That's only when not comparing them to that side. I already said as much, but they didn't really listen. As always. Objectively, Part's skills were not bad. Just surviving the trainee period at a major agency and making it into a debut lineup guaranteed a certain level of ability. But put them next to Spark, and the situation changed. A unique group that had both skills and results, yet didn't have a massive fandom, but received love calls from broadcasters and thrived high, making it hard to say only a small niche loved them. Because it was hard to define exactly what tier they were, Spark became a frequent subject of debate across various communities. Much greater than they sing this well, so why haven't they blown up? Isn't Spark already successful? They debuted last year and even won a rookie award. For their skill level, it's true they haven't blown up enough. Idols don't succeed on skill alone still. Judging by how much variety work they get, it feels like a solid mid-tier hit. Much greater than there are people who think Spark hasn't blown up. For a small/medium agency, aren't they totally successful? There are even members shooting solo commercials, and I heard Kim Yiwol is shooting another drama. It's kinda the sentiment that if only their agency wasn't UA, they would have done even better. I agree with the comment above. If they were at a different agency and past break-even point just 6 months after debut, the company would have gone all in on these guys. Even if they stress fans out by being bad at their job, seeing them take feedback quickly and work hard, I won't say anything but. It is still such a shame. Even arguing over whether a single group was successful was noisy enough. What would happen once there was a comparison group? The leader of the second tier, right on the brink of the first tier, Party ahead in results, Spark ahead in popularity and recognition. At this point, the clash between the two fandoms was predestined. Much greater than what I really don't get about Squiddles is this. How can a group that's never even held a concert be considered top tier? Other groups all go on world tours. Meanwhile, that group hasn't even done a single overseas concert. Exactly, at the very least, shouldn't you release enough albums to fill a concert setlist before claiming anything? Leaving everything aside, just looking at MV views, the weight class is different, so it's funny they act like that. If they have eyes, they should know. Just looking at how it's divided, part all overlog // Sparkbarian during IDC already gives the answer. Our kids don't even mention you guys. Much greater than don't fight cowardly with fabrication. Let's talk facts only. Are you so proud of doing a cost-effective concert, singing 17 songs where 30% were cover songs and unit stages, plus following seniors to overseas concerts as guests, plus chasing family festivals to attract overseas fans, compared to a world tour done with their own money? Take Song Minal out, and people wouldn't even know who the other members are. Yet you say, overwhelming recognition. Spark debuted last year and had 5 comebacks in a year. When would they be able to hold a concert? Do you think Spark takes 4 to 5 month breaks like you guys? Funny how you stay silent about losing money because you couldn't fill seats even after handing out free tickets. Hurry up and paste that old comment about how overseas tours aren't for making money, but for building name recognition. That's your specialty, right? How can one stab with a dagger like this without a single curse word? This kind of thing was commonplace in the market, so Polo would normally shrug it off. But he hadn't expected the company itself to want to keep throwing fuel on the fire. Having a leader who was gentle yet strict about work, Polo knew. Is-hyung didn't like this situation either. What do we do? Should I say I don't want to do it now and find a substitute? Should I find one to cover your part too? It's fine. I already drew a line saying I won't take sides. As expected of Hyung. Smiling, Polo relaxed his posture. Then he spoke in a small voice into his brother's ear. There's no manipulation, right? If there is, leaving aside not wanting to get involved, I can't do this job. To me, working without shame is more important than everyone doing well together. He didn't want to pretend not to know while knowing. Polo always wanted to be upright. Seeing the honest look on his Dongsing's face, Yer smiled. If that were the case, I would have told you before the company made the offer to you. True, Hyung isn't the type to just watch that happen. That was how their conversation in the waiting room ended. Greeting junior groups who came by to say hello, Polo gauged how much their blessed juniors could live up to the company's expectations. And now, back to the present. Spark, targeted by Myth for interfering with Pard's one-top narrative on the stage, was not there. Under the dimmed lights, only one person's silhouette was visible. It's not a solo stage, is it? The spot where Spark had been sitting was completely empty. Turning at the sound of the spotlight turning on, he saw multiple figures overlapping in a line belatedly. The person standing at the very front wore a mask with no chin part. Rather than a design brought exactly from the past, it was a shape that naturally melted into the stage. Spark had chosen with List as the song for the first stage. As for the reason for selection, they said it contained their aspirations for this Idol Dynasty Chronicle. An unexpected Korean traditional music-style lyrical accompaniment played out, different from the description that it was the album's title track. The lead member stepped forward in time with the music. Other members only spread out widely on the stage, not coming forward or showing any other movements. Soft lines danced over the light footsteps of the masked member. The choreography to the accompaniment without lyrics was fluent yet elegant. Traditional movements and sophisticated actions mixed exquisitely to direct a beautiful picture. When the open fan covered the white mask, yellow light cast a sunset-like shadow. Is he a major? There was no awkwardness in the masked figure's dance. This wasn't a half-baked imitation. Occasionally among idols, there were cases where they majored in dance of a different genre. This member seemed to be such a case. Every time he turned, the outer coat made of light and thin two-layered fabric spread in a circle. The wide sleeves were reminiscent of clouds in the evening sky. Was this the interlude, or the part with lyrics? If the latter, what kind of lyrics would come next? The deep immersion only heightened the curiosity. And the moment the song stopped, fire rose from Kang Keon's fingertips as he threw off the mask. The pure white mask, perhaps made of paper, disappeared like magic in an instant without even leaving ash. Ready to have some perfect fun? Kang Keon, revealing his face, laughed heartily. A sound like fireworks launching rang out, and with a loud bang, the stage was engulfed in a rain of sparkling lights. It looked as though embers were flying across the display. The song shifted back into a familiar K-pop style. However, percussion instruments inserted between the music and instruments giving variation revealed an oriental feel. It sounded like a fireworks festival opening were heard from afar. It was hard to tear your eyes away from the group choreography of the members, who carved paths like an ink wash painting. Lights reminiscent of glowing embers settled over their white hanbok and orange darumaji. The impact is different when you see the whole thing directly. When else would you use the saying, seeing once is better than hearing 100 times, if not at times like this? Every movement assumed how it will look. From the perspective of someone who had danced longer and done dozens of times more monitoring, Polo could tell. Partha thought they could win by imitation? Impossible. While one side copied, this team would bring out something else. What chance would they have? After the music concluded, Kang Keon smiled at the center of the gathering members. When he hit his palm with the fan, the bamboo ribs folded neatly with a snapping sound. Kang Keon blew on the tip of the fan as if extinguishing a candle. Cheers erupted from the cast seats. Spark's indoor version of Na Kawa Nori placed second. Setting aside the fact that I was a Spark member myself, I honestly thought it was a solid stage, but we're voting for Blighter Sunbanums, since we're really looking forward to their new challenge. I choose Turkit Sunbanums. We learned a lot from watching them. Everyone had good broadcast sense. In Season 1, people were way too honest, but this time, everyone was carefully reading the room and carried an air of not being easily pushed around. From a broadcast perspective, this was more entertaining, so I was satisfied. Winning here wouldn't even get us a behind-the-scenes video anyway. Beside me, Kang Keon kept rubbing his chest in relief. He seemed overwhelmed after successfully pulling off the fire ignition trick without a mistake. Jong Song-bin, who had taught him the fire-starting skill, looked proud as he massaged his Dongsing's shoulders. After the rankings were decided, groups chose other groups to swap songs with for the first competition. While Turkit, who took first place, picked Blighter, who had promoted around the same time. Heralding a fiery rivalry between peers, it became our turn. Spark, which group would you like to compete with? Mr. Yur kindly held out the microphone. At that moment, a loud voice was heard from somewhere. Wait a moment. One of On's members was raising his hand high. Sorry, but could you give us one chance to appeal? It was an intense courtship. While we stood there, not knowing where to put ourselves, the Sunbanims personally stepped forward toward us. 361. Chapter 361. A place for senior-junior exchange. Can we hear the reason you want to face Spark On? Mr. Yur's microphone was passed to Doa, On's Magne, who had been busily waving his hand from his seat. I've watched Spark's cover performances, really, without missing a single one. This is true. We watched them a ton in the dorm. Testimonies from his housemates poured in from the side. Pointing at us who bowed in gratitude, Doa continued. Seeing the last season, it seems the song exchange stage happens only once, so I worked up the nerve and came out here. I want to see Spark cover one of our songs. His enthusiasm was impressive. He had to know that asking for a junior group to cover your song could make you look insecure, yet he showed no hesitation. Was what he said during the pre-interview true? We're really invested in this program. We're the type who gets along well with other artists. More than wanting to appeal with these points, I could feel he genuinely wanted Spark to sing their songs. However, the choice belongs to Spark. I imagine Spark has also given a lot of thought to whom they'd like to face in the first round. What do you think, Spark? Mr. Yur asked kindly. That said, there wasn't really much of a choice. We'd love to. If a senior asked us, of course, we'd accept gratefully. No room to be picky. Partha naturally ended up paired with Slay. Filming ended with a request to prepare well for the next contest. As I was exchanging farewells with other teams and about to leave, Mr. Polo called me. Then he waved his phone. Returning to the waiting room and checking my phone, there was a text from Mr. Polo. Hellas Polo Sunbeam. Mr. Yiwol, do you have any plans after this? If not, do you want to grab a meal? As a repayment for subbing on the radio. The timing was awkward for a meal. Calling it repayment felt odd too. The radio fill-in had been last year, and it was the first time he'd ever made such a sudden invitation. MCs didn't have voting rights, but even so, calling out a contestant from a survival show, especially a junior group, was unusual. Someone with Polo's seniority couldn't possibly be unaware of the potential ripple effects if this meeting were discovered. Even so, if he was going out of his way to ask, there had to be a reason. Me. Won't fans be waiting for you after work, Sunbeam? Hellas Polo Sunbeam. They probably all went home after seeing Yur Hyung off Hee. Only the production team knew I was appearing. After confirming there was little risk of trouble, I informed my manager in advance and headed to the parking lot. Mr. Polo was waiting for me in the driver's seat. Do you like sushi, Mr. Yiwol? There's a good place nearby. I do. If you're okay with it, Sunbeam, shall we go there? Sounds good. I'll make a quick call to the restaurant, and then we'll head out. It must have been a regular spot. Mr. Polo secured a reservation in no time. As befitted an expensive car, it pulled away before I even had time to feel it move. On the way, we made light conversation, mostly about recent happenings. Do you have a license, Mr. Yiwol? No, I don't. Figures. Spark isn't really at the stage where you can go out traveling for fun yet, right? Of course. We have to work hard. Mr. Polo burst out laughing. Maybe my answer sounded insincere. I urgently needed to recheck my outward attitude. After thoroughly unsettling me, Polo calmly finished parking. A type of restaurant I would only look up when reserving a family dinner for Manager Nam was in front of my eyes. Sushi. Yes, sushi place. Aren't sushi and omakase pretty different? Think of it as interest accrued because the promise got delayed. Mr. Polo said casually. All I could do was squeeze my eyes shut. We were guided to the innermost private room. Once the door closed, Mr. Polo took off his outerwear. Sorry for calling you suddenly. You must be tired from filming just now. Not at all. Sunbeam worked harder. Do you think hosting is more tiring than being on stage? Besides, Yur Hyung handled most of it. I just had it easy. He seemed used to attributing credit to others and speaking humbly. Yet, it didn't feel like he was excessively putting himself down. This isn't about being too humble because people look down on you. Then what is it? You've gotten used to self-deprecation. Was it because Choi Jiho's words came to mind? I found myself needlessly thinking about the difference between the person in front of me and myself. Even something as socially common as treating someone to a meal for helping out, I still found myself wary and suspicious, wondering if there was some catch. While I was agonizing over how to accept the goodwill, the appetizer arrived just in time. Mr. Polo asked while taking a spoonful of Japanese-style steamed egg, "How do you feel about appearing on Idol Dynasty Chronicle? Wasn't it burdensome?" There's really only one answer I can give. Was that a bit inappropriate question for the program MC to ask? Mr. Polo laughed loudly. I couldn't bring myself to laugh. Where do you plan to bury me? The reason I asked to see you today is partly because of the radio thing. But Mr. Polo put down his spoon. I also straightened my posture further. I found out something today that's been bothering me. I called you to tell you about that. His hand reached for the cup of steaming water. I wondered why he was beating around the bush like this. It's embarrassing since it's like spitting on my own face, but it seems Myth is trying to benchmark Spark heavily. Ah, yes. For a conglomerate that supposedly had everything, it was despicable behavior. Even thinking back on it, it was so petty I could only laugh. Though I held back because doing that in front of a Myth person wouldn't be polite. Did you already know? Pardon. Instead of continuing, Mr. Polo threw a question. Did he really think I wouldn't know? With how blatantly and foolishly they were going about it. I guessed it because I know the internal situation, but Mr. Yiwol. I don't know why we were the target, but it was obvious. Wow. Mr. Polo let out a small exclamation. Judging by his reaction, he really had come just to tell me this. Then Sunbeam, why did you feel the need to? I didn't finish with tell me this on purpose. The intent was clear enough. The next dish arrived, briefly interrupting the conversation. Once the server's footsteps faded, Mr. Polo gave a bitter smile. I'm not trying to act like a good person. From the moment I recognized the company's fault and didn't raise an issue, I'm the same as them. It's awkward to call it an excuse, but Yer Hyung tried talking once, but it seems the conversation didn't go well. But, Spark works hard at everything. I was worried you might feel helpless if you only found out later. Mr. Polo smiled awkwardly. To begin with, it wasn't really a situation where anyone could intervene. It was not like Partha stole our unique IP, and I had rarely seen cases preventing ambiguous plagiarism under the pretext of similar concepts in idol activities. Once someone said, it just happened to overlap. There wasn't much the one being copied could do. When someone subtly imitates you, it often feels like you're the only one bothered by it. And could an idol responsible for a company's stock price really take their company head-on? I only rammed into them because I had no subordinates under Yu Hansu or Hong Unseep. Otherwise, even I would have hesitated. Whistleblowing wasn't easy. You don't need to worry about us. Doesn't it stress you out? It's incredibly annoying when someone keeps poking at you like that. It's not like Partha Sunbeam is our only competitor. I was indirectly said that we weren't about to fixate on just one group and neglect keeping the other groups in check. Mr. Polo covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. Nuri Nuna must be happy to have such strong juniors in the company. Wouldn't Partha Sunbeams be happy too? They have Polo Sunbeam. Are you asking me to buy dessert too? No way. Thanks to wrapping up the talk amicably, we could enjoy light chat during the main meal. I couldn't exactly laugh off his comment about your Sunbeam counting the days until he could eat with me, but everything else was pleasant. While waiting for Manager Chanyang, Mr. Polo asked while drinking the coffee, served as a palate cleanser. What will you do when you get back, Mr. Yiwol? Tonight. What would I do? Figure out how to survive. I'll make 101 plans to crush that agency. I'll tell the Spark guys not to even associate with Partha. If all over was the block list last year, this time it's your junior group. Just because I don't denounce them everywhere doesn't mean I won't put up an iron wall. At my words, Mr. Polo made a chilling remark that he regretted renewing his contract with MYTH. Afraid someone might overhear, I double-checked that the door was closed, then respectfully lifted his coffee cup with both hands and held it up to his mouth. Spark wasn't particularly surprised even after hearing the news of Part's Great Spark copycat operation. With an environment that lacks nothing compared to ours, why bother? No, they were surprised. just in a slightly different direction. Maybe they think they got robbed during the last IDC. There was a lot of talk about the Sunbanems winning first place. Kang Kian explained his own conclusion to the reluctant Li Chonghyun. Li Chonghyun nodded stiffly. We'll push forward with what we planned. But even if we're fine now, seeing our ideas reproduced right in front of us could hit hard. Brace yourselves, everyone. Got it. Yes. Only Jong Song-bin answered energetically. The others' eyes were filled with rebellious spirit. If they even take Chonghyun's song, I won't be able to stand it. That won't happen. That would be outright plagiarism. After soothing the quiet revolutionary Park Ji-woo, it was already dawn. While chasing everyone out to go to sleep, Jong Song-bin called out to me quietly. Hyung. The script for the middle part of the drama came in. I put it on the desk. Usually, the manager delivered drama-related work, but since I came in late, it seemed Jong Song-bin became the carrier. Thanks. Right now, I'll just skim through it and sleep. You don't say you won't read it. Go ahead and read comfortably, then sleep. Just set your alarm a bit later. Okay, good night. Thanks to the leader's generous grace, I was able to check the script before sleeping. I couldn't be more grateful for how flexible Jong Song-bin was when it came to work. After everyone went to bed, I stayed alone in the empty living room, reading the script. Only the occasional sound of turning pages echoed through the quiet space. This peaceful atmosphere was short-lived. The abruptly shifting story of the drama flustered me. 362. Chapter 362. Character Exploration. First of all, Cheon Yoon-sung was a bad guy. A really bad guy, the worst of the worst. Pretending to be the best person in the world while manipulating the media, he devised a massive scheme to entrap the protagonists chasing after him. Cheon Yoon-sung, why do you look so surprised? Gong Ji-chan. Cheon Yoon-sung, it's troubling if you think I've been caught. It makes me wonder if I've been underestimated that much. Hem Yizio, what? Cheon Yoon-sung, reporter. Do you still think this place is some kind of secret meeting of business elites you and Gong Ji-chan uncovered in secrecy? Thinking it was an opportunity to uncover Cheon Yoon-sung's hidden connections, Ham Yizio and Gong Ji-chan infiltrated the meeting under disguise, only to be dragged in front of Cheon Yoon-sung by suited bodyguards. Cheon Yoon-sung, Vice President Chu Guian, who made you convinced you had to come here, should definitely be in Japan if following the original schedule. You must have thought it was something big enough for him to cancel his plans and come, so you decided it was worth the gamble. But aren't you taking the influence of Chanju Group a little too lightly? Gong Ji-chan, don't tell me. Cheon Yoon-sung, as expected of a firefighter. You're quick at grasping the scale of things. Though with this many clues, realizing what's going on only now means you're already out. Cheon Yoon-sung approaches the two. Cheon Yoon-sung, it's all fabricated. The meeting, the information pointing here. Everything. Hem Yizio, that's impossible. Then why did Chu Guian? Cheon Yoon-sung, I asked you. Aren't you taking Chanju Group's influence too lightly? Whispers so only Ham Yizio can hear, whether it's the vice president of a subcontractor or executives of Chanju Group. If I say come, they come. Neither reason nor justification is needed. If I say, I need to kill a few gnats, so come and spray some pesticide, then whoever it is must run over and do as told. To the question, why do such a thing? The character Cheon Yoon-sung counters, why question what I choose to do? For him, summoning top executives from major corporations to throw a fake banquet just to make people dig into his past hit a wall of reality doesn't even count as waste. Cheon Yoon-sung shows the two protagonists the wall of reality and returns to his residence. It was the part where the scar, which had been much talked about, was revealed. Looking up at a family photo, Cheon Yoon-sung's past flashback overlapped. Chairman Cheon spoke to the young Cheon Yoon-sung, who sat collapsed on the floor, bleeding. Cheon Kang-hyuk, don't forget, Yoon-sung. You do as your father says. As long as you were born in Chanju Group, that is your fate. An elite created by domination through fear. Even he, who seemed to be the main agent handling Chanju Group's dirty work to gain the chairman's favor, was revealed to be nothing more than a pawn. Is it a coincidence? It hadn't been long since Yue learned about my family's affairs, so it was hard to say they wrote it knowing the circumstances. The character's past wasn't some entirely new, special setting either. They said the script and character concept had been decided long before I joined. Still, it was uncanny. Enough to be understandable, yet leave a bad taste. Something belatedly came to mind just then. System, some correction effects based on performance are removed. The negative emotion recognition rate, adjustment function due to achieving attendance management excellence expires. Plus, when I met my parents, the system had taken back the emotion recognition function. Judging by how my head had felt like it was going to explode, I figured I must have lashed out at them in some way. But here, additional material reminding me of the past appeared. Could I really say the system had nothing to do with me getting this role? Was it a stretch to think that even getting cast in my office had been part of a process to lead me here? The system making me feel negative emotions intact, not penalizing me for expressing them, and repeatedly exposing me to similar environments. Does it want me to overcome it? Considering how the system had been strangely favorable to me in some ways, it wasn't an entirely nonsensical assumption. I already knew its methods were inhuman, so that part wasn't surprising. I just didn't know what it gained from doing this. Moreover, the method was too hard to understand. If I had known Cheon Yunsung's backstory without meeting my parents first, I might have just brushed it off with mild discomfort. Maybe as long as I reached the destination, it didn't really matter to the system whether I understood the details or not. The inexplicable sense of relief I felt after Act On ended was probably due to this influence. Back then, I felt like the wounds I received at the Hampyeong industry healed a little. When this drama ended, would the emotions I had held toward my family fade away like that, too? Before that, shouldn't I acknowledge how much I hated them, how much they made me suffer, instead of covering it up? The counseling advice that forgetting wasn't the solution kept hovering in my ears. Things I'd let drift away because they were too painful, not even knowing how much had been washed away, filled my head like fog. I could vividly picture Cheon Yunsung from the script, staring out at the night view. A person who thought the place they stood was barren land hidden in shadow, only to realize it was actually the far side of the moon. Someone who, during the time they stayed in their own space, had never once seen a bright sky. And, Ham Yizio, it's strange. Gong Jichan, what is? Ham Yizio Cheon Yinseong. If he really had that much power, it would have been faster to destroy us instead of warning us. Just like how we were fooled by him. Cutting off our livelihoods would have been the easiest way to remove an obstacle. Gong Jichan, you mean Cheon Yunsung revealed his existence on purpose? Ham Yizio, I don't know why, but it feels like he wants us to back off, yet he doesn't intend to bury this case either. Gong Jichan, you mean he has an agenda. A voluntarily isolated existence, someone who didn't stand with anyone, no matter what they plot. If Cheon Yunsung really resembled me, this bastard wasn't a completely bad character. He would have at least a handful of morality. Then I might really feel sympathy for Cheon Yunsung. Just like how I pitted myself on the day I breathed my last in the rented room. If they say Cheon Yunsung also has a hidden sister after all this, I swear. I vented my temper on the innocent script under the pretext of being distressed. Since I couldn't crumple the precious script, all I could do was glare at the cover. Because the lines increased, this filming took longer than before. It was a stroke of luck that I wasn't a character who had to be included in the background every time the office appeared, like in my office. Mr. Yiwol, do you really not know how the story unfolds in the later part? I'm dying to know too. To prevent leaks and spoilers and preserve pure performances, all the actors were given only parts of the script. I, too, received each episode while nervously wondering when Cheon Yunsung might exit the story. Thanks to that, the break time on the set of Exclusive Report almost turned into a deduction game time. I, whose position changed from a good role to a villain, had to be thoroughly interrogated by seniors in turn. I'm telling you, there's something up with Cheon Yunseong, and Mr. Yiwol is definitely not telling us. I'm innocent. Please give me a chance to prove it. However, no one gave me the right to speak. Unable to endure the interest, I ran away outside the set. Mr. Yiwol, why are you out here? The PD, who was smoking next to the truck, hurriedly put out his cigarette. I came out thinking I'd carry something if there was anything to move, worried that idling in the car would look rude. With seniors there and the boss camped here, it wasn't a place for a rookie to survive. I had a call to make, so I stepped out for a moment. Sorry for interrupting your break. No, I should head in soon anyway. Checking that the cigarette fire was completely out, the PD called me. How's the script? I thought it turned out pretty well. I enjoyed reading it. It's a bit of a burden, though. You did well today, too, burden and all. He asked if filming was manageable, if I'd gotten closer to the other actors, things like that. I answered as best I could so I wouldn't look socially inept. Up to which episode did you receive the script, Mr. Yiwol? I received up to episode 10. You have a good memory. The script work is finished, but the writer asked me to ask you something. What would that be? You know, the assignment. Again, the assignment was mentioned. What on earth did I write there? Had my discipline become lax already just because I hadn't gone to the company for a while? The writer asked if they could use it as dialogue. My answer, yes. They said you interpreted it so well. Even though you only saw the early manuscripts. Just how much did the writer like it? And really, what did I write? I don't think it can compare to what the writer writes. Sometimes sincerity matters more. I indirectly pleaded, please forget my writing practice notebook, but it didn't work. I was even more anxious because I couldn't remember what I'd written. When you submit documents to a department that doesn't return originals, it's common sense to keep a copy. I really had gotten sloppy. Mr. Yiwol. As I tried to leave quickly, the PD continued. I think you analyze characters really well. Thank you for the compliment. It's an honor. Not empty words, really. There are things you can study your way into, and things you can't. Maybe it was just because I regressed. Since I met enough people to last a lifetime. As if reading my mind, the PD looked into my eyes and said, it's easy to define what kind of person someone is, but understanding others is difficult. Mr. Yiwol seems to be the type who understands people deeply, whether that subject is a role or a person you work with. Knowing how to love humanity is a talent for an actor. Even after this project ends, I hope Mr. Yiwol continues acting. At the PD's words suggesting we should head back in, I followed awkwardly. Not a habit formed from becoming adept at reading the room, nor a habit inevitably acquired while working, but a talent. It was a striking way to put it. A way of describing me that made me feel a little less unhappy. I thought it was a wonderful compliment. 363. Chapter 363. Phone Connection. The drama and Idol Dynasty Chronicle filming came to my calendar like stepping stones. Not a single day was boring. Still, I think variety shows are easier. Last night, I returned to the company looking like a dishcloth that had been wrung out about 100 times. Playing a rich, hot-tempered Chable air was exhausting. But Idol Dynasty Chronicle? I could say what I wanted, do what I had to do, and still get paid for it. My mindset was slowly turning more positive. In the conference room, the members argued over the track list of On's album, our cover target. Among them, the most fierce ones were, without failing expectations, the Sandpaper Dapper duo. A calm one for self-PR? No, we did that during the proclamation ceremony. This time we have to go with a different look. With how many steps were in that choreography, how is that calm? That was only in the latter half. It wasn't even like idol dance. Is the genre important? It just has to be dance. It's Idol Dynasty Chronicle. Leaving the two of them busy shouting, Lee Chong-hyun wiped under his nose with a finger. Haha, this is trouble. At this point, I was thinking maybe we shouldn't take first place this time. I couldn't show the fans this chaos. Let's summarize once before moving on. We're choosing between memory and ground, right? Juwoo and Chong-hyun will go with whatever the members decide. Jong Song-bin diligently took stock of the situation. Chong-hyun, are you really okay with everything? Park Juwoo asked, looking at Lee Chong-hyun. Because he knew his dancing was usually very assertive. However, Lee Chong-hyun was nonchalant. I'm going to take away all the Hyung's speaking rights when it's our turn to perform. It's a strategic retreat for the future. You're plotting openly. At my words, Lee Chong-hyun winked. Suggesting to at least give the wink to the camera if possible, I politely pointed with two hands towards the camera filming Lee Chong-hyun's line. It's hard to narrow this down. Jong Song-bin looked genuinely troubled. They had a mountain of work to do, and they were stuck right at the starting line. Moreover, Jong Song-bin was a good-natured leader type. If possible, he would want to make a choice that satisfied everyone. Let's change the starting point. We had that idea notebook, right? As soon as I finished speaking, Park Juwoo opened a new window. It was this Spark idea note, for filming, page created newly after hearing that Partha seemed to be copying Spark's concept. Let's pick a concept we want to show the fans first, then choose the song that fits it best. Both songs are great, so let's go with the one that matches a genre or concept we've never tried. At my words, the members' eyes turned to the large monitor. Jewelry Shop was written by Yiwol Hyung, right? I did write it, but save it. It's not time to bring it out yet. You'll probably wrap lace around your neck 3 times. Lee Chong-hyun joked frivolously. Just you wait. The day we open the jewelry shop, I'll put only you in a solo showcase, I swear. How about this? While everyone talked over each other, Park Jua's cursor circled one spot. Teacher. It's a concept we haven't done, and a style often requested at fan meetings. Who wrote that? At Choi Jiho's question, the proposer shyly raised his hand. It was Jong Songbin. Because the fans really liked the daycare teacher bit we did. So that's the reason. I thought you wanted to wear a modernized hanbok and hold a bamboo flute or something. Kang Kian, who'd been watching the keywords, looked interested too. I think it's good that we can show a mature side from flowering and with lists which were student concepts. Does the teacher here mean subject teachers? Like Korean math? I haven't thought about it in detail, but I think Jiho Hyung would suit being a PE teacher. Choi Jiho almost made a face like he'd bitten into something bad, then stopped himself. He seemed to think he could manage his expression, shamelessly assuming I wouldn't know, but over here, I could figure out his mood just by one eyebrow raising. Once filming is over, you're booked for 100 hours of nagging. If we're going with the teacher concept, memory would be good. I think just changing the lyrics a little would work. Shall we get permission from the Sunbainums? Lee Chong-hyun pulled out his phone decisively. Permission for arrangement and lyric changes was already granted at the point of doing mutual covers, but it became like this because they told us to make a phone connection per group to get footage for the broadcast. He dialed, and the call connected almost immediately. Yes, Spark friends. Hello, Sunbeam. This is Spark's Chong-hyun. Don't just say hello. Spark's songs are too energetic. We feel like we're going to fall backwards singing Sunbeam's songs too. OND had 2 more members than us. Thanks to utilizing the advantage of a multi-member group, OND songs had a very large proportion of singing, and there were many parts where they quickly exchanged lines or sang together. It was a harsh task for Lee Chong-hyun, who took on almost all of Spark's rap alone. So, why are you calling? We're in a meeting. Don't tell me you're spying? Playing mind games? Come on, we're not rude enough to snoop on our seniors like that. But we are. What song did you pick? A heavy preemptive strike came from the Sunbainums who had some variety show experience. Lee Chong-hyun's eyes widened. I hurriedly snatched the phone from his hand before the flow went over. Sunbeam, this is Yiwol. We've made 0 progress, so I shamelessly called to spy on you. I find Mr. Yiwol a bit scary. Anyone else want to take the call? These people, really? Where can you find a junior as polite to seniors as me? The other side of the receiver was noisy, then became quiet. These Hyungs treat the Magne too poorly. It was Doa who took the phone. In our team, the younger you are, the higher your rank. Look at Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Kian. How confident and decisive they are. Since both sides were filming meeting scenes and had a lot to do, the essential talk wrapped up quickly. They even told us to go wild and change things however we wanted. But if we wear school uniforms, I feel like people might throw rocks at us. Can we change the outfits? Go with a dream in Adventureland. Evelyn-style concept. Everyone will understand. No, we'll subtly switch it out. With the implication that they would perform a song with a school uniform outfit, the phone connection ended. I waited for the Sunbeam to hang up first, and only returned the phone to Lee Chong-hyun after the screen completely turned off. Okay, now all problems are solved. Feels like the Sunbeam's problems just got worse though. Kang Kian tackled, but I didn't reply. They could take care of their own business. Then now, shall we decide on the subjects? It was time for the fun part, assigning roles. We pulled up a subject-teacher outfit board and launched into a heated debate over who would wear the middle-aged teacher shirts. Anyone who went through school probably had 1 or 2 favorite teachers, whether it was a respected teacher or a fun teacher. Spark also had unforgettable teachers. We decided to implement these teachers as realistically as possible. The moment we got back to the dorm, we tore through our closets, turning them into chaos. The most authentic outfits, without question, belonged to the actual high schoolers. Behold my styling. I almost fainted when Lee Chong-hyun walked out of his room. Square silver-rimmed glasses, a golf-wear top, dress pants, a thick leather belt that tore a hole in the space-time continuum. He was even wearing a black watch on his wrist. Brown leather belt and black leather watch. I felt dizzy. What are those clothes? Kang Kian asked in horror. There were plenty of golf wear with pretty necklines these days. Where did he get that ambiguous collared shirt that was neither a shirt nor a tee? It was maddening. The pants were no joke either. It was definitely a wide-fit retro-style luxury setup when worn with a jacket, but wearing slippers underneath turned it into a teacher's office look instantly. Did you buy that? Secondhand. Choi Ji-ho chimed in, having become a used goods expert from hanging out with Jiwoo. Do not be surprised. This is the plain clothes I originally had. Oh my god. Park Jiwoo clasped his hands over his mouth. To him, a pioneer of all-white fashion, Lee Chong-hyun's color combination seemed excessively unconventional. Anyway, it was fascinating. I'd never seen Chong-hyun dressed like that before. Clothes really could either make or break a person depending on how they were combined. And we're not done. I'll do an impression. You're the worst. Encouraged by Kang Ki-yeon's enthusiastic support, Lee Chong-hyun slightly pushed up his glasses. Hey, who's that guy sleeping in the back? Wake him up. Is the sleeping guy perhaps Choi Ji-ho? Your class is the slowest in progress. If you don't want makeup classes, focus today. Understand. Lee Chong-hyun roamed the living room, tapping his shoulder with a 30 centimeters ruler. I felt like I should get a non-existent textbook from somewhere and open it. Choi Ji-ho took on the role of PE teacher, thanks to Jong Song-bin's active support. When he asked if he could wear practice clothes, I told him to shut up and wait. Then I left a comment on .ion asking them to get a pretty anorak set. I couldn't let the team center be a middle-aged male PE teacher. He had to be the handsome young teacher who used to be an athlete. I wanted to assign Park Jiwoo as a home economics teacher, but due to the opinion Park Jiwoo would totally suit being the school nurse. That suddenly popped up from somewhere. He ended up being the guardian of the infirmary. Even matching just a cozy knit turtleneck with neat pants suited Park Jiwoo's atmosphere well. But why am I a Korean teacher? Among us, there's probably no one who reads texts with their heart as much as you. Lee Chong-hyun resolved his friend's curiosity. Kang Ki-yeon still looked like he didn't understand, but we all thought there was no better subject for Kang Ki-yeon. Kang Ki-yeon's teacher-like aspect could be glimpsed in the fact that he consistently attached periods in group chat rooms. His sharp personality also fit the image a Korean teacher gave. Jong Song-bin took on a social studies subject teacher, specifically a sociology and culture teacher. Song-bin Hyung just looks like a sociology teacher. Saying this, Lee Chong-hyun abruptly assigned it to Jong Song-bin. Being the epitome of diligence while having a gentle side, he seemed like he would softly dominate the students. Flattered, Jong Song-bin gladly accepted his role. Lastly, Hyung doesn't even need to find clothes. You're already complete. Became the head of the student department. A terrifying young boomer teacher who had been in the teaching profession for over 5 years, nicknamed Viper, and whose subject was technology. 364. Chapter 364, First Competition, 1. I didn't hesitate to voice my doubts. Why am I the only one getting saddled with such a big responsibility? Because with great power comes great responsibility. Since when was handing out penalty points great power? Isn't that about the most authority you can have at school? Lee Chong-hyun mimicked the expression of an old and tired teacher, tapping my shoulder with a ruler. I think Hyung would suit being a moral education teacher too. What do you think? How about a 3-tone t-shirt for the outfit? It's my school teacher's favorite clothes. There are tons of those in Dongmyo. Shall I go buy one? Jong Song-bin, Lee Chong-hyun, and Kang Ki-yeon pushed me relentlessly. Was an ordinary teacher not an option? Like an art teacher or music teacher whom you didn't see often. Despite expressing strong opposition, I became the technology teacher. It seemed the time had come to show off the sawing skills honed during practice hours. Let's ask for slightly prettier clothes, with added details. At my words, the guys excitedly turned on .ion. I just hoped the dedicated team wouldn't hate me too much. Fortunately, the dedicated team didn't hate me. Rather, everyone burned with enthusiasm. The .ion notification window exploded. Jukyung, at Yiwol, how did you end up as the technology teacher? Yiwol, at Jukyung, I don't know the reason. Either. Though called the terrifying head of the student department, I had no intention of actually yelling on stage. Because what Spark wanted to show was a slice of joyful school days. Once I uploaded the reference videos, it felt like I'd climbed a huge mountain. And the mountains left to cross were 170.08 million peaks. There was a long way to go. One Chai was a little burnout on fangirling. Ever since IDC, the fandom had been stirred up from all sides. Even though she wasn't the type to speak up at the front, the fatigue was real. It had already been over 10 days since she'd logged into her private account. She knew it wasn't Spark's fault, but the ugly reality of it all left her disillusioned. Since she loved them, she diligently edited and uploaded photos. But shouldn't something be done about her humanity disappearing from her life? At least I can heal by looking at the kids. The biggest reason she kept supporting Spark was that Spark never ignored their fans' efforts and never half-assed their actual work. Spark wasn't one of those "we do everything for you, so why are you like this" groups. Just looking at a few famous FanTube videos. Much greater than Spark really lives diligently, making me reflect on my lazy self. Much greater than the kids are really diligent about saving money. To follow their example, I turned off data and watched via subway Wi-Fi. Isn't it usually the other way around? Comments like that were commonly seen. And that wasn't all. In the idol scene where issues of dead fish eyes popped up every other day, Kim Yiwol's quotes were constantly added and circulated in all sorts of communities. Much greater than textbook of idols, Kim Yiwol quotes, revised edition. New. No matter how long we don't wait as long as our fans. Even our families don't watch our commute every day. New. There are many idols people can like, but those who like us are all sparklers. What's with the revised edition? Is it really a textbook? We should probably call it a law book instead of a textbook now. Minister of Idols and Ambassador of the Ministry of Employment and Labor, the great teacher Yiwol compiles textbooks every time. But why are there twisted guys who just go "ah really" without reading them? The updates are too frequent, so they can't keep up. Teacher has been saying no fans, no idols since last year. This was the reason why Won Chae-hee, who used to quit easily when fangirling became tiring after years of being a homa, couldn't easily leave Spark. Because what pissed her off was the surrounding situation, not her idol. So today, too, Won Chae-hee wrote an application for the audience of Idol Dynasty Chronicle. For Won Chae-hee, who had big data on what writers like in audience applications, coming up with a few lines of a story was easy. She didn't get why they didn't prioritize fan club members, and she didn't get why they even took applications for something that wasn't radio. But if she wanted to see Spark's face even once, she had no choice but to write obediently. They wouldn't run Spark's concert like this later, right? Checking Spark in the supported group section, Won Chae-hee desperately prayed that Yue wouldn't learn strange things. A few days later, Won Chae-hee received a text confidently announcing her acceptance and audience schedule. Won Chae-hee's Canon camera bag, always ready to go, welcomed its owner. The outdoor queue in the middle of a July day was terribly hot. They tried to make a line in the shade, but the narrow passage with not a breath of wind and the heat radiating from surrounding walls or steel plates boiled people thoroughly. Waiting to get a number ticket, waiting after getting a number ticket, waiting for the voting device test after entering, and now having to wait for the recording to start. A wait worse than going to the bank during lunch hour dominated Won Chae-hee. Even though she had become accustomed to long waits to the point of being sick of it, she couldn't erase the feeling that she was throwing time on the ground. At least when Ure and Polo came out, some life returned to her body. Once, Won Chae-hee liked them quite a bit, too. If they hadn't spouted bullshit about opening a new era of K-pop as a boy group surpassing Hellas and MYTH, she might still have loved them. Why are you trashing the pioneers who already opened the new era alone? This was the last words Won Chae-hee left on her private account before deleting it. How many years ago was that already? Since she didn't even know that PAR, the junior group she had opposed fiercely, actually debuted. It must have been quite a while ago. After fighting fans to the bitter end, Myth's junior group project kept collapsing over and over. After years of flailing, they finally managed to debut Parth. At that point, it was almost going to be a nephew group instead of a junior group. So why did you have to make a self-destructive move? Trying to piggyback a new group onto a successful one was an age-old tradition of big agencies. Naturally, fans of the leading runners didn't welcome this behavior. Much greater than it's practically our kids who built the Myth building. Why are there so many bastards trying to put their spoon on the table? TL note. Put their spoon on the table means trying to freeload of someone else's success. I am so pissed. You think this a large bowl bibimbap restaurant? Everyone be taking a scoop. Large bowl bibimbap. Older fandoms always act like this. Why is the script always the same? I've never seen a fandom that didn't say, "Our kids built this building. I paid for at least one window. This one, you guys your influence isn't that big. Do some self-reflection. Why, you ask? Because that's a fact. You be asterisk asterisk ch. If not for Hellas, myth idols with less than 7 years would still have to be in the basement practice room. I mean, why is that? All thanks to Hellas. From limps to girl group line, everyone did well, and Partha won Rookie of the Year right after debut. Without Hellas, your oppa couldn't even tour overseas. Happy face. There were cases of doing overseas performances once or twice, but Hellas was the first in Korea to tour multiple countries, bringing in high-priced actors without knowing their place, and almost going bankrupt due to Carrot contract money. Carrot was all covered by Hellas World Tour profits. If not for that, late runners wouldn't have gotten push or debut. What's with the comments saying the money I spent isn't even worth one window? Maybe it just looks that way because you fangirl on a budget? Let's ignore below here. Don't feed the trolls. Thinking that Spark might face this situation someday made her stomach churn. If UA ever lost its mind and tried to debut a junior group, she'd want to send protest trucks immediately. However, the absurd event came faster than expected, without warning. Isn't Part's concept too similar to Spark's last time? Before the agency had even moved, another agency was basically sticking its leg out and asking to hitch a ride on the same bus. The atmosphere on site wasn't great. There was no reason for the audience atmosphere to be good in a survival program. However, it wasn't terribly bad either. Thanks to the first episode not airing yet, there were no hurt feelings between each other. Although the fandoms of Partha and Spark, who had war of nerves since Season 1, desperately treated each other as invisible, perhaps the production team thought a dogfight might break out. So they placed the fan seats for each cheering group as far apart as possible, so there was no encounter except when entering. She let the program introduction go in one ear and out the other. Since the explanation would come out on broadcast anyway, it was important to capture the stage with her eyes as much as possible now. Second team, please come out. After sending off the ordinary first stage, it was the new group's turn. One Chahi leaned forward, clapping politely. Cheers erupted from Parth's fan section right in front of the stage. Seeing Parth's figures walking out in a swarm, she didn't do something mannerless like withdrawing applause. The old saying, "A fan is the face of their singer," was etched into her bones. However, this feeling didn't last long. What the hell? Sparklers who saw Partha murmured in small voices. A staff member raised a finger, signaling them to be quiet. No, but seriously. It's too similar to Spark. When Spark had covered Parth's song on stage, they'd done a volleyball-themed performance of Desire, splitting into 3-on-3 teams with their outfits. And the Partha in front of her eyes were wearing complementary colored gym clothes in groups of 4. It seemed to be a concept like an inter-school match. But what did it matter whether it was pro athletes or school teams? What mattered was that they'd done a similar concept. On the same episode, wearing similar outfits, right after the other side had done it before. No one opened their mouths further for fear of being kicked out of the audience seats, but it could be felt in the air. Sparklers were furious. It's quite different from what Partha has shown so far. Is there a reason for attempting a new change? We didn't have many opportunities to show experimental stages, so we want to show fans the diverse aspects of Partha through this opportunity. So why showing your fans copying Spark? Anger surged. The bitterness of the past when she loved Hellas seemed to return. 365, Chapter 365, First Competition, 2. Part's stage was objectively decent. That made her even angrier. Although, it would take skill to copy what someone else did and still fail at it. The Spark fan seats were quiet, as if doused with cold water. Occasional hollow, disbelief-filled laughs were the only noise. The internet will be in an uproar. Just imagining it was exhausting. The saying, "The one who gets hit can sleep peacefully at night, but the one who hits can't," didn't apply in Idol. Fandoms. This time, too, it was obvious the Sparklers, the ones who got hit, would be the only ones going home bitter. Spark wasn't the type to step forward and make things bigger. There was no way Kim Yiwol hadn't noticed the obvious shoddiness that even fans could see, but he also wasn't the type to throw a match on the fire with a "everyone, we're fine" kind of statement. Just crash into them head-on. The Sparklers will grab torches and fight for you. Just say one word about plagiarism being lame, seniority be damned. But Spark was good because they weren't that kind of idol. One Chahi barely held onto her mind, swinging back and forth like Jekyll and Hyde. The subsequent stages just slid past Won Chi-hee's eyes. Whether due to anger or truly lack of impressive stages, there wasn't any terribly enjoyable performance. It seemed generally better than Season 1, but that was all. Then, just as she stood there thinking whatever, blast it all, Lee Chong-hyun came out waving both hands. Hello. Square retro silver-rimmed glasses on his small, white face suited him surprisingly well. Thanks to the white shirt and black suit pants, he reminded her of a young elite from the early 2000s. Following him, members appeared in a swarm, wearing ambiguously neat outfits with absolutely no unity. It's hard to guess the concept just by looking at the clothes. What is Spark's concept today? At Year's question, Jong Songbin picked up the microphone. A polo shirt and ivory cotton pants. It was the most unstage outfit clothes Won Chi-hee had seen Spark wear. It's the teacher's office concept. Pardon, I'm in charge of sociology and culture. Jong Songbin awkwardly stated the group's and his own identity. There weren't many occasions to use the word teacher's office while being an idol. Understandable. Now that she knew the concept, it made sense why Choi Ji-ho had shown up like a Nita's anorak ambassador. Not that he'd actually worn Nita's. Spark always avoided over-the-top product placement. And why Park Ju-woo dressed like an autumn man? What subjects are the other members in charge of? At Polo's question, members introduced their new personas one by one. I took on the role of technology teacher. Yiwol Hyung also concurrently holds the position of head of student department. It suits him well, doesn't it? Many people burst into laughter at the back and forth between Lee Chong-hyun and Polo. Kim Yiwol stood between them with a transcendent, everything is fine smile. Tech means hands-on practice, right? Is that why your arms are? At Polo's words, Won Chi-hee's gaze turned to the forearms under the rolled-up sleeves. The well-maintained appearance without a single ounce of flab, not betraying fan expectations, was magnificent. So it's a fan service stage, huh? The members had set on Bubble that they'd go all out to make IDC fun every time. If in Season 1 they'd clench their teeth and push through, maybe in Season 2 their goal was to show something more unconventional. With Spark, she trusted they'd prepared well. That trust, built up over time, eased Won Chi-hee's heart. At the start signal, a narration played overhead, sounding like it was being spoken through a low-quality microphone. The next order is a surprise stage prepared by teachers for the students. A special stage by Warrow High School teachers. Starting right now. The moment the Magnay's perfectly timed MC lines ended, the backing track kicked in. An upbeat drum beat and electronic sounds gave the rhythm a lift. Recording starts. Start. We're the lead role. From the intro, Lee Chong-hyun struck out. His specialty, rhythmic sense, shone upon meeting an energetic dance song. Right now this is a page of our youth. Stay alert, because it will remain forever. The cheek-poking performance by Jong Songbin and Park Ju-woo, in charge of Spark's freshness, was amazing. The cozy smiles they wore in private were gone, replaced by smiles full of mischief. Rainbow star-shaped glasses, non-existent until the interview, showed off their presence on Jong Songbin's face. Taking the picture. Laugh, smile. The sight of all members gathering in the center to the shutter sound was also cute. Choi Ji-ho, standing in the middle, flashed a grin and bit down on the whistle hanging around his neck, instantly earning first place on Chi-hee's mental must-watch fancam moments. In memories may we always look bright. Whenever seen, may we always be supremely happy. Kim Yiwol took over Kong Keon's swelling voice. That captivating smile. The smiling face while saying I love you in the third letter, and now while saying be happy. When everyday life felt tiring and bleak, even people who had no interest in anything else couldn't help but feel better just watching Kim Yiwol. That was why Won Chi-hee was standing here now. As the song raced towards the highlight, members threw toy glasses or loud flower necklaces behind them. Lee Chong-hyun's two eyes sparkled like stars receiving the lighting. If you're still just sitting, get up, run. As the famous dance break section appeared, everyone in the audience seats bobbed to the beat. Spark, stretching their legs and stepping as if kicking off the ground, truly looked like a gathering of young teachers who seem ordinary most of the time, but absolutely blow you away once you clear the floor for them. When Lee Chong-hyun shot the money gun received from a backup dancer, sparkling papers flew up onto the stage like Park Ju-woo's high notes. This idol What would they look like at a company dinner? It was a moment of true curiosity. Perhaps it was thanks to the spark. Teachers who knew how to have fun. Only then did one Chai realize how thirsty she was and finally cracked open the bottled water she'd stuffed into her bag at the entrance, gulping it down. My glasses. Who told you to throw them? Kang Kian scolded Lee Chonghyun, who was pretending to cry. Ignoring him, Lee Chonghyun busied himself fake wailing over the broken glasses in his hands. You decided to do something else instead of throwing glasses performance. Why did you do that? I got too excited. When Jang Songbin and Park Ju-woo tossed their own rainbow star glasses and melting hologram heart glasses, he probably couldn't help himself. Our Chonghyun, I was wondering who you took after. Turns out it's Choi Ji-ho. At my words, Lee Chonghyun's gaze turned to the shattered, former, whistle. The debris diligently picked up after the stage was rolling on the waiting room table. How can you say something so heartbreaking? Saying that you look like Spark's best center breaks your heart? Why? You should be honored. Because your words are full of mockery, Hyung. Don't distort it. I just want to praise your immersion power. Lee Chonghyun thoroughly ignored my explanation. I will get revenge. I won't let this slide. And what are you going to do if you don't? Choi Ji-ho, lounging sideways on the sofa, cut in. I told you. Giving up this song choice was a strategic retreat for the bigger picture. Huh. From now on, I control the members' schedules. I won't take orders from anyone except Songbin Hyung. At least you'll still listen to Songbin. Park Ju-woo said, as if it was commendable. Just how are these guys' thought circuits running? I should make an announcement in advance while at it. As a matter of fact, for the next stage. Wait, Chonghyun. Jang Songbin, watching Lee Chonghyun rummaging through his bag, put on the emergency brakes. Then he pulled out Yue's vlog filming camera installed in one corner of the waiting room. When talking about important things, you must hold a camera. Right? Almost got in big trouble. Hearing Lee Chonghyun's slick retort, Park Ju-woo also bustled about and brought out a cam. Including the cameras held by the video team, a total of 4 cameras captured Lee Chonghyun in a one-shot. Choi Ji-ho looked at me with a face that seemed to have a lot to say. I tried hard to ignore his gaze. The best visuals in survival show history, stage effects with a one-of-a-kind aesthetic, and music that was striking without being gaudy. It was still talked about as IDC's greatest output to this day. We need to continue this connectivity, is what I'm saying. Lee Chonghyun said, receiving the light from the beam projector head-on. It was astounding to see him speak confidently while his face turned blue from the light. I have a question. What exactly is this connectivity of the second competition the proposer speaks of? When I raised my hand and asked, Lee Chonghyun applauded me. Good question. Clickman, please turn the slide. Choi Ji-ho, who earned the honorable nickname Clickman, turned the screen with an indifferent face. Fancy golden lace was placed on top of a red velvet background slide. This guy wasn't bad at making PPTs, so that infuriating layout had to be 100% intentional. What I want to say played on a xylophone came out from the speakers. Kang Kian asked with a bizarre expression. What's with the background music? I recorded it myself to avoid copyright issues. Can we even get copyright issues with our own music? Park Ju-woo wondered, but Lee Chonghyun didn't answer. Instead, he signaled Clickman again. Out of nowhere, thick golden letters spun across the screen in an animation that filled the whole frame. I want to make new music. Wait. Can we cut the recording for a moment? Why? Listen to me a bit. Lee Chonghyun ran over like a startled deer and stopped me. But Chonghyun, I cannot bear to just watch you getting drunk on excessive artist ego. 366. Chapter 366. Genre change. Can't even play a joke. Ji-ho Hyung, turn the slide. Hurry. Right before my eyes rolled out of my head, the normal PPT came back. I took a breath and slowly read. The words on the screen. Spark's goal, show a new side. Success factor of Season 1's second competition, stages with excellent aesthetic elements. Summary, we need a bold song choice paired with flashy, beautiful costumes and stage design. On the right, the text was bracketed and labeled, Cool Spark. Up until recently, I thought I was raising a tiger cub. It turned out I was wrong. Apparently, I had been raising a unicorn, or something like that. I get what kind of image you want to show. What song do you want Cool Spark to perform? Kang Kian cut straight to the point. Lee Chonghyun spoke solemnly. I'll be blunt. I want to sing a musical number. What? Clickman interrupted mid-slide turn. Our reactions weren't much different. Musicalist. Jong Songbin trailed off. He probably wanted to say the vocalization was completely different. However, Lee Chonghyun couldn't possibly not know this fact. Hence, he didn't feel the need to finish the sentence. It'll be a tough challenge. Honestly, I'm not even that confident myself. But you still want to try? It won't be easy, but I've made a plan to pull it off. The next slide showed a huge August calendar. Everything up to mid-August, the scheduled recording date, was packed and marked. We'll pour all our remaining time into vocal practice. The blocking won't be too complicated, so if we base it on our usual choreography schedule, we can learn it in 2 days. For originality, I'm not planning to rearrange the song, so we have plenty of time for harmony distribution. Lee Chonghyun spoke without even stopping to breathe. In dance songs, it's hard for all the members to sing the same long phrase together, right? The parts switch fast, and the melodic sections aren't very long. Don't you think it'd be cool to sing together from start to finish? The members' gazes turned to me. There was a clear difference between what others hadn't done and what they didn't do. And I thought musicals were the latter. There was a reason why renowned idol vocalists received new training when moving to the musical market. Even if we copied the blocking perfectly, the evaluation wouldn't be great. In a genre mixing drama and song, what meaning is there in just singing without highly immersive acting? I agonized over whether it was really right to support Lee Chonghyun's idea, knowing we'd probably get criticized. But if we think about our goal as performers, this is the right move. Spark, dressed in antique-style costumes and singing a musical number, probably wouldn't happen again. You can't just strip performance out of a dance group. So, I also thought there was nothing better than this for the purpose of showing a new side. There are 2 points to consider. First, Jiho and Keon's opinions. Second, regarding the results. The burden will be heavy for the dance line. Will it be okay? If it's decided, we do it. I'm fine too. During the showcase, the stage leaned too much into performance anyway. Fortunately, the Sandpaper Dapper gave commendable answers. They became dance specialists because they danced excessively well, not because they couldn't sing, so there was no need to worry about skills. What remains was the result. I'm against placing significance solely on doing something new. Even if we take on a challenge, the result must be satisfying for the viewers. In other words, we couldn't let people say we were treating musicals lightly or just fooling around. If we released a song ourselves and it flopped, Spark and UA would take the hit. But if we messed up on broadcast, the fans would be the most hurt. They'd see the mockery and criticism in real time. Unless it was for self-content that we watched among ourselves, the stage to be put on broadcast must be at a level not shameful for others to see. And Lee Chonghyun immediately understood my intention. I won't let anyone be disappointed. Thus, Spark's theme for the second competition was decided as a musical. Spark got a new vocal coach. From the moment we opened our eyes to the moment we closed them, all we did was sing. Park Ju-woo adapted fastest to this routine. With no time to work out, he managed his physique through diet and sang day and night like it was second nature. I wish it were like this every day. He was so happy just practicing the basics that Jong Songbin and I worried he might suddenly announce he was leaving for the musical scene. Lee Chonghyun was bursting with energy too. The first time we all sang the same phrase together, you could see the excitement on his face. Conversely, there were guys who became haggard day by day. Choi Jiho had it the worst. His voice didn't go hoarse. Maybe the vocal training helped, but not moving his body drove him crazy, doubling his irritability. If we hadn't brought a Smith machine into the dorm, someone would have died caught between Choi Jiho's frowns. Though he pretended not to be, Kang Keon was in a similar state. His stifled feeling was visible to the naked eye. When told to go run on a treadmill, he would strongly decline, but after about 5 minutes, he would say, "I'll go to the gym for a bit," and leave. You guys really can't live without dancing. What are you talking about? Originally, we were different species. Now I can understand you guys. I worried they'd suggest acrobatics for the next stage, but decided to enjoy the moment. A stage without dancing, how precious. Sorry for being a hopeless idol. While basking in happiness, Lee Chonghyun called me over. "Hyung, can I see you for a moment?" "Yeah." For once, he looked serious. On his laptop were several performance videos of the numbers we plan to cover. "We've got a problem." "What is it?" Ju Woo Hyung's voice might stand out too much. It was a really big problem. Park Ji-woo's tone was like a human electric guitar, a treasure. In Spark songs, where parts were clearly assigned and even harmonies had a lead, his uniqueness was a huge asset. But now that we needed blend and harmony, that same uniqueness became a liability. We can't just give Hyung all the solo parts either. True, we need to think about this. We put our heads together to figure out what to do with our proud tone fairy. What if we lean into his individuality instead? Would that stray too far from the original? Our goal isn't to copy the performance exactly, so maybe that's okay. I'm just worried people will say Ji-woo sticks out too much. I didn't want Park Ji-woo to be humiliated. Watching me rack my brain over this, Lee Chong-hyun said, "Are you anxious?" "About what?" "You're extremely concerned about getting criticized that you're usually all about preparing so no one says anything bad. But right now, you just seem worried." "If you can't shake it, should we change genres now?" He didn't look happy suggesting it. He wasn't worried about the same thing I was. This offer was just for me, not for the team or the fans. It was basically asking if I wanted him to back off a step for my sake. Do you think I've gotten too defensive? A little. Huh. The old Hyung was desperate to ensure we had no shortcomings. Now it feels like you just don't want us to get hurt. He wasn't wrong. My head and heart were full of worries. Not because I didn't trust them, but they say it's easy to get mental illness if you become a celebrity. Mom's words came back to me. After having my own mental state shattered, all I could think was that I didn't want them to go through the same thing. I hadn't meant to show it, but I must have let my guard down. While I was reflecting, Lee Chong-hyun spoke again. "Hyung, what? There's no one trying to be an idol who thinks they'll never get hate." He rested his chin on his hand and looked at me. "Yeah, it'll be hard when people tear you apart. But it's not like we've never imagined that. If it happens, we'll say it's hard. You don't have to handle everything for us. You know we all get counseling now, right? Not everyone can immediately recognize when they're struggling. There might be times we need help right away. If you're worried about that, talk more. Either threaten that you're watching as usual, or since it takes a lot of effort to care about every detail, order us to make regular reports. Don't use up all your energy alone." His black eyes stared at me as if piercing through. "If you're worried, I wish you'd say you are. After seeing Lee Se-hun, I've been thinking about this even more. I'm saying this because I'm worried about you, too, Hyung." I forgot for a moment because I had a lot of work, that there was no one who read the members' mood better than this guy. I laughed bitterly. When did the guy who once ran away because he didn't want to debut with his own song grow this much backbone? Fine. You're still not checking fan sites, right? If I catch you on any shady forums, I'm telling the manager to switch your phone to a kid's phone. And you know you're the one who's late to team meetings the most, right? You keep saying we should talk more, but you don't show up to talk. I'll be holding a hearing about that soon, so prepare yourself. That's because of work. Lee Chong-hyun protested loudly. His excuses were neatly ignored. Going back and forth between Idol Dynasty Chronicle and the drama was surprisingly manageable. Not having big choreography practices when filming got busy helped a lot. If the third round is a position battle, Park Ji-woo will go out, so I'll be free until the end of this month. Compared to Season 1, where we couldn't even breathe, we had more people to prepare and fewer issues. It felt like pure luck. Thanks to Lee Chong-hyun boldly announcing, "We're starting a mental health survey to ease Yiwol Hyung's worries." We even had a group session to check our happiness levels. It was quite embarrassing, but since I gained peace of mind and body in exchange for shame, I figured it wasn't a losing deal. And with things settled around me, there was something I needed to check. I opened the system window and reread something from long ago. Plus, system, final achievement reward is notified. Nullification of Nuna, blood relative. S death and provision of reunion opportunity. Plus, system. When I called it, the screen flickered for a very brief moment. About this expression, reunion opportunity, I think you need to explain it clearly. 367. Chapter 367. Heart-pounding balance game. Through conversations with my parents, I learned that my sister had left their care long ago, unlike before. They didn't even know the location where she was abandoned, nor her whereabouts afterward. Then can I really say this Nuna, blood relative, is the sister I know? The fact that Nuna was my only family didn't change. Even if she didn't remember me, I had no intention of giving up on achieving the KPI just for that reason. But if she was abandoned before I was even born, then meeting her again would make no sense. So the sister indicated in the system must refer to the sister who was with me, right? If you made me suffer so much and then say it was a fraudulent contract. As I made a certain resolution, the system sent a signal of explanation. Plus, system, a work instruction from the manager has arrived. Play button. Why do you speak so scary like that? Don't tell me you think there isn't even a handover document? Our company isn't that much of a hole-in-the-wall store, you know? Plus, handover, huh? Don't tell me that means you're going to shove memories into Nuna's head. Plus, system, a work instruction from the manager has arrived. Play button. Don't worry. We have all the data. With just this, perfect work familiarity is possible, I am telling you. Plus, crazy bastard. I didn't know how my sister was living. However, I also didn't know if she would want the memories of her previous life. She must have had good things happen in her life. There might be precious relationships she didn't want to forget. Are those memories so precious to her that she'd be willing to bear even the wounds of the past along with them? Do I get to decide that? I recalled the closest examples. If I inserted memories of the 5-member Spark from a long time ago into someone in current Spark, would these guys want that? I can't guarantee. Everyone was already living lives too different from the past. Even if the memories came back, they might not even recognize friends they were once close with. Relying only on this uncertainty and returning memories to my sister just because I missed her seemed like something I shouldn't do. I didn't think you were inhuman, but I also didn't think you wanted to torment me. Ever since the negative emotion recognition rate disappeared, I had been thinking like this. I figured it wanted me to live a somewhat normal life. Seeing how a function I avoided because I feared becoming too dependent only existed when I needed it and then vanished. It was a shame I lost my reason along the way, but still. But I can't decide recklessly without knowing Nuna's opinion just for my own satisfaction. Maybe I should be satisfied with the fact that my sister was still alive. This was how I realized there was no end to greed. I completely forgot the days when I thought it would be enough just for her to be alive, and now that I had been given a chance, I wanted more. Seeing how I wished the sister from back then would return, it seemed my heart never once managed to let her go. The remaining practice members for today were Park Ju-woo and me. When I said I wanted to stay and practice a bit more, Jong Song-bin attached Park Ju-woo to me. It was an instruction based on the calculation that Park Ju-woo wouldn't last long with his stamina and would return to the dorm. Then Jong Song-bin himself left the practice room without lingering regrets with Choi Ji-ho, saying he had to put Lee Chong-hyun and Kong Ki-on to bed early. Our leader is getting tougher by the day. It's troublesome. Anyway, Park Ju-woo and I filled the time practicing singing diligently. It seemed Park Ju-woo's total energy capacity was bigger when it came to singing. I had to take the lead in tidying up the practice room while leaving behind the guy who was still full of energy. I quietly watched Park Ju-woo dragging his feet while getting ready to leave. Ju-woo. Yeah. Do you like philosophical conversations? Park Ju-woo, who was drinking water left in a bottle, coughed as if choking. Talking is fine, though I'm not confident if it's a difficult topic. Then I'll lower the barrier. Let's play a balance game. Isn't that lowering it too much? Even as he protested, Park Ju-woo obediently sat beside me. What is it? It's a simple problem. After opening my mouth first, I hesitated for a long time. Suppose there is a really delicious cake. Yeah, but to eat that cake, you have to eat a spoonful of gochujang made with Chongyang chili peppers. Huh? Then Ju-woo, would you eat the cake? Is the premise that the cake is that delicious? Maybe not. I think I used the wrong analogy. Let me rethink. I hadn't considered the thought that memories with me might not be precious from my sister's perspective. I hurriedly changed the expression. Imagine someone making a photo album for you. They fill it with photos taken with precious people. Could be friends, could be family. Yeah. But in the album, there are also photos of someone you hate. You can't take just that person's photos out. You have to keep the album as a whole. Meaning I have to endure the parts one dislike. Fortunately, Park Ju-woo understood what I wanted to say perfectly. In this situation, Ju-woo, do you think you would choose to receive the album? Even though I already knew it wasn't something to decide lightly, my heart was pounding. Park Ju-woo answered after long deliberation. I would accept it. Really, I don't want to give up good memories just because of a few bad ones. Park Ju-woo spoke his opinion quietly and clearly. It was an answer befitting a guy who was affectionate and fond of people. Then, I should make you an album someday. Really, excluding people you dislike, filling it only with people you like, Jiwoo. How about it? By entrusting it to a printing service? I can just edit the layout and print it as a photo book. I know how to use InDesign. I don't want to give Hyung extra work. Park Jiwoo, whose eyes were shining, declined my offer to make it everything by hand with a sad face. Then he looked at me carefully and threw a question. Can I do a balance game too? What is it? Park Jiwoo said, fiddling with his fingers. Hyung has a very precious friend. Hyung likes that friend so much, but other people say that friend is a bad person, so it would be better not to stay close. In this case, what would you do, Hyung? It was similar to my question, but different in nature. In the first place, there was no way I would maintain a relationship with someone that everybody deemed as human trash. So such an assumption would be meaningless. That's a difficult question. It would require a lot of thought. Right? Still, if I had to choose one side, I'd want to follow the words of the people around me. Why? My desire to protect the problematic friend is for that friend, but the people telling me to distance myself from the friend are probably advising me for my sake. At my words, Park Jiwoo blinked his eyes. There might be people doing it on purpose to drive a wedge between me and my friend. But then the story gets complicated. People who know that friend is the only one I have wouldn't go that far on purpose to isolate me, right? Aha. Park Jiwoo laughed softly. It seemed he understood that I was doing my best to answer sincerely. One day living as a musical beginner, one day as a chaebol successor, one day as a rogue monitoring agent. Having 7 bodies still wouldn't be enough. Here, dividing the daily routine into being a diligent member of society during the day and a non-stop nagger at night. Even 14 brains wouldn't be enough. I was so overwhelmed that I seriously considered using the time stop the system gave me. I barely held back because it was too powerful a force to use for such trivial matters. The current time was 10 a.m. On the chaebol successor day, I had to be a polite junior on set when the cameras were off, and a fearless young master when they were on. During the few days I was absent, there was much progress in Ham Yizio and Gong Ji-chan's secret coverage. They found out all the facts. That Chanju group picked civilians completely unrelated to the group when internal problems arise, cuts off their livelihood or threatened them by mentioning their families, made them do dirty work necessary to solve problems, and then induced them to take their own lives. Ham Yizio, why do such things to people who aren't even part of the group? Gong Ji-chan, probably exactly because they aren't even part of the group. They have to keep themselves flawless. They didn't even make sweet offers like, if only you sacrifice yourself, your family will live without money worries for the rest of their lives, as seen in common dramas. A warning that if they didn't listen, they wouldn't be able to set foot anywhere in South Korea. And the power to make threats a reality came as terror to people who had no expertise in such fights. They targeted only the weak, who could barely even find a way to refuse. At the center of all these acts was Cheon Yoon-sung, choosing the method to crush a person to death and instructing to implement it. All depended on Cheon Yoon-sung. Judging by the story so far, Cheon Yoon-sung seemed likely to meet and end where he got killed in the work. His crimes were too severe for him to get a peaceful die in his sleep finale. If it was going to be like this, they should have warned me earlier that he wouldn't die peacefully. It's going to be hard to clean up this image, isn't it? Visualizing a future where I died as the world's worst piece of trash, I cried inwardly. They say once you play a villain, your image often gets fixed. I didn't think my villain acting would be that unforgettable, but I could only hope it wouldn't hurt Spark's activities. Mr. Yiwol, you have a lot of lines today, huh? Ms. So Seong approached and spoke to me. Indeed, today was practically my one-man show. One page of the script was entirely a scene where I talked alone. Thanks to that, I pulled an all-nighter. Must be tough with so many emotional scenes. Did you eat well before coming? I will do my best. I feel a sense of dissonance every time I see Mr. Yiwol like this. So different from the screen. The actor playing Gong Ji-chan gave me undeserved praise. Having heard such words, I must work hard. I burned with enthusiasm, pulling up even the calories of the jjajangmyeon I ate in the morning. Fortunately, filming ended without trouble. 368. Chapter 368, Second Competition, 1. Up until now, I had firmly believed that I was Spark's ultimate hardcore stylist. Based on 7 years of proxy standing big data, I prided myself on having done my absolute best to show off Spark in as many amazing ways as possible. But today, I had to reflect on that arrogance. Hyung, what do we do? I think Chonghyun has strayed a bit far from cutie today. I realized it watching Lee Chonghyun fixing his slicked back hair in front of the mirror. I was a frog in a well, and what this guy had shown so far was merely in the rough stone stage. The navy outfit, with fabric wrinkles sparkling every time it caught the light, suited the black-haired Lee Chonghyun amazingly well. Not to mention the flashy golden embroidery covering the coat. The heavy makeup characteristic of musical actors made Lee Chonghyun's features stand out even more. How in the world could blue eyeshadow actually look good on a human being? Is it bad? You're not giving me your usual unconditional praise. There are no words on earth bold enough to describe your beauty. Okay, you get full points for sense. Sense or whatever, I honestly didn't know what to say. Faced with true beauty, humans were this helpless. All I could do was hand him a Polaroid camera and my phone for selfies. Next to the young poet Lee Chonghyun, the watchmaker Kang Kian was getting his outfit adjusted with the help of the stylist. A monocle with an antique glasses chain gave Kang Kian, whose face was already sharp, an image of pursuing perfection to a neurotic degree. The shirt, work clothes, and boots, filled with details so as not to look simple, created an atmosphere like an illustration in an old newspaper. If we put a matching newsboy cap on him and stood him under a street lamp set, Kang Kian would take all the nostalgia in this area. Not the kind of nostalgia the average Korean would feel, but still. Jong Song-bin, scheduled to act writing a novel with a quill pen sitting at a desk, wore a calm reddish-brown coat. I'd worried the ivory shirt with all its frills might swallow him whole, but it was a pointless concern. Once the coat and dress shoes were on, he looked like a European literary figure ushering in the 20th century. For reference, Lee Chonghyun had insisted that if we were going this far, we should go all the way, and had shoved a photo of a top hat in my face. Is it a magician's hat? That single comment from Choi Ji-ho shut it down completely. If someone with zero fashion sense thought that, there was a good chance the audience would too. So Lee Chonghyun didn't argue and immediately deleted the image. Park Ji-woo became a painter buried in nature. The denim apron splattered with paint was roughened up by faux leather straps and pockets. Layering it over a loose, white shirt made his frame look surprisingly broad. Our dorm's chinchilla looked like he could deadlift 400 kilos in big 3 lifts. And Choi Ji-ho, who was spraying a ton of fixing hairspray on his hair with a plastic sheet held up to prevent makeup from ruining. Your concept is a noble who is suspiciously competent, but no one knows what work he does. What? He'd been cast as a mysterious, up-and-coming aristocrat. I'd thrown him some reference materials to help him understand, but I honestly didn't know if he'd read any of them. Still, being the sinner for 1,000 years, Choi Ji-ho brilliantly pulled off an outfit that could have easily looked over the top. Dyeing his hair a soft ash gray with the faintest hint of purple had been a choice I didn't regret for a second. Spark's visuals, looking as if they jumped straight out of a musical promotion poster, drew attention even while waiting. Everyone focused on Spark, especially on the makeup. Mr. Chonghyun is really amazing, like someone from another world. Even with all the noise around us, those comments came through loud and clear. I'd have to pass that along to the styling team. Though the direction was different, other participants' outfits were also dazzlingly flashy. If UA had budget issues this time too, we would have been in big trouble. The brilliantly splendid idols gathered together and decided the stage order according to the instructions on the electronic display board. There were no MCs for this order selection round. They couldn't afford to keep the audience waiting until the actual competition, so they called in only the participants ahead of time to get the shots. Thanks to Park Ji-woo exercising divine power and picking the lot with the mark first, Spark got to choose the desired order. We had a lot of stage props to install, so if possible, we wanted an early slot with a longer prep window. Luck was on our side. Ji-woo Hyung, how did you know that was the winning lot? There was a tape mark left on the stick. It wasn't luck, it was meticulous observation. When Lee Chonghyun heard the full story, he clapped in admiration. Spark confidently chose the first order. ITY couldn't be helped since we had to liberate the guy's skin from foundation as soon as possible. We'd go up, finish our performance quickly, then come back with lighter makeup and enjoy the rest of the show with skin that could finally breathe. Cut. We will proceed with audience entry starting in 30 minutes. Participants, please prepare in the waiting room. 30 minutes until audience entry. 1 hour for entry. Announcement of filming etiquette, venue organization, and guidance on how to use voting devices. Adding 30 minutes for opening comment filming. A total of 2 hours of waiting time remained. Wait, Spark's silky skin. Mr. Kim Yiwol will save you soon. The musical night contained the life of a certain 20th century novelist, with a core story of finding freedom while experiencing various professions and art worlds. It wasn't dramatically dramatic in development, but was a masterpiece that formed a consensus and made a name for itself up to modern times. Among numerous numbers, Spark decided to sing Loneliness. Both the play and the song were chosen by Lee Chong-hyun. It was a good choice. There was a nice balance between solo parts and group sections. These lyrics are made by combining prose and poetry the author published during his lifetime. Before memorizing the lyrics, we also took a special lecture. Thanks to that, everyone picked it up quickly, even though it wasn't originally our piece. The protagonist had lived fiercely, but he couldn't escape waves of hardship. Feeling isolated from the world and emotionally exhausted, he began to dream of his past. In the dream, versions of his past selves gathered together and looked straight ahead, toward where he stood. Light poured in from one side of the stage. Close and, in a distant place, my brother. Receiving white lighting, Jong Songbin sat in front of a mahogany table and sang while writing a letter. The audience stirred at the voice of the guy boasting the most perfect vocalization among us. I tried not to be conscious of it, but a corner of my heart felt proud. Pitiful people. Do you remember the past day, past night? Jong Songbin put down the quill pen and folded the paper neatly. The letter in the envelope slowly passed by his side and was delivered to my hand as I walked past. I walked to the front of the bookshelf, my space, leaned my shoulder against the shelf, and untied the string of the envelope. That long pain disappears. That rest comes. I dreamed while looking at the stars, as if reading the letter down. Recalling the point of my role, I touched each note like text. Ending with the last syllable, the lighting moved from me to Kong Kian. Sitting alone on a small chair, the guy with a detached face fiddled with his glasses chain. Did I wish for comfort? That desperation. Whom did it reach? Lee Chong-hyun covered with one hand the lighting pouring over the eyes of Kong Kian, who was singing looking at the sky. Lee Chong-hyun looked down at Kong Kian and smiled lonely. The starry night is so pale, because the heart is empty. Joyful days seem to have vanished. In the next part, Choi Ji-ho, standing on the opposite side of the stage, extended his arm towards Park Ju-woo. 2 hands lifted up. What do they pray for? Sweet moments salvation? Or hopeless hope one yearns for? The question thrown by Choi Ji-ho was received by Park Ju-woo. From painful sleep. Want to wake up? Let me breathe. His tone, piercing the pitch perfectly, stood out even more against the gentle, monologue-like accompaniment. The music escalated. Orchestral instruments rushed in all at once. Everyone walked forward, looked at each other, and synchronized their breath. Unending. Long night. Dark and sad. Deep night. Choi Ji-ho took the lowest range, Park Ju-woo the high notes, and the members sang the parts in between. Blue lighting shone over the heads of Lee Chong-hyun with his hand on his chest, and Kong Kian with both eyes closed. Sky without sparkle. Tomorrow without expectation. Even so, morning brightens. Reaching the highlight, Park Ju-woo and Jong Songbin faced each other and filled the ceiling with chest voice. The other 4 filled the low notes without gaps. Taking out the left in-ear to match the harmony, I could hear the members' volume exploding vividly. Thick smoke laid at our feet. Even with only 6 blue lights on the dark stage, it didn't feel empty. You, my friend. The blue sky, time with me. Do you still remember? Friend. The last verse, sung long with breath released, ended without disarray. All lights went out, and only Choi Ji-ho shone, receiving a small light alone, leaving a final farewell. When you open your eyes, wave your hand, greeting the rising sun. Choi Ji-ho's whispering voice scattered mixed with the cello sound. Relief that we pulled it off flowed down my throat. 369, Chapter 369, Second Competition 2. The subsequent stages also boasted tremendous extravagance. Temporary sets were introduced one after another, making Spark's desk, fake bookshelf, and few chairs look like they didn't even qualify as a set. Turkit, in particular, truly showed the weight of their seniority. Their concept itself was ordinary, but their seasoned skill covered everything. Once the video went up on MeTube, it would be flooded with comments like, "The seniors came to put the idol scene in its place. It's the finals, it really feels like the finals. Maybe we were the ones who came with a half-hearted attitude." Jang Songbin and Kang Kian became extremely serious. I could feel them over-immersing in the seniors' stages. But was there really a need to worry that much? Even objectively, Spark's stage was excellent. When we had to cover Parth's song, Spark changed routes and decorated the stage with a youth concept. At the time, that was the choice that allowed them to show their best quality. This time, however, they had chosen a new concept themselves. Even knowing it could become a weakness, they decided to challenge it, and they pulled it off beautifully. It wasn't easy for a group to show this much growth in such a short time. From just a thumbnail, someone might think the stage looked plain. But so what? The impact of 6 people singing half the song together, and the harmony they created, would make up for anything else. Next was Parth's turn, who chose the exact opposite route from us. The sky blue kitschy outfit gave a different impression from before. Oh, it's Parth the Sunbainums. Lee Chonghyun, who had thoroughly sprayed fixer over his fresh transparent makeup, hurried over and plopped down on the sofa. With the retro boom and vintage craze, kitschy style was no longer a unique fashion. Just because Spark wore similar clothes during a regular, we couldn't just claim Parth copied Spark, nor should we. If overlapping concepts appear throughout the entire promotion period, that's a different story. Even then, pointing it out wouldn't do us any good. I had already informed the members about this point in advance. Thankfully, they didn't awkwardly pretend not to care, nor did they look overly conscious of it. Interesting. I wonder what song they'll do. Judging by the outfits, maybe something from an older generation? Only being curious about what was shown. Not feeling the need to overpraise. Not stressing out trying to find similarities. If people who knew would know, there was no need to exhaust ourselves stepping in. Seeing them follow exactly what I'd said made me proud. Thanks to that, I watched Parth's stage with a lighter heart. My overall impression could be summed up in one word. Regrettable. The reason Spark could pull off such bold makeup was because what they'd shown so far had never been excessive. When kids who always looked like a clear spring suddenly came out in death metal makeup like they'd crawled up from hell, it was bound to stand out. Partha, on the other hand, usually had fairly heavy stage makeup. They went viral with color makeup on year-end stages and established character with face accessories during comeback weeks. What happens if such a group comes out with just a little blush and a few stickers? Boring. Moreover, maybe because they wanted to continue the light and refreshing image following the proclamation ceremony, the clothes were also monotonous. Sure, Partha is handsome, but do people these days really settle for just handsome? Relying on looks and getting complacent is negligence of duty. Do you think Spark wore mesh and chokers for no reason during the irregular cover? What? Do you think they did that because they had nothing better to do? If you're dialing down the makeup, you've got to add points somewhere else. You think we slapped all those patches on their jumpers for the self-PR stage for no reason? Compared to earlier contestants who showed incredible vocal power, Parth's song lacked emphasis too. In the idol scene, the older the generation, the stronger their pride in live singing. It wasn't groundless confidence, but closer to a metal cultivated in poor stage environments. Perhaps because of that, many teams in Idol Dynasty Chronicles Season 2 chose stages where you could clearly tell it was live. High-note ad-libs cutting through the AR, the occasional sound of breathing between lines, that sort of thing. For Spark, it was a development with nothing to lose. Rather, if it were an environment requiring lip-sync, we would have become the stars of new reaction GIFs every day. Nevertheless, Partha stuck to their winning strategy, meaning they worked hard to create a screen pretty to look at, led by the visual center song Minal. If you're not going to sing much, at least give Mr. Han Gawon a killing part. Perhaps due to his calm image, Han Gawon's position was almost at the end of the movement path. There, Han Gawon sang one line, put in a high note briefly, and danced the rest of the time. Letting a master vocalist like Han Gawon go to waste like this. It reminded me of UA in the past, who refused to give up EDM backing tracks, even when they had Jang Songbin and Park Ji-woo. How infuriating. Partha taking the ending pose was the personification of refreshing itself. Everyone was handsome, smiled freshly, and threw cute hand hearts. It was a stage where nothing remained in memory except the color of sky blue. If par the ranked high today, I'd shave my head and go into the mountains to reflect on my lack of insight. I vowed firmly inside. Thankfully, I didn't have to go on a temple stay. Partha took 5th place, and Spark took 1st place, so my hair got to stay right where it was. After the audience exited and the rankings were announced, guidance on the 3rd competition followed immediately. For a true gentleman, you can't leave out both literary and martial excellence. That's right. Then what qualities can't you leave out for an idol? At Mr. Polo's question, answers like dancing and singing came from the contestants. In the 3rd round, we'll hold a position battle where you can show your qualities in greater depth. I heard there are differences in this position battle compared to the last season. Can you explain, Mr. Polo? Mr. Polo took the mic again. There were 2 key points. This position competition involved only vocal and dance representatives without rap. As part of cultural exchange, from this competition onwards, evaluations from envoys selected overseas will be reflected. The evil spirit of overseas voting, which had been quiet since the stage you want to see again vote, was revived. Since Turkit has no rapper, did they remove the rap position battle for fairness? It turned out better. Although it would be reassuring if Lee Chonghyun went out, forced participation without options could lead to burnout. Another good change was that, unlike before, only 1 member per team could participate in each position. It was a relief. Berrien was nice. If caught with another group, I might have become a loner by myself. Excluding the overseas voting, it was a satisfactory change. Just as I was about to sigh in relief, Mr. Ewer turned over the cue card with a strange smile. This isn't the end. A true prodigy must be able to show their abilities no matter the time or circumstances. No, just how outstanding of a talent do you want? Even if you tell us to send out the best genius, Spark only has 2 dance representatives. Well, both are geniuses, but still. While grumbling inside, a staff member appeared from the corner of the studio, pushing a cart with wheels. On the cart, covered with cloth, there were 6 drawing boxes. Surely not, right? You can't be having the cheeky thought of drawing participants randomly, right? My heart pounded, and the back of my neck prickled. Jang Songbin and Kang Kian were sitting beside me, so among the remaining members, it was obvious who this gaze belonged to. Please, don't do something so irrational and illogical as betting on uncertainty. If you want a good stage, you should let people decide on what's best. Don't you want to enjoy the sweet joy of exploding views? We are offering to personally bring down the god of vocals, and you're kicking away this golden opportunity? However, the heaven was heartless and the production team had no sense. Tragically, the ball drawing of fate proceeded regardless of our will. Sparks leader Jang Songbin ended up picking himself as the vocal position representative. Juwoo, I'm sorry. No, I'm really okay. Even after returning to the dorm, Jang Songbin couldn't lift his head. According to Choi Jiho, Jang Songbin begged until his hands became feet all the way from the broadcasting station in the car. On site, everyone couldn't hide their astonishment but managed their expressions like pros. Jang Songbin also stated his aspiration, I will do my best, even with trembling corners of his mouth. Why does the heaven never give Park Ju-woo a chance? There were still many stages ahead, but maybe back in Season 1, I shouldn't have insisted on going myself and should have handed him the mic instead. It's not like this is the only chance. Still, everyone, you don't have to walk on eggshells around me. Despite Park Ju-woo trying hard to change the atmosphere, everyone except Choi Ji-ho was gloomy. I'm sorry too. Why you too, Kian? Kang Kian, who was hovering around Jang Songbin, suddenly bowed his head. I was center at the banquet too, and now I get picked again. If I'd known this would happen, I would have made Ji-ho Hyung center like usual. Who could have known this would happen? Lee Chonghyun tried to cheer up his friend by patting his back. It didn't have much effect. Kian, you don't have to feel so guilty. Choi Ji-ho went out as a representative last time. But still, ask him directly. He'll probably think it's a relief he didn't have to go. At my words, Kang Kian's expression changed to really? Choi Ji-ho, who was watching us, said indifferently. It's true. Why? Doing something with others doesn't suit me. Choi Ji-ho had been so stressed last time matching with another team. Kang Kian didn't know because he wasn't roommates with this guy at the time, but Choi Ji-ho probably would have hated going out even if picked by drawn lot. Me too, Park Ju-woo said, smiling gently. I'm also not good at doing things with other people. So I think it's good that you were picked, Songbin. Strictly speaking, Park Ju-woo had actually said he wanted to participate even knowing he'd have to sing with others. But at his friend's comfort, the deep crease in Jong Songbin's brows slowly eased back into place. 370. Chapter 370, Side Story. 1 November 3rd. Mom. Happy birthday, son. Nuna. HBD. Choi Miho. Happy birthday. Me. Yeah? Nuna. Call Mom if you don't want to be the world's most ungrateful son of a bit asterisk H. Mom. That's kind of weird. If he's an ungrateful son of a bit asterisk H, doesn't that make me a bit asterisk H? Choi Miho. Whoa. After this, Nuna said nothing more. He'd known her for 20 years, but she really was a strange person. It came every year anyway. He'd already been born for 20 years. What was the point of making a big deal out of it every single time? Mom said she was sorry for not celebrating his first birthday properly. He didn't quite understand why that was something to be sorry about. Still, Choi Ji-ho dutifully called to say thank you for giving birth to him. There was one more unchecked message. Kang Ki-on. Happy birthday. It was a congratulatory message from a trainee dancing. It was out of the blue, considering the last contact was a Matube link to a choreography video he'd sent 3 weeks ago. Didn't he congratulate him last year, too? His memory was fuzzy. He was too lazy to scroll up and check, but he felt like he'd received congratulations a few times before. Maybe it was because lately there had been a culture of celebrating each other's birthdays. Not long ago, they celebrated Park Ju-woo's birthday together. But when it was his turn to receive, he couldn't help thinking, do we really have to? Although the new trainee was exceptionally diligent in taking care of colleagues' birthdays, he didn't seem like he would go that far for his birthday. Because that guy didn't seem to like Choi Ji-ho very much. There was no one in the living room. Park Ju-woo opened his room door and came out a moment later. Did you get a good sleep? Yeah. It suddenly struck him that whether he spoke or typed, he only ever said yeah. He didn't really have anything to add, so he didn't open his mouth. People like his sister or Kim Yiwol, who said something different every day, felt more amazing to him. With useless thoughts, Choi Ji-ho headed to the kitchen. Seaweed soup and rice were set on the table. It was the same as Jong Songbin's birthday. The number of side dishes was also more than usual. A small note was attached to the empty seat. Next to the soup bowl. Make sure you two eat before you go. Yiwol. Did you see him? No. I think he went out first. Park Ju-woo said, looking at the empty chair. Choi Ji-ho silently sat at the table. Kim Yiwol, whom he met in the practice room, was the same as usual, fumbling over a simple move or spouting something strange. When did you come out? When kids went to school. And when there was no one else around, the atmosphere sank. Bright and polite to company staff. Kind to dongsangs. Even while showing consistent attitudes, Kim Yiwol became strangely subdued when left alone with Choi Ji-ho. He couldn't tell if that was his original personality. On the surface, he looked the same. It was just Choi Ji-ho who felt that way. His sister often nagged Choi Ji-ho, saying if he lived like this, he would really just age without a single friend. Choi Miho, whose social circle was even smaller than his, took his side, but he never felt it was helpful. He'd never felt the need for friends anyway, so he always brushed it off. It wouldn't be surprising if Kim Yiwol treated him differently from others. Choi Ji-ho understood that he didn't want to get close. Then isn't it more easier not to celebrate birthdays at all? Kim Yiwol's actions were incomprehensible. No one asked him to. Why go out of your way to do something you don't want to do? It was just seaweed soup. Who would cry just because they didn't get to eat it? Just then, Jong Songbin and Kang Ki-on returned from school. Choi Ji-ho spoke to Kang Ki-on, who was filling a plastic bottle at the water dispenser, his backpack still on. Thanks for the birthday wish. Ah, yes. Then neither said anything for a long time. Only the sound of dripping water was heard in the hallway. If you're going to drink water, go ahead. It's not that. Kang Ki-on looked at him with strange eyes. Since this happened often, Choi Ji-ho asked without minding it. About Kim Yiwol. Yiwol Hyung. Doesn't he look upset? Kang Ki-on's expression changed from don't know what's going on to looking at trash. Even Choi Ji-ho, who got called tactless every year, knew this much. Are you bad-mouthing him? Only after hearing the following words did Choi Ji-ho understand what the exact problem was. He'd phrased it badly. No. I mean, doesn't he look like he's in a bad mood? Choi Ji-ho chose his words as best he could. A big improvement for him. Today. Kong Keon let out a small sigh and said, "He seemed the same, as usual." An answer he couldn't agree with. Kong Keon stopped pouring water and asked, "Hyung, what is it? You're not acting like this because Yiwol Hyung didn't prepare a cake, right? Am I a kid?" Kong Keon seemed to have a lot to say, but Kong Keon's mouth didn't open after this. Returning to the practice room, Kim Yiwol nagged Kong Keon like a storm about walking around without putting down his bag, asking what he would do if his shoulders got pressed down. Kong Keon grumbled and took it off. He really seems to be in a bad mood. He was about to ask if having his own birthday was such an unpleasant thing, but he stopped himself, thinking it would make Kong Keon walk on eggshells like before. As Choi Ji-ho thought, the birthday passed ordinarily. Except for receiving occasional congratulations from the people around, it was no different from usual. "Hyung, am I really going in first?" "Yeah, go put on a mask, pack, and sleep." Jong Songbin hesitated with a face that said, "Is this really okay?" Then said goodbye and left. Somehow, the only ones left in the practice room were Choi Ji-ho and Kim Yiwol. Choi Ji-ho sat on the floor drinking water and watched Kim Yiwol. Kim Yiwol, beyond the mirror, looked alternately at the ceiling and floor, then sighed. "Choi Ji-ho, what?" "Sorry." Kim Yiwol apologized abruptly. His gaze, which had been directed somewhere in the air, came to him. "For what?" "Just." When it came to the other members, he explained every little thing without being asked. Choi Ji-ho didn't feel like prying, so he let it be. "If not for me, we could have put more effort into the choreography," Kim Yiwol said again. Choi Ji-ho didn't really agree. Whether Kim Yiwol could dance or not, Choi Ji-ho or Kong Keon wouldn't have compromised. Kong Keon would have drilled Kim Yiwol until he could follow. "Do you think you're the only trainee who can't dance?" Choi Ji-ho genuinely thought so when he said it. Kim Yiwol laughed awkwardly. He must have taken this as comfort. Just by not taking his sharp words badly, Kim Yiwol was a decent enough guy. Choi Ji-ho couldn't understand why such a guy felt indebted to him. Since there was nothing to be sorry about, there was no need to receive an apology either. So Choi Ji-ho didn't add unnecessary comments to Kim Yiwol's apology. Punching in the door lock code and entering, the kitchen light was on. Voices were heard too. Was there someone not sleeping? Kim Yiwol would say something. However, no ominous aura was felt from Kim Yiwol following behind. Rather, his expression was calm as if he already knew. "Hyung, welcome back," Lee Chong-hyun greeted. Nearing midnight, other guys came out following Lee Chong-hyun one by one. "Hyung, this." In the hands of Park Ju-woo, who came out last, was a small cake with lit candles. "You're not asleep? Shouldn't you say thank you to your dongsangs first, Ji-ho?" Kim Yiwol chided from behind. It wasn't a sharp voice. "Before that, can we turn off the lights? Wax will drip on the cake," Kong Keon pointed out. Everyone hurriedly sang the happy birthday song at the entrance. They were all making a fuss when they could have just blown them out. Gathering at the table, Jong Songbin cut the cake. It was small, so dividing it into 6 pieces didn't leave much. Wasn't there a way in coming up in a day or two? For the first time, he regretted having to step on the scale. He didn't usually care about it. As he was finishing his plate, a slice of untouched cake slid over from beside him. Kim Yiwol was offering his plate to him. "I don't really like sweets." Before Choi Ji-ho could even ask why he wasn't eating, Kim Yiwol beat him to it. It did seem like him not to like sticky chocolate cake. Choi Ji-ho still remembered him saying you always had to watch your sugar intake. "Should I have bought a different cake?" Jong Songbin, holding a bread knife, looked at Choi Ji-ho and Kim Yiwol with a troubled face. Kim Yiwol answered nonchalantly, "You should buy what the birthday person likes. I was the one who suggested choosing chocolate. I don't really care either way." "I do. I can't eat chocolate." "You eat more." "Why can't you eat chocolate?" "Caffeine doesn't agree with me." Lee Chong-hyun on the opposite side chimed in. "Must be severe if you can't eat chocolate, not just coffee." Feeling the topic focusing on him, Kim Yiwol changed the subject. "You should buy what the person receiving it likes." That thought had never crossed his mind. In the first place, if you just don't exchange gifts, no one has to be tired. He couldn't find a reason why both sides had to wear themselves out. Watching Kim Yiwol go out of his way to do something so bothersome made him feel like maybe he'd been living his life wrong. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Sensitive to others' gazes, Kim Yiwol noticed immediately and asked. Choi Ji-ho made an excuse, saying it was nothing. Kim Yiwol, staring at Choi Ji-ho, ruffled his hair. Seriously, what am I even doing all this for? What's that supposed to mean? Without answering, Kim Yiwol went into his room. A moment later, Kim Yiwol kicked open the door and came out holding an envelope in his hand. Here. Birthday present. Kim Yiwol held out a crisp gift certificate envelope with a department store logo on it. Why are you giving me this? I told you it's a birthday present. Kim Yiwol shook the envelope, urging him to take it quickly. The envelope he reluctantly received didn't have a single crease. When is your birthday? Already passed. Kim Yiwol didn't say more. He just gulped down cold water. He couldn't tell what Kim Yiwol was trying to do, whether he wanted distance or some level of peace between them. Because of Kim Yiwol, he ended up pondering problems he never worried about in his life. What you apologized for earlier. And Choi Ji-ho wasn't considerate enough to fathom Kim Yiwol's seemingly complicated heart. Is it because you're forced to celebrate my birthday? And he knew absolutely nothing about speaking indirectly. Kim Yiwol's dark eyes turned to Choi Ji-ho. But it was only for a moment. The gaze soon drifted away. If I were going to celebrate it forcibly, I would have used another method. Since I'm an expert at birthday celebrations, then never mind. Choi Ji-ho turned the envelope back and forth. Thanks. Kim Yiwol didn't give a glance at Choi Ji-ho's meaningless hand gesture until the end. If there were easy-to-understand people, there must be people like Kim Yiwol, too. Since they would be living together for a long time once they debuted anyway, Choi Ji-ho decided to maintain their current relationship, since it was not a bad relationship. Thinking that was enough, Choi Ji-ho went to bed. 371. Chapter 371, Broadcast Schedule 1. Although not as much as Idol Dynasty Chronicle, Exclusive Report also delivered a whirlwind plot development. The truth behind Cheon Yunsung's real objective, someone who had been throwing the protagonists into crisis after crisis with money and power, was finally revealed. Cheon Yunsung, if only people like you hadn't stirred things up, none of this would have happened. Do you only understand how useless your flimsy sense of justice is after you've experienced it for yourself? Forced to be involved in illegal corruption under the pretext that only by entwining with the group's dark side could he remain faithful to the family without betrayal. Cheon Yunsung once despaired, thinking an individual couldn't stand against a massive conspiracy. But soon, he came to believe that he, possessing the greatest power, was the only one who could solve this problem. Outwardly, Cheon Yunsung carried out the tasks ordered by the group, while beneath the surface, he was plotting for a greater cause, vowing to one day bring down Chanju Group with his own hands. The portion to be filmed today was a scene where the protagonists, who lost their family while Cheon Yunsung waited for his time, and Cheon Yunsung, who declared he would turn a blind eye to inevitable sacrifices to root out the problem because he knew the shadows even the protagonists were unaware of, clashed sharply. Throughout memorizing the lines, I felt it was easier to empathize with the protagonist's side than with Cheon Yunsung. How could anyone dare justify the harm someone else had suffered? It might be a cowardly choice, but if it were me, I would have distanced myself from this problem altogether, even if it meant giving up everything. Nevertheless, my role was Cheon Yunsung, not Gong Ji-chan. I had an obligation to understand and embody Cheon Yunsung, so I wore down his lines in my mind, over and over. A man born into a world where everything was provided for him, yet none of it was truly his. A man who knew, down to his bones, that he couldn't rely on public authority. A man who grew up never being allowed to make a single choice for himself. I drew on my own memories of being a neglected child in a financially stable home, of how violence in a normal-looking house was so easily ignored, of the days when survival alone filled every thought. Bringing up old emotions wasn't a good experience, but it could add realism to the character of Cheon Yunsung. And spending a lot of time, I came to understand Cheon Yunsung, who could have chosen the single option of running away but didn't. All that remained was to persuade others beyond the screen of Cheon Yunsung's actions. Embracing the heavy responsibility, I closed the script. Hanulki, the small restaurant that showed kindness to Chairman Cheon in the past, when he had no money for even a single meal because he poured all his fortune into his business, transformed into the current high-end Korean restaurant with full support after Chairman Cheon's success. A monumental place for Chanju Group that Chairman Cheon visited whenever there was a celebratory occasion. At the same time, when Chairman Cheon was displeased, Cheon Yoonsung being summoned to Hanulki meant that someone was about to die. Cheon Yoonsung invited Ham Yizeo and Gong Ji-chan to Hanulki. Knowing the significance of Hanulki, the two left wills at their respective homes and came to meet Cheon Yoonsung, handing over their phones as instructed by Chief Ko, the secretary, and entering the innermost room. Cheon Yoonsung welcomed the two with a smile. Funny how people who don't want to see each other keep running into each other. Why don't you sit? Cheon Yoonsung said with a smile. Ham Yizeo and Gong Ji-chan sat side by side opposite Cheon Yoonsung. In the silent space, only the sound of Cheon Yoonsung drinking tea was heard. Steam rose from the teacup like incense. How does it feel? Finding secrets others don't know. Is it fun? Fun. Ham Yizeo was enraged by Cheon Yoonsung, who acted shamelessly after committing evil deeds. After killing people? You say scary things, Miss Ham Yizeo. Neither Ham Yizeo nor Gong Ji-chan could press Cheon Yoonsung with the evidence collected so far. The moment Cheon Yoonsung knew they had leverage, he wouldn't hesitate to act. With the enemy of their family living well and prospering right in front of them, all the two could do was hold back their anger. How can you wear a human face and do things like this? Things like what exactly? Using dirty tricks to get rid of anyone or any company interfering with making money, while doing business with a good image. Ham Yizeo had spent her life writing articles she could stand by, even if people lumped her in with tabloid reporters. To Ham Yizeo, who had lived honorably all her life, Cheon Yoonsung's behavior was even more incomprehensible. Ms. Ham Yizeo values trust. Even in front of the indignant Ham Yizeo, Cheon Yoonsung was calm. Cheon Yoonsung's eyes turned to Gong Ji-chan. She says so, Mr. Gong Ji-chan. Does Ms. Ham Yizeo know that Mr. Gong Ji-chan was a member of Chanja Group? Ham Yizeo's eyes widened. Cheon Yoonsung couldn't take his eyes off Gong Ji-chan, and Gong Ji-chan couldn't take his eyes off his own tightly clenched hands. Cheon Yoonsung smiled brightly at Ham Yizeo. He leisurely appreciated Ham Yizeo's expression, feeling betrayed by the colleague she trusted most. What does this? Ham Yizeo looked alternately at Cheon Yoonsung and Gong Ji-chan. Gong Ji-chan's silence was answer enough. Feeling numb as if hit on the back of the head. Feeling trembling with rage at being deceived. To Ham Yizeo, who looked ready to explode, Gong Ji-chan spoke with difficulty. Once we leave here, I'll explain everything. You speak as if you can leave. And Cheon Yoonsung didn't miss the opening. Didn't you say it's a murderer enterprise? One that uses dirty tricks to get rid of obstacles. Are you threatening us? No, just curious. How you can think of leaving safely in front of a human suspected of killing people. Cheon Yoonsung leaned back heavily. His head turned toward the wide-open window. You came here knowing what kind of place Hanulki is, right? This is a really nice place. Maybe because it's old, it smells here and there. Especially from that pond. The two gasped. Cheon Yoonsung watched the guests' reactions with a smile. I should tell them to clean more thoroughly. We're hosting important guests, after all. The cleaner of the Chanja Group was Cheon Yoonsung himself. For him, who had no reason to entrust cleaning to others, that pond remark was nothing more than a joke. So you get scared by a single sentence, yet you had the guts to poke at the Chanja Group? You even wrote wills. I thought you were ready for anything. But this is disappointing. We did it because it had to be done. It's not a matter of discussing whether to do it or not. Taking on something you can't handle is just stubbornness and arrogance. Cheon Yoonsung's gaze changed. An oppressive feeling that stiffened the body just by facing it dominated the room. Ham Yizeo pierced through this pressure with her own strength. So people like us going after you is arrogance, but what you're doing is a greater cause. Gong Ji-chan shot her a look. But Ham Yizeo's two eyes were fixed only on Cheon Yoonsung and didn't falter. Cheon Yoonsung laughed, as if dumbfounded. Ms. Ham Yizeo. Who are you threatening right now? I know you have it. The list of victims. Ham Yizeo didn't back down. It was information Ham Yizeo found out right before coming here, which she hadn't even shared with Gong Ji-chan. For someone who talk about trust, it seems you didn't even trust your own colleague. Cheon Yoonsung said with a laugh. However, only Cheon Yoonsung's eyes were coldly sunken. It seems you planned to blow it up when the time came. Your deductive reasoning is extraordinary. But why didn't it occur to you that you're interfering with my work? Why should I care? While you were waiting for the time to come, my dad was murdered. The bulging veins in her neck and her trembling hands revealed Ham Yizio's emotions entirely. Gong Ji-chan, sharing the same pain, couldn't say anything either. Entrepreneurs and individuals cannot help but be different in this aspect. What are you trying to say? If you get hung up over every death, you can't rip out the roots. As an entrepreneur, I endure minimum sacrifices for maximum profit. What? Ms. Ham Yizio. Looking at Ham Yizio, who jumped up from her seat, Cheon Yoon-sung asked in a calm tone. Can Ms. Ham Yizio exercise more influence than me in matters related to Chanju Group? Didn't you write a will knowing you could disappear without a trace with just one word from me? What can you do with that petty power? Do you really think Chanju Group can't bury an article? Irrefutable reality hit Ham Yizio. As long as Gong Ji-chan was an insider, if Chanju Group dismissed it as false rumors spread by a former employee with malice toward the company, public opinion would quickly turn to Chanju Group's side. What is it that you want to say? Gong Ji-chan opened his mouth. The gazes of the two men collided in the air. From the moment you leave here, do nothing. Shut your mouths and live as if dead. Don't catch the Chanju Group's eye. More importantly, don't catch mine. As soon as he finished speaking, the sliding door opened, and Chief Ko appeared. On the wooden tray Chief Ko placed on the table, 2 mobile phones were placed. Recorders would have become useless. You came knowing the interior is treated to prevent recording, right? Cheon Yoon-sung pushed the tray in front of the two. Take them. With hands trembling due to various emotions, Ham Yizio picked up the phone. Gong Ji-chan, checking his phone next to her, suddenly raised his head. Cheon Yoon-sung smiled gently. Seamless, isn't it? At Cheon Yoon-sung's words, Ham Yizio hurriedly checked the phone's serial number. Numbers different from the device number she last checked were listed. The number looked the same, and the accumulated contacts were the same. No text saying a new line was opened came. Not even a messenger login alarm. Yet, while they were talking, everything was moved. In this process, all conversations Ham Yizio and Gong Ji-chan shared and saved data would have been wiped out. In that moment, even two-factor authentication and ARS verification felt laughable. Could an individual really defeat someone who could exert this kind of control over something as small and personal as this? Go home safely. We took care of your wills, so don't bother looking for them. Behind the brightly smiling Cheon Yoon-sung, the black pond sparkling under the moonlight was visible. Ham Yizio and Gong Ji-chan ran out of Hanolki as if chased away. 372. Chapter 372, Broadcast Schedule 2. Good work, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. The long, breath-holding scene finally wrapped. As soon as the cut signal dropped, I repeatedly swept my chest in relief. Angry Ham Yizio was scary. I heard one of Cheon Yoon-sung's lines. Pushing the two of you into the pond and filling it in wouldn't be any trouble. Got cut because it might fail the sensors. Just hearing about it was scary. At this rate, it felt like there was only more to be afraid of ahead. Mr. Yiwol, good job. Thank you for your hard work. Thanks to you Sunbainums, the shooting went well. Cheon Yoon-sung really carried today. Ms. So Seong waved her hand dismissively. From the perspective of someone leading the entire drama, my screen time probably wasn't even much, but the way she praised my small contribution and showed professionalism at work reminded me of Assistant Manager On. I wonder how he's doing. He was a good person. A talent too precious to be at Hampyeong Industry. It was a shame things turned out like this before I could even repay him for the help I'd received. At this hour, he'd probably be working at some company somewhere. I found myself hoping that among the changes caused by my regression, his workplace had changed too. As preparations for the position competition began, the dorm saw people coming and going every day like Gangnam Station during rush hour. One guy would leave and another would come in. 2 would leave, and only 1 would return. Some days, 3 guys who went to fulfill different schedules came back together, saying they met at the entrance. I wasn't too worried about Kang Kian. He got paired with Blighter, and because he was so polite, it seemed he was being doted on a lot. Kang Kian's broad shoulders that never lose anywhere also helped. Surviving next to the original doorframe idols wouldn't have been easy with an average physique. Although Kang Kian was the shortest in Spark, he was above average in general. Fortunately, his height was similar to the person he partnered with. Jong Songbin was paired with Par, the The image of him awkwardly exchanging numbers with Mr. Han Ga-won after filming ended was still fresh in my mind. How is the competition preparation going? Is it going well? I approached Jong Song-bin, who was frying unsalted popcorn as always, today and asked. Of course, Sunbin takes great care of me. Really, it didn't seem like empty words. His expression didn't look bad. More importantly, I'm worried about today's reaction. Jong Song-bin smiled bitterly. The first broadcast of Idol Dynasty Chronicles Season 2 was just around the corner. Since the first competition where they recruited audience members, the community had been unsettled. Suspicion, once sprouted, pierced through the defense of non-disclosure agreements and spread silently. Much greater than what's with the talk about P-Root copying SBRK? I could see it the other way around, but I don't get why P-Root would bother doing that. Seems like they're saying P-Root copied SBRK's IDC Season 1, but not sure. Much greater than I haven't said anything because the broadcast isn't out yet. If it's just me feeling something's off, fine, but if everyone does, that's reason enough to doubt, right? Sparklers who went to the recording are definitely sharpening their knives. How was the atmosphere on site? Worse than being hit with a bucket of cold water. After their stage ended, people were murmuring everywhere. Once could be a coincidence. Sparklers, who had gone through many ups and downs in a short period, never judged hastily. It was probably because they learned that doing preemptive attacks when the damage wasn't confirmed yet would do no good. Sadly, Sparklers found out. Their ominous premonitions weren't wrong. Much greater than P-Root Season 2 premiere outfit versus Spark Season 1 premiere outfit. Is it just me seeing similarities? Spark's stage outfit is even more similar. Alright. Much greater than all these fuss over nothing, seriously. Like only they can wear white tees and jeans? It's like they rented out Youth or something. Did they really have to pick artist you want to see again and all that? Honestly, it's lame. The team won first place. Is there a reason to bring in the team below them? Much greater than I'm already pissed from episode 1. Is that normal? When the first round reviews came out, I thought maybe we were misreading because we had bad feelings toward them, but wow, the possibility of it being fact skyrocketed. Just seeing the same points mentioned as weird in the reviews. If coincidence repeats, it's a plan. Much greater than wish Sparklers would stop overreacting. Kim Yiwol isn't the only producing member among idols. Countless idols succeeded with refreshing concepts before Spark, acting like they're the only self-producing idols. Wow, the second-hand embarrassment seriously. If you're embarrassed, turn off your phone. No one's telling you, please follow Spark's every move. Yeah, Yiwol isn't the only producing member among idols. So who plans for Partha? Don't tell me, even the rapper just writes lyrics and calls it self-produced? Spark didn't invent the fresh concept. That's true, but didn't Partha say they weren't doing fresh? Didn't they say they wouldn't do obvious concepts? Happy face. Already a mess. At my words, everyone laughed awkwardly. Since it wasn't an unexpected reaction, no one was greatly surprised or flustered. Putting aside the real-time reaction that was in turmoil, we checked the broadcast. Definitely, with the set becoming prettier, the visual beauty improved significantly. Spark wearing hanbok in the set decorated with a full palace feel stood out exceptionally. Sitting on chairs with dancing patterns wearing orange and white mixed hanbok, they looked like snow-covered persimmons hanging on trees in an old palace garden. Considering how dark competition program sets usually were, Spark had kept their outfits bright since Season 1. Seeing it now, it felt like the right choice. We'd worked so hard to keep Spark from blending into the background. If you copy that without a thought, of course people get mad. Watching Partha perform a bright, concert encore rearrangement of Spark's debut song, rather than the more famous original, made me snort. When the group interview cut saying they prepared hard going back to their roots was cross-edited, I couldn't even laugh. Over the shoulder of Song Minil holding the mic, Han Ga-won was visible. He wore a faint smile, but he didn't speak during the opening or the interview. Is the internal atmosphere bad? From what I felt when sharing the waiting room, the relationship between members didn't look good. It seemed Mr. Han Ga-won took care of Song Minil's mess since trainee days, so maybe he was just tired. I looked alternately at Mr. Han Ga-won the screen and Jong Song-bin sitting next to me. Although Jong Song-bin didn't seem like the type to lie, I shouldn't take my eyes off Jong Song-bin at least until the position competition ended. This crappy life. After much suffering, Baek Haewon closed the workbook. For 3 hours straight, She'd done nothing but homework, unable to watch IDC. It was the first time she'd ever been grateful that a survival show aired so late at night. Otherwise, she would have had to see Spark's stage for the first time tomorrow morning on the shuttle bus. She could watch the opening later, but she couldn't tolerate herself watching the stage later than others. That single determination held Beck Haywin to the chair until now. Fighting with her inner fiery self, Beck Haywin finally finished her homework. Now was the time to give herself a sweet reward. When she hurriedly turned on the computer, one team had just finished their stage. Blighter Sunbainums, so cool. Really, the presence is different. The scene of Park Ju-woo and Jong Songbin clapping and admiring was captured on screen. Their fluffy, cute appearance like cotton balls blooming in a snowfield made Beck Haywin's heart race. They finally spent money on the set after all the hate. The Hanok window lattice background and dancing patterns were bright and pretty. In Season 1, they trapped all the kids in cave-like places. The taste of success was apparent. Now for the last order. Spark, please prepare. You're said, pointing to the stage. Already the last. The world was too unfair. However, Beck Haywin's despair was neatly swept away by the hem of the overcoat brushing past Kim Yiwol's neat gait. It wasn't a suit, but a hanbok, not a sliver of ankle showed, and somehow it looked sexy. Truly incomprehensible. Moreover, in-ears never seen before were plugged into the members' ears. Custom ones. They wouldn't even accept gifts when we begged. Tears of joy welled up. Isn't that what fans want? To make sure their idols get everything everyone else gets? Why should my idols have to sing live without even their own dedicated in-ears? If Spark weren't a group that refused fan gifts, Beck Haywin would have held 100 events. Even if it was obvious that all sparklers would face defeat against Kim Yiwol's insistence. The song was nothing like she expected from the outfits, but she still loved it. Spark fans had a deep-rooted belief that Spark would always do well. That pride was everything. Matching the Gaegeum sound, Kang Keon wearing a white mask walked out. With list played with Korean traditional instruments was quite unique. And above all, Keon doing Korean dance is here. She finally beheld the legendary Korean dance Keon. For the first time, she truly understood what "I can die without regrets" meant. How she'd envied Kang Keon's middle school classmates all this time. As a soft orange light washed over his pale skin beneath the white mask, she felt like she'd briefly left this world. The flowing hem of his clothes, both crisp and graceful, proved the unity of his movements. Mom, I guess I did study nonfiction hard. My vocabulary increased. The admiration was brief. With a clean motion, the mask slipped from Kang Keon's hand and seemed to burn away. His lips curved up in a refreshing smile. Ready to play perfectly? Behind the members, a visual effect like flying sparks appeared. The studio's black background, the red lights from above, the flame effects, and Spark in white hanbok dancing slowly among them. It all reminded her of something she'd seen before. It's Nakwa Nori, a traditional festival often reposted on social media as a place people wanted to visit at least once. The splendid photo of lighting a pre-made pillar while moving on a boat at night after sunset was recreated on stage. 373, Chapter 373, Die Hard Fan 1. Much greater than "Thank you guys, I don't think I need to go see Nakwa Nori anymore." The world's really changed, filming a traditional festival in such close-up like this. Nim made a splendid return. Really, I genuinely intended to just take a quick peek and leave, but these kids, really, this is the modern interpretation of traditional culture, seriously. Forgetting the wrestle with Naos, Parth's fandom, Beck Haywin let herself sink into a moment of happiness. Fresh, real-time buzz was so much more satisfying than yesterday's tteokbokki. It didn't even compare. She did find it strange that Spark had taken second place. Glancing at the rough rankings, she guessed there'd been some unspoken jockeying behind the scenes. Getting stoned at the beginning of the program was enough with Season 1, and she'd learned that, in the end, those who mattered would know. Honestly, Beck Haywin thought the current turn of events wasn't so bad. Let's not just be exploited, guys. I love you guys who do your best in everything, but I hope you don't just get sucked dry. Whether Beck Haywin's wish would reach them or not, it was a relief that at least the kids on the screen looked happy. After reading comments that were half heartwarming and half awkward until my eyes popped out, it was already 3 a.m. Thinking that this comment window would turn into chaos in 3 weeks, On the broadcast day of the first competition, I couldn't help but check it now. As I was about to charge my warm phone, I heard the door lock opening outside. The only person who hadn't returned to the dorm yet was Jong Songbin. You're back. Yes, Hyung. You weren't sleeping. Was just about to. Jong Songbin, with a look that clearly said he didn't believe it, gathered his clothes and headed to the bathroom. A moment later, the guy returned to the room steaming as warm as my phone. Do you have a moment? Jong Songbin asked after glancing at me carefully. It's pretty late, right? If you're free tomorrow. It's fine. Totally fine. I'm open 24 hours. I wish you'd close for at least 8 hours, though. Even as he joked, Jong Songbin sat neatly on his bed. It's not a big deal. I just wondered if I could get some advice regarding social conduct. You asking me? Yes. You're doing impeccably well. I wonder what's bothering you. If you keep praising us, we'll get spoiled. Getting spoiled isn't something anyone just can do either. Jong Songbin laughed, thinking it was a joke. I wasn't joking, though. No matter how recklessly someone tries to live, some people can cross lines and others just can't. Tell me. I'll try to listen objectively. The story that followed could be simply summarized in 3 lines. First, Han Ga-won from Parth takes really good care of him. Second, he doesn't feel good about Parth as a group, but he's grateful for Han Ga-won as a person. Third, he wonders if thinking like that is arrogant, or if he's betraying the fans. Did I push him too hard to keep his distance from Parth? I made the kid think too much. I learned during the daycare experience that adults' anxiety was transmitted directly to children, so I should be careful. It's something to be grateful for that a senior takes good care of you. You don't need to deliberately ignore that feeling just because of what I said or the atmosphere. Is that so? Jong Songbin smiled bitterly. With fans fighting emotionally, it probably wasn't easy to take my words at face value. I told you to keep some distance because I worried you guys debuted so young and might get stuck in awkward situations with people. But now, I believe you'll talk things out if you need help, so I'm not that worried anymore. Back then, there were lots of kids who'd run away or bottle things up, but Spark's mental health seemed pretty solid now. Even if something happened where I couldn't see it, they'd speak up. I didn't need to watch them as closely as when they were trainees. Look, even Jong Songbin was opening up to me on his own. One thing weighing on my mind was Han Ga-won's position. Listening to Jong Songbin, it seemed he lived like an isolated island in the team, and because he knew Myth's concept copying better than anyone, he couldn't lift his head to Jong Songbin. When the people at the top do something stupid, it's always the conscientious ones below who suffer. Even if Han Ga-won had opposed it, once it was actually carried out, how could he escape the guilt of doing something wrong? The industry really was rotten. Caring about someone isn't being nosy. It just means you're kind, Songbin. Don't think it's overstepping. All you need to do for the fans is show them you're doing your job well. I spent a full 30 minutes soothing and reassuring him. There were so many different kinds of people in the world. I didn't want him to get stressed needlessly over a single decent person. Fortunately, Jong Songbin laid down on the bed, ending with thanks for listening to his worries. Even just looking at his face, I could tell his worries had eased. To not disturb him, I also pulled up the blanket and lay down. However, sleep didn't come. Han Ga-won's face floated before my eyes. The image of a person whose situation seemed pitiful but whom I couldn't get close to. If it was someone from Berrien, I could have empathized with Jong Songbin much more. It wasn't about personal ties. It wasn't even about not liking Parth. I felt uncomfortable around Han Ga-won, a kind-hearted person who, despite good intentions, still ended up negatively influencing others and was self-aware enough to feel sorry about it. Han Ga-won resembled Mr. Song Silin, whom he played an act on. Yuni, the cup holder, turned out so well in real life. The whole world should know Yuni has golden hands. And resembled Nam Jua. Exactly. Assistant Manager Kim, come to my desk for a moment. I remember Manager Nam calling me less than a week after I joined the company. On Manager Nam's monitor, an unfamiliar celebrity's face was displayed. My kid says she needs to remove the yellow tone from this photo, and it's frustrating seeing her struggle for hours with something that doesn't even look difficult. Manager Nam's affection for his precious only daughter was famous in the company. They say she was weak when she was little, so he dotes on her like crazy. He's always desperate to do everything for her. He doesn't even let her fold her own laundry. If she wants something, he makes sure she gets it. Helping with those personal tasks at first didn't feel that uncomfortable. Partly because I didn't know better, and partly because I thought, so this is what a father's love looks like. I even wished Nuna had a dad like that. Even though I knew adults pretending to be family-oriented outside didn't always mean it was true. The favor didn't end as a favor. Manager Nam didn't want to make his daughter do a single cumbersome task, and wanted his daughter, who would be left alone when he and his wife died later, to get a good job to earn enough money to feed herself without suffering much. To do that, Namjua had to use her meager stamina solely for studying. You got her another tutor? Our kid doesn't have the stamina to go to academies. It's expensive, but what can I do? As her dad, I've got to do at least this much. Didn't you say you would only make her prepare for the civil service exam? Didn't you see the article about civil servants suffering because of rude complainants? My Jua would collapse doing something like that. The kid is weak-hearted. Manager Nam, who lacked the financial power to leave a large inheritance, did everything he could for Nam Jua within his means. However, similarly lacking financial power, that person squeezed where he couldn't save, by exploiting people around him to his heart's content. Because the money Manager Nam could spend on his daughter had limits after all. Everyone in the office thought such affection was suffocating, but Nam Jua was a filial daughter. She laughed off the prejudice that she would be selfish growing up pampered. She was lively and kind, got along well with others, and always volunteered to help where she could. People always said she worked hard too, for her caring, hard-working father. Maybe Nam Jua thought she shouldn't rebel against the massive affection. Manager Nam's love for a daughter who never rebelled, who seemed to skip adolescence altogether, only grew deeper with time. Assistant Manager Kim, you know how to edit videos, right? Only basic level. Watch a few idle videos or something and study it a bit. The company covers training costs, right? I'll approve it. So sign up for an online editing course and watch it in your spare time after work. The affection created by delusion turned into orders for me, a subordinate, to do it instead because his daughter didn't have the time to do such things. Wouldn't your daughter think it strange? Just say I entrusted it to someone I know. I did that last time too. Even though Assistant Manager Huang stood up for me, it had no effect. Perhaps angry that someone dared to question him, Manager Nam showed displeasure. So I stepped up and stopped Assistant Manager Huang. I don't know how much he said he paid and asked someone he knew. Judging by how his requests kept getting more complicated, he must have boasted a lot at home. Requests became more specific as time went by. Manager Nam stopped relaying messages and changed the method to forwarding Nam Jua's emails to me altogether. Seeing forward among unread emails made me swallow hard automatically. If she's a middle school student, she's not a kid, assistant manager. Fans are actually really polite when they support idols. It's impossible she doesn't know this is abuse of power. Supervisor Song, who had experience liking idols, said so. She said fans rather acknowledged each other's hard work. They'd say thank you for making their idols look good, for spreading the word, not treat that dedication as unpaid labor. Since I had no business contacting Nam Jua from my side, and doing so would likely result in receiving overtime, I didn't attempt anything new. One day when I was drying up like that, Assistant Manager Kim, have some snacks. Special snacks arrived at the office. It was a high-end baked confectionery set, not the dried pollock or nut bars usually piled up in the pantry because no one touched them. One box contained Madeleines, another contained financiers, at least 10 each. What's with the snacks? Since there was no occasion for wedding return gifts to come in, I looked around confused. Assistant Manager Huang explained carefully. The manager's daughter sent them. To eat with people her dad works with. The source of the snacks made it impossible to put them in my mouth. No wonder both Assistant Manager Huang and Supervisor Song weren't touching them. I said it was fine and deliberately picked up a Madeline. I didn't want others to walk on eggshells because of me. Assistant Manager Kim, throw this away. Conversely, Manager Nam, who didn't want to see me getting comfortable, called me hurriedly, shaking a large shopping bag that seemed to have contained the snack boxes. Even though there were trash cans at every desk, dumping bulky trash or smelly food was always my job. I put the Madeline down and went over to Manager Nam. Inside the shopping bag was a small envelope. Tossing something like that without checking could invite a storm of abuse later, so I tucked the shopping bag under one arm and opened the envelope. A handwritten letter I never expected popped out from inside. Hello, Yuni. I'm Nam Jua. I always send emails through Dad. but this is my first time writing you a letter. A message from Namjua to her fangirling buddy Kim Yiwol, whom she accidentally got to know through the connection of her dad working in the same department. 374. Chapter 374, Die Hard Fan, 2. Just from reading the opening lines, I could tell why Namjua called me Uni. I was so surprised to hear that someone in Dad's department likes Spark. I heard you've been a fan since their debut. Like me? Is that true? Just hearing the story was amazing, but hearing you like running a fan account made me think you must be in incredible golden hands. In my heart, Uni is the best golden hands. There's no sparkler who edits as well as Uni. He made up whatever was convenient. The Kim Yiwol grasped through the letter was a woman in her 20s with a unique way of fan activity, who liked fangirling over Spark but was busy with real life. So she wanted Namjua to upload things for her or manage the account. Manager Nam wouldn't have known about commissions or fan accounts. At home, he probably just nodded along to his daughter's chatter, boasting Dad can ask around for you, responding to anything she said. He was the kind of man who prided himself on being friends with his daughter. I could picture him boasting that he knew someone who liked the same idol and did this kind of thing as a hobby, and that he'd asked them a favor. Whether Namjua misunderstood because Manager Nam didn't reveal the gender, or he lied, thinking it would be weird for a male employee to be a fan of a boy group from their unknown debut days, my identity also changed in the process of their conversation. It only took a little thought to realize how nonsensical this setup was, but Namjua seemed to believe it firmly. Who would edit one video a week and make dozens of gifts for an idol they didn't even care about, for a total stranger? It was only natural to think that such things were possible, because the other person must be a fan too. This must also be why Manager Nam didn't give Namjua my email address directly, because he would have deleted the personal chat Namjua wrote to Kim Yiwol in the email before forwarding it. I thought he was worried about his daughter and let it pass. How long had Manager Nam planned to keep fooling Namjua? Trying to escape the situation with immediate lies was both laughable and pathetic. And I, who rolled under that sloppy scheme, felt beyond pathetic, insignificant. Dad said he always makes sure to compensate Uni properly, but people his age sometimes try to gloss over things like expenses. And honestly, the work you put in is way too much to be just for money. So I wanted to thank Uni properly. Myself. She wrote that she bought 2 boxes so I wouldn't feel awkward taking it alone, one to share if needed, and one I should take home and enjoy by myself. How displeased he must have been. To Manager Nam, Assistant Manager Kim was just a young worker who did a few extra things on the side while working, nothing special enough to deserve special treatment. If he found out his kind, innocent daughter had bought such an expensive snack, too pricey for a middle schooler, he couldn't have laughed it off so easily. Everyone says I'm blessed. They ask how I managed to have a benefactor like Uni around. I think so too. So whenever Uni gives me new pics, I go around bragging everywhere. Uni, have you ever thought about making a separate account? People are just waiting for you to open one. To me, both Manager Nam and Namjua were just people who made my life harder, but Namjua called me her benefactor. It would have been better if she were immature. If she'd been rude and bossy like her dad, I could have brushed it off with. I just hope she grows up into a decent adult. Then I wouldn't have felt so hurt. Still, Uni, take care of your health while working. How could I bring myself to hate a kid who believed my actions were pure kindness? She was like that because she didn't know the situation, and I knew this was her only breathing space in life. If you know who's really at fault, you should aim your anger at them alone. That's what being an adult means. Even if your heart is too tangled to actually do it. Why are you blocking the way? Manager Nam asked. His gaze landed on the letter I was holding. It was in the shopping bag. I was just checking if it was something I shouldn't throw away. You think there's personal info in there, and people just rummage through others' trash? Hand it over. Manager Nam snatched the letter. Pushing past me with his shoulder, the manager muttered. Can't even throw away a piece of trash properly. What am I even doing with a useless worker like this, honestly? A father and daughter could have such completely opposite views of the same person. I couldn't think of anything more absurd. Lying on the bed, I quietly chewed over the memories so far. Am I projecting Namjua on Mr. Han Gawon? Neither Mr. Han Gawon nor Namjua did anything wrong themselves. If anything, they were good-natured. But somehow, the world around them made others look at them with unkind eyes. Even when I tried not to hate them, I worried I might end up harboring bad feelings. I don't want to resent innocent people. Hating someone takes energy. If the other person isn't truly bad, you can't ignore the guilt either. Because my head would keep saying that person is innocent. I was not brazen enough to ignore that voice. If I could decide how to treat Mr. Han Ga-won, maybe I could finally sort out my unresolved feelings toward Namjua, too. The hug I shared with Mr. Han Ga-won ahead of the end of Act On filming came to mind, and Mr. Han Ga-won's trembling body. I closed my eyes and vowed not to forcibly avoid someone who felt sorry. I chose to believe that if Namjua knew the truth, she'd react the same way as Mr. Han Ga-won. As time passed like that, the dragging memories would also fade little by little. Thinking back on recent events, I realized I tend to fall into deep thought whenever I was nearing the end of a job. Like there was a worry zone in the middle of my thought process. How did I come to this deduction? Mr. Yiwol, how's your condition? The best. Because today was the last filming day of Exclusive Report. My sudden unease over Han Ga-won and Namjua probably had something to do with that too. More precisely, it was the day Cheon Yoon-sung would exit. Cheon Yoon-sung, who had relentlessly interfered with the protagonists, got himself caught because he was too deeply entangled with them. A final order came down to Cheon Yoon-sung, who dared to harbor different intentions regarding the group. It was time for the mid-boss to exit. Perhaps because impact was important for the scene, all attention on set was focused on me. Well, considering a villain was dying, showing a lackluster appearance would result in me becoming the center of mocking gifs across every community. So, though you could hardly call it preparation, I watched the memory data again before sleeping last night. The data containing the moment I died. The shock wasn't as big as the first time I saw it. The emotions came, but they didn't drown me. I observed myself quietly, like watching someone else, and thought about why I'd had those thoughts. I woke up not feeling depressed. Maybe I really was getting better, like when I thought I could endure until I found my sister. I hope that was the case. Mr. Yiwol, tell us when you're ready. Warmer consideration than usual poured on the actor facing a death scene. It was undeserved treatment for me, who didn't perform acting great enough not to escape emotions. But with this much encouragement, I couldn't help but do my best. I'm going in. Not knowing how many NGs might occur, I should film diligently. Without hesitation, I put the script down on the waiting chair. My steps weren't heavy. If anything, my heels felt light, as if I were looking forward to something. Cheon Yoon-sung walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the city's nightscape. On the massive glass window without a single fingerprint, the spacious and flashy penthouse and the silhouette of this house's young master, Cheon Yoon-sung, were reflected like a mirror. Standing in a robe with his arms crossed, gazing at the night view, Cheon Yoon-sung heard a small, alert sound near his ear. A visitor's vehicle arrived at the building parking lot of the house where no one should come since Chief Ko left work. Cheon Yoon-sung's face darkened. Cheon Yoon-sung slowly walked to the dress room. Then he dressed in his usual suit and came out to the living room. After typing a short message on his phone, Cheon Yoon-sung sat cross-legged on the large sofa. Wine brought out from the wine cellar filled the wine glass placed on the table. The sound of the door lock password being unlocked was heard. Two pairs of black shining shoes walked toward Cheon Yoon-sung with distinct steps. Cheon Yoon-sung slowly raised his head towards the guests who came without notice. He asked with a relaxed expression, "Did Chief Ko go first?" He wasn't really asking about someone who had already gone home. He was asking whether they had gone to Chief Ko first. Chairman Cheon's men understood at once. He was worried about the young master. As he should be. What secretary leaves without even stopping by on his superior's way? There must have been a reason. Cheon Yoon-sung swirled the glass and took a sip of wine. It wasn't nearly enough to get him drunk. The wine glass was filled repeatedly, twice, thrice. After emptying the bottle on the spot, Cheon Yoon-sung headed to the bedroom. The unfamiliar men followed. Removing the painting hanging above the bed head, a long hunting gun revealed itself. Cheon Yoon-sung loaded the ammunition with calm movements. "Father, where else would you find a son who understands his father's will this well? On a game board, what piece is more useful than one that willingly moves itself off?" Cheon Yoon-sung laughed. The men stood straight, hands clasped in front. "The safe password is 37915981. You brought the double lock key from Chief Ko's house, right?" "Yes, preparation is complete." The will is inside the nightstand. Thank you. Cheon Yoon-sung, who had been focused only on his tasks, stared at the uninvited guests. He wondered what his father's last words might have been, but there were probably none. Not a shred of regret left behind. The end of the muzzle touched under the chin. Cheon Yoon-sung put his finger on the trigger. Looking up, orange lighting brightened before his eyes. Trying to live well, even a life like this, now felt ridiculous. There wasn't even emptiness, just hollowness. But he had no confidence he could live better, so being satisfied here felt almost refreshing. The fact that he felt nothing even in the face of sudden death meant he had no regrets. It had been a long, meaningless life, but now that he'd seen the end, there was nothing left to wish for. Cheon Yoon-sung closed his eyes. Beyond the shadow of Cheon Yoon-sung's face reflected in the window, the city lights that never go out twinkled like embers. Blood droplets scattered over the wall, where a white mark remained, hidden by the painting for a long time. 375, Chapter 375, Third Competition. The last filming for exclusive report ended at once without any retakes. As soon as the cut signal rang out, Manager Chon-young ran over with a blanket, which surprised me. After wiping off the paint, I received a huge bouquet and a cake. The message reading from all exclusive report staff was touching. I brought something too. Manager Chon-young and I hurried around handing out individually wrapped non-alcoholic red wine. I'd prepared it after reading the last scene of the script, but everyone joked that they were too grateful and too scared to drink it for a while. What will we do if our set becomes desolate without Mr. Yiwol? Now only really big sunbanems are left. The expressions of the two protagonists, facing confrontation with Chonju Group chairman, group executives, and other prominent middle-aged figures, darkened rapidly. I'm sorry, I'll go first. So you're off to be a youth idol while we stay here. I won't forget this grudge. If you had a flashback scene, please call me. I'll come anytime. Really, the PD must have been listening the whole time, because he suddenly jumped in. I had to reassure him several times before I was finally allowed to leave the set. Going straight to NB, right? Yeah, if we go now, the timing will be perfect. With the drama filming over, the manager and I hurried for a quick return to our main job. The third competition was held in a subtly tense atmosphere. The Sunbanems were busy keeping an eye on the fresh rookies Partha and Spark. Just the fact that no one was being openly dismissive made us feel more at ease, but maybe not Partha. Their greetings weren't as loud as in the early days of the broadcast. Doing well once might be easy, but maintaining the initial attitude for a long time was difficult. I hope you guys take time to reflect on yourselves instead of adding fuel to your fans cursing Spark as hypocrites. Returning to the waiting room, I cheered for Jong Songbin and Kang Kian with all my might. Captain and teacher, I believe in you. The titles are too burdensome. Kang Kian replied reluctantly. Despite complaining, the guy confidently left the waiting room alone. Wow, why am I so nervous? After sending his friend off, Lee Chong-hyun couldn't sit still. He stood up from the sofa, leaned on the armrest with both hands, circled the waiting room, and sat back on the sofa repeatedly. You weren't nervous when it was your turn, why now? I really felt nothing during my turn, you know? But since a member is going out, I'm nervous. Park Ju-woo covered Lee Chong-hyun's trembling legs with a blanket. As always, he handed him a handmade slogan he'd brought from the dorm. Lee Chong-hyun mechanically waved it back and, "Fourth, what kind of genre do you think it'll be? Jiho, did you hear anything?" He didn't say. Security was airtight. We even share a room, but I couldn't hear the intro at all. Park Ju-woo, who was quietly listening to the conversation, sneaked up next to us from where he was sitting. It seemed just the mention of a new challenge sparked his interest. Personally, I just hoped it wouldn't be hard on Kang Kian's legs. These guys didn't say it outright, but ever since I came back after the Hong Un-seep incident, they had been going out of their way to make their own routes longer and more complicated just to shorten mine. At first, I didn't notice because I was focused on dancing and learning the latest challenge choreographies every day. Later, when I checked the footage, I realized Kang Kian was practically teleporting. Blinder's choreography was pretty intense too. Kang Kian wasn't the type to suppress his own stubbornness. I wasn't worried he'd force himself onto a stage he didn't want. I just hoped he wouldn't overdo it, and that he'd be satisfied with what he did. I knew I was asking for a lot, but I couldn't help it. They say the more you raise kids, the more you worry. However, Surprisingly and fortunately, Kong Keon refreshingly shattered my concerns. He kept his movements restrained, but chose an outfit that showed off his muscles, creating a striking silhouette. Dancing to a slow-tempo song, he carefully controlled the dynamics of his performance, creating a fresh scene rarely seen in competition stages. What made this possible was definitely the high perfection. Every breath, every finger angle, it was perfectly synchronized, creating a cathartic sense of unity. I'm back. What was that? That was insanely cool. Even his same-age friend, Lee Chonghyun, had no hesitation using the word cool. It was that good. Keon, I'll issue a press release today. Kong Keon position battle successful. Choi Jiho applauds, something like that. Jiho Hyung? And Hyung, stop issuing press releases. Kong Keon chided me shyly. But it was true. Choi Jiho clapped 3 times. If I could, I wanted to connect my eyes to a beam projector and show it. Since Keon did so well, I'll work hard too. Inspired, Jong Songbin shouted his aspiration energetically. When I pushed an open tumbler to his mouth, telling him not to use his throat before the stage, he quickly became quiet. As declared, Jong Songbin did his best. Although receiving motivation from Kong Keon played a part, even if his Dongsing had performed a regrettable stage, Jong Songbin would have strived for the best stage just the same. Look at that terrifying volume. There's no way he loses in on-site voting. The years Jong Songbin spent learning singing were probably longer than the years he lived without knowing singing. Having carefully managed his voice through his vulnerable growth years, his well-trained vocal cords were no longer a shackle. Unless Han Gawon's side threw off the balance, there was nothing about the stage that deserved a poor score. The captain's dignity stood out. Park Ju-woo stared at Jong Songbin on the screen without taking his eyes off once. Every time the camera angle and lighting color changed, Park Ju-woo's eyes flashed. The old Park Ju-woo, performing live alone in a room with only one indirect light on, with eyes lacking sparkle, overlapped. Songbin really loves singing. For me, it's more enjoyable when I sing songs I like. But not Songbin. Songbin is happy whatever song he sings. When Jong Songbin was placed at the crossroads of suspending activities again due to worsening vocal cord nodules after barely returning from discharge. In the quiet, newly rented house he moved into after leaving the dorm, Park Ju-woo had said that with a smile so faint you could barely tell. That must be love. Others might think Park Ju-woo was jealous, endlessly watching Jong Songbin on the monitor. But I knew. Park Ju-woo was a guy who valued his friend's happiness as much as his own dream, willing to yield precious opportunities for his friend's happiness, and a pure guy who just knew how great happiness it was to sing beloved songs to one's heart's content. The result of the third competition was decided to be announced at the recording after the next, combining the views of the video to be posted after the broadcast and overseas votes. I wondered why they spaced out the schedule so much when there was already a big gap between recording and broadcast. Do you remember what we said during the proclamation ceremony, everyone? We said Idol Dynasty Chronicles Season 2 would select the one to become king through a total of 6 stages. Now we reveal a hidden mission you didn't see in Season 1. A project that required preparation time suddenly appeared. Along with Polo's cheerful comment, the word Madangyori appeared on the electronic display board. TL note: Madangyori is a Korean traditional outdoor performance. So you're just telling us to busk, right? Do you think the contestants are a vending machine that spits out a stage when you press a button? Do you know how much prep an outdoor event needs? You can't just hang up a banner and call it an event. New places give new stimulation. It will be an opportunity to demonstrate your skills in an unfamiliar environment. That's right. The places where participants will present their stages were directly selected by carefully chosen K-pop officials. The most ominous phrase in the world appeared. Carefully selected. Doesn't that usually mean we picked something without a transparent process, but it looks legit and lets the organizers pull some strings? I, Kim Yiwol, who could pride myself as an expert in skimming communities, predicted that after this part aired, the first post title to come up would be "So who are the carefully chosen K-pop officials?" And no one would know the identity of those officials until Idol Dynasty Chronicle ended. The base you need to visit is right here. The text on the electronic display board changed into an image. I quickly looked for Spark's name, along with the location written next to it. Spark, department store. What's with the location candidates? Thinking it might be a planning failure, I scanned the locations above and below, but they were generally ordinary. University districts or parks were classic places for busking. The Riverside, optimized to receive location buffs. Riverside. Wow, it's my first time singing by the river. Partha took it. F. Bring the official over here. Hyung, I think laser beams are about to shoot out of your eyes. They haven't yet. I thought they already were. Give it 10 more minutes, and they probably will. At Lee Chong-hyun's words, I decided to close my eyes for a moment. It had been about 30 minutes since I had been glaring with bloodshot eyes due to rising anger. My eyes were starting to feel stiff. Is a department store that bad? Open fan meetings are often held on the first floor of department stores. Right? Lee Chong-hyun's ad is probably hanging there. 2. That probably can't be aired on broadcast. It'll look like paid advertising. Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Ki-on remarked naively. Yeah, department stores were good for events. It was clean, had plenty of staff to control crowds, and at least it was indoors. But that was about it. No other advantages could be found. Reason for doing mini fan meetings at department stores? Simple. There wasn't enough space to do anything else. Put down a few chairs and a table, and you got the stage. Sound was an even bigger headache. If you played the music too loud, the closed structure made it echo and disturb the shoppers. It was not a good environment for professional equipment, and even installing gear came with restrictions. The mic was going to be full of noise. If Park Ju-woo didn't blow out the speakers while singing, it'd be a miracle. While groaning and looking for countermeasures, I heard an from behind. I still hadn't announced the basic manner of prohibiting for trivial matters. My mistake. I turned around to ask Kang Ki-on to refrain from frequent use of for everyone's mental stability. However, Kang Ki-on's expression was quite serious. A complicated face looking puzzled and surprised. What's wrong? At my words, Kang Ki-on looked alternately at me and the manager. The manager's phone started ringing. There's a dating rumor about Ji-ho Hyung. 376. Chapter 376. Exposure. 1. Manager Chan Young managed to keep his composure and successfully park the car in the apartment's underground lot. After scanning the area, he made a call. Mr. Dan, reporters are here right now. Could you circle around the area until I contact you? I'll send the kids up and come back down. Should I request security personnel? Yes, that would be good. As the manager said, the corners of cameras were visible between parked cars. Perhaps thinking there was no need to hide since the news was already known, some were standing openly in front of the common entrance. If Manager Dan passed through there alone with 3 members, at least a dozen hidden paparazzi would pop out. Needless to say, we couldn't get out of the car until the security guards UA had sent arrived. I never imagined I'd see a scene like the one Spark had at the airport, down in our dorm's underground parking lot. Although the reporters, realizing Choi Ji-ho wasn't there, dispersed quickly saying it was a waste of time, it was enough to make Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Ki-on's faces turn pale. Me. Song-bin. There are many people in the parking lot. Bring Choi Ji-ho safely. Mental pillar Jong Song-bin. Don't worry. Ji-ho Hyung isn't annoyed. I'd contacted Jong Song-bin because I thought even reaching out might feel like unwanted attention to someone who was already flustered. Thankfully, Jong Song-bin let me know that. Commendably, Choi Ji-ho was waiting calmly. He says Ji-ho Hyung is okay? Lee Chong-hyun asked with a voice full of worry. Yeah, seems like he's not losing his temper. I answered with a warm voice optimized to reassure the other party, but Lee Chong-hyun's expression was still full of anxiety. The face that should shine more brilliantly than mother of pearl was dark as if covered in smog. So humans really did pollute even nature's treasures. Unforgivable. Why? Worried something might happen on the way? You don't have to worry too much. Manager Chan Young went down too. That's not it. Lee Chong-hyun hesitated. Kang Ki-on was also busy watching my reaction next to Lee Chong-hyun. Ji-ho Hyung can't stand unfair or frustrating things. True. I also think there's no way Hyung would do that, you know? Physically, he wouldn't even have the time. But if he's not reacting at all in a place with no cameras? The unspoken implication, what if he's got something going on hung in the air? After witnessing Choi Ji-ho's rage in real time over Hong Un-seep's smoking in the car, they seemed even more on edge. For me, my first thought was that these guys are harboring all sorts of misunderstandings about Choi Ji-ho of all people. I forgot. You guys don't know that Choi Ji-ho had zero dating scandals in his 7-year idol life, right? Understandable to be tense. But there was no need to worry. For all the countless rumors surrounding Choi Ji-ho, scandal had never been one of them. Even without digging into his past, there were plenty of reasons to trust him. He found forming relationships with people so bothersome he treated it like homework, and he had no interest in anything but dance. Among all those reasons, there was one thing that would make these two accept it instantly. Let's say, hypothetically, Choi Ji-ho used his ridiculous stamina to run a romance on the side. Yeah. Do you think he could have gone out past Juwoo? Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Ki-on made expressions of enlightenment. For someone like Choi Ji-ho, who would rather crash into things than bother avoiding them, slipping past Park Juwoo's auditory radar would be impossible. If he'd been dating, he would have been caught ages ago. Let's just check what the article actually says. At my words, Kang Ki-on brought a laptop. The entertainment section was plastered with the word Spark. Much greater than Spark Ji-ho visits Hotel Shinha with a beautiful non-celebrity woman. Much greater than rising star Spark Ji-ho, who is his lover. Much greater than on the stage winner Spark Ji-ho, a cozy time with model girlfriend. Even at a glance, every word and phrase was unpleasant. It was natural for fans to be curious about an idol's love life, but seeing grown adults swarm like this was just creepy. If you're going to write an article, at least do some research. One says she's a non-celebrity. Another says she's a model. You should all go learn from exclusive reports. Ham Yizio. Grumbling inwardly, I clicked on an article and saw a low-quality photo. A man whose silhouette was unmistakably Choi Ji-ho and a woman were standing in front of a fancy info desk, according to the article, Hotel Shinha. But this person, isn't that Jaeung Nuna? It was undeniably Jaeung Nuna. The siblings, each a head taller than others, exuded a powerful aura even through the photo. There was a reason Lee Chong-hyun recognized her at a glance. So that was why the model talk came out. Since he said his sister's height was in the high 170s, it made sense. Was it taken during vacation? Didn't Hyung go to Gwangju last time? Maybe they were in Seoul briefly with their mother. The vacation was long, and there aren't many reasons for siblings living in Seoul to do a hotel staycation. At my words, Lee Chong-hyun nodded in understanding. This is Miho's bag. Kang Ki-on, who turned the laptop and examined the photo closely, pointed to a corner of the photo. A little distance away from the two people who looked like they were checking in, there was the back of a girl wearing a backpack. How do you know Miss Miho's bag? She wore the same one to the dorm a few years ago. I remember because of the keychain. Next to the pale lavender bag was a string of large beads on the keychain. The pockets were covered with various pins and trinkets. Did she always have that much stuff in her bag? Not this much, but it was similar. You looked that closely? Wasn't it when you fought with Ji-ho Hyung and didn't come out of the room? Some of them are Kingdom another merch, so saying you recognized it because of the keychain was a lie, right? Lee Chong-hyun kindly pretended not to notice Kang Ki-on's inability to respond. More importantly, the situation became a bit tricky. If it were a baseless dating rumor, Choi Ji-ho would have just posted on Bubble like, "Where am I supposed to explain this?" and been done with it, but family got involved. If we reveal it's his sister, Jaeung Nuna's personal info or SNS will be dug up, and if we don't reveal it, he becomes a 2-year-old idol who went to a hotel in broad daylight. Do you need headache medicine? No. I gratefully declined Kang Ki-on's consideration. The three of us sat quietly on the living room sofa waiting for Choi Ji-ho's group to return. The three returned to the dorm not long after. Park Juwoo's face was a mess. Not injured, but clearly exhausted from dealing with the crowd. Is everyone okay? I'm okay, but Ji-ho Hyung and Juwoo. I'm okay. Choi Ji-ho replied calmly. He really looked fine. I'm okay too. Juwoo, you don't look okay at all. While Lee Chong-hyun went to get water, Choi Ji-ho plopped down on the sofa. We decided to say it's my sister. What? I doubted my ears at the guy's abrupt announcement. I told Chan Young-hyung to release a statement, saying it was a family trip. I finished talking with Nuna too. Is that okay? Why not? It's not a lie. He was a guy who didn't even want to mention his family. There was no way he wouldn't be displeased that such family's appearance was revealed without permission. It's not like there's another way. We can look for one. I'm already becoming a total bastard out there. Choi Ji-ho said it casually, but this wasn't something to brush off. Just as I was about to say there were many ways to explain, Choi Ji-ho looked at me and said, "It's not like I gambled or drank. What's the big deal about getting dug up? As long as it doesn't get bigger. What about your sister?" She said she'd rather have rumors about herself than be known as someone with a little brother who lost his mind over romance. The siblings' boldness was impressive. A small, timid person like me could never match that. The company's handling it, so don't worry. Okay, good job. When the conversation ended, Jong Song-bin showed us the company's freshly uploaded statement. It explained that the photo was taken without permission while member Ji-ho was spending time with his family during Spark's vacation. It also said they would take legal action against the spread of false information. Why does the group keep getting into gossip whenever we do Idol Dynasty Chronicle? Should we perform a shaman ritual? Wouldn't quitting be faster and cleaner? Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Ki-on cursed the baseless gossip in frustration. They weren't exactly wrong. Didn't major issues like Kim Iwol's personality controversy or Yoo Han-soo's assault case all explode during IDC? It's not a recently taken photo. And is there a reason for a dating rumor now when Choi Ji-ho isn't particularly in the spotlight? If they wanted to bring Choi Ji-ho down, it should have been mentioned during the Nita's commercial. There were many opportunities like the Deserted Island show. Why now of all times? The hidden chain of cause and effect was revealed 2 days later by a shocking article that rocked the entertainment industry. Much greater than rising star all over. Half the members booked one after another on suspicion of drug use. Much greater than, report, the bare face of drug crimes rampant in the idol industry revealed. Is this really okay? Much greater than divided into drug members and non-drug members. All over becomes a drug offender group. Much greater than, won't get caught with this much. Just trade overseas. Boy group messenger room for drug trading was caught. Drug addict all over finally got their tail caught. 377. Chapter 377. Exposure 2. The incident was much larger in scale than I had roughly remembered. It was a criminal act. That crossed the line, too severe to just create a brief buzz and fade away. The scope of the investigation expanded day by day, and new developments poured out daily. In the police investigation stage, where everyone thought only Co Yunseop would be caught, it was revealed that the majority of all over members had used drugs together. News also spread quickly that, under the pretext of helping with creative activities like composition, they had suggested drugs to junior or peer groups who couldn't easily refuse the offer or report it to the outside. Due to the massive incident, schedules related to Idol Dynasty Chronicle came to a complete halt. It was particularly chaotic because overseas voting had opened this season. A fierce clash erupted between overseas fans voting for Partha unaware of the situation and domestic public opinion questioning whether it was right to let a team suspected of drug crimes participate, given their close friendship and frequent meetings with the culprits since Season 1. Spark was able to escape the fierce atmosphere. This was thanks to the fact that no traces of us were found in All Over's group chats or personal messages. The managers swept their chests in relief at our statement that we hadn't even exchanged numbers. After the storm passed, the All Over situation concluded like this. Exclusive All Over brokered drug sales not only to members, but also to colleagues //. 20XX 08 XX